The path of immortality is obscure, and immortals are hard to find. Li Nianfan took the mortal body and ascended into the world of immortal cultivation, knowing that the path of immortality is hopeless after all, only thinking of living a peaceful life. But he did not know. He adopted a dog because he saw him write poems and paint pictures and became a generation of Demon King, suppressing a world. He planted trees in his back room because he heard him play the zither and play songs and became a world tree, supporting the bridge between heaven and earth. He met a passerby because he was enlightened by him and became a saint of immortality, leading an era. Turn back time. The one who always pestered him to compete with the scholar was the immortal painting saint. The one with very bad skills was the immortal Qi Sheng. The one who came to listen to the beautiful woman every night was the immortal #1 saintess. Please like and subscribe to my channel. Thank you very much. I wish you a relaxing time listening to stories. The measurement test to the host has been extremely perfect. This system teaches cannot teach. Come here to disperse, spy. The mechanical sound let Li Nianfan stagger. The whole person's eyes widened. Fuck don't disperse, ah. Li Nianfan hurriedly shouted. I am absolutely not perfect. You'll teach me your 2 hands good or bad, teach me how to cultivate immortal system. Really disperse. If not, first bring me back. You motherfucker brought me to this place. You just run like this system. Li Nianfan in the heart crazy screaming, but empty reply. I go you dog sister system. Li Nianfan directly cursed mother. 5 years ago, he crossed over to this place, locked a saint system. The name sounded awesome. Li Nianfan once thought that he wanted to go to the pinnacle of life. However, the things this system taught him were clearly all literature, mathematics, chemistry, physics, poetry, painting. These things were comparable pits. There was no way he could only persevere in learning. Li Nianfan endured. Until today, he finally finished learning everything, and at the same time obtained the system bestowed poetry saint, painting saint, strange saint, Shenong, and other awesome titles. Then the system disbanded. Dispersed. If in the previous life, he could still rely on these things to rush out a show, but now he was in another world, and if not by accident, he was in the cultivation world. Occasionally, there would be cultivators flying over from the sky. The transmission of literature also has a demon eating people. This motherfucker is so awesome. Learning this bunch of toys has no use for eggs. Is it possible to reason with the demon? Because of fear of death, he deliberately chose a relatively secret mountain peak near the city, experienced a self-sufficient life, afraid that one day he would be affected by the immortals' battle and die without understanding. In fact, he has always held hope in his heart and finally had a golden hand pointing at him. He endured humiliation for 5 years, waiting for the system to teach him to cultivate and then fly to the heavens, becoming an immortal. Unfortunately, he had calculated everything but did not expect the system to teach him a bunch of shit that used no knowledge, and just like that it was dismissed. Holy shit. He also thought about not relying on the system. At the time of transmigration, he first went to find an immortal sect to become a disciple, but found out that he had no spiritual roots at all and could only be an ordinary person for his entire life. Master, lunchtime has come. A robot from the room came out. To Li Nianfan made an inviting gesture. Li Nianfan was a little unhappy, but would not wrong himself, still went back to the room. This robot was he learned physics behind. The system rewarded him. At first still felt not bad. There was an intelligent robot serving himself, but now Li Nianfan wanted to cry. This robot in the world of cultivating immortals would be together with a pile of scrap iron. Li Nianfan's house is a 4-sided courtyard, pavilions, towers, small bridges, and flowing water, combined with the scenery in the mountains, considered a feng shui treasure land. This 4-sided courtyard is he learned the architecture behind, also the system rewarded. In fact, this place daily necessities all are. Li Nianfan completes the big and small tasks behind the system reward, plus Li Nianfan also has a Shenong title. Farming is basically not a problem, so even if it is separated, it can be completely self-sufficient. Moreover, the food is also very good. Really not. Even if it is immortal living a good life, at least this place the air and scenery are much better than the previous life. Also do not need to want to run around and work hard for living. Very good, very good. Li Nianfan comforted himself. Currently the only thing lacking is a girlfriend. The female cultivator is definitely very beautiful. Unfortunately definitely looks down on me, this mortal. Li Nianfan shook his head, can only fantasize in his mind for a moment. He shouted toward the backyard. Big Black, eat. A black garden dog responded and ran like a bird, sticking out its tongue. looking forward to looking at Li Nianfan. What an eater. Li Nianfan smiled, conveniently prepared food for Dahe. Dahe is Li Nianfan and this mountain peak accidentally met. Originally just a near-starving puppy, was adopted by Li Nianfan from now on one person one dog companion. Dahe is very obedient. Li Nianfan writing calligraphy drawing time is always at one side quietly observing, moreover most like listening to Li Nianfan playing the zither. Li Nianfan once felt Dahe understood human nature, as expected of the immortal cultivation world dog. At the same time, two women followed the foot of the mountain toward the mountain to walk. One of them was wearing a white dress, exquisite small face above the mouth raised really high, one face unhappy, just a glance already know to make people's heart give birth to love. Such a beautiful young girl, who is clearly not reluctant to let her suffer grievances. She angrily walked over, resentfully said, "Damn father, bad father, clearly want me to marry that evil-minded guy Duan Muli, unforgivable." Behind her, the maid in the blue dress's face instantly turned pale, trembling voice said, "Princess, this kind of words but absolutely cannot say if it is heard by someone with intentions, then we are finished. I all want to be forced to marry Duan Muli. Then what are you afraid of?" the white dress young girl hummed. "If you force me again, I will die." The maid immediately hurriedly knelt down on the ground, fearfully said, "Princess, you cannot die, you but absolutely should not scare the servant." Yeah, I just casually said a little, I just don't want to die." The white dress young girl's eyes gurgled as she turned, and she said beautifully, "However, I can escape. If my father forces me again, I will find a place to hide. This forest is not bad. How about finding a place to hide now?" "Who? You scare me to death. Princess, you should absolutely not say anything about whether you will die or not." The maidservant patted her chest and stood up. She looked around and suddenly shrank her neck and said, "This forest is deserted and extremely desolate. It might be dangerous if there are wild beasts lurking around. We should quickly go back. This princess is already at the foundation establishment stage. I'm afraid that wild beasts will take advantage of the time to follow me to find a place to hide." The white dress young girl found her target, swept past the ruined hill in front, and quickly walked towards the mountain. "Princess, you wait for me a moment." The two people, one ran, one chased, not long after arrived at the mountainside. White clouds floated, green trees flickered inside, an ancient architectural style hit the eye. The maid opened her eyes wide to look, extremely surprised. This place can actually have people living. What a strange architecture. Ancient style, just like from the painting moved out the same. The white-dressed young girl curiously looked at the courtyard. This architectural style with her usual completely different, cannot say magnificent, but gives people a kind of extremely extraordinary feeling, with the surrounding scenery seems to blend into one, makes people's heart yearn for it. Not knowing whether or not it is an illusion, she feels compared to the imperial palace is not inferior at all. Could it be that there is a hidden master residing in this place? The white-dressed young girl's eyes slightly lit up, eagerly running slowly. Go over and take a look. Remember, if you meet someone, don't call me princess, call me young lady." The maid was worried at the person behind shouting, "Princess, be careful of danger." The white-dressed young girl quickly went to the front yard, curiously assessing everything before her eyes. A small vegetable garden, a rattan chair, a stone table, and 4 stone chairs. The layout is very simple, looking up to the end ordinary people are no different. "Hello, may I ask if there is someone at home?" The white-dressed young girl shouted to the door. Creak, creak. The door opened. Li Nianfan from inside the door poked his head out. 5 years. This place is still the first time guests come. He looked at the white-dressed young girl, and his eyes immediately flashed with amazement. What a beautiful woman. Could it be that the heavens heard his own prayers and gave him a girlfriend? Li Nianfan knew this was impossible. This on the female body revealed a hazy aura, obviously a cultivator. Moreover, according to the gesture, is not ugly, born noble. How to care about himself. The white-dressed young girl was similarly observing Li Nianfan, seeing him as just a mortal. In her eyes flashed a trace of disappointment. She originally imagined meeting a hidden expert, thus helping her escape from the predicament before her eyes. However, since she had arrived, she was curious and wanted to go in and take a look, so naturally and generously said, "Hello, my name is Luo Shiwu. Can I come in and sit for a bit?"
"Of course you can."
Li Nianfan opened the door, leaning to avoid. The other party was not only a cultivator, but also a beautiful woman. Li Nianfan had no reason to refuse. Making more friends was good. Thank you. Luo Shiwu brought the maidservant to enter. Entering the main door was the inner courtyard. In front was paved with cobblestones into a small path, interwoven, and all around were newly planted all kinds of flowers and grasses, exuding intoxicating fragrance, giving people a beautiful and joyful scene. In the middle of the courtyard was a pavilion. On all four sides were the great hall and rooms of the four-way courtyard. Not knowing whether it was an illusion, entering the courtyard this moment, Luo Shiyu felt that his heart instantly calmed down. In this courtyard seemed to have some kind of magic power, could let people calm down. The robot came out from the room, friendly said to the two young ladies, "Welcome you to this place as guests." Miss Gong, be careful. The maid was startled, exclaimed in alarm, and hurriedly stopped in front of Luo Shiyu. Li Nianfan opened his mouth to explain, "Miss, don't need to be afraid. This is my housekeeper, named Xiaobai, is a robot." Xiaobai, hurry up and apologize to the two ladies. "I'm really sorry. Let the two ladies be scared." Xiaobai very fluently said sorry, at the same time very politely bowed. Luo Shiyu curiously looked at Xiaobai, then said in surprise, "The robot actually has intelligence. Could it be that it gave birth to a spirit?" A spirit. This is something in legends. Only a high-grade spirit can produce a spirit. The key is that this spirit's intelligence is too high. Could it be an immortal artifact? The more Luo Shiyu thought, the more shocked he became, and couldn't help but have a little respect in his eyes. Li Nianfan shook his head and said with a smile, Misunderstood. This is just high technology, artificial intelligence, not a spirit at all." High technology, artificial intelligence, Luo Shiyu frowned, not understanding a single word. "It's just a small trick, not worth mentioning." Li Nianfan was helpless, and was too lazy to explain and ordered, "Xiaobai, in the future, pick a watermelon to entertain the guests." Xiaobai, "Okay, my honorable master." There is a humanoid spirit weapon. In his mouth it is clearly just a small trick. Luo Tivu sucked in a breath of cold air. Her beautiful eyes weakly looked at Li Nianfan. She heard that many seniors with extraordinary cultivation levels, who liked to disguise themselves as mortals to roam the human world, must have been met by me today. Thinking of this, she didn't dare to breathe heavily. Her heart was extremely tense, yet excited, yet uneasy. Li Nianfan led them to the pavilion, smiling and saying, "Two ladies, sit down." Good. Luo Shiyu was a bit absent-minded. She secretly looked around the scene, saw that the courtyard was still displaying a mature zither, couldn't help but ask, "Young master likes musical instruments." "It's just a pastime," Li Nianfan said casually. Luo Shiyu planned to get involved with this seemingly real expert and hurriedly said, "I have a friend, immersed in music for many years, not like the last time I brought her to interact with young master." Li Nianfan waved his hand and said with a bitter smile, "All right, I'm just a little bit familiar with it." Luo Shiyu is a cultivator. Her friend is also a cultivator. Li Nianfan although has the title of Yu Sheng on his head, but no matter what, he does not dare to exchange musical instruments with cultivators. Who knows that the cultivator's so-called exchange meeting will not let out sound waves, directly beating himself to death would be unjust. At this time, Xiaobai has already lifted up the watermelon. Not only that, also needs a cleaver to cut the watermelon, brought it in front of everyone and said, "Please slow down, guests." Luo Shiyu once again was frightened and admired this powerful spirit weapon, excluding the appearance of the strange comparison. It is indeed no different from a true person. Put in the immortal weapon inside, it is estimated that it is also a top-ranking existence. "Miss, eat." Li Nianfan said a word, and he picked up a piece of watermelon and started eating. Afternoon sunlight has a bit of stabbing people, plus he just finished lunch. Is the mouth bitter tongue dry time. Eating watermelon is really refreshing. Luo Shiyu saw Li Nianfan eat to happy, cannot help but also pick up a piece of watermelon. To her, watermelon is really normal to the extreme thing. As a princess, she eats his immortal fruit spirit paste, drinks his Guin Tuong jade liquid. Watermelon is just mortal food. She still really does not have appetite. However, now she naturally cannot ignore this unreal high person face. This watermelon flesh is really beautiful, like red glass same, flashing dazzling halo, like before seen watermelon has a difference of a world. Luo Shiyu observed a while behind in the heart secretly startled, then open mouth to bite, crack. Very crispy, very sweet. Watermelon juice flows into the oral cavity along the teeth and lips, like a good-natured child teasing the tip of the tongue. Immediately, a strong fragrance bursts out of the taste buds, making Luo Xiu almost groan. Delicious, too delicious. She never thought of it. A watermelon clearly tastes so delicious. This is not an ordinary watermelon. Boom. Following her throat slightly moving, watermelon juice flows down, washing her esophagus, but the next moment, she feels these liquids clearly turn into gas, spreading out toward the whole body. This is spiritual energy. She can't help but take another bite. This time is a big mouth. The taste is refreshing and delicious. At the same time, a huge spiritual energy flows into the mouth, exploding in the abdomen. Spiritual qi, really spiritual qi. This one stream of spiritual qi compared to ordinary spiritual fruit are not inferior. Crack, crack, crack. She forgot everything. The extreme deliciousness added with the dense spiritual qi almost made her lose the ability to think. Now in her head there was only one thought, that is to eat it, eat it. Very quickly, a piece of watermelon entered the stomach, followed by the second piece, the third piece. Li Nianfan ate 2 pieces after then quietly looked at Luo Xiu. His appearance was a little trembling, and his eyes couldn't help but reveal a doubtful expression. This woman is really a cultivator, just eat watermelon, is it necessary or not? Continuously ate 6 pieces of Luo Xiu, then quieted down, looking at the mess in front of her. Her face couldn't help but turn red, embarrassedly lowered her head, eyes avoided, not daring to look at Li Nianfan. But the next moment, her entire body emitted a dry heat. From her abdomen, endless spiritual power exploded loudly. Luo Xiu whole body pores relax. In the mind appears a mysterious, incomprehensible feeling. As if the body is infused with the same, some incomprehensible comprehension at this moment directly clear. Foundation establishment completed. Her in the eyes also carries a little bit of confusion, looks at the watermelon in front, reveals an unbelievable expression. This watermelon not only has spiritual energy, moreover clearly attached to has a little bit of Tao luck. Really unbelievable. What is called Tao luck? This is the foundation of the Great Tao, cultivator breakthrough bottleneck. The most important to advance is to the Great Tao comprehension. In short, Tao luck is really too hard to get, although the watermelon inside the possibility is only a little bit, but still let Luo Xiu comfortably break through foundation establishment. Luo Xiu eyes completely change, almost transformed into Li Nianfan's small confused. She immediately stood up, bowed respectfully to Li Nianfan and said, "Thank you, Senior, for the melon reward to help me break through the foundation establishment." The title is changed from Young Master to Senior. However, Li Nianfan's complexion is also just black. Is this girl stupid? Eating watermelon a bit careless, not to mention. Now this is opening a provocation. I am just a mortal. Your breakthrough has nothing to do with me. Still thank me for the melon reward. Is it eating my watermelon to let you break through? Just like a billion tycoons telling you thank you for giving me a block of money. Extremely harsh. I said, I am just a mortal. This watermelon is also just an ordinary watermelon. Thank me for what to call me Senior. Am I that old? Li Nianfan couldn't help but get a little angry. His tone was not good. What's wrong with cultivators? Cultivators can trample on other people's dignity. Luo Shiwu's heart was slightly shocked. A little doubt flashed in her eyes. She was angering a master. She hurriedly thought again. That is, this master took the identity of a mortal to live in seclusion here. Isn't it to experience the worldly life? To work in a low-key manner. She had just directly exposed his identity. He would naturally be angry. She really shouldn't have. Luo Shiwu hurriedly made amends, apologizing. Young master in front, I'm sorry. I just got emotional and offended you. This girl's attitude was actually not bad, beautiful and not arrogant. Not at all like a cultivator's arrogance. Li Nianfan waved his sleeve, said, Calculate, I don't take it to heart. Luo Shiwu let out a breath. She gritted her teeth and took off her jade pendant from her waist. Young master, that jade pendant is my growing up time my father gave me. Consider it as today eat your watermelon reward. Ah. The jade pendant in the hand is gentle, on it carved phoenix pattern, flashing hazy halo, looking up to be a bit extraordinary. The maid beside Luo Xiu was shocked, using her hand to cover her mouth. Pulling Luo Xiu hurriedly shouted, Miss, this cannot be used. Li Nianfan was also startled by this young lady's generosity, shook her head and opened her mouth to say, Miss Luo, you are too polite, a watermelon is just, it doesn't count as anything, that jade pendant you still take back. Take such a good jade pendant to exchange for watermelon. What conditions in the house, Have a beak? Big Black, come out to eat watermelon, Li Nianfan shouted towards the backyard. Very quickly, Big Black rushed out, looked at the watermelon, kept drooling. At the same time, it was in the backyard watching the fields. This place was after all a mountain forest. Although Li Nianfan had not encountered wild beast attacks, but defense was still indispensable. Li Nianfan conveniently threw the remaining watermelon on the ground, laughing and saying, "Look at you, this gluttonous appearance. Eat it." Crack, crack, crack. Big Black was absolutely not careless. The whole dog face was buried in the watermelon inside, accompanied by taking the watermelon to force a place to swallow. Luo Xiu opened her eyes wide, couldn't help but say, "Young master, this is too wasteful. This is the hidden Dao Fate watermelon. The value even surpasses the spirit fruit. Just like that, give it to a dog to eat." Moreover, she looked closely at Big Black, continuously confirmed, this dog is an extremely ordinary worldly garden dog. If let other cultivators know, afraid will be moved to vomit blood. Cultivators are not as good as a dog. Aho, can't imagine this rich lady is obviously so frugal. Li Nianfan favorably towards Luo Xiu increased a lot, smiled and said, "Watermelon only. Here there are many, a lot. Moreover, feeding Big Black is not considered wasteful." Luo Xiu's mouth corner twitched, sighed and said, "Young master said very reasonable. Is oneself taking each other? This kind of watermelon to the hidden world expert naturally does not count as anything." At the same time, she became more and more intent on making friends. No matter what, if she could make a good connection, it would be her great fortune. Luo Xiu handed over the jade pendant and advised, "Young master, although you are in the mountains and forests, it is difficult to avoid meeting blind people. My family in the vicinity is also considered to have some influence. If someone offends young master, you can take out my jade pendant tomorrow, which can save a lot of trouble." "This is good." Li Nianfan thought for a moment and then reached out to receive it and said, "Lady, if you want to come eat watermelon later, you are welcome at any time." He looked at the jade pendant in his hand and also discovered that the lines on it were too sloppy. Although it was a phoenix in appearance, there was not a trace of spirit. The carving technique could be said to be extremely rough. It was a waste of such good materials, and it was impossible for him to process it. Luo Xiu's eyes immediately shone with light, and she excitedly said, "Many thanks, young master." The maids all looked dumbfounded. She basically could not understand why the princess was so attentive to just a mortal, even if it was those nobles' children. Being able to drink tea with the princess would already be shouting 10,000 blessings. Today disturbing the young master. Tivu bids farewell. Luo Tivu was extremely moderate. The good karma had already been formed, and was about to leave. Li Nianfan stood up and said, "I will send you off." Following the four-way courtyard out, Luo Tivu's thoughts were all a little scattered. If not for actually breaking through to the foundation establishment realm, she would have thought that this was a dream. Her own fortune was indeed profound. Even this kind of hidden expert could be met. Behind her, the maids asked doubtfully, "Princess, why are you so polite to him? No matter how I look at him, he is just a mortal." Luo Xiu turned around. Her expression had never been serious before. She opened her mouth and said, Luo, today's incident you absolutely cannot reveal half a word. Even more so cannot expose the young master's residence. Do you know or not? This expert senior is hiding here. Definitely does not want to be disturbed by others. She absolutely cannot be a bad expert." Luo has never seen the princess so sincere. Hurriedly and fearfully said, "Princess, I already know." I forgot to ask the expert," Luo Xiu suddenly exclaimed. "She wants to escape from the Emperor Father to arrange the marriage for herself. If she asks the expert, maybe she can find a solution." Luo Xiu is secretly annoyed. Going back now is obviously not appropriate. AI can only wait for the next time. Lac Tivu raised his head to look in the direction of the courtyard and discovered that the rocky mountains and trees below had suddenly appeared in layers of fog, causing the courtyard to appear and disappear. Luo Xiu was full of thoughts. Li Nianfan then once again restored his own Buddhist life. Playing the zither, all kinds of flowers, fishing, excited to come will also write poems and paint, peach wild love sports. This day, he sat in the backyard by the lake fishing. Dehe lay at his feet one side, quietly looking at the lake. "Strange, I will release a lot of baby fish every month. How come I can't catch any fish?" Li Nianfan, holding the fishing rod, eyebrows gradually furrowed, eyes suspiciously looked towards Dahe. Is it or not stolen by you? I remember at first I also released a yellow carp, now also completely see no trace. Dahe stood up in shock, in the eyes filled with innocence, humanized, shook his head. Looks like can only go down the mountain once, then go buy some baby fish. Li Nianfan also did not pursue to the end, seeing that the hook could not catch fish, immediately put away the fishing rod, stood up, and went down the mountain. Fishing will let people from the inside out relax and quiet. Li Nianfan exceptionally enjoy this kind of feeling, at the same time, more fond of delicious fish meat. Unfortunately today is not eaten. Little White, you stay to guard the door. Good, my dear master. Li Nianfan brought Big Black, one person and one dog toward the foot of the mountain to go. The past 5 years, Li Nianfan although experienced similar seclusion life, but also did not have the same world barrier. He also is not true immortal person. Long time not seeing people angry will stop crazy. Seclusion mountaintop distance to the city is also not far. This city is called Falling Immortal City. In the city many mortals. Suddenly there are cultivators stop. Once passed down some immortals met people with fate on the spot to collect disciples' anecdotes. Young Masterly is here. Young Masterly, come and try my vegetarian bun. I won't charge you. Young Masterly, this time I entered the city and prepared to buy something, but I want to wait a while. That's right, I still have a lot of things I want to ask you about. Just entered the city, there were quite a few acquaintances who greeted Li Nianfan. In the past 5 years, Li Nianfan occasionally went down the mountain, although he had never cultivated, but in the training system below, he was also versatile. Occasionally imparting a bit of knowledge would make people startled. Meeting sick people would also help treat them. Many people in Luoxian City had been favored by him. Li Nianfan smiled back one by one, accustomed to doing easy things. Went to Luoxian City's market to trade. Went to a special fish stall in front of it. Young Masterly, come to buy fish again. The stall owner and Li Nianfan were very familiar, smiling and greeting. Li Nianfan nodded and said, yes, this time give me a little more. Want double the amount before. All right, the boss smiled. One side of the goods transport just said, Young Masterly, not long ago you just bought. How come this time want so much? Li Nianfan sighed softly and said, don't say any more. I clearly raised the fish in the pond, but just like that can't catch out a fish. The stall owner's movements were sluggish. Pressed down the voice carefully said, Young Masterly, this is really a bit unusual. I also feel the same. The stall owner reminded, Young Masterly, I feel it's better to be careful. That place in the pond might have monsters. Stay away for the best. Li Nianfan's heart was a little bulging. There won't really be monsters. The fish he raised were all eaten by monsters. He was a little scared, but he had lived in the courtyard for 5 years and was a little reluctant to move away, and if he moved away, he wouldn't be able to find a place to live. Young Masterly, I happen to have a turtle statue here. This kind of turtle will only wait in one place, and every day at noon it will follow the water out to bask in the sun. You can put it in the lake if it is safe and sound. It means this lake is safe. The stall owner gave Li Nianfan a notice. This is equivalent to using the turtle statue to scout the way. If it doesn't come out from the lake at noon, then 80% of it will be eaten by monsters. Li Nianfan's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, Boss, I bought this turtle statue. Young Masterly, if it weren't for you and me, this stall would have collapsed long ago. This turtle statue is still just a small one, and it's not a treasure. How can I collect your money? Finally, the turtle statue is a gift from a small fish, and he didn't take the money. Li Nianfan carried the small fish and the turtle statue, preparing to run back to check whether there were any monsters in the lake. Arrived at the city gate, he discovered that quite a few people had gathered here, and there were also crying and complaining sounds coming out. Among the crowd, a middle-aged woman was lying on the ground, crying non-stop. Li Nianfan stepped forward and asked, Zhang Dinyang, what happened? This Zhang Dinyang was very enthusiastic. Li Nianfan had originally come to the cultivation world and had been given some favors by Zhang Dinyang. Zhang Dinyang saw Li Nianfan, couldn't help but to burn a little hope, hurriedly said, Young Masterly, you are very capable. I beg you to save Nianya. She was taken away by a monster. Nianya was taken away by a monster. Li Nianfan's heart was startled, full of worry. In his mind couldn't help but to appear that lively and lovely little girl's figure. He deeply impressed Nianya, pinned 2 small pigtails. Every time he saw himself would also obediently call Big Brother. The little child itself is an angel, really makes people love him. Zhang Dinyang, you are confused. Young Masterly, although has many methods, but is just a mortal. You let him come not to harm young Masterly? I feel that we shouldn't be hasty. There are 3 cultivators who don't have to go up the mountain to definitely be able to save Niania. Those 3 people are extremely powerful. Looking at them, they are not ordinary people. Niania will definitely turn danger into safety. Hey, what kind of demon dares to come to the city to do wrong? Everyone discussed, although they wanted to support, but they were heartless. Li Nianfan pondered for a moment, then opened his mouth and said, Zhang Dinyang, don't worry, I will help you take a look. I will definitely bring Niania back. Thank you, young Masterly. Thank you, young Masterly. Zhang Dinyang's trust in Li Nianfan was even more than that of the 3 cultivators, and she quickly said thank you. Young Masterly, demons all have demonic magic. Your past was really too dangerous. We are just mortals. Let's report to the Immortal Dynasty and let the cultivators deal with it. Many people also began to advise Li Nianfan. Facing everyone's concern, Li Nianfan opened his mouth and said, Didn't 3 cultivators leave? I just went over to see if I could help. Thank you everyone for your concern. His mind was already made up. He had already scouted the location behind, and then set off. The monster hid not far from the city on a mountain. Li Nianfan climbed the mountain while thinking about countermeasures in his head. The best situation was nothing more than the monster was uniformed by those 3 cultivators, and he himself was just passing through a dead end. If those 3 cultivators were not the monster's opponent, Li Nianfan tightly held Luo Xiu's jade pendant for himself. He could only hope for this. Luo Xiu was a cultivator, and her status must be extraordinary, hoping that jade pendant could create a deterrent effect. Li Nianfan didn't dare to delay, and didn't dare to rest. The monster that eats people is not fake. If it goes slowly, Niania must die without doubt. Niania, but absolutely should not have any trouble. Li Nianfan murmured. At this moment, the one who has been following him, Big Black, suddenly accelerated, turned into a black shadow, quickly ran towards the mountain. Big Black, what are you doing? Now is not the time to add trouble, stop. Li Nianfan shouted loudly, but could only helplessly watch Big Black disappear in sight, could not help but anxiously say, This stupid dog is going to give it away? At this time, on the mountain right now erupting a great battle. I think what kind of demon dares to be so arrogant? Originally is a leopard spirit. Leopard spirit, hurry up and release the person. We 3 senior brothers and sisters can still think of giving you a whole corpse. 2 young men were enthusiastic, united with another woman using a triangle trend to surround the leopard spirit inside. Ha ha ha. 3 mouths still smell of milk. Children have not grown hair. Also dare to learn others to kill demons and eliminate ghosts. Today then let the leopard eat you all. Leopard spirit laughed, haha. Its body had transformed into human form, but the 4 limbs and head still maintained the original form. Stop talking too much. Give up your life. The 3 people held the long swords straight in front of them. Their fingers circled around the sword body, and 100 mouths said in unison. Sword control technique. The 3 long swords shot up to the sky, gathering the leopard spirit in the center, sword energy soaring to the sky. Roar. The leopard spirit roared angrily, its mouth opened, and the yellow demon pill flew out from its mouth, flashing a strange red light. The demon pill formed a light shield, covering the leopard spirit.
Ding ding zang zang.
The long swords clearly had no way to break through the light shield's defense. The 3 people's faces revealed shock, and they said in disbelief, How is this possible? The 3 of them were immature, originally thinking of acting as heroes, relying on their own abilities to charge forward. They couldn't imagine that they would directly encounter such a formidable monster. Cultivating for several years, I want to go out and become a hero. I have more than 200 years of cultivation. With one hand, I can torture you all. The leopard spirit was complacent, and a cruel flash appeared in its eyes. The demon core immediately emitted 3 red rays of light, and rushed towards the 3 people. The 3 people had no way to dodge at all, and in the blink of an eye, they fell paralyzed on the ground. The long sword also lost its luster, and fell to the ground. The leopard spirit took back the demon core, and looked at the 3 people. Finally, its gaze stopped on the young woman. It licked its tongue. Human woman with smooth skin and soft flesh, with your appearance, the taste must be delicious. The other 2 people immediately became anxious, their eyes reddened as they shouted, Evil, you dare to touch my junior sister, you will definitely die without a burial place. We are disciples of the Myriad Swords Immortal Sect, The myriad swords immortal sect will definitely not let you die. Desolation mountains and wilderness. What do I not dare to do? I will now right in front of you. Eat your beautiful junior sister piece by piece, the leopard spirit said without any restraint, extremely cruelly. That in the hearts of the three people a piece of desolation, on the face revealed a look of fear. The other two young men hurriedly said, "Let go of junior sister if you want to eat. Eat first before us." The leopard spirit ignored it, bit by bit walking towards that young girl. Sa. A series of footsteps came. The three people met a way to live in the midst of death. In their hearts were overjoyed, hurriedly raised their heads to look back. See again. A black dog slowly appeared, not fast, not slow toward this place to go. Everyone's heart immediately followed heaven to hell, cold to the extreme. Leopard spirit cold, as I said. Where to dog garden? Today, leopard, I'm in a good mood not to eat you. Go to the side. Black dog still standing in place, clearly open mouth, coldly said, "Leopard spirit, you commit suicide, don't need to force me to do it." Originally is a small dog demon. Leopard spirit stunned a bit, then couldn't help but laugh mockingly said, "Black dog, are you or not cultivation stupid? You know who you are talking to." The other three people similarly widened their eyes, almost thought they heard wrong. This dog demon is too good, open mouth then let people commit suicide. Awesome to not be able to. All right, my master will come soon, then won't talk much with you. Big Black shook his head arrogantly to the extreme. If it wasn't for its appearance being just an ordinary black dog, others would probably think it was some kind of big shot. Haha, looking for death. The leopard spirit quickly laughed. Its mouth opened. A fishy wind towards the great black enveloped it, wanting to suck the great black away and swallow it. However, the great black body was motionless, only simply lifting up a dog claw. In just a moment, the hurricane howled. The sky all turned gloomy. The black in the dark clouds, a huge dog claw emerged from the clouds, pressing towards the leopard spirit. This dog claw was exactly the same as the great black, only too many times larger, just like the Buddha Tathagata Five-Finger Mountain. The leopard spirit scared out a cat's cry, directly offering its original form. The whole bodies for all exploded, like a porcupine, wanting to escape. However, it discovered that its surroundings were clearly imprisoned, unable to move, could only watch helplessly as that huge dog claw descended. "I'm just a little leopard demon. Please spare my life. Big dog." The leopard spirit desperately begged for forgiveness. Puff. After a moment, its head directly exploded. The dog claw had not yet fallen to the ground, but the enormous pressure was not something the leopard spirit could withstand. Following, the dog claw disappeared without a trace, the sky restored to brightness, as if everything just now was just an illusion. The three cultivators looked at the great black, not daring to breathe heavily, as if they had become statues. Big Black seems to be just doing a small insignificant matter the same, calmly said, "Master, I like to take mortal identity to experience life. You guys remember, this leopard is you kill has nothing to do with me. Wait for my master to come. You guys can't take any related to me matter. Treat my master as an ordinary mortal, and I'm just an ordinary garden dog, remember?" Those three people blankly nodded. Innermost is fear, and also anticipation. So formidable dog demon. Its master is actually how stunningly stunning character. All said big character likes to disguise as mortal to play around in the red dust. Originally is true. This time finally can see. Big Black. Li Nianfan anxiously shouted, quickly followed. A hand slapped the big black dog on the head. "I called you, you can't hear, what are you running for? I'm so angry I'm going to die." The more he thought, the angrier he got, using force to rub Big Black's head. The three people of the cultivation ancestor witnessed this kind of situation. The blood in their whole body stiffened. The hair stood straight up. Their hearts almost jumped out. This is the dog claw covering the sky dog demon. In their feeling, even if it was their master, no, even if they were the entire sect combined, they wouldn't be able to withstand that dog claw, just now. And now, the big dog was clearly being arbitrarily trampled by someone with a dog head. This world is really too crazy. They didn't dare to look much, afraid that the big dog would get angry. After teaching Big Black a lesson, Li Nianfan then looked towards the formation. 2 men and 1 woman, also ahead of the violently attacking leopard corpse. Nian Nian was lying in a daze not far away under a tree. Looking at the leopard spirit being subdued by 3 cultivators, his luck was not bad, meeting the best situation. Li Nianfan hurriedly ran over to check on Nian Ye's situation, discovered that he was only unconscious, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. My name is Li Nianfan. Today, many thanks to the 3 young heroes who cut down demons, not only took action to save Nian Ye, also gave Luo Xian town a portion of peace. He thanked the 3 people. The 3 people all had embarrassed faces, weakly replied, "Young Masterly is polite. We actually did not exert much force." They discovered that Li Nianfan's whole body had no trace of spiritual power fluctuation. No matter how they looked, he was immortal, could not help but secretly thought in his heart, the actions of a great man, indeed profound and unpredictable, as he wished. Neem Pham is not the meaning of remembering the mortal world. No wonder the expert will hide in this mortal world. Even the name is so meaningful, expert, worthy of being an expert. Facing such a big boss, saying not nervous is a lie. Among the 3 people, the young lady was wearing a green dress, softly said, "Little girl Bok Lak Swang, Metli Gongzi. These 2 are my senior brother, La Hao and Qin Zhu. So it's Miss Bok, young hero La, young hero Qin." Li Neem Pham greeted each one. His eyes looked towards the leopard corpse, couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. The leopard spirit's original form was just an ordinary leopard, but its body was much larger. He was also the first time witnessing the demon of the cultivation world. Moreover, it was such a close distance, unfortunately couldn't witness the specific process of subduing the demon, a little regretful. Li Nianfan walked over, picked up the leopard spirit beside the corpse, a golden pearl. The golden pearl was not big, cold in the hand, and had some weight. "What is this?" "Young Masterly, this is the leopard spirit demon pill." Bai Luoshuang opened his mouth and said, "So this is the demon pill." Li Nianfan, estimated behind to give the demon pill to Bai Luoshuang, said, "The leopard spirit is you guys destroyed. The demon pill should be you guys." "Who knows?" Bai Luoshuang's complexion was white. Her body also couldn't help but retreat 2 steps, cautiously said, "Young Masterly, if you like, this demon pill, just take it." She almost directly scared herself to tears. "Senior must be testing whether I am honest or not. If I take this demon pill, 80% will be cold." "Young Masterly, we can kill this leopard head is completely luck. It's demon pill, we don't dare to hope too much." Luo Hao also said. Qin Zhu, at one side, also hurriedly nodded. Li Nianfan looked at the 3 people in surprise. Towards Cultivator Immortal's impression really changed. Now Cultivator Immortal are all so friendly? He first saw Cultivator Immortal was Luo Shiwu, polite to himself to no avail. Now these 3 people are clearly also like that. Even demon pill can casually give people. Really is hard to come by. Could it be that he crossed over to this Cultivator Immortal world is a harmonious Cultivator Immortal world? Although he had never cultivated immortality but wanted to think about it, he knew that the demon pill was definitely especially precious. This was the essence of demon cultivation. It had a great effect on cultivating immortality. Now these 3 people killed the leopard spirit, not to mention, they were clearly willing to give the demon pill to me. This mortal, it was truly noble. Li Nianfan shook his head, opened his mouth and said, 3 of you are polite. I am immortal. If I want this demon pill to have any use, you guys should take it. He didn't have any cultivation. Wanting this demon pill was basically useless. If he ate it, he might explode and die. Bai Luoshuang weakly said, "That? We take it? We were thinking too much. How could an expert care about just a leopard spirit demon pill? This is originally you guys." Li Nianfan was a little silent. These 3 immortal cultivators were too polite. If not like this, the demon pill returned to you, this leopard corpse to me. Just let me taste the leopard meat. Lao Hao opened his mouth and said, "This corpse can be liked by young Masterly. That is its honor. Just take it." Li Nianfan laughed and said, "Big Black, then you will be responsible for carrying the corpse." Which 3 people dare to let Big Black go carry the corpse? This is definitely a test for us by a master. Qin Zhu hurriedly volunteered to take the job and said, "Young Masterly, my physique is good. I will help you carry the corpse, otherwise forced to break your beloved dog." So troublesome. Li Nianfan's heart was happy. These 3 immortal cultivators were really good people. Li Nianfan hugged Nian Ye, for people and 1 dog returned to Luoxian City. Zhang Dinyang saw that Nian Ye was fine, immediately thanked, happy to the point of crying, and said, "Thank you 3 elders. Thank you Li Gongzi." Zhang Dinyang, the monster was killed by these 3 cultivators. I also did not lend a hand. Li Nianfan opened his mouth and said, "Which of the 3 cultivators dared to take credit?" hurriedly said. Li Gongzi is modest. This time subduing the monster, you are also helping with great kindness. Without Li Gongzi, we are not necessarily the opponent of the monster. Fortunately, there is Li Gongzi. We can subdue this monster is also luck, not worth mentioning. The surrounding people saw the three people flattering like this, looked at Li Nianfan, the eyes immediately changed again. Li Gongzi really has the ability, even cultivators must admire, not ordinary. Li Nianfan only thought that these three cultivators were giving him face, and immediately felt a little embarrassed. His heart moved slightly. His backyard lake might not have a monster, so he might as well let the three of them help him take a look. Moreover, he was so considerate, so he should show some gratitude. Li Nianfan immediately issued an invitation. 3 of you have worked hard to subdue the monster. Why don't you come to my place and try this leopard meat? The 3 people were thinking about how to flatter this worldly expert. Naturally, they couldn't ask for it. Just like that, Li Nianfan carried a bunch of small fish and turtle statues, leading the 3 people towards the residence. Coming to the 4-way courtyard, the 3 people's hearts immediately let out a surprised exclamation. As expected of an expert in seclusion, the ancient style, the overwhelming spiritual energy, like a human fairyland. Xiaobai opened the door, opened his mouth and said, "Master, welcome home." Spirit Qi. The 3 people of the cultivation immortal ancestor immediately let out a cry of surprise, looking at Xiaobai. They wished they could roll their eyes out. It's not a spirit Qi, it's just a little special trick. Li Nianfan was too lazy to explain, and said casually. The 3 people of the cultivation immortal ancestor glanced at each other, not daring to continue speaking. Can have such high spirit, intelligent spirit, clearly just a small trick. This is the world's big boss? 3 people's limbs are flustered, following step by step, pitiful, weak, and helpless. Li Nianfan leads them into a hall. Just entered the room. 3 people's whole body is shaking, pupils can't help but enlarge. This is. They were speechless, deeply shaken at the room's layout inside. In the room on the floor, the ceramic tiles can almost reflect the silhouette. The surrounding in front of the snow is white like paper, and no matter the sofa, table, or tea table, all of them have never heard of or seen. They are after all immortal cultivators, but at this moment it is like Lu Mao Mao entering a great official's office. There is only one kind of feeling, high and mighty, mansion. Cultivation world, mortal house take wooden building and thatched house as main. The land is also all soil, cultivation sect decoration although more luxurious, but with Li Nianfan this place obviously cannot compare. Young masterly, this decoration, this is really... Bai Luoshuang felt his worldview was shocked. It's just modern decoration, also just look up to be comfortable a bit. Li Nianfan in heart secretly laughed, more knowledge, this is the previous life decoration style. Even if you are cultivation immortal, also absolutely never seen such fashion, What is this thing? Luo Hao's eyes fell on a continuously spraying mist object above, on his face a look of horror, wanna-die expression. Li Nianfan glanced over, disdainfully said, "This is air purifying add moisture, a technical product only, let the air change to be more refreshing. This is not just new, this is..." Luo Hao just wanted to talk, but was immediately pulled by Qin Zhu hurriedly, low voice scolded. "You crazy." Dog Master said before, this expert wants to understand mortal life, wants to treat him as mortal. Expert said change to new, then just change to new. Luo Hao wanna talk swallow. However, cultivation ancestor, 3 people inner heart also is overturned big waves. Look closely, add moisture, red eyes. This add moisture inside sprayed out but is spirit energy, extremely pure spirit energy, These spirit energy then in spirit stone spirit energy is pure. The key it can continuously unceasingly surge, the effect even surpasses spirit stone mine. If can in this place cultivate, then simply compare to any place, cave, heaven blessed land are still more effective. Can turn air casually into spirit energy. What kind of magic treasure is this? Immortal artifact is still divine artifact? Such a treasure expert simply displayed it in the main hall. This clearly shows what? Clearly shows that he is fundamentally an eyesore, moreover also not afraid of someone plowing the object idea. Li Nianfan looked at Luo Hao who wanted to say but stopped, curiously asked, "But what?" Luo Hao hurriedly smiled to make peace and said, "Nothing. How do I say after entering the feeling of being refreshed, it turns out to be because the air changes to be fresh." Li Nianfan smiled and said, "Sit down." The 3 people followed the words and sat down. The time has not come to pick the tea leaves yet. I can only wrong you to drink the common water first, Li Nianfan said. Bai Luo Shuang replied, young Masterly is polite. We are absolutely not wronged. Li Nianfan smiled, took the cup from the water purifier inside and poured 3 cups of water and gave it to the 3 people. Thank you, young Masterly. Bai Luo Shuang received the water. Her pupils also shrank fiercely, and she said in shock, may I ask, young Masterly, what is this water container? This is a water purifier, a small toy. Li Nianfan said casually. Sure enough, it is a divine object. The 3 immortal cultivators were all stunned. They were not wearing ordinary people's cups at all, but spiritual water. Just 1 cup of water contained spiritual power that could compare to some low-level spiritual medicine. This water purifier is absolutely a top-level immortal artifact. Ordinary water just passed through it clearly became spiritual water. Hard to imagine. Li Nianfan saw these 3 people's nagging, did not care anymore, just calmly said, I will go to the backyard. You want to drink water yourself according to the water purifier inside to pour it. Li Nianfan carried the small fish and the turtle statue to the backyard, while saying, Little White, you go handle some leopard corpses, prepare to cook. In the main hall, only the 3 immortal cultivators were left with big eyes staring at small eyes, standing and sitting restlessly. Although they were looking at the air purifier and water purifier with envy, but they did not even dare to have a little greed. Luo Hao swallowed his saliva, fearfully sighed and said, Master, junior sister, we seem to have met an impossible character. Bai Luo Shuang nodded slightly, took a deep breath and said solemnly, this expert absolutely surpasses our previous all understanding. At present, this expert is completely a good person. No matter what, we cannot have the slightest offense. If we can make friends, it will be our greatest blessing in this life. Qin Zhu, junior sister, rest assured, we understand. At this moment, Luo Hao looked at the trash can beside his feet and couldn't help but be stunned. Inside was a topic which seemed to be a painting. Luo Hao, what are you doing? Absolutely must not mess around with the expert's things. Bai Luo Shuang's heart was tense, and she hurriedly reminded, this is like a trash can. Luo Hao said, carefully, and bit by bit took out the painting scroll, slowly displayed it with his hand. He was a little curious what was thrown away by the expert. On the painting scroll, a figure slowly appeared. This figure was drawn on the back, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, wearing a raincoat, standing on a single boat, in his hand, holding a long sword. The curve was simple, seemingly just casually drawn. However, when he saw the image in a flash, Luo Hao immediately let out a screech. The whole person was scared to jump up and said in panic, sword intent. There is sword intent in that painting. Bai Luo Shuang Qin Zhu simultaneously put their eyes on the painting. In just a moment, they seemed to merge into the painting, desolate, cold, fearless, all or nothing emotions rushed straight to their faces, almost wanting to cover them. At this moment, they seemed to be in the same world as this swordsman in the raincoat. A wave of sword intent filled with sword intent shot up to the sky from the swordsman in the raincoat, pressing them to the point of being unable to breathe. If it was an ordinary person looking at this painting, they might not have such a big reaction, but the 3 of them were disciples of the Myriad Swords Immortal Sect, originally cultivating sword techniques, and were especially sensitive to sword intent. They vaguely read this painting meaning this raincoat swordsman and the person duel. This is in the go along the way, and the decisive battle person is right on the other side of the river bank. Who? Luo Hao immediately hurriedly put the painting book away. The 3 people thus woke up. Just in a flash, they were already full of sweat. In that painting painted to the end, who is just the back, clearly already contains such rich sword intent, even far surpass our sect master. Really terrifying. Qin Zhu, heart still, fearfully said. Bai Luo Shuang already did not know how to describe his own mood. Trembling voice said, this is not the most important. The key is actually can have someone can draw it. Moreover, casually throw it in the trash can. Luo Hao, this painting to us sword cultivators is priceless treasure. At this time, Li Nianfan has returned. Xiao Bai is carrying the newspaper corpse to go into the kitchen, hurriedly cooking. Li Nianfan looks at the 3 people want to say but stop expression, can't help but ask, how is it? Bai Luo Shuang holds the painting book, awkwardly opens the mouth to say, sorry, we touched your things without permission. It's okay, this is just a draft I casually drew, originally threw it away.
Li Nianfan indifferently laughs.
Just these words, Li Nianfan in the heart of the three people of cultivation ancestors status is infinitely raised. The drafts casually drawn all contain Great Dao's sword intent. This must be what realm? Could it be the legendary immortal? Qin Zhu looks at Li Nianfan expectantly, anxiously opens the mouth to say, "Young Master Li, I don't know if you can put aside your love. Give this painting to us?" Luo Hao and Bai Luo Shuang immediately held their breath. Both hands couldn't help but come to fists, like students waiting for the results of the competition, tormented waiting for the response. Looking at the three people's expressions, Li Nianfan couldn't help but laugh. Couldn't imagine that the immortal cultivators inside also had people who liked to paint. He waved his hand and said, "Isn't it just a set of drafts? Just take it." "Thank you, young Master Li." The three people heard this and were overjoyed, standing up together, extremely excited. This painting definitely needed to be quickly sent to the sect. They knew the importance of the matter, didn't dare to delay. Bai Luo Shuang bowed respectfully to Li Nianfan and said, "Young Master Li, thank you for your favor in painting, but the three of us now have to run back to the sect. Please be generous and forgive us." "So urgent? Not eating?" "Young Master Li, the three of us have urgent matters. Next time we will be the ones to host a banquet to entertain young Master Li to make amends," Bai Luo Shuang said. Li Nianfan nodded slightly. "All right then. See you next time. Young Master Li, farewell." The three of them carefully put away the painting book and were very worried as they went down the mountain. Looking at the three of them's backs, Li Nianfan shook his head. Originally still preparing the leopard meat portion, these three of them did not have any luck to eat. At the same time, at the foot of the mountain, two pure shadows in the middle headed towards the mountain. Two women were walking in the middle of the mountain forest like elves in the mountains. One of them is Luo Xiu. Together with her one place came is a purple dress long dress female, slim waist with cloud belt bound. More and more appeared, not enough a handful, a black hair combed into a flower bun, rich leisurely, in the hair a 7-treasure coral hairpin, shining on the face like hibiscus. Two eyebrows have a kind of not angry self-importance look, like a noble goddess. Compared with Luo Xiu, purple dress female is like ripe peach honey, almost can drip water too. Purple dress female roadside always listened to Luo Xiu talk, finally open mouth said, "Xiu, you sure you are not dreaming? Magical spirit, hidden Dao fate watermelon also has hidden expert, this how to sound like at the border story." Luo Xiu pulled purple dress female said, "Mother, I am extremely sure is not a dream. Moreover you see I have already Zhuji. This cannot be fake Da?" The purple dressed woman still had some doubts, and opened her mouth to say, "If it's true as you said, this person is indeed considered a hidden expert. Mother, hurry up and join me on the mountain. I guarantee that you will be absolutely shocked when you see it." Luo Xiu was a little impatient. The purple-dressed woman let out a soft sigh. She naturally knew what her daughter was planning. She had always wanted to evade her own marriage. Now seeing hope, she naturally wanted to grasp it tightly. As Luo Xiu's mother, how could she want to push her daughter into the fire pit? She was just a person in the imperial court, unable to do anything. She hoped that this expert could really have a way to help Xiu. Li Nianfan was sitting in the inner courtyard. Dehe was lying at his feet beside him. Xiao Bai was in front of him building a heating rack. The corpse had been cleaned, now pierced on the grill above, the grill below. The charcoal fire was burning fiercely. Xiao Bai shook the grill, temporarily invited a professional chef. Although Li Nianfan knew how to do everything, but the heavy work and the extreme work would not do it himself. Xiao Bai had reached the peak of artificial intelligence. The system inside recorded countless menus. Making food was as easy as turning one's hand. Moreover, compared to the so-called 5-star chef was 100 times better. Can be lazy, naturally want to salt the fish, otherwise not become a fool. "May I ask if young Master Li is at home?" Outside the door came a familiar voice. "It's meal time again, someone might come." Li Nianfan opened the door, looked at the two women standing at the door and smiled and said, "So, it's Miss Luo, welcome." Luo Xiu introduced, "Young Master Li, this is my mother." "Hello, I'm called Zhong Xiu, uninvited, disturbing." Zhong Xiu sized up Li Nianfan, discovered exactly as Luo Xiu said, from the surface looking at Li Nianfan completely, is an ordinary mortal. Li Nianfan is also observing Zhong Xiu, in the heart can't help but come to be amazed. No wonder can give birth to Luo Xiu this kind of beauty. Li Nianfan opened the door, smiled and said, "You guys come just right, I just made lunch." Zhong Xiu nodded lightly. walked into the small yard. She glanced and saw the middle of the yard busy Little Bai. On the face revealed a moved expression. Mom, it is what I said, Little Bai, but smart. Luo Shiwu introduced. She waved her hand to Xiaobai. Hello, Xiaobai. Hello, beautiful lady. Please allow me to prepare a rich feast for you. You will definitely like it. Not knowing whether it was an illusion, Lin Yanfan felt Xiaobai's voice became more magnetic. Is this teasing? Sure enough, Luo Shiwu immediately chuckled. And Zhong Xiu was completely stupid. She compared Luo Shiwu's knowledge to be more extensive, so she was even more shocked. What kind of spirit is this in the end? Not only can cook, clearly can also naturally communicate with people. The imperial dynasty's treasure compared to it is completely dregs. At this moment, she completely believed her daughter's words, at the same time also thought, being able to meet this kind of hidden world expert herself is a kind of fate, must definitely make friends. Sit down, the meat is almost cooked, you guys have the chance to eat. Lin Yanfan said, with a smile. He looked at the leopard meat. In his heart also had some anticipation. In his previous life don't say eat. Also in the animal park have seen leopard, let alone this is leopard essence meat. Rare. Ah. It will really be delicious? Luo Shiwu twitched her exquisite jade nose. Her beautiful eyes stared at the grill, somewhat doubtful. She is a noble princess, has tasted many delicious foods. No matter how she looked, she never saw this grill has any special place. Xiaobai exceptionally humanely retorted, although you are very beautiful, but this is not the reason you question my culinary skills. Zhong Xiu's heart also did not have much anticipation. She glanced and saw that this was a leopard essence, but monster meat to her was not often seen. Could it be really good to eat? However, she was worried that Luo Shiu's words would offend the expert, so she quickly shouted, Shiu, don't be rude. Young master, Lin naturally has his reasons for saying so. Lin Yanfan smiled and did not speak. Although cultivation is advanced, many aspects of this world are actually only equivalent to the ancient level of the previous life. Cooking methods especially fall behind, and so on, letting these two people know what is called the truth. Xiaobai tried his best to warm the fire, occasionally smearing a little bit of seasoning evenly on the leopard on his body. Sizzling. Not long after, each drop of golden hot oil penetrated out, following the plump leopard's meat lines slowly slid down, falling into the charcoal fire inside. Following closely behind was a thick meaty smell drifting out, instantly covering the entire courtyard. Sniffing carefully, sniffing slowly, the greedy worm was quickly hooked. So fragrant. Luo Shiu was startled, her eyes shining brightly looking at the leopard.
Boom.
Luo Shiu and Zhong Xiu both couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Although they were trying extremely hard to restrain themselves, but the delicious taste was really too profound. The nostrils moved slightly, as if merging into their own souls. Even if they hold their breath, these flavors will still be like the same as the well-behaved child competing to squeeze toward the nostrils to burrow, teasing their taste buds. Fragrant, too fragrant. They never thought food can clearly exude such alluring flavor. Even if facing the spirit medicine spirit pill, they have never appeared such intense desire. Goo ant ant. A clear sound one after another followed their stomachs to spread. Instantly, Luo Shiwu and Zhong Xiu, both of them were in a mess with their faces red, bowing their heads not daring to look at Lin Yanfan. Following the beginning of cultivation behind, their requirements for food began to decrease. More and more was absorbing the world's spiritual energy or using spiritual medicine to eat. After so many years, almost forgot the feeling of hunger, let alone the stomach growling. Too embarrassing. Luo Shiu and Zhong Xiu both screamed in their hearts, wishing they could find a hole to crawl into. The disdain in their hearts had long since disappeared without a trace. This kind of delicacy was considered to be using elixirs and miraculous medicines. It was unchanged. As expected of a hermit master, even the food they ate was beyond what ordinary people could imagine. The most important thing was, this delicacy was actually made from spirit energy. Speaking out was afraid no one would believe it. Lin Yanfan took in their expressions, secretly feeling extremely happy. Regardless of whether it was Luo Shiu or Zhong Xiu, they were both first-class beauties. One was innocent and noble, the other was mature and elegant. The key identity was still a cultivator. This could be compared to a high-end attractive uniform. Looking at them because of embarrassment and shyness, it was absolutely a great pleasure in life. Lin Yanfan smiled and said, Can Xiaobai hurry up and let the two ladies bring up the food? Good. Xiaobai responded. The cleaver in its hand was like a flexible snake. The blade light flashed, Each piece of leopard meat was cut and slashed down, becoming in the bowl. Xiao Bai still did not forget to comment. The leopard's explosive power is all concentrated in the legs, so the leg muscles are the most developed, the meat quality is also the most vigorous. The feeling will be even better. Thank you. Luo Shiwu and Zhong Xiu said thanks, then couldn't wait to evaluate the grilled meat. The outer part was dry and shiny golden. The inside meat quality was red. A hot steam accompanied by the flavor overflowed. No matter who witnessed the saliva would quickly secrete. Luo Shiwu couldn't help but lick her tongue, her small cherry mouth slightly raised, biting down. Crack. The outer part of the crispy skin trembled slightly, clearly emitting a clear sound. The extreme feeling almost made Luo Shiwu moan out. The meat through the charcoal fire refining, originally the fragrance all around, and because of all kinds of spices to shine, turned to be more delicious, smooth soft, crispy fried, fresh salty, numbing spicy waiting for the taste to perfectly fuse. In a flash all in the mouth exploded out. The deliciousness almost wanted to cover her. Delicious food, eat too delicious. She couldn't help but increase the chewing speed. In the mouth saliva almost fell down. Full of a feeling of happiness naturally born. Looking at Zhong Xiu again, although the eating manner is still elegant, but unconsciously clearly has eaten the third piece of meat. Luo Shiwu hurriedly shouted, Mom, you eat this too fast. Zhong Xiu's mouth slightly stopped, face stiff, embarrassed to anger said, You this child, how to say. However, just as she spoke, she stuffed a piece of meat into her mouth, obviously had thrown the image to the back of her mind. Luo Tivu's voice came again. Mom, you guys wait, I have my eyes on this piece of meat. The truth proves, when a woman's attribute of eating goods erupts, it is the 6 relatives who do not recognize her. Li Nianfan looked at the mother and daughter, who were almost hung up because of the food. The corners of his mouth could not help but evoke a smile. How is the cultivator, not conquered by my food? This kind of life of mine, even gods would crave it. He slowly clamped up a piece of leopard meat and put it in his mouth. And soft feeling, chewing force is 10 parts. Li Nianfan slowly closed his eyes, feeling the grilled meat in his mouth jumping. At the same time, Xiao Bai did not forget to take care of Dehei, putting a whole leopard foot on the ground, letting Dehei eat until he forgot everything. This meal almost made Luo Shiwu and Zhong Xiu forget everything, renewing their 3 views. It turns out the world above actually has such wonderful things. Until the reality cannot eat, they then touch their own round belly, face full of understanding. Young Masterly, many thanks for the hospitality. Zhong Xiu wipes mouth, according to the eating state once again returns to elegant lady, opens mouth to speak. Li Nianfan waved hand. A round of grilled meat, it's just nothing. Young Masterly, you this meat definitely only heavenly immortal can eat. Luo Shiu can't help but ask. Li Nianfan mouth corner slightly hooked, shook head did not speak. Luo Shiu and Zhong Xiu glanced at each other. In the heart raised a big storm. Is this contempt? Towards immortal contempt? Still say, even if immortal also basically does not have the qualification to eat his grilled meat? In a flash, the two of them themselves brainstormed a lot. Looking towards Li Nianfan, eyes burst out respect. This high-ranking person's height is simply hard to imagine. Luo Shiwu pondered and looked at Li Nianfan, as if there was something to say, and was about to speak. Then, she was restless and looked at Li Nianfan expectantly and opened her mouth to say, Young Masterly, your supernatural powers are vast. I have a matter to ask you to help me with. Is there a mistake, you a cultivator looking for me this mortal to help? Li Nianfan's first reaction was to refuse. How deep is the water for cultivators? Li Nianfan doesn't dare to think, and doesn't dare to get involved, otherwise he won't know how he will die. However, he has a good impression of Luo Shiwu if he directly opens his mouth to refuse. Is it not good if he isn't tactful? Luo Shiu did not notice Li Nianfan's expression change and adjusted her words. Young Masterly, I did not intend to hide it from you before, in fact. I am the Qianlong dynasty's princess. My father just ascended the throne. His power is unstable. He wants to marry me to a trader's son. While speaking, she paid attention to Li Nianfan's expression. Seeing his expression unchanged without any surprise, she could not help but secretly rejoice. She thought about wanting to hide her whereabouts, but thinking of the great master's great magical powers, she could not help but choose to deal with it frankly. It seems that her choice was correct. This great master probably already saw through everything. Li Nianfan reasoned calm, completely because to this kind of routine already remembered in heart, previous life in TV not to mention princess, the emperor often disguised to go incognito. Moreover, he already knew Luo Xiu's status was not ordinary. He very quickly, then let the matter be done accordingly. Simply speaking, is the imperial dynasty Holy Emperor just ascended the throne. The dragon throne has not yet warmed the seat. The emperor direction majority of forces were controlled by the national teacher. Now the national teacher said wanna let his son marry the princess. Holy Emperor depended. There is no way at all. Extremely bloody story content. In previous life TV drama inside extremely common. Just did not think that cultivation world obviously also encountered this kind of trouble. Secular fight is indeed everywhere. The main forces of the world of cultivation are divided into immortal dynasties and sects. The immortal dynasties are actually led by immortal cultivators to rule the imperial dynasty, occupying the resources of cultivation. Even the soldiers are immortal cultivators. The locations of the cultivation sects are all famous mountains and rivers with spiritual energy, while the immortal dynasties are different. Their territories are extremely vast, including many mortal cities, and mortals and immortal cultivators coexist. In fact, mortals are the mainstream of the cultivation world. Everywhere, 100 mortals can produce one immortal cultivator, and 100 immortal cultivators will produce a genius. Peerless geniuses are even harder to find in 100 years. To be frank, it is the immortal dynasty that controls the mortals. If they encounter a monster causing trouble, the imperial dynasty's immortal cultivators will come forward to clean it up. The area where Li Nianfan lives is under the control of the Qianlong immortal dynasty. Seeing that Li Nianfan had not said anything, Luo Shiwu could not help but plead. Young Masterly, please help me. I thought it was something so it's so simple. Li Nianfan laughed. If it was a matter of cutting and killing, he didn't say 2 words and directly turned around and left, but for this kind of thing, it's not an exaggeration to say, he could think of 108 kinds of methods. You really have a method? Luo Shiu's eyes were bright, excitedly saying, Must thank you. Zhong Xiu's body also slightly swayed, looking at Li Nianfan in surprise. Looking at their reactions, Li Nianfan secretly laughed in his heart. The world of cultivating immortals only knew to cultivate immortals. Their thoughts were simple. Even a small trick couldn't think of it. Li Nianfan laughed and said, I heard people say that in the immortal dynasty the prime minister was also full of spirit. You can borrow the prime minister's hand to fight against the national teacher. Qianlong immortal dynasty situation and Li Nianfan's previous life, a particularly famous dynasty, were very similar. That was the Qin dynasty. Qin Shi Huang had just ascended the throne. The great power was actually controlled by his mother and Lu Buwei. In the end, he was just borrowing between these two to fight each other. The fishermen who benefited had the opportunity to regain the right to create a prosperous era. Zhong Xiu slightly frowned. Young Masterly, the Prime Minister's power is slightly inferior to the national teacher's 1 level, but similar intentions are difficult to fathom. Ready to question at any time, the Holy Emperor has pulled the Prime Minister more than once, but the effect is meager. Her heart was a little disappointed. This idea they had thought of long ago, but it was basically useless. Just want to see your methods. Li Nianfan looked towards Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu dreamed. Me? Li Nianfan laughed and said, Not bad. You guys said if the Holy Emperor did not persist, he had already prepared to marry the princess to the national teacher's son. But right now, the princess was chatting happily with the prime minister's son, and they were in love. What would happen then? Luo Shiwu and Zhong Xiu's minds were both shocked, and they were frozen on the spot. They were not stupid people, and quickly understood the meaning.
Clivia.
The prime minister was full of ambition. Seeing that his son and the princess had a chance, he would definitely hope that the princess would marry his son and then consolidate his own power, but the national teacher would certainly not do as he wished. The two would directly turn against each other because of the matter of the son-in-law. 2 tigers fighting, both power would greatly decrease, and at the same time, it would also give the Holy Emperor a chance to develop. They looked at Li Nianfan carefully, their eyes shining brightly. Is this the demeanor of a great person? Not only is the method heavenly, the strength is profound and unpredictable. Just casually saying a plan can disturb the bloody rain and wind, turning the hand into clouds and turning the hand into rain. It is often said that a master likes to use the heavens and earth as a chessboard, calculating everything. This little problem really can't trouble him. Terrifying, really terrifying. Luo Xiu was so moved that her face was red. She hurriedly stood up and bowed to Li Nianfan, sincerely saying, "Young Master Li, thank you." Her eye sockets were a little wet, making her unable to sleep peacefully, the problem that she couldn't imagine was so easily solved. Zhong Xiu also stood up and said, "Young Master Li is great talent. Zhong Xiu admires. With one sentence you let us understand clearly. All these kinds of kindness between father and son we certainly won't dare to forget. Today there is much disturbance. Please forgive me. I am only providing a method. You are polite." Li Nianfan smiled. This is considered to be with Qianlong Immortal Dynasty to form a good fate, then oneself in immortal cultivation world safety again has more than one part protection. Following, Luo Xiu and Zhong Xiu immediately cannot wait to leave, excitedly arrange the layout go. On the way, Zhong Xiu cannot help but sigh, occasionally let out a sound of admiration. Li Nianfan gave her a kind of dreamy feeling, that part of the calm attitude of dealing with the world, that kind of problem can be easily solved temperament, also has that let people understand the infinite delicacy, even if immortal also cannot be compared with awe. She looked at Luo Xiu, tone extremely solemn. "Xiu can meet young Master Li, this kind of expert is a great chance. Definitely want to use all means to make friends. After returning, go to the treasury to choose a valuable treasure, although young Master Li definitely dislikes it, but the level of etiquette must be appropriate." The courtyard once again restored its tranquility. Li Nianfan brought Da He to the backyard. At first his face was still a little uneasy, but when he saw the time turtle statue lying on the shore of the pond, he immediately let out a long sigh of relief, and his heart also let go. The turtle statue was clearly leisurely lying on the shore basking in the sun, and had not disappeared. Looking at this pond, there was no monster inside, so there was no need to move. He ordered Xiao Bai to clean up the bowls and chopsticks, and he himself was lying dead on the couch in the front yard to rest. Although the sunlight was strong because of the shade of the forest, it was a little cool. While resting, he groped for the jade pendant in his pocket. While he was free, he might as well retouch that jade pendant. He was excited, so he directly found the tools and began to complete the phoenix carving on the jade pendant. Unconsciously, the sky gradually dimmed. At this time, thousands of miles away from this place, there were two mountain peaks. Opposite sides were flat as mirrors. These two mountains were originally a whole, and were cut into two halves by the old ancestor of the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect with a sword, so they were named Twin Sword Peaks. On the Twin Sword Peaks, there was a temple building which was the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. By Luoshuang, 3 people before leaving hurriedly went to the foot of the mountain. They were panting, flying on the sword all the way without any rest, finally running back at the fastest speed. At this time, they still looked as if they couldn't be tired, walking quickly towards the mountain and running like flying. Step by step, clearly didn't meet a single disciple. Witnessing the formerly glorious 10,000 Swords Immortal sect transformed into its current appearance, the 3 people's eye sockets couldn't help but turn crimson. 10,000 Swords Immortal sect's main square, a pitch-black straight long sword was embedded on the ground, emitting a strange dark light. An old man stood in front of the long sword, not speaking for a long time. A long time later, he let out a long sigh. Sect leader, senior brother. Most of the disciples have already left, and there is still a small number who are unwilling to leave, saying that they want to survive and perish together with the sect. A palace-dressed woman slowly walked over, speaking in a low voice. The old man said in a deep voice, "If they don't leave, then we will expel them from the sect, and then 10,000 Swords Immortal sect will no longer exist, and we will expel them." The palace-dressed woman's body trembled. Her eyes were a little wet. "Senior brother, do we really have no chance of winning?"
No.
The old man shook his head, bitterly said. Sword Demon took the sword to enter the devil. His sword path inside already contains sword intent. Even he stuck on the ground this sword, cannot pull out. How can be his opponent? 3 years ago, Sword Demon appeared in the sky, holding in hand the falling demon's sword, the title of wanting to single-handedly choose to fight the world sword sect. Originally, everyone did this as a joke, but as Sword Demon directed this to other sword path sects to challenge, the mocking laughter suddenly stopped. Sword Demon sword is really a devil sword. Once out of the sheath, will be stained with blood for hundreds of miles. Sword Demon has a characteristic. Every time before challenging, his falling demon sword will before from the sky, stuck into the sect inside. In 3 days later, he will come to take the sword. Once defeated by Sword Demon, the entire sect up and down will not leave a single person alive. There are also people who think of bringing the sword demon sword to hide first, but until today, there is not any one person who can pull out the sword demon sword from the ground. And this time the sect that challenged is the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. At the moment of receiving the challenge, this old man immediately knew that his sect was finished. Without any hesitation began to distribute disciples. The old man suddenly said, "Junior sister, you also go." The palace lady's expression was calm. It seemed that she had already thought that the old man would say so, but she firmly shook her head. The old man sighed, pitifully said, "Ai, you also have something to do that you have to torment yourself?" Sect master, not good. The young lady and them are back." A disciple hurriedly walked over, hurriedly said, "What? Nonsense." The old man and the palace lady's expression simultaneously changed greatly. "Father, mother, I'm back." Bai Luo Shuang had already run over, her face flushed red, looking a little emotional. "What are you doing back? Are you crazy?" The old man almost shouted. He couldn't help but be anxious, waiting until dawn for the sword demon to arrive. If they returned now, that would be courting death. "Hurry up." The palace lady also didn't care about anything else. Without saying a word, she wanted to take Bai Luo Shuang away. Bai Luo Shuang stubbornly said, "Mother, I won't go. I'm running back to help father." "Just with you. How can you help? Hurry up and leave." The old man's face was gloomy. He said sternly. Bai Luo Shuang was also completely angry, excitedly saying, "Father, this time we met a hidden expert outside. We will definitely be able to help you trust me." The palace lady sighed, gently said, "Shuanger, where is it easy to meet a hermit master? Even if it really exists, what do people rely on to help you?" In her heart she was certain, Bai Luo Shuang's life experience was not much, plus the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect encountered danger. Anything can try when desperate, being fooled. Bai Luo Shuang hurriedly said, "Mother, I'm not talking nonsense. That expert's place of existence can create continuous, non-stop spiritual energy. Even drinking water is filled with spiritual energy, can compare to spiritual medicine." The palace lady glared at Bai Luo Shuang a bit. She now began to doubt that her daughter was not fooled so simply. Very likely her brain was broken. Create spiritual energy? Drink spiritual water? 80% is in the dream world. "Mother, you have to believe me, Luo's senior brother. You quickly take out the thing." Bai Luo Shuang was eager to prove herself, urging said. The old man angrily said, "Luo Hao, little junior sister is not messing around yet. How come you are also messing around?" "Master. We really met a master?" Luo Hao carefully took out the drawing book, gently laid it out. Because Li Nianfan used ordinary drawing paper, he was afraid of ruining the drawing paper. "A piece of drawing paper? You guys want to rely on this to save the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect?" The old man all laughed angrily, disappointedly shaking his head. As long as the slightest movement of the brain also will not be fooled by an ordinary drawing paper into this state. Looking at the appearance of the three of them, actually treating the drawing paper as a treasure, it is truly a laughingstock for the world. Qin Zhu explained, "Sect master, this drawing paper is different." The old man's face fell, already too lazy to talk. "A great calamity has befallen. You guys don't need to mess around." The palace lady couldn't help but say. At this time, the last painting scroll was displayed. Bai Luo Shuang placed it in front of the old man. "Father, you look." The old man was initially indifferent. His eyes were just casually raised. After a moment, his pupils fiercely contracted. His whole body trembled. This is... His mouth was bitter and dry. He hated not to put his eyes on the painting. His expression was sometimes moved, sometimes respectful. In his eyes, in front of him was not a painting scroll, but a person holding a long sword carrying the belief to come to the deputy to duel. A wave of sword intent shot towards him. Arrogant, domineering, cold. Towards the person in the painting, the old man was moved. It was the same duel. It was the same death battle. It was the same swordsmanship competition. Even if there were thousands of troops in front, I would break through with a sword. There was only advance and no retreat. Boom! From the old man on his body, a similar sword intent shot up to the sky, straight into the clouds. From afar, above the twin sword peak blew up a whirlwind. This wind shape was like a long sword. All the disciples of Myriad Swords Immortal sect felt this sword intent. In their hands the long swords clearly couldn't help but let out clear sounds. Even the black long sword stuck on the ground clearly also started to shake. The palace-dressed woman's expression moved slightly. She said with great joy, "Schwanger, hurry up and let everyone retreat. Your father here is a breakthrough." The disciples of the Myriad Swords Immortal sect looked at the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. All excitedly exclaimed, "Sect Master broke through. Out of Aperture Realm. This is considered to be against our sword demon. We are not necessarily defeated. Breakthrough in the decisive battle last night. God bless." The cultivation realm from low to high points are chi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, out of aperture, spirit splitting, fusion, tribulation, great ascension. Only when reaching the nascent soul realm can one be considered to have officially entered the ranks of strong people, able to establish a sect, dominate a region, above nascent soul. Most of the time there are no old monsters. The entire night, the sky of the Myriad Swords Immortal sect was filled with sword energy, pressing people to the point of being unable to breathe. The old man stood there motionless. His body was straight and sharp, looking from afar, like a sharp sword. As the first ray of sunlight shone down, a black shadow stepped into the air. Breakthrough in battle. Interesting. Myriad Swords Immortal sect, by Wuchen, your name is qualified for this venerable to remember. Sword demon.
Come.
Jingle. The original black long sword embedded in the ground seemed to hear some kind of summoning, automatically shooting up to the sky, flying to sword demon under his feet. Bai Wuchen's expression was solemn. He pointed, behind the long sword Su Qiao, carrying him flying toward the sky. On his face there was not much joy, although he broke through in battle, but he against sword demon the chance of winning was not big. Riding the sword to fly immortal, truck Noyet Tuk. Bai Wuchen stepped on the long sword. The whole person turned into a red long line. The whole body appeared full of sword energy. The sky like a large block arranged by Bai Wuchen cut off, aimed straight at sword demon. Sword demon in the eyes flashed with excitement, took the big sword finger, raised high. Behind him followed by a huge black big sword phantom, sharp aura destroy heaven and earth. Even at Myriad Sword Immortal sect disciples, watching all felt their faces being stabbed to pain. Severing void, devouring earth. Two completely different sword intents collided, stirring up the spiritual energy in the void, like thunder rumbling in the air exploded. Following, everyone could no longer see the movements of both sides, could only see the phantoms in the sky constantly flashing, countless sword intents in the air pierced through, piercing the surrounding tall mountains and trees to holes. The two sides' dramatic battle time did not continue for long. Accompanied by a loud laugh from the sword demon, the demonic falling sword shot out from his feet. The sword body was covered with a layer of black. The black sword energy was domineering and sinister, slashing towards Bai Wuchen.
Clang.
In Bai Wuchen's hand, the autumn water sword responded to the sound and broke. A sword mark appeared on his chest. The wound appeared black. Puff. Bai Wuchen spat out a mouthful of blood. His body fell from midair. The painting scroll also gently fell from his chest. Ha ha ha. My sword path is indeed invincible under the heavens. Today I will completely annihilate the entire 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. Sword demon laughed haha, somewhat crazy. Bai Wuchen's face was pale. Looking at the painting scroll that fell on the ground, he sadly laughed. What a pity. If I could study for 3 more days, even if I only grasped 1 or 2 parts of the sword intent in the painting, I wouldn't have lost. What did you say? Sword demon coldly shouted, angrily shouting. In this world, there is no one who can surpass me in the aspect of swordsmanship. There is none. He followed Bai Wuchen's gaze. His whole person was as if struck by lightning. A wave of crazy sword intent spread out from his body, directly blocking and cutting off the surrounding trees. What kind of sword intent is this? How could there be this kind of sword intent in the world? Fake, definitely fake. Sword demon's face turned ferocious. He raised his hand and pointed, and the painting was immediately mixed into fine powder. What did you do? Bai Wuchen wanted to tear his eyelids, screaming loudly. Looking at the painting scroll being destroyed, it was indeed more uncomfortable than killing him. Sword demon's eyes were bloodshot, his murderous intent locked onto everyone in the Myriad Swords Immortal sect, and he coldly said, "The sword intent in this painting is a heretical sect. There is no way in the world that there is a sword intent that surpasses mine. Wherever the person who drew it is, I will go kill him." The cold killing intent let everyone as if fall into an ice cellar, the whole body stiff. Bai Luo Shuang's face pale. In the mind can't help but appear that flowing cloud and water figure. Bite the lip and go forward, coldly open mouth and say, "You are the evil sect. In my eyes, you can't even compare to the person who drew a finger. I can easily kill you." "What did you say?" Sword Demon raised his hand and clawed. Bai Luo Shuang's body immediately floated in the air. Her throat was grabbed by an invisible force. "You know where he is, bring me here. I'll go kill him." "Good. I'll bring you here." Bai Luo Shuang gritted her teeth and said. She was not worried at all about Lin Yanfan's safety. In her eyes, Sword Demon couldn't even beat that black dog. The only worry was the fear that the expert would blame herself. But now she had no other choice. If she was to provoke a high-ranking person, at most she would die to atone for her sins. If Li Nianfan knew that Bai Luo Shuang brought people to attack her, she would definitely curse loudly, then immediately choose to run away. Jianma grabbed Bai Luo Shuang and flew towards this place on her sword. Bai Wuchen and his wife were chasing after her from behind. Their speed far surpassed Bai Luo Shuang and the other three. In just half an hour, they arrived in front of Li Nianfan's courtyard. Jianma's eyes carried a bloodthirsty light, coldly saying, "The Sword Ma, have come. The people inside, get out here for me." However, what she was answered with was a piece of silence. Bai Luo Shuang's heart sank to the bottom of the abyss. Her face was pale. She thought of many possibilities, even thought of seniors meeting each other and not saving each other, but only she didn't think that seniors were clearly not there. Bai Luo Shuang asked loudly, "Young Masterly, are you home?" Still as before, no one responded. Indeed not. Next, Sword Demon will absolutely start to kill people. Regardless of whether it is Bai Luo Shuang or Bai Wuchen, a feeling of sadness appeared in their hearts. "Ha ha ha, this is your so-called expert? It seems that you received the news that I wanted to come, scaring you to run away." Sword Demon laughed proudly. Black Turtle withdraws its head and runs. "Then I will destroy your residence." He laughed coldly, the falling demon's sword in his hand. The spiritual energy within the heaven and earth gathered into 100-meter-long black sword energy. The sword's light tilted slightly, slashing down towards the four-way courtyard. "This sword can split the four-way courtyard into two. You stop." Bai Luo Shuang anxiously roared. Tears of anger wanted to come out. She brought Sword Demon to this place already filled with guilt. If this place was really destroyed by Sword Demon, she really didn't know what to do after that to face Li Nianfan.
Tu.
Just when the sword light was about to fall, a resounding bird's chirping sound rang out. The jade pendant that was hanging in the room before emitted a crimson halo, shining on the black sword chi above. Just in a moment, that black sword chi was like ice and snow meeting fire, quickly disintegrating between heaven and earth. On the jade pendant the red light still hadn't dissipated. A giant wing stretched out from the jade pendant. 2 wings spread out. The whole body burned with red flame. Giant bird flew up to the sky. The yellow feathers accompanied by raging flames made it hard for people to look straight. The places it passed, in the air left behind a trail of flame. This is Phoenix. The red fire of the phoenix once appeared. The whole field's temperature suddenly rose. The sea of fire penetrated the sky. The surrounding space seemed to be imprisoned in the same. Everyone was unable to move.
Ah.
Die for me. The sword demon let out a screech. The demonic energy surged, but compared to the phoenix, it was like a candlelight and a halo moon. The phoenix spread its wings, not even looking at the sword demon. Its tail casually swept across. The sky-filling flames were like a dragon, covering the sword demon, and in a moment, it disappeared into the heavens and earth. Clang! The fallen demon's sword fell from the sky. The sword demon had also turned into steam, waving its leaves without taking away a single cloud. The phoenix returned to the jade pendant. Everything turned into silence, as if it had just been a dream. Tay. By Wuchen, 3 people's eyes widened. On their faces sweat like water continuously fell down, scared to the extreme. Sword demon. Dead? The palace lady licked her chapped lips, chattering to herself. Who could have thought? The slaughter of 10,000 people, the incomparable sword demon just died like that, died in this nameless mountain forest, silent, and without a sound. Not even a fart was left behind. Master. Peerless master. Bai Wuchen was startled. His voice was slightly trembling. Schwanger, you said not bad. To be able to meet this kind of master, itself is our great fortune. It's a pity that the painting book that senior gave you was destroyed. not knowing whether it can make the master unhappy. Bai Wuchen worriedly said. This kind of expert, once angry, casually blow a breath, the entire myriad sword immortal sect directly disappears. Bai Luo Shuang also followed in the shock to regain her spirit. She could hardly imagine in the world clearly exists such formidable person. This is the dignified sword demon Ah. Even the expert face cannot be seen, just like that was exterminated by a jade pendant. Frightening, the big boss is the big boss. Father, I feel it won't. That painting is just a draft of an expert, casually given to us. Bai Luo Shuang said. Draft. Bai Wuchen slightly stunned, then bitterly smiled and said, yes, that kind of painting scroll to us is a peerless treasure, but to this kind of expert, what is it considered? Estimated just a casually drawn bad drawing. Regardless of whether it is the palace lady or Bai Wuchen, in the heart the respect towards this expert has been infinitely raised. This person should be a celestial immortal descended to the mortal world, or also a certain great power reincarnated. In short, cannot offend, must want to flatter as much as possible. Bai Luo Shuang was born, curiously evaluating the fallen demon sword. Shuanger, don't touch that sword. Bai Wuchen hurriedly shouted. The fallen demon sword itself is a demon sword, although it can very quickly increase the sword user's strength, but will make the sword user go crazy, become a monster that only knows how to kill. Bai Luo Shuang thought of the sword demon's crazy appearance, hurriedly withdrew her hand. Palace lady also said, Shuanger, the sword demon was killed by this senior. This sword is a spoils of war. We absolutely cannot act rashly. Bai Wuchen very much agreed. Yes, that's right. Then will young Master Li be affected by this sword? Bai Luo Shuang worriedly said. Ha ha ha, how is this senior? Just how can the falling demon sword possibly affect him? Bai Wuchen laughed haha. Wait for this senior to come. We will definitely want to thank him well. The palace lady pondered for a moment, then said in a low voice, Senior brother, we came uninvited. I'm afraid we have already made senior unhappy. Staying here is not good. Why don't we go back first, prepare a gift, and come to thank him? Junior sister is right. Bai Wuchen nodded continuously. Their hearts were filled with respect and fear towards the people here. The slightest possibility of offending this expert could not be done. Today's visit was definitely not the right time. The three people didn't dare to stay long. Immediately flew up on their swords. A moment later, Li Nianfan and Da He slowly walked out of the woods. Li Nianfan carried a wild rabbit in his hand and carried firewood on his back. Da He held a sick deer in his mouth. One person and one dog returned victoriously. Ah! Li Nianfan saw his door clearly lay a black sword hilt. Couldn't help but be stunned. Why did he leave the black sword here? Could it be that someone came over? Li Nianfan picked it up, placed it in his hand to examine it carefully. The black sword was pitch black. The shape was trendy, carrying a kind of old-fashioned aura. Good sword. Li Nianfan nodded with satisfaction. Sharp enough, then chop wood and use it. The front hammer was broken. He was thinking about going down the mountain to buy a hammer. This was convenient. He held the long sword and went back to the room. But didn't notice, the long sword in his hand suddenly emitted a jet-black light. A wave of devilish energy crazily poured into his palm. Huh? Li Nianfan looked at the long sword in surprise, feeling the palm of his hand a wave of warmth. Will heat up the weapon. Could it be that this long sword is the so-called spirit treasure of the cultivation world? In Li Nianfan's heart, there is a little joy, picking up the treasure. He did not see the black gas in the demonic falling sword on the sword body slowly condensing, step by step turning into a skeleton appearance. Only at this time the skeleton face is confused, head full of doubts. What is the situation? Clearly someone is holding himself. How is it absolutely not affected by the demonic gas? Young man, you want to be invincible in the world, stand on top of the world. Young man, you want endless wealth, possess the world's beauties? Young man, you want to wash away the humiliation, trample the person who once looked down on you underfoot? So fatal 3 times, can there be someone indifferent?
A scientifica.
Could it be that this is a salted fish head? The skeleton represents that he has encountered the greatest challenge in swordsmanship. After a moment, it also felt that it was lifted up by someone conveniently placed in a corner. Haha, just a mortal clearly dared to put me in this kind of place, not knowing life or death. The skeleton sneered, step by step transforming into form. It prepared to manipulate the fallen demon sword to teach this mortal a lesson. Let him be severely beaten by society, from then on arouse his hatred, then naturally will go up the path of pursuing power. However, before he could turn into action, a white ray of light shot towards it. Puffed. The skeleton was directly smashed. After a long while, it once again solidified, but it was much more illusory. Just what happened? It glanced around in shock and uncertainty. Finally, its gaze seemed to stop on a brush pen on the table. This is... A shiver from the soul suddenly gushed out throughout the entire body. Its body couldn't help but tremble. This brush pen was clearly countless levels higher than itself. How could this be possible? Could it be an immortal artifact? How could this damn place have an immortal artifact? Moreover, it was still in the hands of a mortal? The skull's mind buzzed, jumping out countless doubts. However, it very quickly adjusted its mentality, preparing to continue to start its own plan. As long as I quietly bypass this brush pen, it's fine. The skull in the heart was angry, began to control the fallen demon's sword to prostrate and advance. I am a demon's sword. I am so emotional. I don't believe I can't control a mortal. At this moment, another white light shot out. Puffed. The skull dispersed again. This time, the skeleton once again condensed. Only a thin layer of illusion remained, as if it would disappear into thin air at any time. What's the situation again? The skeleton's heart collapsed a little, looking around in confusion. This is... chessboard? No, this is not an ordinary chessboard. Could it be an immortal artifact? Fuck. The skeleton's heart cursed crazily. This is really just an ordinary mortal? No matter, as long as I can control this mortal, these immortal artifacts are all mine. It was considered to have encountered 2 blows, but dealing with a mortal was still very confident. Carefully and inch by inch, it circled around the chessboard. The main door was not far away. Step by step, watching helplessly as it wanted to go out the main door. A streak of golden light suddenly appeared, like a barrier, directly forcing it back. What's wrong? It had already guessed that the matter would not be so simple, focused its eyes. Right beside it stood a bookshelf. On the bookshelf displayed a yellowed book. The text above printed 3 large black characters. Lankavatara Sutra. Layer upon layer of golden light followed the book above to spread out, carrying divine brilliance, surrounding it in this place. This is... The skeleton looked at the Buddhist scriptures in disbelief, fundamentally unable to see the slightest abnormality. At this moment, the golden light on the Buddhist scriptures released greatly, clearly condensing out a bald monk. The monk saw the skeleton. Immediately his expression froze, clasped his hands before his chest and said pitifully, Amitabha Buddha, the donor's demonic nature is too heavy. Why don't you put down the butcher knife and take refuge in my Buddha? What the hell? Let this sword demon die. The skeleton raised his hand and a sword energy slashed towards the bald head. The monk's face sank, immediately changing his expression, indifferently saying, Dare to show off your hammer in front of Lu Ban's door? Great mighty heavenly dragon, world-honored One Earth Store, Ponrua Jia Buddha, Ponrua Ba Ma Kong. Immediately golden light released. It seemed like there were countless monks chanting, countless scriptures covered the sword demon. Golden Buddhist light rushed into the falling demon sword. Very quickly, everything returned to calm. Creak creak. Li Nianfan pushed the door open. Just now I seemed to hear some movement. He swept his eyes around, saw the entrance of the falling demon sword, slightly stunned, and muttered, I remember to put it in a corner. How come it appeared here? As expected of a treasure, it actually knows how to move by itself. Li Nianfan was a little happy. Once again put the demonic fallen sword back on display. Sword demon. My dear, compared to the things in your room, I am just trash. I beg you to spare me. Its stupidity knows that Li Nianfan is not immortal. Moreover, it is extremely likely that he is a great and powerful old man who came out to play in the human world. I heard that these old men all like to use heaven and earth as a chessboard, playing in the human world. Could it be that I became his chosen chess piece? Sword demon shivered. I don't want to be a chess piece. Please let me go. Also, don't let this bunch of monks chant sutras beside my ear. I'm going crazy. Unfortunately, it was sealed by Buddhist scriptures. Even words couldn't be said. Li Nianfan naturally couldn't hear Sword Demon's inner monologue. He felt that his inner courtyard lacked a bit of vitality and was planning to plant some bonsai. Unfortunately, he strolled around the forest in the morning and did not see any suitable plants. Find a chance to ask Luo Shiru. She is a cultivator. Why not let her help find some flower pots and grasses? Not only did he invite her to eat, he also helped her devise a plan. Wanting some flower pots is not too much. Moreover, that girl is relatively good at talking. Perhaps she will not refuse. Li Nianfan did not know. At this time in the Qianlong dynasty, the Holy Emperor was in the study, frowning, his face full of anger.
Bang!
He threw the memorial in his hand, fiercely slapped the table, and angrily said, "Funny, funny. In the end, I am the Holy Emperor, or is he the Holy Emperor?" The eunuchs around all arched their bodies, not daring to breathe loudly, as silent as a clam. Knock, knock, knock. A eunuch quickly walked over from outside the study. Reporting to the Holy Emperor, the second princess and the Empress are outside the door asking for an audience. What are they doing here? The Holy Emperor was slightly stunned. Quickly announce. Luo Xiu and Zhong Xiu slowly walked in, saying in unison, "Greetings to the Imperial Father, Holy Emperor." "Xiu, why are you here?" The Holy Emperor looked at the two and asked. His frown slightly relaxed. Looking at Luo Xiu's eyes, a trace of love and guilt appeared. Luo Xiu was his first daughter, and also his most beloved daughter. He wanted her to live a carefree life, but he himself, as the Holy Emperor, clearly had no way to do it. "Holy Emperor, just now we heard you raging outside the door. What happened?" Zhong Xiu opened his mouth to ask. Zhong Xiu and Luo Xiu glanced at each other and simultaneously relaxed. They didn't think that Duan Muzhen would actually be so urgent and already arrogant to this kind of state. However, it's still good that there's that expert to guide them, otherwise they really wouldn't know what to do. Immediately, Zhong Xiu smiled and said, "Sacred Emperor doesn't need to worry. Duan Muzhen's expression of being impatient, that's not a bad thing." "How do you explain this to the Empress?" The Sacred Emperor was slightly stunned. For the sake of the Qianlong dynasty, he reluctantly thought of marrying Luo Xiu to the national teacher's son, so Luo Xiu often argued with him. Zhong Xiu also completely disagreed with this matter, but it couldn't be helped. How come he suddenly changed his mind today? Didn't think. Luo Xiu obviously also laughed and said, "Imperial Father, actually you can slightly loosen up, not persist, pretend to agree to Duan Muzhen's request." "You let me not persist?" The Holy Emperor completely widened his eyes, inconceivably said, "Could it be that you value Duan Muzhen's son?" Luo Xiu coldly snorted and said, "Phew, even if I die, I don't need to marry that despicable bastard." "Then what are you?" The Holy Emperor's mind was hazy. Luo Xiu's eyes were filled with joy, excitedly said, "Imperial Father, actually I already have a solution." "Really?" The Holy Emperor's face was happy, but then frowned and said, "Already have a solution? How do you still want me to agree to marry you to Duan Muzhen's son?" "Imperial Father, we can be like this." Immediately, Luo Xiu said the solution. Li Nianfan said, "Good, good, good." The Holy Emperor suddenly understood. There was a kind of pushing away the clouds and seeing the blue sky feeling. Like this, not only can weaken the other two forces, also can take the opportunity to strengthen their own forces, can say perfect. The Holy Emperor looked at Luo Xiu, heartbroken, said, "Just like this, you will suffer." This plan not only wants him not to insist on marrying Luo Xiu to Duan Muzhen's son, also needs Luo Xiu to collude with a prime minister's son. Luo Xiu's sacrifice cannot be said to be not big. "I'm fine, these two people are not good things. I can personally teach them a lesson, they are too happy to wait." Luo Xiu sneered, on the contrary, a little excited. She has confidence in herself, no matter if it is the national teacher's son or the prime minister's son. Looking at her eyes are not simple. With a beckoning of a finger, she can play with them in the palm of her hand. This kind of feeling is definitely extremely comfortable. "Ha ha ha. Tivu, I did not waste my love on you, and you can share my worries." The Holy Emperor was so happy that he laughed heartily, overjoyed. Luo Tivu awkwardly laughed. Imperial Father, this is not what I thought of. It is a master who instructed me." "Master? Who has such great talent, must quickly summon to the imperial court. I will give him the treatment of the 9 ministers." The Holy Emperor said very hurriedly. Luo Tivu bitterly smiled and said, "Imperial Father, I am afraid that he'll not be able to see us." The Holy Emperor frowned, angrily said, "What a big tone. Could it be that you think you are an immortal?" Luo Tivu could not help but think of Li Nianfan's disdainful smile. What is the immortal in front of him? Zhong Xiu at one side couldn't help but say, "Holy Emperor, this person is a hermit master."
"I'm afraid."
really is an immortal. What? Holy Emperor sat up, his face full of shock. He knew that the Empress wouldn't casually say these words. As said, that mainly was having complete certainty. Imperial Father, this master is really extremely formidable. In Luo Shiwu's eyes carried worship and admiration. Couldn't help but say the first time she saw Li Nianfan, and the second time she saw Li Nianfan. This. Hearing Luo Shiwu's description, even the Holy Emperor's state of mind couldn't help but strongly change color, and his heart was churning. Can compare to spirit watermelon, eat delicious to the extreme delicacy, plus casually can bring Qianlong immortal dynasty crisis to dispel wisdom. These are absolutely only immortals have methods. This kind of character, 80% is really immortals. Greatly hidden in the city. Can't imagine this kind of expert is right in my Qianlong immortal dynasty. I clearly have not discovered it all along. The Holy Emperor's face was full of fear and admiration. In his heart, he was more than Luo Shiu thought. This kind of expert is most proficient in layout. Everywhere he can easily disturb the world's great situation. He can casually resolve the Qianlong Immortal Dynasty's crisis. So does that mean he can also casually push Qianlong Immortal Dynasty into the abyss? Even, he doesn't need to personally take action, just needs to be behind the scenes in the layout, can toy with the people in the world in the palm of his hand. Cannot offend, absolutely cannot offend. Saint Emperor face full of fear, must not emphasize. Meeting this kind of character is a great chance. Must want to use all means to flatter. Luo Shiwu very agree said, Imperial Father, I and Empress Mother naturally know these. I first met the expert time. Give me the body protection jade, pendant all to him. You did extremely right. Saint Emperor nodded approvingly. Definitely, because you first met the sincerity moved the expert. He then willing to instruct us. However, just a jade pendant is too creepy. Expert how people also definitely look down on. Must want to show our sincerity. Saint Emperor in heart has down some kind of decision. Just before going to meet the expert, he needs to make a little layout. National teacher and prime minister, this time I have a great person to help me. Dealing with you is not as easy as turning over my hand. The last few days there were no guests. Li Nianfan's life once again became as quiet as water. This day, he was full and ate a big feast, then carried a fishing rod to the backyard. The turtle statue in the middle lay on a large rock by the lake, squinting its eyes to bask in the sun. Its appearance was very satisfied. Looking at the turtle statue like this, in the lake there was obviously no monster. Then where did I raise fish? Li Nianfan did not believe in evil and once again took the initiative, settled down beside the turtle statue to continue fishing. This turtle statue was only still small, almost half as big as Li Nianfan, only slightly opened its eyes to look at him, then continued to lazily close its eyes. Li Nianfan smiled, slightly waved his hand. Clink! The fishing hook in the air swept a perfect curve, accurately fell into the lake's position. The lake's surface rippled with waves, the hook sank bit by bit. A huge phantom slowly opened its eyes, looked at the hook in front of it. Its tail moved slightly and swam toward the lake water's depths, leaving behind a yellow mark along the way. After half an hour, Li Nianfan slightly lifted up. The hook was taken out from the water. He looked at the empty fishing rod, his face expressionless, obviously had already finished empty-handed and prepared to return. Strange. Li Nianfan shook his head, looked at the turtle statue and said to himself, Old turtle, if you can talk, then good. Tell me what exactly is going on in this lake? The turtle statue has fallen asleep, not moving. Li Nianfan helplessly stood up, patted the dust under his butt, and left. He decided to pay attention in his heart, and then did not prepare to raise small fish in the pond. If he wanted to eat fish, he would directly go to Luoxian City to buy it. Li Nianfan put the fishing rod back in its original place and closed the door tightly. Big Black, let's go. Go to Luoxian City. Liaoxian City was as prosperous as ever. Zhang Danyang brought Nianya to stroll around the city gate. Seeing Li Nianfan, she hurriedly shouted, Nianya, young Master Li is here. Hurry up and thank young Master Li for saving your life. A braided hair little girl turned her head in a daze, her eyes blankly looking at Li Nianfan, and did not speak, as if she had lost her soul. Li Nianfan was slightly stunned. Zhang Danyang, Nianya, this is AI. Last time she was taken away by a monster. After waking up, she turned into this form. 80% of her soul was scared away by a monster. Zhang Dinyang's eyes were sour. She sighed and said. Li Nianfan's brows furrowed. Just thinking of Nianye's vivacity in front, her heart was in a pain. Zhang Dinyang, is there a way to recover? Li Nianfan asked. I asked a few Taoist priests from other places. They all said that talking with Nianye was more than enough. There was still a chance to call her soul. Zhang Dinyang hesitated for a moment, earnestly said. Young Masterly, you are an intellectual. Can I ask you to spend some time to accompany Nianye? Maybe your words will be effective. I will. Li Nianfan solemnly nodded, turning him into a matter of concern. In the hand of Zhang Dinyang carried a basket of chicken eggs. Young Masterly, last time you went very urgently. I have not yet come to thank you. You hear, but definitely want to receive it. Li Nianfan bitterly smiled and shook his head. Zhang Dinyang, this I cannot accept. Last time I also did not lend a hand. Young Masterly, you do not want to be modest. Even those 3 immortal elders all praised you endlessly. I think they are mortals. Definitely do not like this chicken egg. You also cannot hate it. Zhang Dinyang stuffed the chicken egg into Li Nianfan's hand. Li Nianfan had no choice but to bitterly smile and receive it. Saying farewell to Zhang Dinyang and Nianye, Li Nianfan, once again, went to that fishmonger in front. Boss, give me 2 big carps. Oh, young Masterly is here. The merchant enthusiastically smiled and said, Not preparing to buy small fish? Li Nianfan shook his head. I don't know what's wrong with that pond. The fish just put in, and there's no more. What's wrong with a turtle statue? The merchant frowned and asked. Li Nianfan replied, The turtle statue is fine. It's sunbathing every day, as usual. That's strange. The merchant was also clueless. The turtle statue is fine, so there's no monster, but how come the fish are gone? Li Nianfan calmly said, I honestly don't raise fish then buy fish. Young Masterly, you come to me this buy fish is not wrong. I early morning every day will get up early to Jinghua Lake to fish. Guarantee each head is fresh, delicious. The merchant laughed, haha said, Even the former dynasty princes and grandsons all want to rob it. Li Nianfan surprised said, Really? I can still lie to you? Just yesterday, the former dynasty's 2nd princess went out to stroll, passed by my place at the time, said like to eat fish, the prime minister's son, and the national teacher's son to rob my place fish for the princess to fawn over. The 2 people almost hung up on the road. The merchant on the face is full of pride. They are all cultivators. Not the same like my fish? Li Nianfan slightly stunned. No, this is Luo Shiwu deliberately. No wonder there is a period of time has not come. Originally has passed through the beginning of the scheme. Just didn't think she could control the situation so quickly. The national teacher's son and the prime minister's son were a bit weak. Li Nianfan smiled, said goodbye to the merchant, and went back. Walking on the road, beside a family that was originally closed, the big door suddenly opened. From inside poured out a series of maids. Each crying sound came from the courtyard. Many people had faces full of tears. Not long after, a flurry of trumpet sounds came. On the other side of the road, a team of people and horses carrying a coffin ran over, standing at the entrance of this family. Everyone hurriedly carried a woman out from the house, preparing to put her in the coffin. It seems like Chen Yuanwei's old lady can't bear it. 1 corpse, 2 lives, how pitiful. Chen Yuanwei's husband and wife are both very good. What a pity. The people around shook their heads and sighed, but towards this kind of phenomenon had long since stopped feeling surprised. Immortal cultivation world medical materials and techniques are not much different from Li Nianfan's previous life, especially the time of childbirth, unless there is an immortal to help. Otherwise, it is extremely easy for something to happen. Li Nianfan's heart is also a shock. His eyes fell on the woman, saw her eyes closed tightly, seemed to have stopped breathing, but on her forehead there was still sweat pouring out. Just a little, he saw, this woman is not dead, but is exhausted to faint. Wait a minute. She is not dead yet. Li Nianfan looked at the coffin that was about to close, and hurriedly stepped forward to stop. A red-eyed, middle-aged man hoarsely said, Young Masterly, what are you doing? Happy event turned into a funeral. If not for Li Nianfan's reputation in Luoxian was very good, he would have turned his face long ago. Your wife and son are not dead yet. I can save them, Li Nianfan said. Young Masterly, you're not joking? The middle-aged man was stunned. The midwives around him also looked at Li Nianfan in disbelief. I'm sure I can save them, Li Nianfan hurriedly said. You quickly evacuate the crowd and let people prepare bandages and oil lamps. I'll come save them. There's no time. The situation was critical. He could only save them in the coffin. Li Nianfan is currently extremely happy, although the system is gone, but the space system is still there. Inside there are also surgical tools used, all kinds of props. Distance here not far on the upper floor, 2 men and 2 women are eating together. They are not other people, it is Luo Xiu, the national teacher's son and the prime minister's son, and there is another female who is Luo Xiu's distinguished guest, Ling Yun Immortal Pavilion's holy maiden Lin Qinyun. The prime minister and the national teacher's son are currently fawning over Luo Xiu, occasionally also provoking each other, really good licking the dog to win affection image. The holy emperor appointed Luo Xiu to marry the national teacher's son, but Luo Xiu is very close to the prime minister's son. Strange triangle relationship. Let the prime minister and the national teacher in the middle of the relationship become extremely tense. Although the national teacher's son was all kinds of affectionate, but Luo Xiu's attitude was clearly biased towards the prime minister's son, making the prime minister's morale greatly shaken. It was said that the prime minister had submitted a memorial, saying that the princess and his son were first love, hoping that the holy emperor would cancel the princess and the national teacher's son's marriage, and instead marry the princess to his son, creating a story. This undoubtedly made the prime minister and the national teacher's conflict rapidly escalate, and the two sides' conflict continued to become more intense. Luo Xiu saw that Li Nianfan's plan was extremely smoothly implemented, and her heart was greatly shaken, and she was even more grateful towards Li Nianfan. Right at the time of eating, her gaze very naturally looked downstairs. This look made her soft body shake violently. Her gaze seemed to stop on a figure. A master is a master, clearly completely using a mortal body to walk in the world without seeing a single flaw, as if really treating oneself as a mortal. This state of mind is fundamentally not something that we cultivators can compare. Sitting beside her, Lin Qinyun keenly noticed Luo Xiu's changes, following her gaze, very quickly discovered Li Nianfan in the crowd. Her heart felt very suspicious. This person is just a mortal. How would Luo Xiu pay attention? However, Li Nianfan's actions also greatly aroused her curiosity. A mortal's difficult birth if there is a cultivator to help. Wanting to solve it is not difficult, but Li Nianfan, a mortal, should want to change life and death? At this time, the materials were fully prepared. Li Nianfan pretended to hold his hand and put it in his pocket, following the system in the space to take out a surgical knife. Put the scalpel on the oil lamp to burn, conduct a crude detoxification, then conveniently start the surgery. His hand is extremely steady, gently draw a line, then tear the woman's abdomen open. The people around a burst of exclamation. Lin Qinyun's eyebrows are also slightly furrowed. Open the chest and cut the abdomen, for the cultivator to say, are all very serious injuries. For the mortal to say is simply a sure kill method. This is also fortunate that there is Li Nianfan's normal honor, so no one goes out to stop, but each and every soul is scared out of their wits. Midwife, prepare to cut the umbilical cord. Li Nianfan's complexion is solemn. On the forehead already has a little sweat, loudly said. One side midwife has long been scared to the point of no blood on her face. Hearing this, her whole body is shocked. Then saw Li Nianfan clearly from the woman's abdomen tear open the wound to take out a baby. Just that, because of the long time of lack of air, the child's complexion had turned purple. Li Nianfan had long anticipated this kind of situation. He let the crowd evacuate precisely to increase the air circulation. A silver needle appeared in his hand. Towards the child's several acupoints fiercely stabbed, then reached out to pat the child's butt.
Bah! Wah wah wah!
The child's mouth opened wide, immediately transmitting a loud cry. Live. The child is clearly alive. This can all live. Young Master Li is really a god. The people around were extremely shocked. Thank you, young Master Li. Thank you, young Master Li. Chen Yuanwei was grateful to Li Nianfan. This big man clearly shed tears. From great joy to sadness, and from sadness to loss, the short day passed by, making him unforgettable for the rest of his life. Someone began to close the coffin. Li Nianfan was stunned. What are you doing? This woman is not dead. Young Master Li, my wife can also be saved. Chen Yuanwei was overjoyed. The people around were similarly stunned. All had already opened their chests and disemboweled. Could this still be saved? Maybe. Li Nianfan nodded, sighing in his heart. This place medical technology is really falling behind, similar to this kind of phenomenon everywhere. Don't know how many people lost their lives. Li Nianfan took out the needle, stitched the woman's wound little by little, Fortunately, this woman was shocked, didn't feel any pain. Handling everything well, Li Nianfan's forehead was already full of sweat. After that, definitely want to treat your wife well. Pay attention to let her recuperate well.
And, thank you, Li Gunzi.
Chen Yuanwei clearly made a sound and knelt in front of Li Nianfan. A man's knees are gold. You should thank not me, but your wife. Li Nianfan immediately hurriedly helped him up. Li Nianfan participated, let the funeral once again turn into a happy event. Luoxian City people discovered Li Gongzi's extraordinary place. The good name once again spread. Always paying attention to this matter, Luo Qingchen, in the beautiful eyes filled with shock and worship, the heart stirred up a great storm. She is a cultivator, can clearly feel that woman's internal vitality is rapidly recovering. This is basically impossible in the past. Moreover, she looked from beginning to end, extremely confident that Li Nianfan did not use a single thread of spiritual power, purely used mortal body to make this unimaginable matter. Expert, this is the expert Relying on Li Nianfan's method to be able to save this mother and daughter, she is nothing strange, but the key is that he clearly has the supreme immortal method, easily can solve the matter, and is willing to completely not need a single point of spiritual power, purely rely on mortal method to waste mind to save. This realm and method, who can compare to that? Perhaps this is the legendary return to simplicity. At the time when countless people broke their heads and sought immortality, the expert had already taken the supreme thought to return to mortal, perfectly integrating into the rolling red dust. She felt her scalp numb, but her eyes were a little hazy, and a little delusion deep in her heart could only be extinguished. This kind of expert was even more confused than the heavens to slay immortals. How could ordinary people be worthy of it? If it wasn't for being pulled by the national teacher and prime minister's son, she really hated not being able to immediately go find Li Nianfan. Lin Qingyan took in Luo Shiru's changing gaze and couldn't help but quickly raise Li Nianfan's status in her heart, and at the same time, she was a little curious. With great difficulty, she endured until the meal ended, and Luo Shiru found an excuse to prepare to take her leave. However, not long after leaving, she was found by Lin Qingyan. Tivu, aren't you going to introduce me to that young master downstairs today? Lin Qingyan said straight to the point. Luo Tivu's pupils slightly shrank, calmly smiling and saying, I don't understand what you're talking about. That young master was able to save that mother and son pair. I also feel surprised, but I don't know at all. Is that right? In Lin Qingyan's eyes flashed a deep thought, smiling, suddenly asked, Then can you tell me, who taught you to use the beauty trick, let the prime minister and the national teacher, two tigers, fight over the strategy? Who helped you come up with it? I don't understand what you are saying. This is what we thought of. Luo Shiru's face was silent, pretending to be confused. In her heart, she had some regrets. Today's meal really shouldn't have called Lin Qingyan. This female's Dao heart was bright and meticulous, famous for not being good at deceiving. Mainly didn't think of meeting Li Nianfan. The key point was also noticed by Lin Qingyan. However, regarding the matter of high-ranking people, she was determined not to reveal a single thread or a single bit. Shiru, we're sisters. You also don't want to hide it from me. Lin Qingyan's eyes flashed, smilingly said, If it's really you think of a countermeasure, then won't ask for help from me, Ling Yun, Immortal Pavilion. Moreover, I received your help request but didn't say 2 words and ran over. Now have a solution. Can you bear to abandon me? She glanced and saw what Luo Shi was planning, only afraid that not long from now, the national teacher and the prime minister in the middle will kill each other. Both sides will suffer. This kind of strategy, let her not be afraid and admire. This person absolutely has a new level of power. You help us the condition but want our Qianlong Immortal Dynasty Dragon Fire Pearl. Luo Shi's expression did not change, slowly said. Lin Qingyan said, Dragon Fire Pearl is your national treasure. How can I want it? Just want to borrow it for a period of time. Our Lingyun Immortal Pavilion has a few disciples. Just wait until it breaks through to Golden Core. From the foundation establishment stage to Golden Core, need to condense out Golden Core fire. Qianlong Immortal Dynasty Dragon Fire Pearl can create true dragon flame. To break through Golden Core has a huge help. This kind of treasure can produce a large number of Golden Core cultivators, is Qianlong Immortal Dynasty's foundation. Embarrassed, now we have thought of a solution. Don't need your Lingyun Immortal Pavilion's help. Luo Shi shook her head and said. If there was no Li Nianfan's guidance, Luo Shi was afraid that she would grit her teeth and lend out the Dragon Fire Pearl, but when she borrowed something, when she would return it would depend on Ling Yun Immortal Pavilion's expression. Right now, she naturally wouldn't do something stupid. Don't lend it. Just tell me if that person who gave you advice is that young master. After all, I can't bear to let me go on a trip in vain. Lin Qingyun pitifully said. Her eyes were still focused on Luo Shi's expression. No. Luo Shi shook her head, looking at Lin Qingyun frankly. Good, I understand. Lin Qingyun nodded slightly, bidding farewell to Luo Shiu. The corner of her mouth slightly hooked. Her gaze looked towards the outside of the City Mountain, where was Li Nianfan leaving direction. Luo Shiu, you claim to be hiding very well, but the more you are showing to calm, the more problems appear. That mortal is really interesting. I must go take a look. The next day, early in the morning, Lin Qingyun immediately packed up everything, headed towards Li Nianfan, leaving that mountain to go. Although Li Nianfan looked up was just a mortal, but Lin Qingyun saw Luo Shi with that careful. In the heart also did not dare to be rude. Makeup is really beautiful. Can take mortal body rise from death to resurrection. Casually set a plan can let Qianlong dynasty rise from death to resurrection. He in the end is a what kind of expert? Really just a mortal? Lin Qingyun is not stupid. On the contrary, is very smart. She has a premonition, this time discovered, afraid that will be this life's most impossible to discover. Walked to the foot of the mountain, looked at the mountain clouds swirling, strangely. Lin Qingyun clearly gave off a kind of nervous feeling. It seemed that this time needed to visit not a mortal, but a hidden great elder. Just when she was preparing to go up the mountain, there were 3 figures riding on swords and went, slashed through the sky, steadily landed at the foot of the mountain. These 3 people were by Luo Shuang and her parents. In order to show respect to the great person, they stopped at the foot of the mountain, preparing to walk up the mountain. Lin Qingyun saw Bai Luo Shuang, slightly stunned. Junior sister Luo Shuang? Junior sister Lin? Why are you here? Bai Luo Shuang was similarly stunned, looking at Lin Qingyun in surprise. Lin Qingyun looked at Bai Luo Shuang. His heart moved slightly, saying, I am here to visit a friend. Could it be you guys are also? Yes, I followed my father and mother to visit a great person. Bai Luo Shuang nodded and said, Your parents personally came? Lin Qingyun was intensely startled, looking towards a middle-aged man and woman on the side, respectfully saying, Junior Bai Luo Shuang, greets sect master Bai, Senior Su. Her heart was extremely restless. Although Wanjian Immortal Sect was not as good as their Ling Yun Immortal Pavilion, but this was after all the sect master of Wanjian Immortal Sect, a nascent soul stage old monster. He had clearly come personally. What exactly was there on the mountain that was worth them being so cautious? At the same time, she still had some doubts. Hearing that the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect was challenged by the Sword Demon, her master affirmed that Bai Wuchen was not the Sword Demon's opponent. How come it was still so good now? Too many doubts. She didn't know how to open her mouth to ask. Bai Wuchen waved his sleeves and said with a smile, You are that old monster Yun's closed-door disciple? At such a young age, you can already reach the late stage of foundation establishment. Your future is limitless. Sect Master Bai Yu. Lin Qingyun's expression changed greatly. Her beautiful eyes widened, looking at Bai Wuchen in disbelief. In the past, Bai Wuchen called her master. She could only call him Senior Yun, but now she clearly called him Old Monster Yun. That meant they were in the same realm. This only had one explanation. Not bad, I also broke through to Suoki. Bai Wuchen smiled. This obtained confirmation. Lin Qingyun was even more shocked. Yuaning and Ziqiu completely are 2 different understandings. According to Bai Wuchen breakthrough, Wanjian Xianzong's status will also rise when the tide rises, no longer a small sect. What exactly happened? Yuaning broke through Ziqiu. When was it so easy? You don't need to think too much. Bai also obtained the help of a master. It's just luck. Bai Wuchen opened his mouth to speak. In his eyes still carried a bit of reminiscence and regret. Unfortunately, if that painting wasn't damaged by Sword Demon, he had the confidence to take a step forward. Thinking of this, his heart was a pain. Help of a master, should be. Lin Qingyun thought of a possibility, but also fundamentally didn't dare to think in that direction. Just now Bai Luo Shuang said to come here to visit a master, combined with Bai Wuchen's attitude, she felt that her brain was a little exploded. Can let Yuan Cultivator break through to Su Qiao. This must at least be an immortal's method? Bai Wuchen then opened his mouth and smiled and asked, This place also has no people living. Miss Lin came here to visit what friend? Could it be that they are the same person as us? He asked very carefully if Lin Qingyan really is that master's friend, even if he is Su Qiao period, also no longer dares to have some face in front of Lin Qingyan. Actually, I'm just curious to come and see a little. Lin Qingyan is self-confidently calm and intelligent, but at this moment is a little guilty, does not dare to hide, tells the matter witnessed during the day once. Can use mortal's method to revive the dead, is indeed a master. Ah. Bai Wuchen was amazed. This expert wants to prove, even if it is a mortal body, it can still turn the impossible into possible. His realm is not something we can estimate. Bai Luoshuang is a face of admiration. Her attention is different from Bai Wuchen. The expert not only has a high realm, but also respects women. His heart state is truly too high. Lin Qingyan is certain that Bai Wuchen in the expert's mouth is the mortal young master he witnessed today, only feels that the whole body's blood wants to coagulate, and the scalp goes numb for a while. Can't imagine that he suddenly curiously discovered such an impossible thing. Luo Xiu clearly still wants to hide it from himself. No way. This is absolutely his greatest chance in this life. Must be careful and careful, strive to leave a good impression to the expert. For people one way, very quickly, then arrived at the mountainside. Only saw, at the back of the mountainside, vaguely had a beam silhouette. Around the green trees faintly appeared, white clouds drifting, if not carefully searched, very easily overlooked by people, was really a good place to retreat. Entered to examine, the four-way courtyard immediately reflected everyone's sight. The mist in the middle dispersed a kind of otherworldly and hazy meaning seen. This is the immortal's residence. Also only this place is worthy of the immortal's otherworldly temperament. The four people's heart couldn't help but to lift, extremely respectfully toward the four-way courtyard took steps and walked. Senior Sister Lin, young Master Li's name is Li Nianfan, wholeheartedly pursues is mortal life. Wait a moment, see him. Definitely don't want to show abnormality. Young Master Li only thinks of taking mortal life. You remember to want to see him as a mortal. Otherwise young Master Li will not be polite. Bai Luo Shuang reminded. Lin Qingyan lightly nodded, showing that he understood. Hidden world experts all have their own passions. Bai Luo Shuang then carefully and bit by bit called out to the main door. Young Master Li, are you home? Li Nianfan was eating breakfast in the inner courtyard, just about to eat porridge. His movements stopped slightly, looking at the door in surprise. Hearing the voice was somewhat familiar. The number of people who could come to his side as guests could be counted on his fingers. He thought for a moment and knew who the owner of the voice was. Bai Luo Shuang, four people in the middle of the face were full of uneasiness standing outside waiting. At this time, Bai Wuchen was not like a Xueqiao big boss, but like a student meeting a teacher, not daring to breathe loudly. Creak, creak. The door opened. Li Nianfan's face revealed a look of surprise. Clearly flashed to four people, moreover clearly all respectfully stood outside waiting. Witnessed on his face is moreover revealed intimate smile. Cultivator Immortal clearly formed a group to visit himself this mortal, moreover attitude like that serious. He looked at Bai Luo Shuang said, It's you welcome to come. Young Masterly, this is my parents. This time come is to thank you last time give painting. Bai Luo Shuang respectfully said. Bai Wuchen and Si is simultaneously to Li Nianfan friendly, slightly nodded. Looking at this attitude, no wonder can teach Bai Luo Shuang such polite and elegant girl. Last time painted is just a waste product. What is there to thank? Quickly invite in. Li Nianfan smiled and said. So it is like I paint. Perhaps Bai Luo Shuang's parents are the people who love painting, so will personally come to visit. He felt very normal. Even if it was a cultivator, he would definitely like it, and his own painting level had achieved the system's affirmation. The title of painting saint was not taken for nothing. It would not be unexpected for a cultivator to like it.
Please.
Bai Wuchen respectfully said. Young Master Li, I am Lin Qingyan is Luo Shuang's friend. I will follow them to pay a visit. Lin Qingyan was clearly nervous to the point of speaking incoherently. Li Nianfan smiled and said, Please come. Thinking in his heart, it was another great beauty. After 5 years of not seeing one, recently the beauties began to gather. Welcome guests. Sha Bai was considered as the housekeeper to welcome. Bai Wuchen and Suya followed by Luo Shuang there to hear Xiao Bai's situation. Although they were still shocked, they could still maintain their composure. Lam Tan Van was different. Her soft body trembled. Her beautiful eyes looked at Little Bok and said in fear. Spirit. Li Nianfan felt a little tired, all too lazy to explain. Just follow him. Also can't meet someone then explain once this is high technology? Ah, isn't it tiring to death? Bai Luoshuang quietly pulled Lin Xinye and whispered, Senior Sister Lin, calm down a bit. In this place of experts, see anything is not rare, but must want to treat this place as the world. Don't want to raise related to cultivation matter. Lin Xinye then discovered Li Nianfan's complexion is a little wrong. Can't help but blame himself. Shouldn't be so surprised. Li Nianfan once again sat back in front of the table. Breakfast still is half a bowl of porridge, not finished drinking, but looking at the 4 people standing at one side, feeling a little awkward. Invited said, If not, you guys also eat a little? No need. Bai Wuchen and the others quickly shook their heads. Although it smells really fragrant, but they don't dare to be thick-skinned. Who knows if they might offend the expert. That I want to eat a little. Suddenly, Bai Luo Shuang weakly said. She bit her lips, completely persistently saying these words. Last time the water purifier and air purifier gave her an impression that was really too deep. She had a feeling that the expert's food must be extraordinary, no matter what. She wanted to try it. Luo Shuang, didn't you eat breakfast at home?
Suya hurriyetli pullet her davuktar.
How did this child start to be foolish? Isn't it just a bowl of porridge? When she returns, she can eat enough. She will pass after a while. How can an expert's polite words be true? Luo Shuang, don't be naughty. Bai Wuchen also hurriedly shouted. Bai Luo Shuang wrongly curled her lips. His father and mother must have forgotten. Li Gongzi drank water, all just spirit water. What could be bad to eat? They basically had no way to understand their own mood at this moment. Ha ha ha, just a bowl of porridge. What's so good about being polite? Li Nianfan then felt Bai Luo Shuang was cute, laughed ha-ha sound and said, Little Bai, give Miss Bai also a bowl. Bai Luo Shuang spit out fragrant tongue, sat at Li Nianfan opposite, received white porridge from Little Bai in hand. Bai Luo Shuang carefully observed. Discovered each grain of plump rice soaked in ivory milk porridge water inside, reflecting a shimmering halo, like the same as the stars. Although it was just a bowl of white porridge, but Bai Luo Shuang believed that this delicacy would not let herself down. Raised the bowl, gently took a sip. The sticky porridge water surrounded her lips, softly slid into her own mouth. A warm feeling immediately flowed throughout her body. Delicious. The extreme feeling of combining the white porridge with only the taste let Bai Luo Shuang's face rise 2 pieces of red sunset light. At the same time, she discovered that the porridge water was the last time she drank the spirit water. How is this white porridge? Ah, this is clearly the immortal eating the jade dew. Such a delicacy. She planned to persuade her parents. Father, mother, you guys also eat some. This porridge is really delicious to drink, extremely easy to drink. She didn't dare to mention the spirit water matter, could only vaguely hint. You don't need to say. Bai Wuchen was so angry that his face turned red. Isn't this losing face in front of the expert? What if the expert leaves a bad impression? Bai Luo Shuang helplessly can only continue to drink porridge. My breakfast will be a little light. Sandwich some pickles with white porridge is more suitable. Li Nianfan said with a smile. He in the backyard planted all kinds of vegetables. Pickles are pickled by himself. The world of cultivation does not have. Pickles? What is this? Bai Luo Shuang curiously looked at a small plate of pickles on the table, learned Li Nianfan's appearance, sandwiched a bit with white porridge and drank it. The light white porridge combined with the pickled pickles' salted flavor, the 2 things were balanced. A kind of never-before-experienced deliciousness exploded in Bai Luo Shuang's mouth. Delicious, too delicious. Her eyes shone, immediately opening the door to a new world. White porridge and pickles, simple to say, simple combination, but the deliciousness far surpassed any similar delicacies she had tasted before. On her hand, speed obviously increased, skillfully clamped pickled melon to coordinate with white porridge and drank into the mouth, like that repeated, did not know tired. At this time, her mind was full of only one thought, that is eat it, eat it. Bai Wuchen and Suya's faces turned green. Is this gluttonous thing really their daughter? Isn't it a bowl of white porridge? Is it that delicious? Is it necessary or not? Good they admitted they also craved it. The white porridge's taste at first was not strong, but as time passed, this fragrance clearly bit by bit penetrated their souls, making them involuntarily secrete saliva. Their hearts aroused desire. Adding Bai Luo Shuang's expression, their hearts were even more like cats scratching, wishing they could rush up and drink too. Even Lin Xinye looked at the sparkling white porridge and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. can arouse the appetite of the immortal cultivator. Is this really just white porridge? Bai Wuchen, three people inwardly poured out deep doubts. At this time, Bai Luoshuang had already finished a bowl of porridge, touched her own belly. The feeling of fullness and satisfaction made her face full of happiness. Who? She let out a long sigh of relief, just about to open her mouth to thank. The whole body also suddenly emitted a bit of dryness and heat. Within her body, the spiritual power began to be out of control. The mind instantly ran out of control, replaced by a mysterious and incomprehensible feeling.
Buz buz buz.
In her ears seemed to resound the sound of the great path. Looking from the outside, her whole person turned to be a bit hazy and illusory. This is... Bai Wuchen, three people eyes widened, completely stunned. Enlightenment. This is enlightenment. Their breathing changed to the point of abnormal urgency, almost screaming out loud. Why suddenly enlightened? In a flash, they thought of a lot. Their eyes fell on the stone table that a pot of white porridge above. This is not ordinary porridge, delicious not to mention. This porridge inside clearly also contains the great path sound. Lin Qingyun's two hands couldn't help but clench their fists. Her expression kept changing. Her heart showed a deep regret, wishing she could slap herself. I am really stupid. This kind of expert eats things. How can it be ordinary white porridge? For this kind of expert, even if he is trash, he will lead to countless people robbing him. Just now I clearly missed the chance to drink white porridge. How can I be so stupid? If time could be redone, even if she knelt down and licked, she would also want to drink a bowl of white porridge. Bai Wuchen and Suya's complexions were similarly bitter. Thinking of their daughter's expression just now, she hinted at it very clearly. How could they refuse to drink the porridge? AI missed out on a shocking stroke of good fortune, not knowing whether they could still make it in time to open their mouths to demand now. The three of them hesitated, preparing to gamble their faces and go demand a bowl of white porridge. However, they saw Li Nianfan had already stood up, carrying that pot of porridge. Big Black, come eat. A black garden dog hurriedly ran from the backyard, ran over from behind, and ran into the basin and ate the white porridge inside like a whirlwind.
Horse.
Eating until there was a complete forgetfulness. Bai Wuchen and the three of them immediately stiffened, their eyes crimson red, staring at Big Black, only able to helplessly swallow their saliva. This is the hidden great path sound porridge. How can it be fed to a dog? No. They in the heart shouted, wishing to replace. Right while enjoying the delicious food, Big Black seemed to feel three people's gaze. Eating action stopped, looked at three people a bit, then turned head, let but face three people, continued to enjoy the delicious food. That expression seemed to be afraid these three people came to snatch. Bai Wuchen, three people's complexion held back until red, also did not dare to act out. Li Nianfan noticed three people's complexion, could not help but to surprise said, "How are you?" "No, nothing." Bai Wuchen mouth corner twitched. Bitter smile said. Their heart was bleeding, could only rely on looking around to move their attention. But witnessing the small courtyard a corner of time, their pupils are shrinking, tightly staring at the corner of the wall that black long sword, repeatedly confirming. Falling demon sword, absolutely falling demon sword. Bai Wuchen determined that he would not admit wrong. In the outside stirred up countless bloody winds and rain falling demon sword, at this time clearly was casually thrown in the corner of the wall. Falling demon sword, although is a demon sword, but contains endless power, can be compared to the supreme spirit weapon, is the treasure that countless people fight over. Lin Qingyun weakly asked, "Young Masterly, that sword?" "That sword doesn't know how. It appeared at my house's door. I saw it was relatively sharp. It's not bad to use to chop firewood." Li Nianfan said casually. "Picked up? Chopped firewood?" Bai Wuchen smiled bitterly in his heart. Of course he knew why this sword appeared at Li Nianfan's entrance. The expert's meaning was sword demon. To him it was basically air. Wasn't it no different from picking it up? As for the fallen demon sword being used by an expert to chop firewood, they felt it was normal. This was already considered a special honor. Lin Qingyun didn't know how to describe her feelings at this moment. The number of times she was startled in her entire life combined were not as many as today. Is this the world's big boss? Brother. Bai Luoshuang opened her eyes. In her beautiful eyes there was a bit of bewilderment, then turned into shock. Zhang Ji midstage. She just drank a bowl of porridge, clearly broke through from Zhu Ji early stage to Zhu Ji midstage. She realized that bowl of porridge used not only spirit water, even the meter, and that pickled vegetable were not ordinary things. These things were the same as the experts. On the surface, they looked like ordinary people, but in fact they were untouchable. Bai Luo Shuang took a big advantage. Hurriedly stood up, happily said, "Thank you. Thank you, Li Gongzi. Just a bowl of porridge. What's so good about thanking?" Li Nianfan shook his head. This girl was good at everything. It was easy to be surprised. Just a bowl of porridge. As for being so happy, right? Bai Wuchen took out a wooden box, opened his mouth and said, "Young Masterly, last time I followed you here and brought back a painting, we benefited a lot. To express my gratitude, this is our token of appreciation, and please absolutely do not reject it. You guys are really too polite." Li Nianfan felt happy, coming, clearly also bringing gifts. Looking at them are people who truly love paintings. He also did not say anything, opened the box, and saw inside a sword-shaped jade block. This jade did not know what material it was made of. It was clearly like a light source. It was constantly emitting white light outwards, bright but not dazzling. It seemed a bit magical. Lin Qingyun used her hand to cover her mouth. Her eyes looked at Bai Wuchen in disbelief. Her heart stirred up a storm. Sword He Xianyu. This is the sect-protecting treasure of the Myriad Swords Immortal Sect. It can let people comprehend the sword intent and become a sword immortal treasure. Yet Bai Wuchen clearly took it out to give to someone. For sword cultivators, this piece of jade is absolutely a worldless treasure. Bai Wuchen's expression was silent. He also had his own thoughts. The Myriad Swords Immortal Sect was originally saved by Li Nianfan. Moreover, Li Nianfan's casually handed over a painting of value that could compare to the precious Sword He Xianyu. Sword He Xianyu for the Yuaning period cultivators already had no great use, but a painting by Li Nianfan, let alone the Yuaning period, even those at the Aperture Escape period, Tribulation period, and even immortals would not dare to look down on it. If it was said that Sword He Xianyu could make the Myriad Swords Immortal Sect not decline for 10,000 years, then a painting by Li Nianfan could make the Myriad Swords Immortal Sect not decline for 10,000 years. I want this He Xianyu sword. What other uses does it have? Li Nianfan took out the He Xianyu sword from the box, placed it in his hand and examined it carefully. In the hand, it was cold and gentle with a top-notch feel. Li Nianfan nodded slightly and smiled slightly, saying, "This thing is not bad. It can be used for me to light up at night, as an electric lamp. It is truly worthy of being a master." The He Xianyu sword was clearly only used for lighting, but once they thought about the Demon Fall sword being used to chop firewood, they immediately returned to normal. Seeing Li Nianfan receiving the He Xianyu sword, Bai Wuchen on the face immediately revealed a smile. This is a good opening. That's right, if a person receives a fright and is mentally unstable, do you have a way to proceed with the treatment? Li Nianfan thought of Nianya's situation, opened his mouth to ask. The other party is a cultivator. The methods are definitely not few. Hearing Li Nianfan again want to find himself to help, the four people who dared to be indifferent immediately began to frown and think of countermeasures. Lin Qingyun hurriedly said, "Mentally unstable, not surprisingly should be the soul receiving the wound. I actually know the concentrated treatment of the soul medicine, just don't know clearly what is the situation that young Masterly said this person basically. She is a little girl, because she was kidnapped by a monster and was frightened." Li Nianfan said. "Little girl, moreover she is immortal." Lin Qingyun shook his head. "If it is such words then it is troublesome. Her divine soul strength is too weak, fundamentally not suitable to use divine soul medicine. Otherwise it will be completely opposite." Bai Wuchen also said, "This kind of situation more comes from oneself. The outside world can only bring about auxiliary effect, difficult." They inwardly sighed softly. The expert rarely opens his mouth once. Oneself obviously cannot think of a method. Really helpless. Lin Qingyun eyes slightly brightened. "I have a kind of soul-nourishing jade. Can nourish people's divine soul. Long time wearing in the body said not sure can produce effect." "That roughly need how long?" Li Nianfan looked at Lin Qingyun expectantly. Lin Qingyun said, "Divine soul treatment is difficult. Short is 10 years. Long is 20 years. Too slow." Li Nianfan sighed softly. "Several decades for a little girl to say is too important. Looking to still want to rely on myself, just don't know clearly whether the method can be reached or not." He muttered. Bai Wuchen four people are all shocked. This expert wants to take action? Sure enough, this kind of small problem, how can it be difficult for an expert? He just disdainfully took action only. "Young Masterly, don't know we can at one side observe you save people?" Lin Qingyun extremely expectantly looked at Li Nianfan. The other 3 people are also like that. Can observe an expert take action. This is a great fortune. If can comprehend from it a thread a bit, that is enough to enjoy for a lifetime. You want to see me save people? Li Nianfan slightly stunned, then bitterly smiled and said, I use only mortal methods. You definitely want to see? The damaged divine soul obviously can also use mortal methods to heal. For people's mind is shocked again, even more determined to observe the thoughts. Good just right now I'm preparing to go down the mountain. Li Nianfan helplessly nodded. This world of cultivation immortal cultivator is not only friendly, moreover looks appearance is also extremely leisurely, likes to surround me this mortal person to move. Big Black, go. Li Nianfan called out. Then, at Bai Wuchen 4 people accompanied toward Luoxian City to go. When 4 people arrived at Luoxian City time, not out of surprise, Zhang Danyang in the middle brought Nianya to stay at the city gate. Zhang Danyang face frowning, secretly wiping tears. Nianya still, as before, is that foolish appearance. Around, also surrounded quite a few little friends are accompanying Nianya to talk, calculating through the communication to let Nianya restore normal. Li Gongzi. Zhang Danyang saw Li Nianfan as if seeing a savior. Please save Nianya. Li Nianfan's expression solemnly said, Zhang Danyang, rest assured, I will definitely try my best. Young friends, you guys like this squeezing in beside Nianya is not necessarily good. On the contrary, will make Nianya not have a sense of security. Can you disperse a bit? Li Nianfan walked to Nianya's side and smiled at the young friend and said. Waiting until the crowd dispersed a bit, his face color was a bit solemn. In fact, his heart was not sure whether his method could wake up Nianya, but he felt the probability was still not low. Bai Wuchen 4 people then cannot help but nervous up, immediately can take witness the expert's method, too excited. Li Nianfan casually find an empty place to sit down, let Nianya sit beside him. Open mouth smile say, Nianya, now Nianfan Gij tell you a story, obediently listen no. This story is called Journey to the West. Nianya Qi is the monster. Li Nianfan calculates to use story method, fade the monster to her influence. Moreover, little child innately likes story. This is more effective than any exchange. Story, I also have to listen to story. Nianfan Gij, can we listen? The surrounding little friends are all enthusiastic, looking forward to seeing Li Nianfan.
Of course can. Li Nianfan nodda.
Bai Wuchen and the other 4 were slightly stunned. They never thought that Li Nianfan would use this method. Could it really work? However, they did not leave, still waiting curiously. Li Nianfan reorganized his thoughts for a moment and calmly said, the poem says, Heaven and earth are chaotic and indistinct, vague and obscure, and no one can see them. Since Pangu destroyed the chaos, the clear and the turbid have been clearly distinguished, covering all things with kindness, inventing everything to become good. If you want to know what achievements the Creator has made, read Journey to the West about escaping suffering. Fortunately, hearing the number of heaven and earth, there are 129,600 years as the one origin. Divide the one origin into 12 assemblies, which are Zi, Su, Dan, Mao, Shun, Ti, No, Mui, then Dao, Tuat, Hoi, the 12 branches. Each assemblies requires 1,800 years. And in one day, it is said, the hour of Tai comes to the yang energy, and if it is bad, the rooster crows. Dan does not have light, and Mao, the sun rises. This kind of preface to the little friend to say is a bit boring, but let Bai Wuchen 4 people whole body tremble violently. In the eyes flashed the frightened light. This is the ultimate truth of heaven and earth awe. From ancient times to the present, no one has ever been able to summarize the ultimate truth of heaven and earth, but Li Gongzi clearly used the storytelling method to casually say it. Is this the reason for the creation of heaven and earth? Is this the trajectory of the development of all things? As Li Nianfan continued to tell the story, in their ears it seemed to have the sound of the great path, like a sermon. Although there were many places that were unclear but still gained no small benefit. Sure enough, following Li Gongzi was coming to the right place. They held their breath, listening carefully. Not a single word could be dropped. After a series of prefaces, the story finally entered the main topic. Overseas there's a country called Aolai Country. The water is near the ocean. In the ocean there is a mountain called Huagua Mountain. This mountain is the ancestral vein of the 10 continents. The dragon comes from the 3 islands, standing from the open barren. Hong Meng is behind it. Hearing that the stone monkey jumped out of the stone, the little friends completely devoted themselves to it. even Nian all focused their eyes on Li Nianfan. Li Nianfan saw the effectiveness and explained even more earnestly. The stone monkey at Huagua Mountain led the monkeys to roam freely and happily, but later on, in order to pursue immortality, he took a bamboo raft to cross the sea, and after going through thousands of hardships and dangers, he wanted to go and learn from his master. A majestic Hong world followed Li Nianfan's explanation and gradually spread out in front of everyone, occasionally causing everyone to be afraid and admire. At this time, at this place, there were not only children, nearby merchants and passers-by who also stopped in their tracks and surrounded them. By Wuchen, four people's emotions were even deeper, their scalps were numb, their whole bodies had goosebumps. Pursuing the technique of immortality, their ultimate goal of cultivating immortality was not to pursue the technique of immortality. This expert was not talking about a story, but about what he had experienced. By Wuchen, four people felt that they discovered a great secret. Their heads were a little dizzy. However, the inner heart was pouring out a kind of unprecedented emotion. Then it must be the story of immortal. He was talking about the immortal world? No wonder after listening also felt there was the sound of the great path, said maybe inside there really is the path of immortality. They were focused, did not dare to breathe heavily. Li Nianfan slowly told, very quickly finished talking about the stone monkey worshipping Bodhi cave to learn the art. As soon as passing by the fallen immortal city passers-by, after hearing Li Nianfan's story, also all hurriedly put down the work in hand, joined the listening ranks. This world is originally the world of immortals and mortals coexisting. Mortals towards immortal stories are extremely curious, let alone Li Nianfan's talk about such an extraordinary world, even if they are mortals, also vaguely feel that the people in here are much more formidable than immortals. At this time, the gate of Luoxian City slowly walked to a shabby blue-clothed scholar. His eyes were dull, as if he had lost his life's purpose and seemed to be pondering some difficult problem. His mouth occasionally mumbled unclear words. He walked into Luoxian City. Even though the gate gathered a lot of people, it did not attract his attention. He was just like that, immersed in his own world, as if the outside world had nothing to do with him. Right at this moment, a voice entered his ears. The founder said, Dao sect has 360 side sects. Side sects all have the right result. I wonder which sect you study? Wukong said, according to the master's meaning, disciple is grateful to listen. The founder said, I will teach you the Shu sect's principles, how about it? Wukong said, what do you mean by Shu sect's principles? The founder said, the art of the door is a little bit of inviting the immortal to the medium to write words, fortune-telling, can know the reason for good fortune, and avoiding bad fortune. Wukong said, but like that, but to immortality? The founder said, impossible.
Impossible.
Wukong said, not learning. Not learning. The empty scholar's eyes gradually restored the halo. His footsteps stopped, similarly penetrating the crowd, listening carefully. Next, Bodhi Patriarch again said several kinds of Taoist methods for Sun Wukong to choose, but Sun Wukong heard that it was not the path to immortality. All shook their heads and refused. Li Nianfan could clearly feel that the breathing of the people around him all became hurried. Some people even had red eyes. Among them, especially Bai Wuchen, 4 people did it too much. They in the heart shouted, this is all supreme great Dao Ah. This stupid monkey's son clearly all refused.
Stupid monkey ah.
Casually learn the same ability, then also can compare to immortal method. No, is compared to immortal even want to be more formidable. Ah. At the same time, they are extremely curious. This Bodhi ancestor exactly who is, clearly can teach so many great Dao. Too terrifying. Young masterly, even this kind of matter can all be thoroughly told. Then what realm is he? Bai Wuchen no longer dare to think further. Small heart cannot bear. Making Bodhi ancestor not want to teach again, angry leave time. Everyone heart is again follow lift up. Seems like is oneself missed the supreme great Dao. However, making Sun Wukong midnight third watch to find ancestor time. Everyone breathing again rushed up again. Li Nianfan fully mobilized everyone's appetite, slightly smiled and said, good. Today first lecture to this place. Know in advance how the aftermath will listen to the next episode to resolve. Don't Li Gongzi begs you to say it again, and we'll go. How's it more than an hour? My wife is afraid to want a storm. Li Gongzi, tomorrow's still lecture? I will definitely come. Everyone is looking forward to seeing Li Nianfan. Even Nian Ye's eyes also appeared to fluctuate. Li Nianfan stroked Nianya's head and said, "Everyone rest assured. Tomorrow this time, I will still come." Li Gongzi, thank you, thank you. Zhang Danyang also noticed Nianya's change, happy to cry, constantly bowing to Li Nianfan to say thank you. Zhang Danyang, you don't need to be like this. Wait for Nianya to completely recover then thank me not too late. Li Nianfan opened his mouth and said. Bai Wuchen and the other four walked to Li Nianfan in front of him, like elementary school students meeting their teacher, unable to restrain themselves. They were equally curious in their hearts. Did Sun Wukong really learn the path of immortality? What exactly is the path of immortality? As immortal cultivators, this was their obsession. However, they did not dare to have a single urge on their faces. Being able to hear young Master Li lecturing on this kind of story itself is already a great fortune. Who could have thought young Master Li lecturing on these was to save a mortal little girl? This is truly a big shot. Bai Wuchen looked at Li Nianfan expectantly, carefully asking, Young Master Li, tomorrow we can still come here to listen to the story? He was a little worried. This was most likely to be lecturing on a certain immortal world great master story. Really was he this small immortal cultivator qualified to listen? Just a story, what's not possible? Li Nianfan laughed and said, These cultivators have a lot of manners. Listening to the story, all want to ask for permission, friendly, too friendly. Bai Wuchen, four people were overjoyed. With young Master Li as the guarantor, they immediately felt certain in their hearts. Bai Wuchen bowed and said, Young Master Li, today there are many disturbances, farewell. Lin Xinyan also said in a low voice, Young Master Li, today I bid farewell. This concubine will come again tomorrow to listen to your teachings. Yes, Bai. Li Nianfan comfortably waved his hand. He looked at the time and took a step towards returning. Just walked to the city gate, and a scholar stopped him. The scholar's anger was very heavy. The word weak scholar seemed to be a measure of his body. He saluted Li Nianfan and said, I am Meng Junliang. Greetings to the young master. Young Master Meng, you're good. I am called Li Nianfan. Li Nianfan looked at him doubtfully. I don't know what young Master Meng is doing. Meng Junliang's eyes were shining as he looked at Li Nianfan. I want to ask the young master, is there a way to immortality? Li Nianfan looked at the scholar in front, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. No matter how he did not think he would raise this kind of problem. This scholar was full of vitality, different from the cultivator he met. Perhaps he was just a mortal. Mortals pursuing immortality, although could also understand, but obviously extremely unreliable. Not to lie to you, I also want immortality, ah. He planned to get rid of this scholar's obsession, open his mouth to advise. Heavenly Tao has reincarnation. The path of immortality cannot be done. But I witnessed from the books that immortals can be immortal. The scholar stubbornly said, Why can immortals be, but mortals cannot? I searched all over the books. All did not discover the path of immortality until I heard your story. You definitely know the path of immortality. I beg you to instruct me. This scholar 80% is going to school to study stupid, living in a state of longing. Li Nianfan shook his head, opened his mouth and asked, Immortals can rely on cultivating immortals to maintain their body's function stable if humans can't. Do you know mortals? The scholar was stunned. He himself was a mortal, but he didn't know anything. All this time, he was immersed in the world of books, witnessed all the knowledge in books. Everything was left at the theoretical level. Moore was relying on his own wild thoughts. He knew a lot of things, but at the same time, he didn't know anything. Using Li Nianfan's previous life to say, this scholar was a bit inclined towards idealism. As long as I don't want to die, I can't die. Li Nianfan looked at his appearance, could not bear to see him lost in his thoughts, opened his mouth and said, The sun rises and the moon sets, birth, old age, sickness and death. This is the law between heaven and earth. You do not even understand the real world. How can you pursue your own words? 10 years can see spring go and autumn come. 100 years can witness birth, old age, sickness and death. 1,000 years can regret the change of dynasty. 10,000 years can see the stars turn and move. How can these be enlightened in a day or two? If a mortal uses a day's vision to peek at 1,000,000 years of heaven and earth, it is no different from scooping up the moon in a well. The scholar's whole body shook, the expression on his face constantly changing, sometimes excited, sometimes bewildered. Li Nianfan did not continue to care about him, but went back to the mountain. Can only help to this place, can think through it all depends on himself. Although it is said that immortality is a dream for everyone, but if because of this enter into madness, then it is not worth it, people still recognize the reality well. Returning to the residence, Li Nianfan threw 2 big carp heads to Xiaobai, reported today's food wanted to eat, then quietly enjoyed lunch alone. At this time, in the distance thousands of miles away, a white-haired old man brought a young man who was thinking about the myriad sword immortal sect to come. They are also flying sword-riding sword cultivators. On the way, the old man sighed. His eyes inside carried pity. The young man finally could not bear it, opened his mouth to ask, "Master, myriad sword immortal sect now probably no longer exists. Why do we still go there?" The old man sighed and said, "Sumner, we cultivators are originally going against the heavens. It seems like we have transcended the mortal world, but in fact there are dangers everywhere. If there's a day when life and death are difficult for both sides, I'm afraid that we won't even have the chance to pick up corpses. I and Bai Wuchen are both sword cultivators, fighting each other for 100 years. Only I will go help that old man pick up corpses." "Master, what if we encounter a sword demon?" the young man said worriedly. The old man said without any problem, "If we encounter it, we will encounter it. I won't live for many more years anyway. At that time you can run directly. I will buy you some time." His eyes were a bit gloomy, carrying a trace of pessimistic and bored with life emotions. 5 years ago, how glorious was the sword cultivator. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, more than half were wiped out by the sword demon. He was old. His strength was not as great as before. He basically did not enter the sword demon's eyes. Otherwise, he was afraid he would die early. With Bai Wuchen's stubborn nature, definitely did not run away. Now the corpses are 80% cold. The 2 people in the air flashed a red line, very quickly arrived at the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect's territory. At this moment, the old man suddenly had a feeling, looked towards the distant void. The 3 red lines from afar approached, and arrived in the blink of an eye. It was just after hearing Li Nianfan's story, the 3 people who returned home were Bai Wuchen. Seeing the old man, Bai Wuchen was slightly stunned. "Old man Zhao, why did you come here?" Old man Zhao was similarly stunned for a moment, glared at Bai Wuchen and said, "Bai Wuchen, how come you're not dead? I was also preparing to pick up your corpse." Bai Wuchen was not angry at all, smiled. "Ha ha ha, you're old. I'm definitely behind you. Just to pick up your corpse." "Humph." Old man Zhao did not refute, curiously said, "Sword demon did not challenge you? You escaped?" "I will avoid." "Old man Zhao, who do you look down on?" Bai Wuchen raised his beard and glared, then curled his mouth into a teasing curve, slightly releasing a trace of his own aura. Old man Zhao's whole body shook, his pupils suddenly widened, and he said in shock, You entered the Aperture Realm?" Bai Wuchen did not say anything, just smugly closed his eyes. "How did you break through? This is unreasonable. I am not inferior to you." Old man Zhao kept observing Bai Wuchen, bitterly said, "There is no way. I am the one who broke through." Bai Wuchen smugly said. Old man Zhao's expression was a bit unnatural. He clasped his hands and said, "Congratulations to Senior Bai." His voice was full of bitterness. At first the same row started, suddenly discovered that his friend was far superior to himself. This part of the mood was really not pleasant. "Old man Zhao, we have been friends for several hundred years. Calling me senior is not natural. The 2 of us are still the same as before." Bai Wuchen hurriedly said. Old man Zhao was still persistently saying, "Immortal cultivation world strength is respected. I call you senior is not a loss." Bai Wuchen looked at old man Zhao, inwardly was leisurely sighing. With old man Zhao's temperament, let alone himself breaking through to Shiwa Q, even if he immediately became an immortal, he would not necessarily fuck himself. But now he bowed his head to himself. The reason was only one. His lifespan is probably not much. Hopefully, Bai Wuchen can look at him in the future and take care of his disciples and grandchildren. Immortal cultivators pursue immortality, but in the end, how many immortals can there be? Foundation Establishment Stage has 200 years of lifespan, Golden Core Stage 400 years, Nascent Soul Stage 800 years, and Aura Stage 1,600 years. Just like that, only by overcoming 3 disasters and 9 tribulations to become an immortal can one obtain immortality. It's difficult. It's difficult to ascend to heaven. Old man Zhao's remaining lifespan, I'm afraid it won't exceed 50 years. Bai Wuchen glanced and saw old man Zhao's thoughts. Seeing his old friend like this, he secretly sighed in his heart. He pondered for a moment and finally wanted to lend a hand to his old friend and said, "Even if I break through to the tribulation, do you think I'm still a sword demon's opponent?" Old man Zhao frowned slightly, not understanding Bai Wuchen's meaning. Bai Wuchen stopped speaking. "Actually, the reason I can break through is because I received the expert's guidance, and Sword Demon was also killed by that expert." "What?" Old man Zhao's voice became sharp. His entire face was an unbelievable expression. Behind him, the youth's expression also changed, as if he heard the most unbelievable thing in the world. To be able to make the nascent soul stage break through to the aperture stage, how formidable is this expert? Old man Zhao's tone hurriedly said, "You're not joking with me? This needs to be an immortal's method. Actually, I feel that the other party is far from being such a simple immortal." Bai Wuchen's tone was filled with awe, then he told his own experience once. But Zhao Old Man's expression also constantly changes, from shock, to awe, to stupidity. Crafting spiritual energy to purify the gas, crafting spiritual water to remove the gas. Concealing sword intent painting, the key is still just a draft. A piece his phoenix will jade pendant, blowing a breath will let sword demon turn into ashes. Concealing white porridges Dao rhythm. These how to listen are all like heavenly night talk. Until Bai Wuchen started to fear and admire Li Nianfan's storytelling time, Zhao Old Man's face suddenly sank. "Bai Wuchen, I admit your strength is higher than me, but this is not the reason you can tease me." Zhao Old Man's tone is not good saying. "You are basically telling me the story, right? Are you kidding me?" Bai Wuchen bitterly smiled and said, "Old man Zhao, I really didn't lie to you. Wait until tomorrow when you come with me to listen to the story and you'll know." Don't mention old man Zhao. In fact, when he said it, he felt a bit dreamy. These things were really too hard to believe. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, no one would believe it. "Follow you to listen to the story? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid?" Old man Zhao was furious, his face red. "I'm an old man who's about to go to hell, letting me go with a bunch of kids to listen to the story. Isn't this a dirty person? The words have come to this point. I also do not say much. You believe it is good. Do not believe it is also fine. I can help you so much." Bai Wuchen said leisurely. He knew that the expert had great supernatural powers. If he did not like others to discuss him behind his back, then he would be considered cold. Therefore, he did not dare to continue speaking. Old man Zhao looked at Bai Wuchen suspiciously, solemnly said, "You said for sure it is all true? Heaven and earth." Bai Wuchen nodded lightly. "Tisich." Old man Zhao's face remained expressionless, but in fact he took a breath of cold air in his heart. If it was true, then this expert was too terrifying. Could it be that he was a celestial immortal descending from heaven? Old man Zhao immediately realized this was his own chance. "Then tomorrow I will consider following you. If you dare to deceive me, this old skeleton of mine will fight you to the death." Old man Zhao opened his mouth to speak. The next day, the sky was still a bit hazy. Bai Wuchen immediately brought old man Zhao and the others together towards Luoxian City. Bai Wuchen did not dare to disturb Li Nianfan. To show his sincerity, they had already arrived at the gate of Luoxian City, respectfully waiting for Li Nianfan to arrive. However, at the time they arrived at Luoxian City, Lin Qingyan had actually been waiting there for a long time. Both sides looked at each other and smiled, not feeling surprised. And in the mountain, Li Nianfan was slowly enjoying his breakfast, leisurely resting for a while, then heading towards the foot of the mountain. Just as he reached the foot of the mountain, a figure blocked his path. It was the scholar from yesterday. In his eyes, the confusion had been swept away, revealing a bright light, carrying a hint of excitement. He bowed deeply to Li Nianfan and said, "Young Master Li, I understand. Thank you for your teachings yesterday." "You understand?" Li Nianfan looked at Meng Junliang, always feeling a little strange. Meng Junliang said without saying anything, "Young Master Li means that all things have their own laws. Only by experiencing them from real life in the world can one comprehend the laws of the world, just like mortal's birth, aging, sickness, and death. Only by coming into contact and understanding them can one break these laws." Unexpectedly, you still think of immortality. Li Nianfan felt that his heart was a little tired. Yesterday, he had almost pointed at his nose and scolded him. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are normal states. Must accept reality. Don't be delusional. "Are you sure I mean this?" Li Nianfan asked helplessly. "Young Master Li's great path naturally won't be that simple. I've only comprehended a little bit of it." Meng Junliang sincerely said, "However, I will carefully observe every kind of thing in the world. Go comprehend the rules in it. Strive to understand young Master Li's profound meaning in his words as soon as possible. Lin Yanfan swallowed what he wanted to say. The other party was so flattering himself. If he hid his face, it wouldn't be good. Let's go with him. Sighed and said, hope you can really understand as soon as possible. Young Master Li, I will try my best. You have given me guidance. Jun Liang can't repay. From now on, I will accept the disciples' ceremony to you. Meng Jun Liang made a grand ceremony to Lin Yanfan. Stop. I'm not your teacher. Lin Yanfan hurriedly stopped him. This guy's brain circuit is closed. Put in the previous life, that is mental illness. Accept him as a disciple to say out of shame, ah. Meng Jun Liang on the face threw a trace of sorrow. The expert really looks down on himself. His own comprehension is definitely still too low. Later on must try hard. Lin Yanfan does not want to be entangled with him, lifts his feet toward Luo Xian City to go. Meng Jun Liang hurriedly follows behind Lin Yanfan, eyes closed, respectful to the extreme. What are you following me for? Lin Yanfan asked. Meng Jun Liang respectfully said, Young Master Li, I heard your story yesterday. I benefited a lot. Such a great work. Please, young Master Li can allow me to write it for you, to record it. In the future it will definitely become the great Tao's ultimate truth, to be passed down to posterity. It's just a story. How can it still be related to the great Tao's ultimate truth? Lin Yanfan shook his head. This guy can't be saved. However, this story is also remembered quite well. He himself doesn't count it as useless to explain. Lin Yanfan waved his sleeve and said, All right, then you record it. Many thanks, young Master Li. Meng Jun Liang was overjoyed, continuously bowing his head. Lin Yanfan arrived at Luo Xian City. Bai Wuchen and Lin Qingyan immediately came forward to greet him, respectfully saying, Greetings, young Master Li. Young Master Li, good morning. Brother Yanfan finally arrived. We want to hear the story. There's another story to listen to. The crowd gathered at the city gate made Lin Yanfan a little startled, then laughed and said, Everyone, good morning. Old man Zhao saw Lin Yanfan so young, and no matter how he saw it, he was just a mortal, so he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, he received Bai Wuchen's continuous warnings and didn't dare to act rashly, and just waited quietly. Behind old man Zhao, Chong'er raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, Master, this young man's age might be even younger than me, and he doesn't have any cultivation and is only an ordinary storyteller. Bai Wuchen won't be rotten, and don't you see that even Lingyun Immortal Pavilion's Lin Qingyun is willing to wait? Old man Zhao said in a low voice, Talk less, look more. Sung Mi let out a low, ah sound. His eyes secretly glanced at Lin Qingyun. A trace of amazement and admiration flashed in his eyes. He never dreamed that he would be able to meet the holy maiden of Lingyun Immortal Pavilion here, and the distance was so close. Unfortunately, he mustered up all his courage and did not dare to go forward and answer her. At this moment, Lin Qingyun then went to Lin Yanfan's front, carrying a trace of flattery, and said, Young Master Li, this place has people coming and going, and moreover there are many people and many mouths. It will affect your storytelling. I intentionally let you book an entire wine house. Lin Yanfan looked at Lin Qingyun in surprise. He did not expect her to be so thoughtful, and said with a smile, Thank you then. Bai Wuchen suddenly patted his thigh, wishing he could give himself a hard slap on the spot. Such a simple opportunity to flatter a high-ranking official. How could he not have thought of it? Wrong. The wine house is nearby, cool and clean. The arrangement is also very thoughtful. It can be seen that Lin Qingyun is extremely attentive. Lin Yanfan holds Nya and walks to the wine house on the high platform, slightly smiles and says, Receive the reply letter. Bodhi Patriarch angrily waved his sleeves and left. To dusk time, Wukong and others go to sleep, pretend to take a nap, determined to save his spirit. Appointed to the hour of the rat before and after, gently, put on clothes, secretly open the front door, avoid the crowd, go outside. Everyone is quietly listening, when knowing that Bodhi Patriarch's 3 whips imply 3 watches to this time, immediately revealed a look of sudden enlightenment. The mortal's heart's emotions are not very deep, only feel interesting. But cultivators are very different. Bai Wuchen and the others were struck by lightning. They didn't expect this thing to be the Bodhi Patriarch's test for Sun Wukong. This is testing enlightenment. The world of the great elders is indeed complicated. A test will appear out of nowhere. In the future, I must be more careful. I must understand any hints from the experts and strive to make the experts 100% satisfied. Bai Wuchen was continuously laughing bitterly, secretly lamenting in his heart. How could I not understand the meaning of the expert before? I didn't tell the expert to reserve a good wine house in advance. Instead, let Lin Xingyan snatch it first. Is this expert giving me pointers? Old man Zhao noticed Bai Wuchen occasionally sighing, couldn't help but be more cautious, carefully listening to Li Nianfan's story. At this time, he happened to talk about Bodhi Patriarch to Sun Wukong to spread the teachings. The ancestor said, "You now have a predestined relationship. I am also happy to say. I have recognized the secret of the tray. You come here, listen carefully. I will spread the wonderful path of longevity to you." Wukong kowtowed to thank him, washed his ears and used his heart, kneeling under the bed. Predestined? Happy to say? The wonderful path of longevity. Lin Qingyun, Bai Wuchen, and Old Man Zhao were all shaken, and the depths of their eyes carried excitement and trembling. Bodies were trembling slightly. Really going to teach the wonderful path of longevity? In their hearts, they were certain that this was a master who borrowed the Bodhi Patriarch's mouth to teach them, implying that they had a predestined relationship with him. Especially Old Man Zhao. He was near death and far from heaven, and suddenly heard the wonderful path of longevity, and couldn't help but stop breathing. Meng Junliang's hand holding the pen was also tightly clenched, his mouth twitching, afraid to miss out on a single word. The patriarch said, "The secret and profound truth of the secret method, cultivating life without any other teachings. This is all about the essence, energy, and spirit, carefully storing the secret. The secret is stored in the body, and you receive my teachings from your bones." Layer upon layer of incantations from Li Nianfan's mouth inside, like the evening drums and early morning bells, accompanied by the great Tao sound transmitted into the place with people in the ears. Some people's eyes slightly condensed, some understood. Some people were normal faces, without any feeling at all. Bai Wuchen and the others' bodies were already stiff. In their heads continuously came rumbling sounds. Great Tao. It was truly the great Tao of immortality. Their scalps were numb. The goosebumps all over their bodies fell off in one place. These sentences were obscure and difficult to understand. They heard as if falling into the fog, had no choice but to hurriedly engrave it in their hearts. Rumble. A very thick layer of black clouds without any signs covered the sky of Luoxian City. Lightning like silver snakes roamed in the clouds, making the entire Luoxian City all shine into silver. Rumble. Following closely behind, heavy rain poured down. Looking from afar, Luoxian City seemed to be surrounded by a curtain of rain. On the road, people were rushing to avoid the rain, strangely changing in the world. In the wine house, everyone did not know the situation outside. Their attention was all placed on the story. Sun Wukong had practiced a skill, flying in the sky and escaping from the earth. 72 transformations. Each form made people's hearts fascinated. Bai Wuchen's mind turned to him, and he said bitterly, "All kinds of these divine abilities, compared to our cultivation techniques, I don't know how many times stronger. Our cultivation techniques compared to each other are just a fart," Old Man Zhao said directly. He had no doubts in his heart, extremely fortunate that he followed Bai Wuchen here, otherwise he would have missed a great opportunity in vain. Is this the world of immortals? How earth-shattering would this kind of ability be? At this time, even if Li Nianfan said he was not an immortal, everyone would not believe it. If he was not an immortal, how would you know what kind of immortal world it was? How could you understand the immortal's divine powers so clearly? Li Nianfan smiled and continued to say, "Understand the origin of one's nature. Only wait until the 6 names of the immortals are honored. All will not know the result of birth, living in this world forever. Then listen to the next chapter's explanation." Is it over? Everyone was still a little unsatisfied. Only then did they discover that heavy rain was falling outside. The dark clouds in the sky were covering the sun, and thunder and lightning were constantly rumbling. Many mortals bowed down in awe to the sky, praying for the immortals to protect them. In the past 100 years, Luoxian City had never seen such a majestic scene. Bai Wuchen and Old Man Zhao glanced at each other, already having a guess in their hearts. How deep and unfathomable is the strength of an expert, just telling a story. It brought about changes in the world. It was truly terrifying. Li Nianfan walked to the door of the wine house, looked at the dark clouds, couldn't help but frown and said, The weather is really fickle. Such heavy rain is extremely troublesome. It's better to stop for now. In the lake in his backyard, a golden phantom flashed past, entering the dark clouds. Young Masterly, why don't I take you back? I guarantee I won't let you get a drop of rain. Bai Wuchen hurriedly said, seizing the time to show himself. However, after a moment, a ray of sunlight followed the dark clouds to penetrate down, shining at Li Nianfan's feet. Following, the dark clouds retreated. The heavy rains seemed to be forcibly cut off, without any sign of stopping. TCH. Bai Wuchen and the others simultaneously inhaled a breath of cold air, looking at Li Nianfan in horror. Speech follows the law. Even the heavens and earth want to give the expert face. Li Nianfan didn't feel anything, only felt that his luck was not bad, lifted his feet and walked out of the wine house. Young Masterly, please stop. Meng Junliang chased from inside. Young Masterly, can I clearly note your name on this journey to the west? Absolutely not. Li Nianfan shook his head. In this kind of extremely dangerous cultivation world, he didn't want to be pretentious. This book is actually a name called Wu Qing'an who wrote it. You just save his name. Wu Qing'an, Wu Qing'an? Meng Junliang muttered this name in a low voice. His eyes also slightly lit up, bowed and said, Young Masterly is great talent. I have realized it again. What did you realize? Li Nianfan cursed in his heart, and was too lazy to respond to him. Too embarrassing. Don't know, one sighed Bai Wuchen and the others also suddenly understood, and threw respectful gazes at Li Nianfan. Wu Qing'an, isn't this to make everyone not want to accept his kindness? Journey to the West can absolutely cause a huge sensation in the immortal cultivation world, but today heard the wonderful path of longevity. It can be said to be a treasure without boundaries, without any courtesy. This is only an immortal who can read books. The expert not only willingly gave it to say, moreover he himself took the name Wu Qing'an. The sound is no need to thank him. High, really high. High person's work, indeed everywhere, is hidden deep meaning. Old man Zhao hurriedly pulled Bai Wuchen, crazily winking. Bai Wuchen pulled old man Zhao to go to Li Nianfan's side, respectfully introduced and said, Young Masterly, this is my old friend, named Zhao Shanhe. He has long admired your talent, not to promote me to get to know you a little. So, it's Mr. Zhao. Li Nianfan smiled. If he admires my talent, then he must also be an intellectual of the immortal cultivation world. Zhao Shanhe hurriedly respectfully saluted and said, I have met young Masterly. Mr. Zhao is polite. Li Nianfan smiled in response. Intellectual is intellectual, high quality, considered to be very polite to himself this mortal. Himself is also very lucky. Together go. Meet the cultivator. Obviously all are very friendly. Really is to make people feel comfortable. Zhao Shanhe and the others warmly accompany Li Nianfan to go to the city gate. Li Nianfan touched Nianya's head, smiled and said, Nianya, goodbye. Didn't expect Nianya to clearly reply and said, see you again. The recovery effect is unusually good compared to any magical medicine of the alchemy world. All want to have the effect. Bai Wuchen and the others inwardly simultaneously fear and admire. Young Masterly is really a god. Li Nianfan looked at Nianya figure, thought a little fluttering. Hope Nianya can quickly recover, come out of the monster shadow. However, last time that leopard meat taste is considered not bad. Own backyard except a fish pond cannot raise, also do not have any poultry raised. Want to eat salty food is very not easy. Moreover, compared with ordinary wild meat, monster meat quality will obviously be better. Li Nianfan whispered. On the contrary, is a little want to eat wild meat. His voice is not high, but Bai Wuchen and the others are what kind of people heard clearly. The expert hinted. The time to test comprehension has come. Their eyes are all bright, moved to the face flushed. Young Masterly, this spy is incompetent, willing to beat some wild meat for you. Bai Wuchen stepped forward to open his mouth and say, Young Masterly, I can also. Lin Qingyun and Zhao Shanhe fell behind a step, hurriedly sang in unison. Li Nianfan was startled by their enthusiasm. Actually there is no need to be so polite. Young Masterly, we are free to listen to your story. Let you beat some wild meat as perhaps. Lin Qingyun opened his mouth to say. Bai Wuchen could not wait to ride his sword and go up. Young Masterly, why don't you go back and wait first? We will go beat wild meat for you. Li Nianfan looked at them so actively, also did not regret their good intentions, nodded and said, like this is troublesome. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Wuchen and the others immediately turned into red and flew out together. They glanced at each other, in their eyes clearly rubbing out sparks, obviously preparing to compete with each other, in front of Li Nianfan to show themselves. At this moment, Bai Luo Shuang also weakly opened his mouth and said, "That? I feel that young Master Li's words will not be so simple."
Ha!
Everyone is together looking towards Bai Luo Shuang. Lin Qingyun is, but revealed a thoughtful expression. "Shuanger, what do you want to say?" Bai Wuchen asked. Bai Luo Shuang said, "Father, young Master Li definitely does not want to eat wild meat that simple. Last time young Master Li exterminated the leopard spirit, invited us to eat a meal of grilled leopard meat. I feel that young Master Li's so-called wild meat should only be a monster. Why didn't I think of it?" I just noticed that the expert looked at Nianya in the eyes filled with affection. Nianya was harmed by the monster into the state. The expert definitely will hate the monster. Zhong Xiu nodded continuously. "Oh, it's good that you guys reminded me. What level is the expert? How can he possibly eat low-level wild meat? It must be a monster without a doubt. Almost misunderstood the meaning. If we only bring back ordinary wild meat, that chance is afraid that we will die." Bai Wuchen was scared out of his wits. He couldn't help but think of the expert in the story's comprehension test. This time it was really profound, almost couldn't pass. Also many lost daughters timely comprehended. Zhao Shanhe couldn't wait. "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill the monster. At least kill a monster king and return." Lin Qingyun opened his mouth and said, "I know a place where a tiger monster king, Yuanying period cultivation, did many evil deeds. Kill it, the expert will definitely be satisfied. Hurry up and bring us over." Everyone's time was pressing, a road as fast as lightning toward the target. At the far side outside 1,000 miles a place in the jungle, demonic aura soars to the sky. All the merchants and travelers in the time spent here will all show fear, choose to go around. At this time, in the jungle gathered a group of little demons, right at the celebration of the wild dance. Tiger Demon King looked closely at a huge tiger head, sat in the main seat. One side watched many little demons perform, one side bit a big piece of meat, drank a big cup of wine. Each ray of light from far away then near, in the blink of an eye then fell into the jungle. Following, a white sword aura shot up to the sky. Roar! In the jungle transmitted a tiger roar. A group of little demons still had not reacted to what happened, then saw his great king appear in his original form, was suddenly appeared a group of people carried on the shoulder. Run! Many little demons were scared to the point of losing their gall, immediately dispersed immediately. Just one tiger head is too little, kills several heads. Bai Wuchen and the others aimed accurately, kills several big demons. Li Nianfan just arrived home not long ago. Bai Wuchen and the others clearly followed behind and arrived. Clink! All kinds of rare and precious beasts were displayed in front of Li Nianfan. Among them, there were many that Li Nianfan had never seen before, not only the two-headed wolf, but also the three-tailed lion, and at the same time their bodies were extremely huge, making Li Nianfan click his tongue in wonder. Immortal cultivators were already formidable. These 8 or 9 out of 10 were demons. "We don't know young Master Li's taste, so we'll just hit him one more time." Bai Wuchen opened his mouth and said, "Yes, thank you, hard work." Li Nianfan nodded, satisfied with a smile. Today stuck with the light of the immortal cultivator, there is a fortune to eat. Not only are they all rare and rare beasts, but they are also monsters. This kind of delicacy in the previous life can think of, not even dare to think. Seeing Li Nianfan's reaction, Bai Wuchen and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief, revealing a knowing smile. The meaning of the expert is indeed to let us go fight the monsters. Fortunately, we at the crucial moment comprehended the profound meaning in it. Others helped a little. Li Nianfan definitely had to be considerate for a moment, opened his mouth and said, "So much food, I alone can't eat it all. Why don't you guys stay here?" "Young Master Li, you are too polite, no need." Zhao Shanhe subconsciously prepared to be polite, but was pulled back by Bai Wuchen. In his eyes revealed a kind of regretful expression of not being able to make steel. "Are you stupid? I told you. The water that a master drinks is all spiritual water. A bowl of white porridge all contains the Dao Luck. Moreover, it is extremely delicious. Such a good opportunity, you actually think of refusing. No brain, ah. Even if the face is not needed, still want to rub it for a while." Zhao Shanhe also regained his spirit, coughed lightly, and hurriedly changed his tone. "Like that, then respectfully, it is better to obey." Li Nianfan nodded and said to Xiaobai, Xiao Bai, you go to the back mountain to process these meats, cut them into pieces, and make some vegetables. Today we will eat hot pot. Yes, my dear master. Xiao Bai immediately accepted the order and left. Although this scene was not the first time they witnessed it, but Bai Wuchen and the others' hearts were still filled with longing. Other family, if can have a spirit, this is absolutely a great joy. Hold in the palm of the hand fear to melt that kind, like to ancestors same worship where will toward Li Nianfan like this, clearly let spirit go do chores. The expert happy, you cannot imagine. Li Nianfan slightly smiled said, you have the fortune to eat. Today, eat hot pot. Hot pot? What is this thing? Could it be the immortal way of eating? Bai Wuchen group in the heart doubt, but does not hinder their impulse. Rush toward Bai Luoshuang throws eyes of appreciation. Fortunately has her reminder, then makes us comprehend the expert meaning through the test. This is probably the expert to give us a reward. There is still some time between meals. Li Nianfan let them casually look a bit. Himself is looking up at the sky, thinking whether or not perhaps to give his own four-way courtyard more glory. Recently came to visit himself guests are also not few, moreover, are all cultivators. Although himself cannot cultivate, but the pressure is indispensable. If they are cultivators inside the intellectual, then himself also cannot fall to the ordinary. The best can let this group of people just come immediately appear, two eyes shining feeling. Bai Wuchen and the others naturally did not dare to go wild, just carefully moved in the yard. Hiding in the heart a kind of respectful heart to enjoy the immortal's residence. But, regardless of this place's layout or decoration style, all let their eyes shine, amazed. Many things they had never even seen, such as ceramic tiles, such as glass panels, and so on. Treasures. These must all be treasures. So, Immortal Palace is like this. Bai Luoshuang then introduced. Father, you look, that is an air purifier and that is a water purifier. Hiss. Zhao Shanha inhaled a breath of cold air, his pupils widened. Although he had heard of it long ago, but when he saw the real thing the moment, was still incomparably shocked. This is a self-made heaven-shaking blessed land Just these yours startled? What are you looking at over there? Bai Wuchen pointed to the corner of the wall, not far away. Fall Demon Sword. Zhao Shanha hurriedly brought it over, continuously confirming behind extremely certain, this is Fall Demon Sword. Is this really this immortal? Who helped you solve the sword demon? Zhao Shanha asked. This can still be fake? Bai Wuchen smiled, said in a low voice. I suspect this expert and my Wanjian immortal sect ancestors have a relationship. Zhao Shanha looked at Bai Wuchen with extreme disdain, without any mercy said, I spit on. Do you still know shame or not? Lin Qinyan also looked at Bai Wuchen with a strange gaze, could not imagine that this senior would like to put gold on his face. I actually have a reason. Bai Wuchen hurriedly analyzed and said, my daughter just went out to take refuge, met a monster, and was almost killed by a monster. This expert just happened to appear, not only saved my daughter, but also invited them to drink spirit water and brought back a painting. This painting was first for me to break through, then lead the sword demon to find this place, casually destroy the sword demon, solve my 10,000 swords immortal sect's great disaster. Round and round, all are in this expert's hands. He is openly helping my 10,000 swords immortal sect Zhao Shanha looked towards Bai Wuchen. His eyes had changed, fearfully sighed and said, Bai Wuchen, how did I not discover before? You can clearly be so shameless. According to what you said, I feel that the expert's reason for helping you is to want to know me through you, to come and help me, to see my ancestor is the one who has friendship with that expert. These two old immortals, too shameless. Lin Qinyan rolled his eyes. Beautiful eyes fell on the falling demon sword above. Is this the whole cultivation world disturbing the falling demon sword that cannot be peaceful? Just a sword, yet let every great sect be afraid. But now this sword was conveniently placed in a corner by someone, used to chop wood.
Ah?
Bai Wuchen was slightly stunned. The falling demon sword above the devilish energy is clearly invisible. It's really... Zhao Shanha was also shocked. The falling demon sword represented a great swordsman. Now it felt like just an ordinary black sword. However, they just thought of Li Nianfan's method, immediately also returned to normal. Looking at the expert is seeing this falling demon sword filled with killing intent. The reason for sealing the devilish nature within the body, using it to chop wood, is to let the falling demon sword atone for its sins. Zhao Shanha has brain replenishment finished, fearfully sighing said, really worthy of being a master At this time, Li Nianfan has thought of a way. began to prepare pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. Coming to this place is all towards his own literary talent. Intellectuals should naturally do intellectual things, so make a set of parallel sentences hanging in front of the door. Li Nianfan holds in hand a brush. Body is upright, closes eyes, and arouses the mood. A wave of Dao rhythm from Li Nianfan in the body emits, instantly fills the entire courtyard. Bai Wuchen and the others are all whole bodies shaking, whole body hair standing up, immediately appearing a kind of fear and terror feeling. Young Masterly, he. Lin Xingyun's beautiful eyes widened, red lips were slightly trembling. The urge to speak was so strong that she couldn't speak. This is the first time young Masterly has displayed his own Dao luck, although it is only a few rays, but in this immortal cultivation world, I'm afraid there is no one like it. They tried to suppress their inner fear and walked step by step, carefully approaching Li Nianfan's place not far away. This expert wants to write? Everyone didn't dare to breathe loudly. Li Nianfan had already nurtured a good mood. His eyes suddenly opened. His pupils were as deep as the Milky Way. Put down the pen. Rumble. Although it was a clear sky, but in the sky clearly resounded a thunderous sound. The pen moved like a dragon and a snake, graceful and beautiful. Bai Wuchen and the others even forgot to breathe. Their eyes widened instantly and bloodshot, only feeling that their own essence, energy, and spirit were all imprisoned, as if they were isolated to another world. Li Nianfan's brush on the paper moved rapidly. According to their thinking, this was not writing, but writing the trajectory of heavenly Dao. His every stroke and every drawing all followed the trajectory of heavenly Dao, the rhythm like a mountain toppling the sea pressed down towards them. Too much, too strong. This bit of Dao in front of this Dao luck is like a small boat in the vast sea, too small. This kind of Dao luck, enough to make everyone in the cultivation immortal world go crazy. If not for Li Nianfan, these Dao lucks are extremely gentle. Their spirit will be instantly killed by these Dao lucks. The fire goes astray. 100 years of cultivation base is destroyed in just a moment. Very quickly, Li Nianfan put away the pen. Bai Wuchen and the others then, as if relieved of a burden, mouths gasping for breath, sweat dripping. On the paper printed 10 big characters, like hazy clouds and mists of the world. I follow the world to come here to seek immortality. Good immortal words, good comfortable meaning. Short 10 characters, yet speaking of the truth of cultivating immortality. Also only young Master Li, this kind of expert, has the courage to write this couplet. Zhao Shanhe looked carefully at these words, repeatedly muttered. Only felt numb scalp, mind like body of the top of the same. Once in a flash, run the car not. A little. Only a little bit. I can break through to Su Qiao realm. Zhao Shanhe, breathing heavily, can only sigh in the heart. However, he is full of hope. As long as can be with this kind of expert in one place, breaking through Su Qiao is considered what? Everyone does not have a single dare to speak. All are forced by this couplet, meaning seen suppressed, afraid that once spoken will cause this heaven-deep Dao chaos. It's done. Li Nianfan took this couplet carefully, evaluated a while. Also not bad, this period of time lazy. Strength has slightly retreated. Also not bad? Strength has slightly retreated? I beg you to consider a little bit we these weak people feel. Lin Xingyun shivered, not daring to say anything. How do you say this word? Li Nianfan stored up his thoughts. Bai Wuchen was stunned for half a day, then closed his eyes and said, Good word, this word. Too good. He really couldn't think of any words to describe it. This kind of word only existed in the 9 heavens. Li Nianfan saw it. He was out of words. Just hang this word at the entrance. Li Nianfan held the couplet and walked to the door, fixed the couplet on both sides of the door frame. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. The number of words was not much, but heavy in the meaning. Even if the immortal saw it, he wouldn't feel vulgar. His own courtyard, the wall was high. Master, the food is ready. Xiaobai took the tray, filled with vegetables and meat rolls, placed a large stone on the table in the inner courtyard. At the same time, lift the grill, put a large pot on the fire, fill the pot with beef fat, and start cooking. Raise to eat. Everyone then from the couplet in the shock regained spirit. Zhao Shanhe and Bai Wuchen glanced at each other, pursed their lips, thinking complicatedly. This expert is really too high. Immortals are afraid that have not come to take his image. Not to mention anything else. Even if it is just following him here to ask for word, then it is also a supreme chance, can be made into a family heirloom. create blessings for future generations. Zhao Shanha's heart is itching unbearably, low voice said. Bai Wuchen, didn't you come from Li Gongzi's place to get a painting? Hurry up and take it out to let me see it. I'm afraid it's not possible now. Bai Wuchen's face is painful. Tears are overflowing in his eyes.
Why?
We have also been friends for so many years. You still want to keep it for me? Won't even let me see it? Zhao Shanha angrily said. Not that I won't give it, that painting was destroyed by Sword Demon. Bai Wuchen said miserably. What? Zhao Shanha's face immediately turned red. His beard stood straight up. He pointed at Bai Wuchen's nostrils and cursed loudly. You scum! You can't even protect this kind of treasure. That painting is gone. How are you still alive? Do you have good intentions? Bai Wuchen's heart was bleeding. This was the thing he was most unwilling to remember in his life. Old man Zhao, you think I thought, at that time I hated so much I couldn't die, I was also unwilling to draw this thing. He was also several hundred years old. At this moment his eyes were brimming with tears. He would cry at any moment. That painting was enough to make the 10,000 swords immortal sect immortal for all generations. Zhao Shanha knew Bai Wuchen was really heartbroken. In exchange for himself, he definitely couldn't feel good. In the end, he could only let out a long sigh. AI. What are you two sighing for? Eating must maintain a good mood, otherwise it would be an insult to the food. Li Nianfan smiled and looked at the two of them. The speaker was unintentional. The listener was intentional. Young Master Li? Bai Wuchen looked towards Li Nianfan. His eyes were bloodshot. In his eyes clearly had shed tears of emotion. Young Master Li, this was pointing out himself. He definitely already knew that he hadn't kept his painting well. Now if he let himself maintain a good mood, that insinuation wouldn't blame himself. Oh, young Master Li is really too generous. In a flash, Bai Wuchen appeared the thought of making Li Nianfan bleed and his head fall off. At this time, they just turned their eyes to the not far place on the stone table. Just looked up, Bai Wuchen and Zhao Shanha simultaneously revealed fearful admiration expression. These foods, too beautiful. Beautiful to the extreme, like handicrafts. That thin meat roll, the thickness is even and moderate, rolled into a shape, neatly arranged in the tray, the red and white meat intersect, as if showing a halo. Looking again at some vegetables similarly cut to neat, various colors of vegetables piled up, making people feel beautiful and happy. In addition, there are clearly many appearances dumpling food, round and round, they have never seen, but looking at it immediately gives birth to appetite. These things. Bai Luo Shuang looked at the delicious food in front of her eyes, slightly curled her mouth, becoming an O shape. The saliva overflowing from the corner of her mouth didn't even notice. Immediately, she wanted to fall down. Lin Qingyun also similarly couldn't endure the delicious food temptation, swallowed mouthfuls of water, didn't think that the always cold and aloof heart in front of the delicious food couldn't withstand such a blow. This hasn't even started eating yet. Just this food appearance is already the limit of temptation. This is the immortal's food? Today is lucky to taste it. Life is not regrettable. Gulp, gulp, gulp. These delicious food in the center position. That pot inside the soup has already gone through the beginning of boiling, bubbles continuously tumbling. In this pot. Bai Wuchen and the others were simultaneously stunned. Seeing this pot was like seeing the great path of heaven and earth. The round pot was divided by a curve rule. The curve on one side was red-hot spicy oil. The other side was white thick-bone stew, looking up like a Tai Chi pattern. This is clearly the way of yin and yang. A master is a master. Even eating rice pot contains great Tao principles. We are not as good. Everyone secretly shouted learned. Li Nianfan noticed their expression, couldn't help but secretly laugh. How is the cultivator? In front of me is also a mole, a mandarin duck pot only. Already let them surprised. Bai Luo Shuang couldn't wait, asked, Young Master Li, what should this delicacy be used for? Very simple, just need to heat it in the pot. Very quickly it will be cooked. Li Nianfan also made a demonstration, clipped up a piece of tiger meat roll, put in hot spicy oil in the pot. He is used to eating spicy first, appetizer. The meat roll is very thin, only need 10 seconds to eat. The heat is just right. Wait until it is cooked, then stick a little soy sauce. Li Nianfan opened his mouth, put the meat roll full mouth to eat. Wow, just this feel comfortable. Bai Luo Shuang learned from Li Nianfan, also couldn't wait to clip up a piece of meat roll, heated it. Wow, so spicy. The meat roll just entered the mouth. Bai Luo Shuang couldn't help but exclaim. A layer of red spicy oil surrounds the meat roll. The outside also sticks to a point of sauce, combined with the hot meat, making the flavor in the mouth perfectly explode. This kind of feeling is just like a barrel of dynamite. A point will ignite. On Bai Luo Shuang's face rises a piece of red cloud. The spiciness increases to make her mouth not know how. But this kind of feeling is too good. It can be said to bring the deliciousness to the extreme. Lin Qingyun from the beginning is still a bit cautious, but after the first piece of meat enters the mouth, she will find it difficult to continue to maintain her image. Actually, it is too delicious. Not knowing why, in her mouth put that food, in the deep of the heart will have a kind of never before had a feeling of satisfaction. All the troubles instantly disappear into thin air. Everyone is eating until the mouth is full of grease. The mouth quickly chews thoroughly, constantly spitting out hot steam. In the unconscious, the corners of their mouths all curl up a satisfied curve. Li Nianfan looks at them, can't help but laugh. Remembering the previous life immediately circulated such a saying, eating hot pot can let people forget their troubles. Can't imagine for the immortal cultivator is also the same suitable use. Eating hot pot let people have no way to refuse is naturally the meat roll. The meat roll is too thin, although it feels very good, but no matter how you eat it won't mind much. From the beginning the attention is definitely placed on destroying the meat roll on the body. Moreover, this is monster meat. However, after eating for a while, Bai Wuchen feels that he ate all the meat is a bit impolite, afraid that the expert will not like it, picks up a piece of green vegetable and heats it in the pot. Gulp gulp. Very quickly, the green vegetables immediately accompanied the boiling soup in the pot floating. Bai Wuchen clipped the green vegetables, similarly sticking a sauce, one to swallow the green vegetables. Ah! The taste of the vegetables is also very good. Bai Wuchen carefully enjoyed it. Although it is not like the meat roll that is so amazing, but the more you eat the more flavorful it is. Meat roll eaten too much will be boring, but the vegetables are the more you eat the better to eat. And in the next moment, Bai Wuchen's chewing movement fiercely stopped. The pupils contracted into a straight needle shape. On the face carried a thick, unbelievable expression. This is... Bai Wuchen inhaled a breath of cold air, only felt the heart in the brawny beating. In the vegetables clearly contained Tao rhythm. Bai Wuchen only felt his mouth bitter and dry, his scalp numb. He himself discovered an impossible big thing. He once again clamped up a piece of white cabbage, heated it up, and put it into his mouth. With a little chewing, the white cabbage juice sprayed out. The flavor instantly filled his mouth. Following closely behind, a similar Tao rhythm rushed into his mind, making his whole body shake. That's right, the vegetables clearly contained Tao rhythm. Bai Wuchen was so moved that his whole body had goosebumps, his eyes shining as he looked closely at those vegetables. That's right, then it must be a test set up by a master. The master intentionally prepared meat and vegetables, although the meat was monster meat, but vegetables were the most precious things. Everyone's attention would most likely be placed on the monster meat on their body, thus not paying attention to vegetables, in vain missing out on a great opportunity. I really am stupid, knowing that the world's experts are full of trials everywhere. I only reacted now. Bai Wuchen secretly sighed in his heart, and then he clipped another piece of mushroom into the pot. Zhao Shanhe and the others in the middle ate meat until they forgot everything, and very quickly discovered Bai Wuchen's abnormality. How did this guy change his character? And from the beginning he was still eating vegetarian. Bai Wuchen, what are you doing, not eating meat? Zhao Shanhe finally couldn't help but ask. The monster meat is not something that can be seen casually, and it also contains a bit of spiritual energy. Bai Wuchen laughed heartily. I like to eat vegetarian. The meat is left for you to eat. Don't be polite with me. After speaking, he personally clipped a large chopstick of green vegetables for himself. Daughter, Suya, you don't come in to watch and eat meat. You also want to eat. Pay attention to the meat and vegetable combination. Bai Wuchen reminded. Zhao Shanhe suspiciously looked at Bai Wuchen. There is something fishy. Absolutely, there is something fishy. He sneered, everyone at a table eating. What secret can be hidden? Following, he also gave himself a hot cabbage. Could it be that vegetables are better than meat? I also want to try it. Zhao Shanhe secretly thought, clipped a piece of cabbage, and put it in his mouth. Oh, cough cough cough. Vegetables brought chili, choking him until he coughed. Vegetables say, put in the bones soup stewed in the bottom of the pot is the best dish. Spicy is not good. Li Nianfan laughed to remind. Immortal cultivators' demand for food is not probably very low. Why are they so hasty to come to my place? Let young Masterly laugh. Zhao Shanhe said embarrassedly, but his eyes were filled with shock. Dao Yun, just now definitely Dao Yun. Bai Wuchen, that guy is not good. This kind of thing is clearly still hiding. He stole so many vegetables. Zhao Shanhe's eyes instantly turned red, started to rapidly clamp the vegetables and chew them thoroughly. Bai Wuchen was similarly unwilling to be weak. The two people surrounded the vegetables and fruits to launch a fierce fight, fighting until their faces turned red. If it wasn't because Li Nianfan was there, only afraid that the two of them wanted to fight. This kind of situation was quickly discovered by Lin Qingyun, and the others, curiously, also started to eat the vegetables and fruits. Lin Qingyun was completely dumbfounded. If it was said that the delicious food in front made her fearfully admire the words, then this would directly let her overturn her 3 views. In the vegetables and fruits clearly contained Dao luck. How could this be possible? Dao luck for immortal cultivators is something that can be comprehended but cannot be sought. Emptiness and vagueness, similar to sudden enlightenment, can't see or touch but cannot be grasped. Want to contact the Dao luck, can only rely on fortuitous encounter. But now rely on eating can obtain Dao luck. Scary, hard to imagine. No one believes it. Yes, those monster meat are we hunted. In fact, just ordinary monster meat, but these vegetables are things that Li Gongzi himself took out. In other words, this is the thing that immortals should eat. I myself before clearly only care about eating meat, but did not pay attention to immortals take out vegetables. This is how stupid. Lin Qingyun looked at the table that had been destroyed by Bai Wuchen and Zhao Shanhe. More than half of the vegetables, heartbroken and radiant, were trembling. This must be how much Dao luck. She has always been cautious, but at this time is even harder to calm down. Clearly a fairy also joined the food-grabbing team. The wind direction suddenly changed, making Li Nianfan slightly surprised. You guys don't eat meat? Young Masterly, we can eat vegetarian. Bai Wuchen hurriedly said. Zhao Shanhe said while eating green vegetables. Young Masterly, I discovered that vegetables are the most delicious things. You don't need to pay attention to me. Young Masterly, actually I've always liked eating vegetarian the most.
Xiao also said.
Li Nianfan shook his head, also too lazy to care about them. It seems that this world of cultivation immortal cultivators, not only friendly, also extremely strange. A meal into the stomach, Bai Wuchen and the others also felt their whole body warm and comfortable, unspeakably comfortable, more effective than eating any kind of elixir and tonic. Bai Wuchen stood up, solemnly saluted Li Nianfan and said, Young Masterly, this meal is the best I have eaten since I was born. Please accept my bow. Young Masterly, the great kindness cannot be thanked in words. I Zhao Shanhe although only have a little bit of ordinary virtue, but if you need it, just open your mouth. Zhao Shanhe also said. The others also rushed to say thanks, a face of sincerity and respect. Although they had been warning themselves in their hearts, wanting to treat Li Nianfan as a mortal, with a normal mentality, but at this moment, it was really difficult for them to continue to remain silent. Mortals seeing immortals, how could they maintain their composure? Li Nianfan slightly frowned. Just a hot pot. This is all about what? Reporting what? Where did it go? This group of people were fine just now. Why did they hit their heads? Young Masterly, your meal is really too delicious. We can't help ourselves. Out of control. Out of control. Bai Wuchen hurriedly said.
Surprised.
Li Nianfan snorted softly. Immortal cultivators are not even as good as mortals. Bai Wuchen and the others didn't dare to breathe heavily, continuously apologizing. AI, all blame themselves for being too excited, making the expert unhappy. The expert wants to use the mortal body to cultivate. In the future, they can't commit the taboo again. Although it was just a meal, but it made their whole body, high and low, be filled with Dao Qi, circulating around their bodies. Because they had to run back to seclusion to digest, they greeted Li Nianfan and hurriedly left. Out of the courtyard, Zhao Shanhe solemnly looked at Bai Wuchen and said, Bai Wuchen, you can recommend me to young Masterly. This time I'm grateful. Many thanks. This kind of great favor is equivalent to giving a part of the great opportunity, is really impossible to repay. How, look at your breath. Want to break through? Bai Wuchen laughed. I will go back this time to try. Breaking through is not a problem. Zhao Shanhe stroked his beard, squinted his eyes and laughed. With this kind of expert helping, even a pig can become an immortal. Bai Wuchen laughed loudly and said, Ha ha ha, then I will wait for your good news. They at the foot of the mountain each went their separate ways, turned their heads respectfully to look at this mountain peak. Their hearts already regarded this place as a holy place. And at the distance of this mountain peak not far from another mountain peak, two snow-white foxes jumped onto a tree, soft fur fluttering in the wind, just staring at the distant horizon. What caught people's attention the most was that one of them had 9 tails, the other had 6 tails, standing straight up towards the sky, slowly swaying left and right, at the same time strange. There was also a holy halo circulating. 2 snow-white light spots like in the mountain spirit dotted this world. 9-tailed fox that in the black as ink pupil flashed a lively light, revealed a humanized thinking expression, seemed to carry a bit of memory. Sister, don't want to transform or not? We hide in the mountain is not good? 6-tailed fox in the eyes revealed a worried look, clear voice from the mouth transmitted, is a young girl voice. 9-tailed fox shook its head, eyes revealed a determined look. Human and demon have different paths. Only by transforming I can repay the favor. Without transforming, we can also secretly protect him. 6-tailed fox said puzzledly. In the mind, 9-tailed fox could not help but receive the discovery of that figure, whispered. This kind of feeling you will not understand. One day, it was dying, and that person carefully helped it bandage and treat its wounds, which allowed it to continue living. Although it kept thinking about it, it couldn't figure out why. Even though it was just a mortal, it could heal its own injuries. Moreover, from then on, its cultivation seemed to have gotten faster, and in just a few short years, it had cultivated the 9 tails. The 6-tailed fox carried a bit of a sob. Sister, the heavenly tribulation of transformation is really terrifying. I don't want to see your soul scattered. If you leave, what will I do? You now have the ability to defend yourself. If I successfully transform, I still need you to protect me. The 9-tailed fox opened its mouth and said. Its gaze slightly paused, and the 9 tails behind it danced. I feel that the opportunity for me to transform will appear soon. Finished speaking, it lightly jumped down the tree, as if catching the light wind, toward the distance, jumping and going.
Sister.
In the eyes of Luke, Vai-Ho filled with tears, hurriedly jumped and followed. The monster wants to transform, except need to go through more than 1,000 years of cultivation outside. The most crucial is need to go through the transformation of the heavenly tribulation. The person who makes the spirit of all things grow, the monster transforms belongs to going against the heavens. Encountering the lightning tribulation will be extremely powerful. Slightly not paying attention will cause the soul to scatter. Other than that, even if the monster can successfully block the lightning tribulation, the 1,000 years of cultivation will also be gone. Need to start cultivating from the beginning. Although it is said that transforming into human form later, cultivating from the beginning will be very fast, but the restoration is starting from zero. If at this time the enemy comes to the door, of course it will be a death sentence. Moreover, no matter whether it is a human or a monster, the most favorite thing to meet is a newly transformed monster. At this time, the monster's cultivation is the weakest, and the monster core is extremely powerful. If one can catch it, it is like a pie falling from the sky. Therefore, the monster transforming is absolutely joking with one's own life. Normally, there will not be many monsters who will choose to transform. All are using the main body or half-human, half-monster state to operate. Once I transform into a human form, I can stay by the young master's side to serve him. 9-tailed fox thought so, looking forward to it, and at the same time his eyes erupted with determination. A month, towards the immortal cultivation world, it was like a shadow passing through the crack of the door.
Boom.
This day, a thick line of heavy black clouds suddenly appeared in the sky, covering the sunlight. Without leaving the slightest gap, the entire sky instantly darkened. It was clearly noon, but it seemed like night. Thunder and lightning accompanied by the sound of lightning struck in the clouds. Looking up at the sky, one could even see the silver snake in the clouds moving. Impossible. Today to come out like this is not a coincidence. Li Nianfan stood in the mountains and forests, looking up at the sky and shaking his head with a bitter smile. He was excited today, so he brought Big Black to stroll in the mountains and forests, conveniently looking to see if he could catch some wild meat, saying how it rained when it wanted to rain. Clank, clack, clack. In a few short minutes, there was already a bean-sized raindrop falling from the sky. Let's hurry up and find a place to avoid the rain. Li Nianfan quickly scanned the surrounding scenery. Woof, woof, woof. Big Black cried out a few times in a direction, then stomped his 4 limbs and ran quickly. Following Dehei, Li Nianfan quickly saw a cave. Not bad luck, this is actually an empty cave. Dehei, very good. Li Nianfan laughed, haha, not stingy at all to encourage himself. Unknown to him, just now, a terrified bear demon flew away from here.
Bang!
Almost at the same time as Li Nianfan just escaped into the cave, a path as big as a bull's mouth thunder immediately descended from the sky, falling into the mountain forest. The originally fallen into darkness world was instantly illuminated to transparent. The heavy rain followed and poured down. Li Nianfan stood at the entrance of the cave, looking towards the distant horizon.
Boom!
Another bolt of lightning fell. This time the thunder was even more fierce than the last time, like a silvery celestial pillar, standing tall between heaven and earth. Too terrifying. Li Nianfan looked until he was terrified. His whole body felt cold all over. The world of cultivating immortals is truly terrifying. This kind of thunder in the previous life, one wouldn't dare to think about it. It can absolutely instantly make a city directly paralyzed. Even if there's a lightning rod, it can't do anything. Huh. Li Nianfan's eyes slightly narrowed. The whole person was stunned. If he had not seen wrongly just now, under the thunder, there seemed to be something moving. So, awesome. To be able to resist this kind of thunder is absolutely the cultivation immortal world's great elder level. Oneself will not encounter two great elders fighting method? Li Nianfan's forehead thumped. The heart was a little uneasy. This place should not stay long. He did not have the slightest intention of going over to join in the fun, only wanted to quickly leave. Oneself was just a mortal. Just the aftershock was enough to turn oneself into ashes, seeking one's own death to be able to advance. While thinking, the sky was suddenly bright. Rumble. The third thunder fell. Compared to the previous two, this time the thunder had slightly turned red. The power was obviously stronger. Li Nianfan saw clearly. The thunder and lightning below seemed to really have something, moreover seemed to float in the sky. Where to the immortal cultivator? Actually want to fight here? Li Nianfan's heart was bitter. Worth celebrating is, the thunder and lightning location has not moved. Li Nianfan's heart is slightly at ease. He hugged Big Black. One person and one dog relied on each other. At the ninth thunder and lightning behind, the dark clouds in the sky finally began to disperse. The heavy rain stopped. The sunlight shone down obliquely. Li Nianfan, immersed in the sunlight, almost moved to cry. Scared me to death. He did not dare to delay, walked out of the mountain cave, immediately headed towards the opposite direction of the thunder and lightning. The speed was extremely fast. Big Black, hurry up a bit.
Li Nianfan urgea.
After the rain, the mountain road was muddy and unbearable. Li Nianfan's shoes and trouser legs were all stuck in the mud, but he still didn't dare to slow down. Who knows if the two cultivators behind him would get angry and fight again. If they fought to his side, he would definitely get cold. As for whether or not there would be a chance, Li Nianfan expressed that he wouldn't joke with his own life. Passing through this dense forest, a long pond appeared in front. The pond water was like a mirror, like a long silk rope, flowing from the mountain. Going straight along the head of this pond, one could reach Li Nianfan's courtyard. The heavy rain past the lake water flowed down to the extraordinary rapids, flapping toward the downstream, fiercely rushing forward. Li Nianfan did not dare to lean too close to the lake, letting Big Black in front open the way. Woof woof woof. In front of Big Black suddenly stopped, turned his head towards Li Nianfan, loudly shouted. Li Nianfan slightly frowned. The footsteps could not help but quicken. Big Black, did you discover something? He raised his head towards the distance to look into the distance. In his eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Right at the front, 100 meters away position, seemed to lie a line of figures. He did not dare to be rude, hurriedly stepped forward. At sight, was a naked female. The flesh is whiter than snow. The flawless white skin reveals a faint pink blush and is emitting a halo. The long black hair, straight hanging down on the ground, curved willow eyebrows below the closed eyes, long eyelashes slightly trembling, thin lips like rose petals, tender and moist. Beautiful, extremely beautiful. Not knowing why, when Li Nianfan looked at this woman in a flash, in his mind involuntarily appeared two words. Harmful to the country and people.
Shudahi.
Her beauty even surpassed Lin Xingyun and Luo Xiu. The woman's eyes slightly opened, looking at Li Nianfan bit by bit from afar, coming closer. The blurry figure and 3 years ago memories overlapped. 3 years ago. He himself was still just a fox. At the moment of death, the figure followed the woods step by step to walk out, helping himself to gain a new life. This time, almost the same scene, this figure once again appeared. The female's mouth corners slightly tilted up, In the eyes clearly appeared a bit of tearlight. Li Nianfan quickly glanced over, then hurriedly turned his eyes, just carefully looked at the female's face, saw on her face existed tears sliding down, hurriedly said, "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person, you're fine." At the same time, took off his coat, covered this female's body. The female softly hummed. Beautiful eyes calmly looked at Li Nianfan. Not far from this place, a snow-white six-tailed fox stealthily followed behind the tree to stick its head out. In its eyes the size of beans, tears could not help but flow down. "Sister," it cried while glaring at Li Nianfan's back. If not because of this man, elder sister would not choose to transform, and would not die. It hates this man to death. If not for elder sister just begging herself, she really wants to let this man be buried with her. This woman is naturally a transformed nine-tailed fox, although she successfully passed the heavenly tribulation, but her blood vessels were similarly broken under the heavenly tribulation, only relying on the last breath hanging. Not even a month can live. Six-tailed fox wiped away its own tears, although it agreed to let Li Nianfan go, but still had its own petty thoughts. It followed elder sister's wish, brought her in front of Li Nianfan, but deliberately did not let elder sister put on clothes. What it did was to probe Li Nianfan's way of dealing with people. If Li Nianfan had lustful thoughts, then it could openly kill Li Nianfan. Unfortunately, when seeing Li Nianfan give his own coat to his elder sister to cover for more time, he could only resentfully grit his teeth. His heart became even more sorrowful. Li Nianfan looked at the female, opened his mouth and asked, "How will you appear in this place?" The female just opened her mouth. A circle of bright red immediately flowed out from the corner of her mouth, her complexion pale as paper. "You don't need to say. First rest well." Li Nianfan helped the female wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth and said, "I guess you were just affected by the lightning. Just now there was definitely a cultivator fighting again. You, a weak female, should probably hide a bit further. It's too dangerous." The female looked at Li Nianfan, nodded slightly. "Let's go to my place. I'll help you treat it for a bit," Li Nianfan said regretfully. The female nodded again. Li Nianfan rubbed his hands, awkwardly said, "That urgent matters must be improvised, offending." Finished speaking, he immediately hugged the woman, hiding her behind himself. On the way, Li Nianfan absolutely did not feel heavy. The soft back let his heart fly up waves of charm. This woman is probably the same as himself, is immortal, extremely suitable. This self here is considered to have picked up a beautiful daughter-in-law to bring home. The world of cultivating immortals is too dangerous. She is a mortal woman and has grown to be so beautiful, at any time will encounter danger. Only staying together with me is the safest. Li Nianfan was wondering all the way whether it was possible to keep this woman by his side. As for that woman, she was quietly lying on Li Nianfan's back. The corner of her mouth revealed a smile. Her eyes were gentle. She could live together with him as a human. Even if it was only a month, it was enough. Luke Vaiho was following behind, looking forward to seeing his elder sister being taken away by that mortal. At this moment, within 1,000 miles, no matter if it was a cultivator or a great demon, all were in an uproar. In the sky, streaks of streamers shot past, extremely quickly, rushing towards the place where they had just crossed the tribulation from all directions. In the Qianlong Immortal Dynasty, Luo Shi looked at the direction of the thunder. Her face carried a bit of fear and admiration, and said in a low voice, "I can't imagine that there would really be a demon that chose to transform, and hasn't seen it in 100 years. This monster can give up 1,000 years of cultivation, take on great danger, choose to transform, exactly extremely rare." Zhong Xiu nodded and said, "Monster transformation, 9 deaths, 1 life. Everywhere is a monster, can be lucky to survive, one is not bad. This to exist, how spirit will choose to transform. Mother, you look at that direction, the distance to the place of the expert seems not far." Luo Shiwu slightly frowned, assessing the horizon. Zhong Xiu nodded. "Exactly, very close. Also do not know whether or not to disturb the expert to cultivate." "Mother, such a big matter, definitely will attract a lot of people to come. I must go over, save there are blind people, offend the expert," Luo Shiwu solemnly said. While talking, the Holy Emperor is also from outside hurriedly ran over. "Shiwu, I will go with you. The expert to cultivate place does not allow anyone to disturb." The Holy Emperor's tone was resolute, not allowed to interrupt. This is the entire Qianlong immortal dynasty's will. Luo Xiu and Zhong Xiu were both stunned. Father, don't you go to the local monster tribulation to have a look? Luo Xiu asked. Now is undoubtedly the weakest time for the transformed monster. Once it can be found, that will be an extremely huge fortune. The Holy Emperor shook his head. Although transformed monster is rare, but compared to the expert, what is it? The expert can hide in our Qianlong immortal dynasty. This is our entire immortal dynasty's honor. If because of being disturbed by someone and leave, then this loss is very big. Luo Xiu and Zhong Xiu nodded in agreement. If the expert leaves Qianlong immortal dynasty in a fit of anger to go to another place to hide, that is the entire immortal dynasty's loss. Go, let's go together. Cheng Tu also hurriedly said. They did not dare to delay. Immediately, the three people of the highest status of the Qianlong dynasty did not alarm anyone, quietly and silently set off together, heading towards Li Nianfan's residence. The sky of the myriad sword immortal sect. An old man stepped on the 7-star treasured sword, his robe fluttered, and he flew over on his sword. He had a smile on his face, not saying anything carefree. Bai Wuchen, this old man left seclusion. Zhao Shanhe laughed haha, belonging to the qi of the outer orifice stage, releasing a breath, extremely comfortable. Old man Zhao, you clearly broke through so quickly? A sword energy suddenly flashed past, carrying Bai Wuchen to appear in front of Zhao Shanhe. The lifespan of a cultivator was long. Everywhere seclusion was at least 10 years, at most 100 years. If it was a seclusion breakthrough, that would take even longer. Zhao Shanhe only closed in for a month, but clearly broke through. Zhao Shanhe stroked his beard, smiling and said, I can't compare to you. You only had an enlightenment in one night. This is also because of receiving the guidance of an expert. Bai Wuchen said with emotion. Zhao Shanhe nodded in agreement. That's right, the realm of the expert is really not what we can imagine. He just gave us a little bit of guidance, and we can easily follow the Yuanying to break through to Zutqiu. Compared to the Immortals method is even better. Bai Wuchen's expression suddenly became solemn, and he said in a deep voice, Today, you saw that lightning bolt. I came here for this matter. Zhao Shanhe similarly retracted his smile. If I guessed correctly, that place's lightning bolt location is not far from the expert's place. Bai Wuchen nodded and said, Not bad. Until now, there have been quite a few forces heading towards that place, secretly running over to the Demon King, and the Immortal Cultivator are even more countless. I don't really care about the shape-shifting demon. I'm most worried that the expert will be disturbed. Zhao Shanhe frowned and said, I also think so. Bai Wuchen looked at Zhao Shanhe, suggesting, Why don't we run all the way, if there is someone who dares to offend the expert? Bai Wuchen's eyes flashed a bit of cruelty. Zhao Shanhe said, I have this idea. The expert has done me a favor and created a new one. The first thing I do when I leave seclusion this time is to go and thank him. The two of them rode their swords together, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon. Li Nianfan carried the woman on his back, returning to the courtyard. Go home, Li Nianfan said with a smile. He gently placed the woman on the bed and hurriedly let the woman take her pulse. Gradually, his eyebrows furrowed deeper and deeper, although he had long seen that this woman was seriously injured, but he could not imagine that it was clearly this serious. On the surface, there was nothing but the life force had been cut off. If this kind of thing happened to an ordinary person, they would have long since died. Fortunately, this young lady has a long life and is lucky to live on and can still give himself time to save her. He looked at the woman's face that had no color, and a bit of invisible anger rose in his heart, and he couldn't help but say, with such great strength, can one trample on life at will?
Bastard.
He remembered that he was also scared to the point of hiding in the cave, shivering, and his face became even more unsightly. This is also because I can't beat you, otherwise I definitely want to regain my honor. The young lady saw Li Nianfan making her angry, and a bit of jumping appeared in her beautiful eyes, and she said in a low voice, I'm fine. You're also injured to this extent, and you still say you're fine? Li Nianfan felt pity. That's right, I'm called Li Nianfan. May I ask what's your name? I'm called... The woman's eyebrows slightly knitted, her eyes flashed a bit of confusion. She had just transformed, forgetting to give herself a name. Her heart was a bit anxious. The corner of her mouth once again overflowed with fresh blood. You shouldn't be anxious. It must be that she was injured too badly and lost her memory. Don't want to think about it first. Li Nianfan spoke to comfort her. His heart was secretly happy. If she lost her memory, then she would stay, and living together with him would be natural. Thinking that it would be inconvenient not to have a name, Li Nianfan suggested, "How about I first call you Daji?" Daji's eyes slightly lit up. She was extremely happy with this name. Her face showed a trace of redness. "Thank you, young Master Li, for giving me a name." Li Nianfan smiled. "You rest well. I'll go cook medicine for you." Going out of the room door, Li Nianfan called Xiaobai, let Xiaobai go to the backyard to pick medicine, then immediately started to aim at Daji's injury to cook medicine. At the same time, at the foot of the mountain, Luo Xiu, Lin Qingyun, and Bai Wuchen and the others met by chance. "Lin Qingyun, how did you come here?" Luo Xiu looked at Lin Qingyun in surprise. Lin Qingyun smiled, proudly said, "I naturally came to visit the expert." Luo Xiu's eyebrows slightly furrowed. Recently, Qianlong's former dynasty was still busy handling the matter of the national teacher and the prime minister. She could not spare time to visit Li Nianfan. Can't imagine this month. Lin Qingyun clearly hasn't returned, at the same time secretly acquainted with the expert. The Holy Emperor is surprised to see Bai Wuchen and Zhao Shanhe. Sect Master Bai, Sect Master Zhao, you guys broke through? Bai Wuchen and Zhao Shanhe looked at each other and laughed. Have you met the Luo Emperor? Tay. The Holy Emperor took a breath of cold air. Bai Wuchen and Zhao Shanhe before saw himself, but wanted to call himself senior. Moreover, their sects are all within his jurisdiction. Clearly quietly broke through? When did breaking through the aperture realm become so easy? This is all luck that there are experts to guide. Bai Wuchen opened his mouth and said. The Holy Emperor's eyes widened, although he already knew that the expert's strength was heaven-reaching, but only now did he discover that he had far underestimated the expert's ability. A group of people went up the mountain together, while walking and talking. When knowing the expert in the tavern inside explaining Journey to the West time, the Holy Emperor and Luo Xiu's heart simultaneously sighed. The expert was preaching in front of his eyes. He clearly missed it, and missed the opportunity like this. In the world, the most painful thing is at most just like this. Although he had solved the hidden danger of Qianlong dynasty, but compared with each other, it was undoubtedly like throwing sesame seeds away watermelon. Luo Xiu's beautiful eyes resentfully looked at Lin Qingyun, coldly snorted and said, "It must be you who deliberately suppressed the news behind." With the fiery journey to the west, there was no reason she didn't know a bit of the news. The expert took the mortal body to live in seclusion. It can be seen that he doesn't like to be high profile. I naturally can't let people disturb him. Lin Qingyun smiled and said. Luo Shiru gritted her teeth, unable to do anything. Now Nianya had already recovered to normal. Li Nianfan had also finished telling Journey to the West. I'm afraid I won't have a chance to hear it in this life. Bai Wuchen comforted. Miss Luo doesn't need to regret. There's a scholar by young Master Li's side who wrote down Journey to the West from beginning to end. This book contains great principles. I also want to borrow it to read and look. To be able to have the qualifications to be a companion of the scholar by young Master Li's side, I'm afraid it's not simple. The Holy Emperor opened his mouth and said. Bai Wuchen nodded slightly and said solemnly, I have noticed this scholar. He calls himself young Master Li's book boy to the outside world. On the surface, he looks like a mortal, but sometimes he will look closely at a fallen leaf and spend the whole day examining it. Moreover, he often mixes with the mortal world. No matter if it is a newborn child or an old man who has passed away, he will run over and quietly accompany him left and right. I have curiously asked about the reason, and he said that this is because he understands the rules of heaven and earth. Everyone looked at Bai Wuchen in shock, almost unable to believe their own ears. Understanding the rules of heaven and earth? Zhao Shanhe was originally still proud of himself for being able to break through the aperture realm. Hearing those words, his heart immediately became bitter. This must be what kind of realm to have the qualifications to continue to contact the rules of heaven and earth. I once saw it in an ancient book, heard that there are also saints above the immortals. Perhaps this is the only way for a saint to have the means. The Holy Emperor speculated. Bai Wuchen nodded. In short, young Master Li's realm is not something we can imagine. Everyone sighed incessantly, heading towards the mountain. Arriving at the front of the courtyard, the Holy Emperor and Luo Xiu's pupils were both fiercely shrinking, their whole bodies shaking, as if they were immobilized by someone. Their eyes stopped at the entrance of that jade pendant above. Thinking buzzed. Father, this is not. Luo Xiu swallowed mouthfuls of water, somewhat unable to believe opened his mouth. The Holy Emperor's face solemnly nodded. It won't be wrong. That jade pendant above can faintly sense the previous traces. Impossible. This is really too hard to believe. Luo Xiu was shocked to the extreme. Bai Wuchen said in surprise, "You guys can actually see that jade pendant is extraordinary?" If it wasn't because of seeing that jade pendant turned into a phoenix, Bai Wuchen really wouldn't have discovered that jade pendant was so awesome. On the surface, it was just a not bad protective jade pendant. Not lying to Sect Master Bai, that jade pendant was originally given by this little girl to young Master Li as a gift. The Holy Emperor opened his mouth and said, "It's just that, it was originally just an ordinary protective jade pendant." What? Bai Wuchen cried out in fear, his face filled with disbelief. Doesn't this mean that young Master Li let an ordinary protective jade pendant turn into a divine object? The Holy Emperor sighed in fear and said, "I also didn't think that young Master Li would have this kind of method. Perhaps he despised the jade pendant that this little girl gave out as too low grade, so he worked on it a few times and entrusted that jade pendant with a higher Dao fate." How could it just be entrusted with Dao fate? That jade pendant was already not a worldly thing. Bai Wuchen continuously smiled bitterly and told the matter of the jade pendant instantly killing the sword demon once. The Holy Emperor and Luo Xiu were stunned, unable to speak. An ordinary protective jade pendant just like that transformed into an existence comparable to an immortal artifact. This was truly too dreamy. Zhao Shanhe reminded. "Holy Emperor, why don't you take a look at the jade pendant next to that couplet?" Hearing those words, the Holy Emperor and Luo Xiu turned their eyes to the couplet above. Immediately, a strong Taoist rhythm blew on their faces. At this moment, they seemed to have once again turned into mortals. In order to pursue immortality, they tried hard to find the principles of cultivating immortality. Only 10 words, but included endless Taoist rhythm. Too frightening, too unimaginable. The saints' methods, absolutely the saints' methods. The Holy Emperor's lips were trembling, turning stone into gold, turning trash into treasure. This was definitely a saint without a doubt. Adjusting his thoughts, the Holy Emperor tried his best to calm his mind. Only then did Luo Xiu go up to knock on the door. "Young Master Li, are you home?" Luo Xiu respectfully shouted.
Keek.
Li Nianfan opened the door, looked outside the door. Slightly surprised said, "How come you guys go together? What day is today? Rarely get to know a few friends. Clearly came together first. Coincidentally met at the foot of the mountain. Just ran over." Bai Wuchen laughed. Luo Xiu introduced, "Young Master Li, this is my father, Luo Jinghong." Luo Xiu's father. Isn't it the Qianlong Dynasty Holy Emperor? He clearly personally came to visit himself, this mortal. Create a relationship, then he in this place is safe and has a few more protections. Li Nianfan laughed. "Welcome, please come." "Young Master Li, we discovered this nearby fell a few thunderbolts, worried about affecting your life, so ran over." Lin Qingyun opened his mouth to say, "That thunderbolt is indeed not a good thing." Li Nianfan's complexion sank, frowning and saying, "I actually have nothing to do, but it also hurt a little innocent. Such disregard for life. This descending thunder and lightning person is truly hateful." These words sounded in everyone's ears like thunder, making them gasp for breath, scaring them to the point of having goosebumps all over their bodies. This thunder and lightning actually descended from heaven, daring to say such heavenly Tao, from ancient times until now. Only young Master Li alone had ears. They pursed their lips, not even daring to say a word. Carefully and bit by bit raised his head to look up at the sky, discovered that there were no clouds for thousands of miles. Then he let out a sigh of relief, weakly shrinking his neck. Regardless of whether it was young Master Li or heavenly Tao, it was also the elder among elders. Neither side could offend, in their hearts' bitter awe. At the same time, they were even more certain in their hearts, young Master Li really came from the sky. Otherwise, how could he dare to talk like this with heavenly Tao? Moreover, heavenly Tao clearly did not have the slightest reaction. Gulp, gulp, gulp. A burst of steam pushed open the lid of the medicine pot, emitting a crisp sound. Li Nianfan immediately put down everyone, ran over. On his face revealed a trace of joy. Finally stewed well. The Holy Emperor and the others followed behind Li Nianfan. Their nostrils moved slightly, smelling a strange medicinal scent, immediately making them happy, their faces beaming with smiles. This medicinal scent, too extraordinary. They actually are at the Aperture Realm, The same spirit medicine to them has no effect, and this medicine is just the taste already let them from inside out feel comfortable. Just this point alone can absolutely be classified as a divine medicine. Zhao Shanhe is curious, wants to put the divine consciousness into the medicine pot to see what exactly is inside. However, when his divine consciousness just touched the medicine pot, it seems like it will never return. In a moment it was devoured until not a single piece left.
Ah!
Zhao Shanhe cried out in pain, feeling a little dizzy. He thought and looked at the medicine pot fearfully. His face was full of fear. Bai Wuchen asked, "Old man Zhao, how are you?" "That medicine pot. At least it is immortal artifact." Zhao Shanhe's voice said miserably, "I don't know my own strength and still want to see a bit of what kind of medicine expert." The divine consciousness instantly was devoured by almost half.
What?
Everyone was sucking in a breath of cold air. The Holy Emperor and Bai Wuchen carefully tried it bit by bit and discovered that it was really like that. They stared at that medicine pot and only then discovered that this medicine pot looked extremely ordinary, but if one looked closely, there would be a kind of ancient taste flowing out, clearly carrying the wild aura, making people feel terrified and scared. Yes, the thing that an expert uses. How could it be ordinary? Bai Wuchen completely realized. He thought of air purifying gas and water purifier, which side is not hard to imagine existence. Luo Xiu asked in a low voice, "Young Master Li, this medicine, is it prepared for who?" "When I went out, I met someone who was injured by lightning, so I went back to help." Li Nianfan opened his mouth and said. He took the medicine bottle, poured out a bowl of medicine from inside, and walked towards a room. Li Nianfan suddenly said, "That's right, you guys also come in. Maybe you can still help. This group of people are all immortal cultivators. Maybe they have some good treatment method." Bai Wuchen and the others glanced at each other and followed behind in a step-by-step pattern. Follow Li Nianfan to enter the room. They glanced and saw that lying on the bed female. The first feeling is amazing. The second is shocking. Transformation monster. She is that transformation monster. Although transformed into human form, but on the body demonic energy has not completely dissipated, so it is very good to distinguish. This place is right at the vicinity of young Master Li's residence. Young Master Li has no reason not to take action. He's said to save a person injured by lightning. Originally is just a transformation monster. Who can think outside to stir up a transformation monster clearly appeared at young Master Li's place. That group of people definitely jumped out. Did Ji saw Li Nianfan on the face could not help but reveal a happy smile, but when saw behind Li Nianfan followed by Wuchen group time, the face was white, revealing a look of panic. "Young Master Li, be careful." Did Ji immediately hurriedly pulled Li Nianfan to his side, worriedly said, "What's wrong?" Li Nianfan was slightly stunned, surprised looking at Bai Wuchen group. "She seems to be very afraid of you. Why is this?" "Young Master Li, this is a misunderstanding. This young lady must have received a thunderclap fright to be a little afraid of strangers." The Holy Emperor hurriedly said, just like that brushed off an extremely friendly smile. Bai Wuchen also took the time to explain. "This young lady, we and young Master Li are friends, really good people. You just rest assured." "Yes, we are good people, will not hurt you. Even more will not harm young Master Li." Zhao Shanhe continuously nodded. They were afraid of causing Li Nianfan to misunderstand. If let the expert think that they are here to capture the transformed demon, then directly finish the calf. Sincere voice, still lacking to swear to the heavenly way. Li Nianfan also did not take it to heart, smiled and said, "That's right, they are not bad people, little Daji. Obediently give the medicine to drink. It's a little bitter. Be patient a little." Daji was still vigilant, looking at everyone a little, silently moved Li Nianfan toward herself, then slightly opened her small mouth, took a sip. The medicine into the mouth was slightly bitter. The corner of her mouth raised a sweet curve again. Although only 1 month of life can live, but can be like this, she was already very satisfied. She only thought that this medicine was ordinary medicine made by mortals, also did not hold much hope. But after a moment, on her face the expression was slightly moved. In her beautiful eyes flashed incomparable shock. What's going on? She felt clearly, in her body the injury actually had signs of recovery. How could this be? The power of heavenly thunder contained the power to destroy all forces. Her own life force was cut off, just like withered trees, and now there was a dry tree meeting spring to signal. This medicine can defy the heavens to change fate? She looked at Li Nianfan in surprise. for the first time discovering she had always silently liked this mortal. Very extraordinary. How is it? Is it too bitter? Li Nianfan asked. Dai Ji shook her head, concentrating on drinking the medicine. Following a bowl of medicine into the stomach, Ji originally had fallen into a dead body, had signs of recovery. Vitality reappeared. One side of the crowd watching Bai Wuchen and the others widened their eyes, as if seeing the most unbelievable thing in the world. They were immortal cultivators. Their perception of each other was extremely sharp. Ji was clearly someone who was certain to die, still lacking the king of hell to come and claim her life, but just a bowl of medicine clearly changed the world. Unthinkable. Hard to imagine. This is the heavenly thunder. This is equal to following the heavenly Tao in the hands of robbing people. What kind of existence is young Masterly in the end? Li Nianfan saw Ji's complexion restored a little red, smiled and asked, "How does it feel?" "Feeling much better,"
Ji gently said.
"That's good." Li Nianfan let out a breath. It seemed that his treatment was effective. Following, he looked towards Bai Wuchen and the others, opened his mouth and asked, "You guys also saw the injuries. I wonder if you guys have any way to treat them?" "Young Masterly, this is really making things difficult for us." Bai Wuchen smiled bitterly and shook his head. "This is the injury left behind by Heavenly Tao. They didn't dare to think about it. Perhaps you guys also don't have a way." Li Nianfan let out a soft sigh and didn't hold out too much hope. Although Bai Wuchen and the others were immortal cultivators, it didn't mean that their medical skills were high. Daji's injuries were also quite a few. It wasn't something that could be treated easily. Li Nianfan frowned slightly. "If I only relied on myself, I would still need to spend a little effort." "Just a little bit of effort?" Bai Wuchen and the others were all slightly stunned. "This is the most overbearing injury left by the thunder. You can treat it right away. How come it feels like it's just a minor illness in your mouth?" A flash of inspiration appeared in Lin Qingyun's mind, and suddenly his heart brightened, and he hurriedly said, "Young Masterly, we in Lingyun Immortal Pavilion have a lot of healing spirit medicines, which can help Daji's injuries." Li Nianfan's heart was slightly moved. "That's right, the immortal cultivation world has a lot of spirit medicines. Perhaps there are spirit medicines that can help Daji's injuries." Spirit medicines combined with his own medical skills, he can definitely do a great job with a little bit. Li Nianfan's face was filled with joy, and he immediately said, "Then I'll rely on Miss Lin. I'm honored to be able to help young Masterly." Lin Qingyun's face was flushed, and he was considered to have entered the eyes of a great person. The others immediately beat their chests and stomped their feet, regretting endlessly. Bai Wuchen, even more the corner of his eyes trembled, wishing he could slap himself twice. So the expert hinted at this place. How could he not have thought of it? Fortunately, he still in his heart has always informed himself. Wanna always pay attention to the expert hinted. At any time there will be a test to come down. Such a good opportunity to show up is clear for Lin Qingyun to get ahead. Alas. However, they are also immediately worried about building a barn after losing the cow. The Holy Emperor said, "Young Masterly, this place is my Qianlong Immortal Dynasty's territory. All kinds of spiritual medicines are countless. I will then give it to you." "Young Masterly, my Wanjian Immortal Sect has been inherited for several thousand years. Even rare spiritual medicines in the world all have. Say maybe it will help you." Bai Wuchen also said, "Young Masterly, I will immediately go and transfer all my treasured spirit medicines." Zhao Shanhe was most enthusiastic. He received many favors from Li Nianfan. Unfortunately, there was no chance to repay. Time and time again could not bring out many things. Could only rely on this to show loyalty. This scene let one side Ji widen her eyes and mouth. Her face looked at Li Nianfan with a dull expression. These people were not only immortal cultivators. Moreover, obviously, in immortal cultivator world their status was not low, and young Masterly was only immortal. How could they be so polite to young Masterly? This, but with oneself knowing the human world is different, it was simply like dreaming the same. "Then I will trouble you all." Li Nianfan also did not refuse. Many people have great power. Now is not the time to talk nonsense. This group of people are really good people. Although as a cultivator, but to oneself always maintain politeness. Moreover, clearly like this take help people as joy. Then if there is a chance, then compensate them a little bit. They are all intellectuals. If is fond of painting words, then send them a good set. Li Nianfan can think of the way to thank also just these things. Himself is just a mortal. Really is nothing can bring out. "Young Masterly, actually this time I came first. Also to thank you for planning, solving the Qianlong dynasty disaster." Luo Huang respectfully voice. Li Nianfan waved his sleeve and said, "It is just a small exchange plan. Young Masterly, this but related to my entire dynasty life and death, should thank." Luo Huang finished speaking. In hand has more than one old square box, handed to Li Nianfan. "Young Masterly, a little bit of sentiment. Please definitely want to accept it." The Holy Emperor said sincerely. Li Nianfan then received the box, slowly opened it. A streak of firelight from the box shot up to the sky, accompanied by a dragon's roar, casually domineering. The flames in the middle of the air condensed into a fire dragon appearance. The proud and majestic dragon's might suddenly appeared. However, this fire dragon was complacent for not long. In the middle of the air, the body immediately trembled violently, as if sensing some kind of overwhelming great fear, once again rolled back to the box, turning into a round ball of fiery red pearl. This scene made Luo Huang and the others all stunned. When did the dragon fire pearl become so easy to talk to? Familiar with Long Huizhu all know. Long Huizhu is the ancient period ahead fire dragon spirit transformation, and it contains fire dragon hot temper and arrogance, although is Qianlong pre-dynasty national treasure, but consider as Holy Emperor also want to treat it with courtesy to welcome. Normally, Long Huizhu is released, absolutely will roar a while, this time clearly afraid. Perhaps it also feels the terror of the expert awe. As expected of an expert awe, even the awesome Long Huizhu directly received fear. Holy Emperor inner heart is pounding, himself also not a little in front of Long Huizhu eat bitter fruit, clearly witnessed it receive fear one day. Lin Qingyun and Zhao Shanhe are extremely startled looking at Luo Huang. Can't imagine Luo Huang clearly brought Long Huizhu out, decisiveness is really not normal big. Must know, Long Huizhu's fire can actually help cultivators condense golden core fire, massively produce golden core cultivators. This kind of ability is enough to make any force look at it with envy, otherwise, Lin Qingyun also wouldn't seek to think of a way to lend Long Huizhu. Bai Wuqian then revealed a look that was indeed not beyond expectations. He could understand Luo Huang's thoughts, because he similarly gave the myriad sword immortal sex treasure sword He Xianyu to Li Nianfan. Regardless of whether it was Long Huizhu or sword He Xianyu, it couldn't compare to Li Nianfan's hair. As long as it asked for Senior Li's joy, at the time of casually doing favors, it was estimated that it was more precious than them. This pearl actually spits fire. Li Nianfan then was a little surprised to take Long Huizhu, looked at the Holy Emperor and said with a smile, "I don't want anything too precious." The expert is giving a secret signal. Absolutely not precious. Luo Huang opened his mouth and said, "This is Long Huizhu, just exists the ability to burn the furnace." Li Nianfan nodded slightly and said to Long Huizhu, "Spray fire for me to see again."
Hua.
A flame followed Long Huizhu up. The firelight was gentle, and it was impossible to do so. Yes, it is really easy to use, and then burning the furnace is easier. Li Nianfan smiled with satisfaction. This could be compared to a lighter with many uses. Then I will accept it. Thank you. Everyone laughed bitterly. Falling Demon Sword is used to chop wood. He Xianyu's sword is used to illuminate. Long Huizhu is used to ignite fire. If this is known by others, they will probably scold the madman. However, just think of the expert's method. They also immediately return to normal. These for outsiders to say treasure. In the expert's eyes still really calculate, cannot be anything. The expert clearly body has the world-shaking cultivation level, but willingly turns into immortal. Many treasures in his eyes are also like ordinary things. This level of realm, we cultivators are destined to only be able to look up. Young Masterly, we will return to prepare spirit medicine for you. Take your leave first. Everyone stood up to say goodbye. Li Nianfan returned the greeting saying, "Please trouble everyone." Just out the door, Luo Huang and the others' eyebrows are fiercely knitted, raised head to look up to the sky. Each stream of light immediately in the surroundings to survey, speed extremely fast, straight to the four-way courtyard to come. No need to say much. Everyone's thoughts are strangely unified, simultaneously flew towards the sky. Bai Wuqian stopped at a short and stout Taoist in front, smiling and saying, "Ling Taoist also came here to seek for opportunity." Ling Taoist at first his expression was still a bit calm, but after that he revealed shock, bowing and saying, "I have met Senior Bai." His innermost heart was extremely not calm. Bai Wuqian clearly broke through to Xihua Qiao realm. 100 years ago, he was just like himself at the nascent soul stage. The surrounding other people also noticed Bai Wuchen in a moment. They all respectfully greeted him. Bai Wuchen calmly accepted. This senior calling made his innermost heart extremely comfortable. He reluctantly considered him as a great elder of the cultivation world. All of these were given to him by young Master Li. He could even make him solve the problem. On the other side, Zhao Shanhe and the Holy Emperor similarly imitated, pushing out a large number of cultivators. Following, they quickly ran back to their own territory, inwardly angry, definitely needing to immediately first bring the spirit medicine to the front of young Master Li. This is in front of the expert the opportunity to show off, absolutely cannot miss. Lin Qingyun in the middle gritted her teeth and walked, inwardly cursing. Her cultivation is the lowest, the speed is the slowest, a person falls to the end. If all think in front of young Master Li to show off, then naturally the first one to send over is the best, so each other in the middle is a competitive relationship. Inwardly, she was angry, along the way continuously taking the medicine to increase her speed. Finally ran to Lingyun Immortal Pavilion in Luoxian City Stronghold, followed by issuing the most urgent order. The stronghold steward did not dare to be impolite, immediately appeared. I wonder why the Holy Maiden is so urgent to summon us. Lin Qingyun directly took out a token and threw it to the steward. Old man, you immediately take my token to Lingyun Immortal Pavilion. Bring all the spirit medicines in the pavilion. What? Old man was stunned. Holy Maiden, the Immortal Pavilion's spirit medicines are countless. Wanting to send them is afraid it will take at least a month. Lin Qingyun's beautiful eyebrows furrowed. It was her own inconsiderate consideration. If it was just ordinary spirit medicines, how could an expert pay attention? Of course, if it was extremely precious, then it would be fine. The expert wanted to use it to treat the injury of the heavenly thunder. Lin Qingyun continued to say, ordinary spirit medicines, that's it. Bring all the best spirit medicines and immortal herbs in the immortal pavilions. Even if the old man Guan had extensive knowledge, he was scared to the point of having no blood on his face, and his head was dizzy. He was extremely uneasy and said in a low voice, Holy Maiden, this kind of matter is really too important. If not, wait for the masters after leaving seclusion to discuss with the masters a bit to make a decision. The best spirit medicine and immortal grass are undoubtedly the most precious things of the immortal cultivation world, and are also the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion's inside story, yet they want to send them all? If it wasn't for his continuous confirmation, he would suspect that this Holy Maiden was fake. The matter is too urgent. Don't ask too much. All kinds of masters leave seclusion. I will personally let him hand it over.
Quickly.
Lin Qingyun said hastily. Old man Guan was helpless. He could only transform into a stream of light and head towards Lingyun Immortal Pavilion. At the same time, Luo Huang brought Luo Shiru back to Qianlong Immortal Court. Without saying a word, straight to the deepest treasury of the Immortal Dynasty, all kinds of spirit medicines were packed and taken away. Bai Wuchen and Zhao Shanhe were the same, but they were sword cultivators. Spirit medicine reserves could not compare to Qianlong Immortal Dynasty and Lingyun Immortal Pavilion, anxiously broke their heads. Thanks to the starting point of the 7 Great Elders, the East of the 10,000 book coins reward added a chapter. Thanks to the Great Elders for their support. Thanks. Weekly asking for storage, asking for recommendation votes, asking for praise, asking for rewards. Inside the 4-way courtyard, Li Nianfan's mood is exceptionally good. Just because in the house finally a little more popular. So many years. Always alone inevitably will be lonely. A period of time ago, although welcomed quite a few guests, but in the end they are just guests. Moreover, they are also immortal cultivators. Strictly speaking, they and oneself are not a world person. Only today, the 4-way courtyard finally welcomed its second master, still a beautiful female master. Li Nianfan, although is not on the surface association, but who does not hope for their own beautiful daughter-in-law. Put in the previous life, his life is considered complete. The heavens are not bad to him. At this time, Li Nianfan is right now introducing the 4-way courtyard layout to Deji. Not out of Li Nianfan's expectation, following the introduction, Deji's face gradually revealed shock. In his heart there is a little proud. This place things are all system sent, although system is a little bit pit, but the gift quality all carry the style. Moreover, a lot of decoration and home appliances are also all previous lifestyle. It is estimated that the entire immortal cultivation world all have no place that has this place luxury. Must know, even those immortal cultivation people come to this place all want to be scared and admire. This round of showing off is extremely successful. Next is the introduction of family members. Li Nianfan pointed at Dahei and said, "That big black dog is called Dahei, extremely smart."
Dahei, me éxito stelto daí.
Dahei has a cold face, but still obediently swings its tail left and right. Deji also waved her hand to Dahei in a friendly manner. Next is another member, also the housekeeper of the four-way courtyard. Li Nianfan deliberately showed off, said to Xiaobai. "Xiaobai came, then Deji will be here. Remember to listen to the words, do you know?" Xiaobai was very gentlemanly and bowed. "Xiaobai has seen the female master. Give the female master a greeting." Deji's small mouth slightly curled. Her eyes were a bit dull. Surprised said, "Spirit weapon?" "Not spirit weapon is a kind of high technology. Then there is something then order Xiaobai to do. It will do very well," Li Nianfan said. Deji obviously did not listen to Li Nianfan's explanation. She had seen too many extraordinary things here, randomly piled up in a corner. All of them could be compared to immortal weapon treasures. If Li Nianfan was still considered as an ordinary mortal, that would be really stupid. I'm afraid even the immortal palace cannot compare to this place one bit. No wonder that group of immortal cultivators would flatter young Master Li in all sorts of ways. It turns out young Master Li is a great hermit. The one who she had always wanted to repay was a great elder. Deji's inner thoughts were quite complicated. She originally thought that after the transformation, she would marry Li Nianfan, let him give birth to children, and bless her with a peaceful life. Now, could young Master Li care about her? Deji asked uneasily. "Young Master Li, can I really stay here?" "Of course I can. You can rest assured. Treat this place as your own home," Li Nianfan said with a smile. "Thank you, young Master Li. I will definitely serve you well." Deji let out a long sigh of relief. In her heart, she made up her mind. If she didn't have the ability to repay, then she would repay him through other means. Working as a horse or a cow would not be a pity. "Not serving, we are equal." Li Nianfan was a little silent. Although it was very Deji persuading her, her inner self was extremely comfortable, but Li Nianfan still felt it was necessary to correct her thoughts. "Young Master Li, you saved my life, and you are willing to take me in. I definitely have to work like a horse to repay you. How can I have the intention to be on equal terms with you?" Deji's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Li Nianfan, biting her lips and saying, "Could it be that you want to chase me away?" She added another sentence in her heart. "You might forget about the time you casually saved that little fox, but I dare not forget." Including this time, Li Nianfan had saved her 2 lives, and now he was willing to take her in, which was equivalent to letting her avoid everyone's pursuit, equivalent to saving her life again. Such a favor, this life still did not understand. Li Nianfan met Daji a word disagree, immediately want to cry, can only helplessly say, "Up to you, ah. Look a little, ancient women are really good, more innocent, ah. Right, do you know how to play chess?" Li Nianfan suddenly asked. He is a little itchy. This place entertainment activities are really too little. Playing chess is considered Li Nianfan's rare same interest. Usually is to follow Little White to play chess, but Little White is just a robot. With it playing chess has no feeling, just like playing a machine separate same, whereas the same fun with real person playing chess. "I don't know too." Daji is a little embarrassed. "Not knowing doesn't matter. I can teach you." Li Nianfan smiled. Immediately took out the chessboard, right on the inner courtyard on the stone table to play chess. "Xiaobai, go squeeze 2 glasses of watermelon juice," Li Nianfan ordered. The female students definitely like to drink fruit juice. Li Nianfan and Deji sat opposite each other. Li Nianfan held the black flag. Deji held the wrongly written word. Clink. Li Nianfan first lowered the flag. The chess piece just fell onto the chessboard. Deji's expression was intensely stunned. Everything before her eyes changed accordingly. In her eyes, the chessboard in front of her rapidly enlarged. The surrounding scenery all disappeared. In the world there was only black and white left. The 2 colors continuously intertwined, clearly filled with a grand Dao's luck. This is the way of yin and yang? In Deji's heart, there was a strong shock. The way of yin and yang almost made her unable to breathe. Each time she put down a card was extremely difficult. Very quickly, she immediately sweated, even lowered the flag's strength also, did not have. Although she was lost all cultivation, but in the end had 1,000 years of cultivation, the realm still remained, but she said in front of Li Nianfan clearly almost nothing. "How is this because of playing chess? This is clearly because of discussing the Dao. Looking at you, is really don't know how to play chess.
Li Nianfan siga.
He originally thought that Deji was just being modest, could not have thought that it really would not. I will teach you, you can put down this place like this, pressuring my position. Advancing can attack, retreating can defend, and down one step. The black child can do is just put down this position, you can. Li Nianfan one side explained. One side gave Deji a demonstration, wholeheartedly. Deji watched without blinking to listen. In front of her, that black and white world is constantly entangled. In you there is me. In me there is you, just like in the changing principles of heaven and earth. Various false changes, but there are traces to follow. Many places all let Deji understand clearly, originally. This is the true path. No wonder my time transformation cannot prevent the heavenly tribulation. Originally, it is my own path that has gone astray. Deji's heart is extremely excited and touched. Young Master Li is really diligent. He must have seen that I cannot overcome the heavenly tribulation. So he took the opportunity to lecture me. Clearly, he wants to point out me. Just listening to the explanation, her realm clearly cannot help but rustle rise. Once the injury in her body is completely healed, she feels that she can very quickly recover to the peak even more than before. Li Nianfan said to have a bit bitter mouth, dry tongue. Just right, Xiao Bai brought 2 glasses of watermelon juice over. Drink the fruit juice first, you will definitely like it. Deji lightly nodded. In her eyes still had a bit of confusion. Li Nianfan lectured to have been very careful, but the great path of truth was really too profound. Many places she still felt puzzled, clearly near before her eyes, but still had a thick fog blocking, so that she could not see the essence. My own comprehension is really too poor. Deji was a bit ashamed of Li Nianfan's education. She put her gaze down on the watermelon juice in front. In the transparent glass cup, the crimson water under the sunlight reflected a shimmering light, and this cup seemed to have undergone refrigeration processing. The outside was surrounded by tiny water droplets. Just looking at it would bring people a kind of cool feeling. What a beautiful water. Is this watermelon juice? Watermelon can actually turn into this form. Deji was a little reluctant to drink it. Fruit juice was obviously a favorite thing for the immortal cultivation world. Except for water and wine, the immortal cultivation world did not have any other drinks. Moreover, there was clearly a straw stuck in the cup. This kind of thing Deji had never seen before, but she instantly guessed its function. How magical! With young Master Li in one place, there would indeed be pleasant surprises everywhere. After evaluating it for a while, she then picked up the cup, bit the straw with her mouth, and took a little sip.
Swoosh.
The cold watermelon juice followed the straw and instantly sneaked into her mouth, hitting her tongue on the clove. Oh, how comfortable! Watermelon juice undoubtedly brings watermelon flavor. Perfect release. Just entered the mouth. Belongs to watermelon, only has sweet and fragrant flavor. Immediately burst out in the mouth. In the mouth, all taste buds instantly into excited state. Water surrounds the tongue. Cold touch let Deji slightly tremble. Originally, because of playing chess, that tired spirit instantly responded full. Obviously all are watermelon, but drinking watermelon juice is obviously more comfortable. No need to chew carefully, directly swallow mouthful by mouthful. This kind of comfortable feeling is basically not eating watermelon can imagine.
Boom.
Watermelon juice flows down the throat. Like a long drought met nectar, soothe her throat part each blood vessel. Almost let her moan out. Sweet and fragrant juice path body each corner, followed fall into the stomach, like washing once her soul. Deji couldn't help but close her eyes, carefully comprehending this kind of feeling. At this moment, she felt that all her body cells were trembling because of excitement. Too delicious. Too comfortable. She had lived for 1,000 years, for the first time feeling that life was actually so wonderful. And excluding the external flavor, the watermelon juice inside the spiritual energy had flowed into her whole body. In every corner of her body was in chaos. The originally exhausted spiritual energy inside her body also began to recover little by little. This is not a worldly watermelon, but a heavenly immortal fruit. Deji secretly glanced at Li Nianfan, in her beautiful eyes filled with emotion. Young Master Li is really good to me. Even this kind of thing is willing to take out to share with me. Such precious watermelon juice. She originally intended to sip it bit by bit. But how come the watermelon juice is really too delicious? She basically can't stop. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Her mouth sucked in. The watermelon juice followed the oral cavity into her body. This kind of feeling is really too happy, making her want to stop but can't. Wait until he regained his spirit time. A glass of watermelon juice has already seen the bottom. Did Ji's face slightly reddened, embarrassedly said, "Embarrassed, this watermelon juice is too delicious. I can't help myself." Li Nianfan then comfortably laughed out loud and said, "Ha ha ha, it's good if you like it." The next day, the sky was bright. Li Nianfan then got up very early to make Did Ji cook medicine. Make him open the four-way courtyard big door time. Also is slightly stunned. Surprised look is sitting in front of the door on a big stone scholar. Today he is different from last time. Even not wearing shoes, on the feet still stick dirt and weeds, looks like barefoot walk. Meng Junliang thoughts fly, two eyes dull and spiritless. Also, do not know what to think. Seeing Li Nianfan, he then regained spirit, respectfully said, "Greetings to young Master Li. What are you doing here?" Li Nianfan frowned, somewhat unhappy asked. This guy is mentally hazy, so early in the morning appear at the door of his house. Really scared Li Nianfan. Little boy was attracted by your entrance this couplet. Did not think to disturb young Master Li. Really offended.
Meng Junliang respektfully betrog Li Nianfan.
Also fine. Oneself is not worthy of a bookworm of intelligence. Li Nianfan helplessly said. Calculate, you come to my place to do what? Meng Junliang said, since that day behind, this young man has listened to Li Gongzi's education, observed the essence of all things, regardless of the ants on the ground, still a person of a lifetime. Even the sun and moon stars replace, indeed very much have a place to go, discovered in the world many mysterious changes. Just still has 100-fold problems still have no way to solve, therefore intentionally ask Li Gongzi for advice. This guy, clearly compared, will not change into a philosopher. Ah? What problem? Li Nianfan wanted to quickly chase him away. Meng Junliang looked at that couplet, as if respectfully paying respect to the saint. Li Gongzi has told me the answer, I also understand. You understand again? Li Nianfan rolled his eyes. This guy's brain circuit is really different from ordinary people. Meng Junliang modestly said, suddenly have a place to come. Fortunately comprehend young master, Li a little fur. Up to you. Li Nianfan closed the door, eyes out of sight, heart out of mind. This bookworm is really too unreliable. He wants to leave. Meng Junliang then continues to sit upright on that big rock, eyes blankly looking at that couplet. Body in the mist clearly seems a little hazy. In the past month he saw too many births, old age, sickness and death, no matter plants, animals, humans, he all meticulously observed. The feeling is very deep, but the doubts are also more, even started to doubt his own ideas. Can mortals really live forever? This time coming, he originally wanted to ask is still the path to immortality. But when he saw Li Nianfan's entrance couplet, the whole person was like struck by lightning, stopped moving. I followed the world to come, came here to seek longevity. This sentence is not me. The expert is the expert. Very likely has long calculated that I will have such a question, so very early wrote the answer in front of the door, waiting for himself to come. Extremely simple 10 words, but contain the meaning of longevity. Like a body of the top, awakened Meng Junliang. He sat down, then followed the early morning to sit down at noon. The sun was shining in the sky, he still did not move a bit, his eyes stopped at that couplet above. Sometimes there was something to understand, sometimes there was a trap. The thin long robe hung down on his two sides, occasionally there was a light breeze blowing, pulling the silk thread on his hair. In the afternoon, Luo Huang brought Luo Shiwu riding the wind to go, extremely worried, towards the mountain peak running. They had not slept for a night. Finally, with the fastest time to collect enough spirit medicine in the immortal dynasty, first ran to offer to the expert. At this moment, Luo Huang's expression changed drastically. Stop talking. No, there is demonic energy ahead. Luo Shiwu's expression also sank, worriedly said, Father, which direction are they going? It seems to be the expert there. Moreover, their strength is not weak. It seems to be 2 heads of Demon King. Luo Huang's expression was really not good. His voice hoarse and hurriedly said, It's dangerous. If we let them disturb the expert, I really will die 100 times without atonement for my sins. Quickly go, stop them. Luo Huang and Luo Shiwu hurriedly walked faster, heading towards the mountain. Demon King is equivalent to a human yuaning stage cultivator. For Luo Huang to say the calculation cannot be anything, but if because of them that affects the high-level cultivator, the high-level person angrily leaves, Luo Huang will absolutely vomit blood. I am too lax. Clearly do not let people guard this place. The high-level person will definitely blame me. Luo Huang in the heart extremely bitter. To cut this two-headed demon king into 1,000 pieces, all have heart. At the same time, two monsters have gone to the mountainside. One hung up the head of a cow. One looked closely at the head of a wolf. The middle of the deep gaze looked not far away at the four-sided courtyard. The wolf demon sniffed, the corner of his mouth revealed fangs, and said with joy, "That's right, it's that nine-tailed heavenly fox's scent, right here." The bull demon laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, the king is truly a genius, directly calculating that the transformed form is that nine-tailed heavenly fox. There's no need to search all over the mountain. Following the scent has already found it. I can't believe that this fox actually has the courage to transform. That year we searched everywhere for it. Its scent couldn't be more familiar." The wolf demon's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity. "That's right, if she didn't transform, how could we dare to come and capture it again?" The bull demon nodded lightly. The bull eyes still carried a hint of fear. The nine-tailed heavenly fox was too powerful. Every time I thought of it, I still had a bit of fear in my heart. That year, their great king valued a six-tailed demon fox, wanted to capture it and form a love couple, but was injured by that fox and ran away. Didn't expect that, didn't know why. When that fox appeared again, not only was the injury healed, but also its cultivation skyrocketed. From then on, it was even more irreversible. In a short few years it had cultivated into a nine-tailed celestial fox. Even the great king wanted to avoid its sharp point. However, she now clearly chose to transform. Definitely need to want to capture her at her weakest moment. Ox Demon opened her mouth and asked, "If we find her, do we want to go back and report to the great king?" "Report what?" "Time doesn't wait for me. The nine-tailed celestial fox is naturally sharp. If we miss this opportunity and then think about capturing her, it will be difficult. Moreover, she has just crossed the tribulation, doesn't have half a point of cultivation. We want to capture her completely, without much effort." Wolf Demon sneered continuously. Ox Demon was a little excited, excitedly said, "That's right. Once we capture the nine-tailed heavenly fox, the king will definitely praise us greatly." Wolf Demon is secretly laughing in his heart. Capturing the nine-tailed heavenly fox, why must it be handed over to the king? Even bigger, the reward can be higher than the nine-tailed heavenly fox itself. A transformed demon beast's inner core is actually a great tonic. Once devoured, then I'm still afraid of the king? Immediately, they took big steps towards the four-way courtyard. Following the entrance, the four-way courtyard's appearance is clear step by step, majestic and classical. This place's spiritual energy is overwhelming. The mountains are clear, and the water is beautiful. That nine-tailed heavenly fox really knows how to choose a place. Wolf Demon couldn't help but open his mouth to say. It sized up that four-way courtyard, and its eyes revealed a bit of amazement. "After that, you can consider this place as my place to stay."
Huh.
At this time, they just discovered, in the four-way courtyard in front of the door, clearly sitting cross-legged, a scholar. This scholar has a scholarly aura, completely immortal, giving people the first feeling is weak. Where a poor scholar, the kind on the contrary, can eat a little tooth beating. Ox Demon licked his tongue and said, not taking it to heart at all. Following the scholar's gaze, they discovered that on the door that couplet. Immediately, they were shocked all over. This couplet inside clearly contains Tao rhythm. Wolf Demon cried out in fear, "Baby, this is a peerless treasure. It might be that a certain great person became an immortal before leaving behind." Following closely behind, they also witnessed the couplet beside the jade pendant. In the greedy eyes, even more could not be concealed. This place is definitely a certain great power before ascending to seclusion. His value can compare to the immortal secret realm. The wolf demon's thoughts buzzed, was hit by this huge plate of cake, and was overjoyed. This place will be my territory in the future. No wonder the nine-tailed heavenly fox can grow up so quickly. It's very possible that it has obtained some chance. Prosper, I want to prosper. The bull demon and the wolf demon were so moved that their whole bodies were trembling. The demon's face was red. The wolf demon couldn't wait, and went straight to that couplet and jade pendant, wanting to put the treasure into his pocket. "Stop!" Meng Junliang shouted loudly, stood up from the rock, frowned and looked at the two demons. "This place is not the place you should come to. That couplet is also not something you have the qualifications to look at. Hurry up and leave." The wolf demon and the bull demon had blank faces, looking at the scholar, seemingly unable to believe their own ears. The bull demon was stunned and asked himself, "You are talking to us?" Meng Junliang nodded slightly. "That's right, it's you guys." The wolf demon and the bull demon glanced at each other and at the same time reached out to touch their heads. That's right, their heads are still monster heads, not human appearances. Such a mortal. Not being scared to faint is already extremely difficult, yet they still dare to talk to themselves like this? The wolf demon was all angry and laughed. Just mortals, ants-like existences, yet they dare to talk to me like this, seeking death. Its voice was extremely low. As soon as it finished speaking, it blew out a foul-smelling gale from its mouth, wanting to scare this scholar to death. Scholar Clothes Thunder trembled, but still focused on looking at the two demons, on the face, without any fear. This scholar 8 parts are scared dizzy, if not brain has problem. Ox demon gave such a conclusion. Wolf demon nodded and said, "Calculate, all kinds directly kill, will not eat, save eating to destroy the brain." They completely ignored the scholar, continued to walk towards that pair of couplets. Meng Junliang's face slightly sank, lifted his foot from the rock and walked down, blocking in front of the two demons. Clever and ungrateful. Li Gongzi's holy land, how can you two dirty things covet? Wolf demon's patience was completely gone. The rough killing intent shot up to the sky, roared and said, "Ugly scholar, originally still wanted to after snatching treasure then kill you. You are like a fly same as each other, then die." The corner of the bull demon's mouth revealed a bloodthirsty curve. "I want to let you see what is called ruthless." Swoosh. The demon wind blew. The black demon wind compared to the blade was even sharper. Moreover, it carried with it the inherently corrosive poisonous gas blowing towards Meng Junliang, as if wanting to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Meng Junliang was still standing in the same place, his long hair fluttering. His long robe was also violently shaking, but his body was as steady as a rock. Those black winds in passing by his side clearly actively moved away. Not a single one hit him. A strange aura spread out from his body, this one blink of an eye, as if in the world there was only him left. How is this possible? The wolf demon and bull demon could hardly believe their voices and exclaimed, wishing they could stare their own eyes out. Meng Junliang shook his head, raised his hand to point at the two demons leisurely sighed. Dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth, ah.
Boom.
A wave of overwhelming will descended from the sky, covering the wolf demon and bull demon around their bodies. In the sky, the wind rose and clouds spewed. The powerful rule force began to reverse.
No.
Spare my life, spare me. The bull demon and wolf demon could not move. A wave of earth-shattering fear covered their entire bodies, feeling that they were in great danger. The danger of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth made their entire bodies tremble, their eyes filled with despair. The next moment, their bodies gradually changed, clearly directly transforming into their original forms.
Ow.
Oh, there was no splendid fighting, nor was there earth-shattering spiritual power. Just in a flash, the two demon kings returned to their original state. On the scene, only one buffalo and one wolf remained, powerlessly laid on the ground. Even the demonic energy was gone. It seemed to really become an ordinary buffalo and one wolf. Meng Junliang looked at them, shook his head and sighed softly. Animals cultivating into spirits is a bit difficult. Unfortunately, you guys went astray. After speaking, he once again looked at that couplet, raised both hands, deeply bowed to the four-way courtyard, followed like when he came, step by step, slowly left. In the woods, just ran to Luo Huang, and Luo Shiwu saw all these things, completely dumbfounded. Horror widened his eyes. Worldview was overturned.
He.
Luo Shiwu's lips were trembling. Words could not be said. Just now what happened? Conveniently a finger. Immediately let two demon kings appear their true form? What kind of power is this? When did the immortal cultivation world appear such a high-end cultivation method? Can confirm is also not immortal cultivation. No need to say. This scholar should be the self-proclaimed Li Gongzi scholar. Luo Huang said in a deep voice. His expression had never been solemn before. He was shocked to not need Luo Shiwu less. Just now that scene was too afraid, let him unforgettable for life. When is this world so dangerous? Do all the elders like to disguise themselves as mortals? Then oneself saw mortal but definitely want to be polite. Knock, knock, knock. Meng Junliang barefooted the boy, stepping on the mountain area. Luo Shiwu and Luo Huang both did not dare to move. looking at this scholar little by little approaching. You guys are Li Gongzi's guest? Meng Junliang stood firm, opened his mouth to ask. On Luo Huang's forehead appeared a drop of sweat. He tried to pretend to be calm. Actually, his heartbeat had jumped to the limit. This kind of existence is really too terrifying. Reluctantly put out a friendly smile and said, yes, that's right. Really envy you guys can become Li Gongzi's distinguished guest. This is only afraid that several lifetimes can have cultivated good fortune. Meng Junliang in his heart felt sad for a long time, opened his mouth and said, you guys but definitely want to cherish. Li Nianfan but basically did not have the intention to invite himself in. It seems that his own comprehension really let young Master Li disappointed. Luo Huang hurriedly humbly said, young Master Li is a worldly expert. We are lucky to be able to serve him left and right. Naturally, we'll cherish. Meng Junliang nodded slightly, took a step to follow them, and walked past. Luo Shiwu bit her lip, finally could not help but say, good friend, may I ask, Journey to the West, can you lend me a look? Meng Junliang stopped, smiled, and said, now is not the time. I am preparing to imitate Journey to the West, taking this place as the starting point, heading west, on the one hand comprehending this entire world, on the other hand spreading the teachings within Journey to the West. Luo Shiwu's fear towards this scholar was slightly eased, and he asked curiously, can you tell me why you don't wear shoes? Because I want to comprehend nature. Meng Junliang's eyes were profound, and he calmly said, 2 feet touching the earth can let me better blend into the world. After speaking, he took a step and slowly left. Luo Huang looked at the scholars departing back and couldn't help but open his mouth and say, perhaps he cultivates not immortality, but
Dao. Dao.
Luo Shiwu's face was confused. Luo Huang nodded slightly, and he sighed fearfully. No matter if it's young Master Li or the scholar, they clearly all have shocking cultivation, but everything they do themselves, their working style completely follows the rules of mortals. This is the real realm of the celestial beings. Immortal cultivators can fly in the air, ride the clouds and step on the wind, and can also take things from the air, control the wind and control the fire, providing themselves with countless conveniences. But young Master Li and this scholar did not do so, but rather, step by step, completely stepping on the ground. This is probably the reason why they can become big shots. Luo Huang took a deep breath, sincerely said, go, let's go pay a visit to young Master Li. Crack. Not waiting for them to knock on the door automatically opened. Li Nianfan looked outside suspiciously. Just now I seem to hear something. What happened? It should be that 2-headed beast making the sound. Luo Shiwu pointed to a cow and a wolf on one side. Li Nianfan was startled and said with a smile, you guys are too polite, come then come, and also bring me wild meat. Quickly invite me in. Lak Hong and Lak Tivu glanced at each other awkwardly, without saying much. That's right. Did you see the scholar outside? Lai Nim Pham asked. Lak Tivu. I saw him, he's gone. Finally go. Li Nianfan let out a long sigh of relief, helplessly said, that guy's brain is really fine. The so-called path of immortality I have explained to him clearly enough, but he not only can't understand, also understands wrongly. With this intelligence, hope later don't come to bother me again. The speaker is unintentional. The listener is intentional. Lak Hong and Lak Tivu's brains instantly blank. On the face immediately revealed an expression of involuntary shock. It turns out that scholars' cultivation is the path of immortality passed down by young Master Li. This is the path of immortality, woo-woo-woo, envy and jealousy. However, listening to young Master Li's meaning, that scholar seems to also be unable to comprehend, even misunderstood. The most crucial thing is, even if unable to comprehend young Master Li's essence, that scholar clearly still turns out to be that formidable. How much against the heavens should the true path of immortality be? Young Master Li obviously despises that scholar, disappointed below, even did not let him enter the door. In a flash, Luo Huang and Luo Shiwu brainstormed a lot. The mood was extremely complicated. Even that scholar's comprehension could not comprehend young Master Li's path of immortality. In this world, I'm afraid, no one can enter young Master Li's Dharma eye. Terrifying, truly terrifying. This is the real big boss. Luo Huang and Luo Shiwu did not dare to breathe loudly, only thought of hiding in the corner, silently being a waste. As the Qianlong dynasty holy emperor, Luo Huang felt that he must end this topic. Otherwise, he would absolutely be self-conscious to death. Weekly took out a piece of jade bracelet, opened his mouth, and said, "Young Masterly, this is the elixir we prepared for you." Li Nianfan received the jade bracelet. On his face revealed an interested expression. "This is the Cultivation Immortal World's space storage device? Really taller than the appearance." Into the gentle hand, looking at the whole thing is a high-grade jewelry. He once had experience in the space system, so this operation is not unfamiliar. The consciousness casually enters the jade ring inside. This jade ring space is unusually large. Inside displays all kinds of spirit medicines, making the whole space all around the treasure light. The mind just moved. These spirit medicines and immortal herbs immediately flew out from the jade ring, piled up in front of Li Nianfan, completely over 100 roots. The inner courtyard immediately drifted to waves of medicinal scent. Smelling it made people's spirit shake. Regardless of all kinds of flowers, still flashing spirit immortal herbs, not one did not clearly reveal these extraordinary spirit medicines. Li Nianfan in the heart was a little happy, at the same time was extremely touched. With these spirit medicines, Deji's injury can definitely recover faster. Moreover, these immortal herbs can completely plant in oneself's inner courtyard, take charge of the bonsai, increase this place's isolation. Too generous. Can't imagine oneself met immortal cultivator, not only friendly, moreover also like that take helping people as joy, not seeking profit respectfully offering. This is really a valuable for people to praise the world of immortal cultivation. Deji is also from the room come out. First is witness soft lying on the ground buffalo and wolf. This is beating back wild meat. How does it feel? A bit familiar appearance. Next, when seeing the courtyard full of spirit medicine immortal herbs time, Deji's small mouth slightly opened, a face shocked. Qianlong Immortal Dynasty, this is to take out one's underwear all? She of course recognizes these spirit medicines. Casually one is enough to let immortal cultivator rob the treasure head. If it is still a fox time, can obtain a random immortal herb from there, then also a great opportunity. Not modestly speaking, in here a random spirit medicine is enough to change a person or monster's life. At this moment, outside the door came Lin Qingyun's voice. "Is young Masterly at home?" Li Nianfan opened his mouth and said, "Go straight in." Knock knock. Lin Qingyun pushed the door open and entered. When she saw Luo Huang and Luo Xiu, her eyebrows furrowed without leaving a trace. She was indeed still half a beat too slow. Next, she saw the ground full of spiritual medicines. Her beautiful eyes revealed shock. Looking at this time, Qianlong Immortal Dynasty also spent all their capital. Fortunately, she had planned ahead, bringing Lingyun Immortal Pavilion's most precious spiritual medicines all to bring. "Young Masterly, these are our Lingyun Immortal Pavilion's thoughtful gesture." Lin Qingyun waved his hand casually, and 16 spiritual medicines immediately appeared in front of her. These spiritual medicines had extremely strange appearances and clearly emitted dazzling 7-colored light, illuminating the entire inner courtyard, making it transparent, with a full immortal aura. This is top-grade spirit medicine. Daji was shocked. Luo Huang and Luo Xiu were also unable to believe their eyes. Seeing everyone's reaction, Lin Qingyun's mouth corners revealed a smile. Humph humph, if Qianlong Immortal Dynasty went to measure, then I will go to collect. With my Lingyun Immortal Pavilion's internal strength, these 16 roots of top-grade spirit medicine are afraid that not many forces can take out. Cultivation Immortal World Spirit Medicine grade is divided into primary, intermediate, advanced, and top grade. Top grade spirit medicine goes up is innate spirit medicine. Further up is innate spirit root. Innate spirit medicine is afraid that only those who ascend to the immortal world can witness, and innate spirit root, that is even immortals want to worship as a treasured existence, only exists in legends. Li Nianfan was similarly slightly stunned. From these spirit medicines' appearance and surrounding people's reaction could also be seen. These spirit medicines were not ordinary. Lin Qingyun's generosity surpassed his imagination. "Thank you. Later, if there is anything needed, can help me, will not refuse." He did not refuse, but inwardly sighed softly. AI, this time the debt of gratitude, but very big. But as oneself fundamentally has no way to refuse in the end these spirit medicines to Deji's injury is very beneficial. From the present getting along to see, Lin Qingyun should be an intellectual who eats goods. If his wants to ask for a word, or comes to eat for free, oneself agrees is fine. For the future can get a beautiful daughter-in-law, oneself really is really heartbroken. Who can understand a single dog's misery? Ah. Lin Qingyun saw Li Nianfan receive, in the heart immediately happy. She just now at the time of speaking intentionally added a point of skill, is to take Ling Yun Immortal Pavilion's name to offer to Li Nianfan, and not her person, doing is to test a little Li Gongzi towards Ling Yun Immortal Pavilion's attitude. Li Gongzi not only accepted, moreover also added a sentence with such profound meaning, isn't it saying, Ling Yun Immortal Pavilion from now on behind has a great big shot? Thinking of this, Lin Qingyun's complexion was moved to blush, feeling the whole body drifted to the air, dizzy. Too happy. Did Ji at one side bit her lips, foolishly looked at Li Nianfan. In her eyes appeared touching tears. Li Gongzi is clearly a worldly expert, originally in the mortal world secluded not asking about worldly affairs, but for himself. Willingly owes Ling Yun Immortal Pavilion an adult invitation. I owe the favor more and more. Luo Huang and Luo Shiwu both had an extremely envious look at Lin Qingyun. Ling Yun Immortal Pavilion here was hugging Li Gongzi's thigh. It was a pity that Qianlong Immortal Pavilion's internal strength was not as good as Ling Yun Immortal Pavilion. Otherwise, how could they let Lin Qingyun take the initiative? Li Gongzi, are you at home? Outside the door came a voice again. By Wu Chun and Zhao Shanhe arrived. Just entered the door. The two of them were immediately suppressed by the yard full of spirit medicines, pursed their lips. Their hearts were full of bitterness. Had already guessed it would be like this. What did they fight for? They brought humiliation upon themselves. Their sex spirit medicines were completely incomparable to Qianlong Immortal Pavilion and Ling Yun Immortal Pavilion. In this kind of situation, where would they still have the good intention to take out their prepared spirit medicines? Bai Wu Chun and Zhao Shanhe looked at each other and smiled bitterly, putting away their prepared storage rings. Sect Master Bai, you also brought the spirit medicine? Luo Huang asked with a smile. Bai Wu Chun helplessly said, Luo Huang, you don't want to tease us. Just our swords sect this point of background. We have, you all have. We don't have, you still have. So don't take it out to make a fool of yourself. Seeing Bai Wu Chun like this, Luo Huang's heart finally balanced a lot. This time he at least left a good impression on the expert. The harvest was not small. Zhao Shanhe pondered for a long time, then said, Young Master Li, I don't have any elixir, but I brought a seed this time. This seed is my ancestor in a place of ancient secret realm inside time travel luckily obtained. It's just a pity that no one knows what kind of seed this is. What age is your ancestor? Bai Wuchen was shocked, couldn't help but ask. Old Zhao, you also don't talk nonsense. Your ancestor has been up to now at least 1,000 years. What kind of seed can survive for so long? He was reminding Zhao Shanhe, afraid that Zhao Shanhe's brain would get hot and deceive Li Nianfan. At that time it would be disastrous. How could they deceive experts? I know the importance. How could I possibly lie? Zhao Shanhe took out a small wooden box in his hand. I can feel. This seed still has vitality, moreover. Zhao Shanhe's face was a little embarrassed. He coughed lightly and said, When I was a child, I was stubborn, and I once stole this seed, and found it hard to cut, and water and fire were invulnerable. I even had some doubts, whether it was a seed or not. Everyone looked at Zhao Shanhe's eyes and immediately changed to strange. Unexpectedly, this old man was also a fierce child. When he was a child, he was really stubborn. However, everyone was curious. What kind of special seed was this? Li Nianfan was also aroused with interest, and took the wooden box and opened it. Only to see, in the wooden box was an extremely neat round seed. The size and the common seed were not much different. The color was azure, not gorgeous, and there was no strange phenomenon. It looked very common. Are you sure this seed is still alive? Luo Huang looked at it for a while, and looked at Zhao Shanhe doubtfully. Zhao Shanhe awkwardly said, Maybe, probably still alive. Li Nianfan slightly frowned, took the seed and placed it in front of his nose to sniff. Many years of farmer experience told him, this is indeed a seed, moreover not dead, in a half-dead and half-alive state. What is called half-dead and half-alive is not completely dead and withered, but cannot germinate and can never grow things. Myself is the self-proclaimed Shinong system. Although I don't know clearly whether this title is useless or not, but the basic judgment should not be wrong. Li Nianfan secretly thought in his heart. He looked towards Zhao Shanhe, asked, Are you sure this seed is not afraid of fire? Zhao Shanhe nodded. Then I want to try it. Li Nianfan picked up a side of the dragon fire pearl. Lighter, light it.
Who?
jumping to the small fire along the dragonfire pearl above sprayed out, that kind of clearly really hairless.
Ah,
A bit interesting. Li Nianfan was extremely surprised. No matter what seed, fear of fire is the nature, but this seed clearly has nothing to do. What reason? P.S. Thank you readers for your support. I have seen all your recommendation votes and rewards. Today added a chapter. Truly thank you. Also, I will work hard to write well. Hope you all support more. Finally, online ask for storage, ask for recommendation votes, ask for praise, ask for rewards. Are you sure to give this seed to me? Li Nianfan asked. He was very interested in this seed, really wanted to know what it could grow into. Zhao Shanhe saw Li Nianfan feeling interested, immediately shook his whole body, secretly happy in his heart, hurriedly said, Young Master Li, this seed placed in the hands of ordinary people is basically useless. Say when we'll die, give it to you is the real honor. Li Nianfan thought for a bit, nodded and said, Also, want to save this seed, still need to pay attention a bit, just afraid not many people can really do it. If just I like that can be regretful, then I will accept. This seed is really not ordinary. Even experts say want to go up to light, then for other people to say, is even more impossible to do. On Zhao Shanhe's face the smile basically can't be hidden. This seed placed on his hand is just chicken tendon. Can't imagine can actually obtain the appreciation of the expert. This batch has earned a lot. The others coveted until their eyes were pale. The heart bitterly said, What a dog yawning at flies guy. In a moment, the scene fell into a brief silence. Li Nianfan sat in the front position, looking at the opposite 5 people. He was waiting for Bai Wuchen and the others to make a request. People are so enthusiastic, moreover offered such precious spirit medicine. Li Nianfan naturally must have something to show. However, after waiting for a moment, Bai Wuchen and the others clearly didn't have a single person to open their mouth to make a request. Immediately embarrassed. Can't open his mouth himself, say want to let them draw a picture. This kind of picture way is also too low. To have much narcissism can take the initiative to let others go collect his drawing. This period of time keep them eat, also not suitable, just afternoon, distance to eat dinner, still has not short distance. Open his mouth to send off guests, is even more inappropriate. Don't know, Bai Wuchen 5 people are even more restless, really can't sit still. Such a high person closely look at us doing what? Could it be that I have somewhere to provoke Li Gongzi? But what to do now? The pressure is really big, almost scared to pee pants. In Li Nianfan look closely, they feel themselves don't have any secret worth mentioning. Even give birth to Li Nianfan will red mind illusion. In short, really scary. Just a short moment, their backs have been soaked with sweat. That's right, the backyard tea tree is just ripe, I'll give you some. This group of people didn't open their mouths to argue. Li Nianfan also had no way, fortunately finally thought of what to give, so opened his mouth to say. Immortal cultivators pay attention to cultivating their minds and cultivating their character. Enjoying tea in the immortal cultivation world is extraordinary. The quality of the tea leaves grown by themselves is also not bad, at least won't let themselves lose face. Bai Wuchen and the others only felt their whole bodies relax, then were overjoyed, hurriedly said, Thank you, young Master Li. Thank you, young Master Li. This tea leaf is definitely not ordinary, otherwise, young Master Li couldn't possibly hesitate for so long before deciding to give it to us. Moreover, even watermelon and white porridge are not ordinary things. Tea leaves can be simple. 80% are also divine things. We must have sincerely touched young Master Li, so he endured the pain of cutting his flesh, willing to give us a bit of tea leaves. Everyone was secretly angry in their hearts. Afterwards, we must perform well, trying to understand young Master Li's every hint. Looking at it, this group of immortal cultivators' qualities are really high. Anyone with a clear mind can see this is definitely a heartfelt gratitude. You guys are too polite, I should thank you. Li Nianfan smiled, then said, Little Bai, go pick 4 portions of tea leaves. Yes, my master. Not long after, Little Bai picked 4 bags of tea leaves from the backyard and walked over. Li Nianfan opened his mouth and said, The tea leaves have just matured, not many are picked. 1 bag only has 1 kilogram. Please don't begrudge them. No complaints, no complaints. Bai Wuchen and the others shook their heads continuously, respectfully receiving the tea leaves from Xiao Bai's hand, then carefully hiding them in their bodies. Besides having such precious things, where would they think of staying long? They hurriedly bid farewell and left. Just walked out of the courtyard. They didn't even greet each other, covered their bags and rode the clouds and wind away. That hurried appearance, like carrying a peerless treasure, afraid someone would rush over to rob, was the same. The most anxious wanted to eliminate Lin Qingyun. Her cultivation was the lowest, only hated that this time she went out without bringing a guard. Luo Shiwu was a little hungry, couldn't help but say, "Father, when we return, do we want to try it first?"
No.
Luo Huang didn't need to think and directly refused, solemnly said, "Shiwu, this kind of treasure is not a joke. In total, it's just a little bit like this. A little bit less is also a big deal. How can we casually eat it?" He had already decided, after returning, he would hide the tea leaves in the deepest place of the treasury, just waiting for every time he encountered a big event to take out a little more to satisfy his craving. Inside the courtyard, Deji looked at Li Nianfan with deep affection and guilt. "Young Masterly, my injury has troubled you. This doesn't count as anything, it's just a small matter. You should carefully heal your wound." Li Nianfan had no problem saying it. However, the more he was like this, the more moved Deji was. For himself, young Master Li did not hesitate to offend Heavenly Dao under the heavenly punishment to save himself, moreover willing to let go of his seclusion identity, put down his attitude to owe those group of cultivators favors. He owed him really too much. Afterwards, as long as young Master Li wished, I would use all my strength to make him solve the problem, absolutely not give him a single bite. That's right, young Master Li likes to play chess. I definitely want to study well and gain enlightenment. Strive to let young Master Li enjoy himself. At this time, she just discovered that Li Nianfan was clearly fumbling with those spirit medicines and immortal herbs, seemingly in some kind of arrangement method. Dai Ji looked curiously, couldn't help but ask, "Young Master Li, what are you doing?" Li Nianfan said, "These spirit medicines are all very good. Let me see which one is helpful to your injury, which one can be used for planting." Planting? Ji was stunned, looking at Li Nianfan in surprise. Spirit medicine is not so good to cultivate. For the environment, the requirement is extremely high. Moreover, want to plant a spirit medicine, the consumption of finished product and effort is also extremely large. High-grade spirit medicine also needs special cultivation method. Even so, can still survive is also few. Take a step back. Even if you can successfully plant, spirit medicine maturity period normally 100 years, even several hundred years, completely is just wasting effort without result. In the cultivation world, spirit medicine is a kind of fate, born from heaven and nurtured. Why calculate fate is purely want to see luck. Can or not get spirit medicine depends on luck. Want to rely on human labor to plant, almost impossible. Want to plant in large quantities, that is even more daydreaming. Li Nianfan nodded and said, "That's right. These few stalks of immortal grass I prepared to make into a bonsai, just put in the inner courtyard. Make our residence more glorious." He said these few stalks. It was Lin Qingyun who sent 16 roots of the best immortal grass. Use the best immortal grass to make their residence more glorious? Daji's little head immediately dreamed on the spot. In the world there is clearly still this kind of operation? Silent for a moment, she finally advised, "Young Master Li, the more spiritual medicine grows, the more it depends on the will of heaven. If the cultivation method is wrong, this spiritual medicine not only has no way to survive, it will likely be destroyed." Ordinary spiritual medicine is not counted yet, but the more precious spiritual medicine cultivation, the difficulty is undoubtedly greater, and once destroyed, it is a waste of heaven's gift. She knew that Li Nianfan was a hidden master, but Li Nianfan's attitude was really too casual. Who would plant spiritual herbs in the yard? At least he should have meticulously designed a spiritual herb garden first, right? Is it so difficult to cultivate spirit medicine? Li Nianfan felt a little surprised. "I feel it's still good. Let's try it." Such a good spirit medicine. Using it all up won't really be heartbreaking, but continuing to grow is the king's way. Daji opened her mouth wide, trying to hold back from speaking. "It turns out you haven't planted it before. This time is for testing? This world is too crazy. However, if young Master Li wants to breed, then breed it, as long as he's happy." Daji started to attack from the side. A moment later, Li Nianfan smiled. I'll bring these spirit medicines to the backyard, conveniently make some soil, and make a bonsai." Daji plucked a strand of black hair in front of her face and said expectantly, "Can I go with you?" She was really extremely curious about Li Nianfan's backyard. Can grow that kind of magical backyard watermelon. In the end, is what kind? Of course can.
Li Nianfan ligul linudda.
Daji's face was happy, hurriedly following behind Li Nianfan, that is, nervous and expectant. According to the inner courtyard cobblestone small path steadily walked, In front appeared a crescent-shaped archway. Behind the door was a crimson wooden door. The wooden door seemed a little old, showing traces of years. According to approaching this wooden door, Daji in the heart nervousness erupted strongly. Even, she appeared to kind of turn around and run away urge. Nine-tailed heavenly fox, psychic nature, innate perception is extremely sharp. She has a kind of feeling behind this door exists great terror, at the same time, also has great fate. Next, herself is afraid that will see extremely unimaginable things. If there is danger, young Master Li will definitely protect me. Did Ji looked at Li Nianfan's back for a bit, her uneasy heart gradually returned to calm. Creak, creak. The door opened.
Boom.
From behind the door, an unimaginable Dao luck that covered the sky and earth attacked Did Ji. In just a blink of an eye, she was devoured by these Dao lucks. Her 1,000 years of cultivation, all her enlightenment, in front of these Dao lucks completely became a joke, not worth mentioning. At this moment, she felt like she was a drop of water in the vast ocean, merging into it, losing herself. What's wrong? Li Nianfan's voice pulled her back. Did Ji's complexion was pale. Her heart was still fearful as she looked at that Dao luck that opened the door a bit. Her whole body was covered in a layer of cold sweat. Too terrifying. Just now those were just talking about the remnants of luck. Transmission text. When a person's understanding of the Dao reaches the extraordinary and otherworldly realm, his Dao luck will leave a trace in this world, called Dao luck remnant. Even if he leaves this place, the Dao luck remnant will still remain. What exactly happened in this backyard that there is such a rich Dao luck remnant? Then what realm should the person with this Dao luck remnant be at? Immortal? Definitely not. Far beyond immortal. Did Ji's beautiful eyes looked at Li Nianfan. Her heart could not be at peace for a long time. What exactly is young Master Li's cultivation? Li Nianfan concernedly said, is it a relapse of the injury? Did Ji took a deep breath, shook her head and said, young Master Li, I'm fine. Let's continue. Li Nianfan lightly nodded, carrying Did Ji into the backyard. Just entered the backyard. Did Ji could feel that strong Dao luck even more. This entire backyard, every corner clearly had Dao luck hiding. These Dao luck, even if revealed to the outside even a little bit, it was enough to make countless immortal cultivators fight desperately. Looked at the things planted in the backyard again. However, they were all ordinary fruits and agricultural crops, but, just from the appearance, one could feel that these fruits and agricultural crops were not ordinary things. No wonder. Growing in an environment filled with Dao luck, even if it was an ordinary thing, it would turn into a divine object. Did Ji secretly thought in her heart. The backyard was extremely large. The surrounding rock mountain formed a natural fence, letting people feel that kind of spacious and comfortable at a glance. Except for planting all kinds of fruit trees and agricultural plants outside, there are also some foreign-grown plants. In the central backyard, there is also a lake. The lake water reflects the sky, extremely deep blue. The water surface is as quiet as a mirror. What a magical world. Did Ji feels like she has left the original world, placing herself in another world. Moreover, she looks around, always feeling like she doesn't notice anything. This backyard is definitely not simple. It's just that she can only discover a little bit of fur. My backyard scenery is not bad. Li Nianfan said with a smile. His heart also has some emotion. Every time he comes to the backyard, he can't help but remember the scene where he was crushed by the system. 5 years, roughly 5 years. Oneself not only in this place learned to say a few brothers passed away, also follow an ordinary little boy turn into a common big boy proficient in playing the zither, calling, painting, farming, weeding, etc. But, spend so much, the system finally clearly run. Do you know how I have passed these 5 years? Saying too much is all tears. Can't think. Li Nianfan afraid oneself will cry. Good, these spirit medicines then plant here. Li Nianfan found a good place, empty land. The backyard planting tools are complete with everything. Li Nianfan very smoothly picked up the guy, started digging the soil. Huh? This soil. Did Ji saw Li Nianfan flip the soil. Immediately his eyes stopped. The soil is dark red, looks very ordinary, but did Ji notice these flipped soil are really too neat? No mistake, it is neat. The same soil inside will definitely be mixed with crushed rocks. The soil itself shape and color will also be different. The soil grain size will also be different. However, this place soil is pure crushed soil. Moreover, each grain is exactly the same, evenly unimaginable. Under the foot of this piece of land, It seems to be from this countless completely similar soil small round grains stuck together to form. She can't help but bend down, curiously picking up one. Just a small one, but it's like a 1,000-pound burden, almost making her unable to pick it up.
What kind of soil is this?
Obviously, so heavy. Could it be that it was brought down from the immortal world? Too terrifying, unimaginable. Did Ji's heart stirred up huge waves and strong winds? This day's number of shocks were more than her 1,000 years of cultivation combined. Almost overturned her worldview. She couldn't help but laugh bitterly in her heart, thinking anxiously. I really thought too much before. I was actually worried that young Master Li couldn't grow spirit medicine with this soil. It was enough to grow spirit medicine. My vision was too low. How could I have the qualifications to question young Master Li? I hope young Master Li doesn't want to blame me because of this.
Swoosh.
In the quiet lake, suddenly a small mountain-like wave rose. The wave rose higher and higher, finally gradually retreated, revealing a turtle statue inside. The turtle statue floated on the water surface, lazily looked at Li Nianfan and did Ji for a bit, then slowly moved out of the water surface, lay on the shore, closed her eyes, and dozed off. Did Ji was startled, and said in surprise, "This is a turtle statue?" Li Nianfan nodded slightly. Forgot to introduce. It's called Old Turtle. I remember when I bought it, it was only a little bigger than my hand. I didn't expect that in more than a month, it would be half an adult. The turtle statue grew up really fast. Remembering that at that time, it was because I was worried that there would be monsters in the lake that I bought the turtle statue. The truth proved, how could there be monsters here? Li Nianfan dug the ground, suddenly thought of something, shouted. Little White, Big Black, all come to help. Respected master, I'm coming. Little White ran out from the inner courtyard. Woof, woof, woof. Big Black also listened to the call, wagged its tail. Li Nianfan nodded with satisfaction. Almost forgot, in the house there were 2 free labor. This one had a higher productivity. Lu Huang sent a lot of spirit medicine, moreover obviously went through meticulous screening. Each kind of spirit medicine was different. The appearance was also not bad. Once planted in this place, it could be considered a small-sized spirit medicine garden. Next, Li Nianfan again tidied up 16 flower pots, used to plant the spirit medicine immortal grass that Lin Qingyan sent, displayed the position he had all arranged, guaranteed to let people who just enter the inner courtyard be attracted. The most crucial is tomorrow's special seed. Li Nianfan thought for a long time, finally decided to plant at the lakeside. This place's soil is fertile, nearby has not planted other plants, water source is also sufficient, considered as the best backyard location. After that, he carefully took care of it, also did not believe it did not germinate. 3 days of leisurely moving. Li Nianfan's life erupted with satisfaction. Every day, all kinds of flowers, down and down flags, also can confide with his sister, Bai Wuchen, and the others also occasionally gave him some mountain specialties wild meat. This is probably the previous life everyone painfully sought simple natural life. However, the matter of the outside world transforming into a monster still did not end. Instead spread to stir up a stir. Moreover, there was news spread. This time the transformation is Nine-tailed celestial fox. Immediately, more people rushed to join in the fun. Nine-tailed heavenly fox. This is the ancient alien species, can be said to be a treasure all over. High bloodline, far surpassing ordinary monsters. The same fox wants to evolve into nine-tailed heavenly fox. Compared to mortals, becoming immortals is even more difficult. Several thousand years of time. The news related to nine-tailed heavenly fox is getting less and less. Many people think that nine-tailed heavenly fox in this world disappeared. Can't imagine this time clearly spread nine-tailed heavenly fox news again. It is said that as long as one drinks a little nine-tailed heavenly fox blood, one can cleanse the essence, punish the marrow, and remove the mortal fetus. As long as one cultivates beside nine-tailed heavenly fox, one can listen to the sound of the great Tao. Who said nine-tailed heavenly fox is willing to be taken care of by heavenly Tao. If it is nine-tailed heavenly fox, many people will probably give up on capturing the idea, because nine-tailed heavenly fox's strength is not inferior to the tribulation great elder, close to the existence of immortals. But this nine-tailed heavenly fox also transformed. This is equal to an endless treasure, and it is an ownerless object. Whoever finds it first is who. The great opportunity is right in front of their eyes. How can a cultivator not go crazy? The sky of Qianlong Immortal Dynasty. Occasionally there will be a flash of light flying past. Slightly some cultivation level cultivators are all around the mountain peak investigating. If it weren't for Bai Wuqian and the others deliberately covering up, Li Nianfan's quiet life would soon be exposed. The biggest pressure belongs to Luo Huang because of this. He is so anxious that he feels like he can't sleep well. If there is any blind collision expert, the expert leaves angrily, then my Qianlong Immortal Dynasty's loss will be too great. Luo Huang is worried. Right at this moment, originally in the sky of 10,000 miles without clouds, suddenly appeared a huge flying boat. Flying boat covers the sky, around exists cloud surrounding, halo of 10,000 zhong, shaking everywhere. Originally at nearby flying immortal cultivator crowded was blinded, flusteredly retracted the light, landed on the ground, did not dare to balance, with flying boat. This is Lin Xian Dao Palace flying boat. Nine-tailed heavenly fox brought Lin Xian Dao Palace people also brought? They came, others do not hope. Quickly look at that flying boat in front. Is this a fairy descending to mortal world? Hiss. Nascent soul cultivator? Countless cultivators all are faces full of respect and shock looking at that young girl. Lak Hong in heart startled. How come even Lin Xian Dao Palace people all came? He did not dare to be disrespectful, hurriedly brought along Lak Tivu to go out of Qianlong Immortal Dynasty, a face respectfully waiting at the entrance. The flying boat stopped. That young girl was like 9 celestial fairies. Her body was covered with a thin veil of mist. Her expression was cold and arrogant. In her beautiful eyes there was no fear, a clear spring. Lak Hong went forward to welcome, opened his mouth and said, Qianlong Immortal Dynasty welcomes Miss Qin. In his heart there was a bit of bitterness, as expected of the saintess of the Lin Xian Dao Palace. At such a young age, she had clearly cultivated to the Yuanying stage, enough to establish a sect in Qianlong Immortal Dynasty. Lin Xian Dao Palace reason dare to call themselves to be immortal. This is not arrogant, but because they are only one step away from the real immortal, can be said to be one of the top forces of cultivation immortal world. Luo Shiwu is also beside him, salutes and says, Shiwu has met elder sister Manyun. Qin Manyun smiles at Luo Shiwu, somewhat surprised says, a period of time not seeing, younger sister Shiwu actually broke through to Zhuji late stage, truly a genius. She is really startled. Qianlong Immortal Dynasty is in the poor land of cultivation immortal world. Luo Shiwu is still so young, can in this place reach Zhuji late stage. Future prospects are limitless. She all somewhat wants Luo Shiwu to join Lin Xian Dao Palace. Luo Shiwu smiles without speaking. Only she herself knows. All of these are because of Li Nianfan. With this kind of expert in one place for a long time, even if it is a pig head, it is estimated that it can also become an immortal. However, this kind of great secret she is definitely not going to say. Lak Hong brought Tan Man Ban into the Qianlong dynasty, received with the highest etiquette, and also let Zhong Xiugo make tea. In the main hall after sitting down, Lak Hong opened his mouth and said, I don't know what's the matter with Mist in coming here. Tan Man Ban smiled and said, perhaps Lak Hong also guessed, I am here for the 9-tailed heavenly fox. Lak Hong secretly smiled bitterly. It was indeed so. The temptation of the 9-tailed heavenly fox was really too great. He at the time of knowing that the transformed monster was the 9-tailed heavenly fox was also startled, and then returned to normal. The monster that could enter Li Gongzi's dharma, I naturally wouldn't be an ordinary monster. If it was just an ordinary monster, Li Gongzi definitely wouldn't take action to save it. It's just... Lin Xian Dao Palace obviously also hit the 9-tailed heavenly fox attention. This kind of behavior in Luo Huang looked at completely is to seek death. He has the heart to remind, but also does not want to expose Li Nianfan's existence. AI, difficult to do. Luo Huang can only tactfully advise. 9-tailed heavenly fox has not appeared for thousands of years. This time suddenly spread out. Say maybe it is just rumor, cannot believe. I have heard, spread out this news is Silver Moon Demon Emperor, should not be fake. Qin Manyun shook her head, followed by doubtfully looking at Luo Huang. Luo Huang could it be that is not considered to go find 9-tailed heavenly fox? Yes, I have sent people all over the mountains and hills to search. Try luck. Luo Huang hurriedly said. At the same time, he cursed loudly in his heart. It turned out that the Silver Moon Demon Emperor was playing tricks. This guy probably didn't even know what kind of existence he offended. Definitely not far from death. He couldn't help but think of the 2-headed demon king that appeared in front of Li Nianfan's door. Those two guys should have been sent by the Silver Moon Demon Emperor, directly and casually transformed into their original form by that scholar, now 80% turned into feces and urine. However, being able to become a high-level person's feces and urine could also be considered their good fortune. Qin Mannion looked at Luo Huang and said, "Luo Huang, this place is your territory after all. I follow the order of the Master Sect. Want to let you help us search for Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox. Lin Xiandao Palace will definitely have a deep thanks." Luo Huang was immediately startled. "Deep thanks my ass. You and I have no grudge. Why want to push me into the fire pit? According to the expert in the hand wants to find people, he thinks also dare not think. Can you tell me why you guys are looking for Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox?" Luo Huang could not help but ask. Qin Mannion pondered for a moment, opened his mouth and said, "Luo Huang, just rest assured, we do not have the slightest bit of malice towards the Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox, and will not harm her. It was originally an ancient alien species, now transformed into human form. Its cultivation talent is favored by the heavens. It has great hope of cultivating into an immortal. We only ask her to join Lin Xiandao Palace, and are willing to use the entire sect's resources to cultivate her, wishing her to cultivate into an immortal." Who? Luo Huang let out a sigh of relief. If Qin Mannion had ill intentions in her heart and came, he was afraid that she would immediately chase her away. Even if she offended Lin Xiandao Palace, she would not regret it. Right now Daji is a person of young masterly. Even if the Heavenly King came, as long as she had ill intentions towards him, that would be the enemy of Qianlong Immortal Dynasty. Luo Huang only wanted to be a loyal licking dog. Seeing that Luo Huang did not say anything, Qin Mannion continued to say, "Luo Huang, the path to becoming an immortal is extremely difficult. Now the path of immortals is cut off. Our entire cultivation world has had thousands of years where no one can ask to become an immortal. This Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox appearing is an extremely important opportunity for us." Her voice was sincere, and also a little hurried. "Miss Qin, rest assured, I will do my best." Luo Huang nodded and agreed. "The path of immortals is broken? No. I and the Qianlong Immortal Dynasty already have a formidable and arrogant big boss, even more formidable than immortals. The Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox is right beside him. I will let you know if you dare to go and want it." Luo Huang can only curse in his heart. Qin Mannion frowned, always feeling that Luo Huang looked down on this matter a little. Why could it be like this? This is the Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox. Is it possible that Luo Huang is not interested? Even our Lin Xiandao Palace words also, do not listen? She continued to advise. Luo Huang, the Silver Moon Demon Emperor, is also looking for the Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox. If let them find it first, afraid that will directly use the Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox Demon Pill. In the world bring back the real Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox, so our actions must be quick. Miss Qin, rest assured, I will definitely ensure the safety of the Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox. Luo Huang solemnly said. He sneered in his heart. The Silver Moon Demon Emperor is what shit. Young Masterly can crush him to death with a single hair. At this time, Zhong Xiao is right in the deep place of Qianlong Immortal Dynasty's treasury. She looked at the empty treasury, frowning. This place is the Qianlong Immortal Dynasty's special place to store spiritual medicine. Although she knew that the top-grade spirit medicine were all given to young Masterly, but when she saw the empty treasury, she still felt a little uncomfortable. Hope young Masterly can slightly give a little favor so that our Qianlong Immortal Dynasty will be more prosperous. Zhong Xiao secretly thought in her heart. Like young Masterly, this kind of big boss, even if it was just scattered a little bit of good place from the middle of the finger, it would be a great opportunity for a cultivator. Zhong Xiao sighed, and then started to look for tea leaves. Lin Xiandao Palace was a top-level force, and had good relations with Qianlong Immortal Dynasty, so naturally, she wanted to use the highest method to receive them. Normally, the precious tea leaves were all left here by Luo Huang. Her gaze swept over slightly, and accidentally clearly saw a bag hidden in a corner. Ah! How come this tea leaf has never been seen before? Could it be a new product? Zhong Xiao was slightly stunned, picked up that bag of tea leaves to evaluate. The bag was not big, looking up was also extremely ordinary. The packaging method and the previous tea leaves were completely different, very novel. Can be hidden by Luo Huang in this place. Tea leaves definitely extraordinary. Might as well just use it to make tea. In the hall, Luo Huang was still talking with Qin Mannion. Luo Shiwu was also on one side chatting with Qin Mannion. However, Qin Mannion obviously didn't care. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, footsteps sounded. Zhong Xiu held the tray in her hand, carrying the tea, and walked over. Luo Huang smiled and said, Miss Qin, searching for the nine-tailed heavenly fox is not a matter of a day or two. There is no rush. Why not drink some tea first? Qin Manyan shook her head. No need. I think first go to the nine-tailed heavenly fox's tribulation crossing place to have a look. She seemed to see that the Qianlong immortal dynasty was really not in a hurry. Moreover, this tea was probably a treasure to the Qianlong immortal dynasty. She really didn't have much attraction. Sister Man Yun, you should drink some more, it won't take long. Luo Shiwu opened her mouth to advise. Luo Huang also said, That's right, Qin lady. Although our Qianlong immortal dynasty can't compare to Lin Xiandao Palace, but this tea leaf is not commonly seen, compared to normal spirit medicine is even rarer. Qin Manyun is inconvenient to refuse, so she put her eyes on the tea water above.
Ah!
Her eyes slightly condensed. This tea water and the tea water she has seen has a difference. The tea leaves sink to the bottom without a bit of impurities. The tea water color shows a kind of light brown color, clear and quiet, from afar looking like a high-grade amber. This tea water is not ordinary. She has extensive knowledge. Towards tea leaves has more attention, but even if she claims to have tasted all kinds of good tea, seeing this cup of tea water time still can't help but be attracted. On Luo Huang's face finally revealed a smile, somewhat proud. The tea leaves themselves are indeed extraordinary. Even Miss Qin was shocked. He similarly picked up a cup of tea to examine carefully. So examining, he was immediately stunned.
Ha!
What kind of tea is this? I previously entertained distinguished guests with tea leaves. It seems that the appearance is not like this. Where did Zhong Xiu find it from? At this time, Qin Manyun had already placed the tea in front of her. The fresh and elegant tea fragrance made her spirit shake. Good tea.
Gently sip it.
The bitter tea water entered the mouth, surrounded the tip of the tongue above, let her in the nostrils could not help but emit a burst of enjoyment, leisurely closed her eyes. She did not swallow the tea water, but was carefully enjoying it. The tea water flavor turned to be more and more bitter, but in her mind it became more and more relaxed. Previously, memories came one after another. In the heart, a lot of confusion was easily resolved. Not thinking of the problem also opened up the knot. The tea water flowed down the throat bit by bit. The past story was like smoke. Unable to restrain herself, the corner of her eyes clearly left a drop of tears. She did not pay attention, continued to take the second sip. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, beside her ear clearly rang the sound of the great path. In the head a piece of emptiness, the whole heart relaxed. Excluding her, Luo Huang and Luo Shiwu also started to enjoy tea, following similarly into this kind of state. Just a cup of tea clearly let them simultaneously enter the state of enlightenment. A full quarter of an hour later, Qin Manyun just opened her eyes. In her eyes carried a bit of understanding and emotion. Again looked at the cup in her hand, clearly already empty. What kind of tea is this? Even if the best tea leaves of Lin Xiandao Palace were to be compared to it, they were all worthless. Basically not on the same level. A cup of tea was just a chance to gain enlightenment. Even if she was already at the nascent soul stage, she felt that she had gained quite a bit. What is the most important thing in cultivating immortals? Not spiritual power, nor talent, but enlightenment. Tao is the foundation of cultivating immortals. Only with full enlightenment towards Tao can one break through the bottleneck. Some people, cultivation aptitude is excellent, resources are also sufficient, but if enlightenment towards Tao is not enough, then it is very likely that they will be stuck in a realm for a lifetime. Therefore, breaking through the bottleneck is the most important. For many immortal cultivators, a bottleneck everywhere represents a lifetime. If one is unable to understand towards Tao enough, and then forcefully breaks through the bottleneck, that is a side door of evil, very easily going down the path of evil from there becoming a devil, the end will not be too good. Also because of that, sudden enlightenment is too precious for immortal cultivators, can only be enlightened but cannot be sought, calling it a great opportunity or great fortune is not enough. But a cup of tea can clearly make people enlightened. Even if Qin Manyun came from Lin Xiandao Palace with extensive knowledge, at this moment, she also felt like a dream, unbelievable.
Whoosh.
The entire hall's spiritual power suddenly became chaotic. The external spiritual power seemed to receive something attractive, crazily converging toward the hall. Luo Huang and Qin Mannion coincidentally put down their gazes and still closed their eyes on Luo Xiu. This is a breakthrough. Layer after layer of golden halo rose from Luo Xiu's body. In a flash, these halos immediately condensed into golden flames, which was the golden core fire. The endless spiritual power seemed to become this golden flame's nutrient, rushing toward the fire fiercely, letting the fire explode. Very quickly, the entire hall was illuminated by the fire and became golden. Luo Huang hurriedly put out his hand, struck out several hand seals, and isolated this place's situation. Breakthrough time absolutely cannot bear to be disturbed by the outside world. Normal people breakthrough will be in seclusion early. How can Luo Shiwu like this not understandably break through? I'm afraid even Luo Shiwu himself didn't think of it. A cup of tea will let him break through. This is the Golden Core Great Dao. Entering the Golden Core Great Dao is considered stepping into the threshold of Cultivator Immortal. Don't know how many people tried their whole life but couldn't reach it. However, Luo Huang and Qin Mannion also had complicated faces, didn't feel surprised, instead had some regret. That cup of tea contained Dao luck that was really too rich. Even if they all entered the state of enlightenment, the benefits were not small, let alone the Foundation Establishment realm Luo Shiwu. This kind of delicious tea was clearly given to Foundation Establishment stage cultivators to drink, trampled awe. Half a quarter of an hour later, on Luo Shi's body the yellow flame suddenly trembled, following like a migratory bird returning to its nest, toward Luo Shi's dantian area converging and going.
Kung.
It seemed like there was a bell ringing. A golden core in Luo Shi's dantian took shape, rotating and rotating. Golden Core Great Dao completed. Luo Xiu slowly opened her eyes, still somewhat hard to believe. I myself at the time of knowing Li Nianfan had not yet reached the Foundation Establishment stage, so only more than a month clearly achieved the Golden Core Great Dao. Indeed, compared to dreaming, the cultivation speed is faster, said no one will believe. Young Master Li can live in seclusion in Qianlong Immortal Dynasty. This is the entire Qianlong Immortal Dynasty's great fortune. Luo Xiu had thought of a possibility, looking at Luo Huang who wanted to say something but stopped. Father, is this tea? Puff puff. Luo Huang's body staggered, and he sat back on the chair. His complexion suddenly paled. Just now he was only worried about being shocked, and had not yet had time to think back. Now thinking of a possibility, he only felt like his head was about to explode. Su, where did you find this tea leaf from? Luo Huang's fingers trembled, and he almost asked with a sobbing voice. Zhong Xiu's heart also slightly rose. I was at the deepest place of the Immortal Dynasty treasury, and saw you hid it in a corner, and then... You this prodigal daughter. Luo Huang pointed at Zhong Xiu. His heartache and bright smile were slightly distorted, and he shouted. This tea leaf was actually given by young Master Li, and I was unwilling to drink a bit. This is a worldless treasure, and the source of my life. A total of only 1 caddy of tea leaf, and directly deducted 3 cups. How can I live? That Qin Mannion is really a dog yawning to catch a fly. Obviously fate made her drink such immortal tea. Unless the brain has a hole, only then can take out this kind of immortal tea to let the guests sip. The more Luo Huang thought, the more he felt wronged, almost left tears. Qin Mannion at one side was a little embarrassed, but still could not help but open his mouth and say, Luo Huang, this tea leaf can give me a bit. I know this is a treasure. Can let Lin Xian Dao Palace take the item to exchange. Exchange? Can you exchange? You drink my treasure. Go quickly. Hurry up. I don't want to see you. Luo Huang immediately got angry, like a barrel of dynamite. At any time will explode. Qin Mannion had no words to say. Can let people enlighten tea. The value is basically unquantifiable in Lin Xian Dao Palace, although there are the same level treasures, but it is impossible to take them out to exchange. Luo Xiu pulled Qin Mannion, stuck out her tongue and said in a low voice, Sister Mannion, let's go. My father wants to explode. It's better to escape first. Qin Mannion followed Luo Xiu to the room. Her face suddenly changed to serious. Her beautiful eyes looked closely at Luo Xiu. Her voice stopped and asked, Xiu, you tell me, where did you get that tea leaf from? Luo Xiu on the way had already prepared an excuse to evade, opened her mouth and said, It was more than 50 years ago from a secret realm inside. My father was unwilling to drink it. Didn't think that today was taken out by my mother by some stroke of fate. Xiu, am I so easily fooled? Qin Mannion shook her head funny, looked at Luo Xiu. actually heard young Master Li 3 words from Luo Huang's mouth. Who is he? Luo Xiu's heart was startled, hurriedly changed the subject. You definitely heard wrong. Don't you want to find nine-tailed celestial fox? I'll be with you. Finished speaking, she immediately prepared to go out. However, she was pulled by Qin Manyun. Sure you should know you can't fool me. You don't say it for a day. I'll still wait here. One day I can find out. Qin Manyun's eyes looked straight at Luo Xiu. She had a feeling this was absolutely a shocking secret. Luo Xiu frowned, a face of sadness. Finally, could only sigh in her heart. This time, not only did she have to compensate for a cup of tea, even young Master Li's existence was exposed. A great loss. Luo Xiu took a deep breath, in a tone carried respect, solemnly said, Sister Manyun, actually, this relationship to a great person. Great person. Qin Manyun's heart slightly jumped. Did not know why. The whole body's fine hairs obviously involuntarily stood up. If it was in the past, she would probably feel that in Qianlong Immortal Dynasty Luo Xiu had never seen the world, surprised, would not take it to heart. However, appreciating that hidden Taoist fate of tea leaves behind, she knew Luo Xiu absolutely did not exaggerate. Actually, nine-tailed heavenly fox you did not need to find. She was that great person following under the heavenly tribulation saved behind, immediately accompanied by the expert beside. Speaking of nine-tailed heavenly fox, Luo Xiu involuntarily revealed a covetous expression, being by the side of young Master Li. That must be how happy a thing. Following under the heavenly tribulation to save people? Qin Manyun couldn't imagine. Her eyes widened and asked in disbelief. How is this possible? What realm is that great person at? Could it be an immortal? Luo Shiwu shook her head and said softly, not an immortal, but an immortal above. Tay. Qin Manyun inhaled a breath of cold air. Really, because Luo Shiwu said too shocking. Her face was silent, opened her mouth and said, Shiwu, this matter is of great importance, also cannot be said carelessly. Immortal above? This is because it's too unimaginable. Sister Manyun, I absolutely did not speak nonsense even. I feel I underestimate this possibility. Luo Shiwu in the eyes filled with seriousness, in the deep heart how cannot be admiring. If she did not see it with her own eyes, beaten to death would not believe that in the world exists this kind of big shot. This. In Qin Manyun's eyes filled with complicated expression, for a moment clearly did not know what to say. She knew this should not be believed, but deep in her heart there was a voice telling her, this is true. Above immortals. What is this concept? Luo Shiwu's realm is not enough. Probably still does not know the weight of these 4 words, but she understands. Now, immortal cultivation world has had several thousand years. No one can cultivate to become an immortal. Heard, the path of immortals and mortals has been cut off. Wanting to become an immortal compared to before, the difficulty is not only 100 times more difficult. In order to become an immortal cultivation world has poured out countless brilliant and talented people, tried all kinds of methods, in the end could only swallow their anger and end. Many old monsters saw that becoming an immortal was hopeless. The path of immortality was blocked. One after another chose to close up, prolonging their last breath. But who could have thought this place was clearly secluded to take a great immortal above the elder? Qin Manyun only felt that her breathing became difficult. Her mind was blank. This news in the end, is it true or false? After a long time, she finally sobered up. If this news is true, then it will definitely stir up a heaven-shattering, earth-shattering event in the immortal cultivation world. Under the situation where the path of immortals is cut off, the world appears an immortal. What does it mean? Basically does not need much words. Qin Manyun concentrated her will. Her eyes looked straight at Luo Xiu, suddenly turned around, solemnly bowed to Luo Xiu. Xiu, I represent the entire Linxian Dao to implore you, asking you to introduce me to an expert. Sister Manyun, you don't need to be like this. Luo Xiu immediately became shocked. She wanted to help up Qin Manyun, but found that she couldn't move at all. This is the saintess of Linxian Dao Palace. At this time clearly just heard the news of the expert and made such a wish. Luo Xiu really did not know what to do. Finally, she sighed softly and said, Sister Manyun, I agree to you. Qin Manyun sincerely said, Xiu, thank you. If because of this provoke the expert not to like, I will bear it alone. Luo Shi reminded, Sister Manyun, If the expert is in seclusion, the most taboo is being disturbed, therefore this news but absolutely should not be spread. Rest assured, I naturally understand. Qin Manyun lightly nodded. She naturally knew how to measure. When she first heard this news, she had already defined it as the deepest secret in her heart. Luo Xiu pondered for a moment, bit her lip, then said, Sister Manyun, actually that tea leaf is the place where you visited the expert not long ago. I actually don't dare to disturb many times. How about I first take you to visit a bit of the expert's book boy? This is probably, no matter how, absolutely cannot annoy the expert. Qin Manyun nodded in agreement, then asked, Who is that book boy? That book boy. Luo Xiu couldn't help but think of Meng Junliang's finger that turned two Yuanying stage demon kings into their original forms. Her eyes flashed a bit of fear. Very strong, extremely terrifying. I can't describe, anyway you go with me and you'll know. Qin Manyun followed Luo Xiu out of Qianlong Immortal Dynasty, transformed into a light, and flew towards a village to the west. This village in Luoxian City to the west 10 kilometers more, not as prosperous as Luoxian City, but also has a not too big, not too small market. Luo Xiu from the last time met Meng Junliang behind, still paying attention to his movements. Can't imagine, he is clearly imitating Journey to the west, using Luoxian City as the starting point, all the way to the west. Moreover, with the immortal cultivator is different. He is barefoot, step by step going forward, meeting mountains, climbing mountains, meeting water, crossing water. Occasionally there will be monsters blocking the way, but without a doubt not to bring about self-destruction. In the world, there seems to be nothing that can stop his steps. Meng Junliang's first station is right at this village. Also at this place, Luo Xiu finally heard the heart-wrenching Journey to the west, immediately startled. Every day will punctually come to listen. This is the teaching of the Great Path, and can be compared to any chance encounter. Today, I want to talk about Sun Wukong, making a ruckus in the Heavenly Palace. I'm looking forward to it. Qin Manyun is curiously looking at the mortal buildings all around, and can't help but ask, what is the scholarly book boy doing here? Luo Xiu's face is full of respect, and she says each word. Preaching. Preaching? Qin Manyun's small mouth slightly twitches, stunned. This word is not used casually. Each sect can only be described by the time the old ancestor comes out of seclusion to preach. Luo Xiu solemnly reminds, after entering the wine house, you must keep quiet and listen to that scholar's story. Preaching story? Let mortals listen to the story? Qin Manyun's eyebrows can't help but slightly furrow, looking at the wine house from top to bottom filled with mortals, her heart filled with doubts. Her heart was a little uncomfortable because she and Luo Shiwu in the immortal cultivation world were both one in a million beauties, naturally speaking attracting the gazes of the people around. These gazes made her whole body filled with discomfort, as if there were thousands of ants crawling. She was actually a heavenly beauty, a saintess of the Linxian Dao Palace, a great cultivator of the nascent soul stage, a high and mighty existence. Even if the talented young men of the immortal cultivation world saw her, they would only dare to be generous in their actions, who wouldn't be in awe. But in this place, clearly being looked at by a group of mortals, she naturally couldn't adapt. If it was in normal times, she would either wave her sleeves and leave, or transform into a high and mighty fairy, so that mortals wouldn't dare to look anymore. It was just that in this place, she received Luo Shiwu's repeated warnings, and could only silently endure it. Shiwu, what does telling stories have to do with preaching? Qin Manyun opened her mouth to ask. Luo Xiu just wanted to speak, also witnessed the wine house entrance that figure, immediately swallowed what he wanted to say. That scholar comes, remember, don't want to make a sound to disturb him telling the story. Qin Manyun also turned his gaze to that scholar. Seeing him again in a blue long dress, a weak scholarly makeup, the whole body's high and low aura was also marking the standard of a mortal. The only special place was, he was barefoot, on his feet were already covered with soil. He was a master book boy? Qin Manyun looked at Luo Xiu's side, saw her face flushed red. In her eyes was both anticipation and excitement. At the same time there was also a bit of respect. This appearance, absolutely not pretending to come out. What identity is this book boy? Clearly has value for Luo Xiu like that. At this moment, her gaze stopped, and discovered a ray of light in the distance, rushing towards the restaurant, stopping at the restaurant entrance. This person was anxious, and when he arrived at the restaurant, he saw that the lecture had not yet begun, and then he relaxed his breath and revealed a smile. Qin Manyun widened her eyes in surprise. Luo. Luo Huang. Qin Mannion rubbed her eyes, still thought that there was an illusion. Focused to look, discovered that Luo Huang was clearly not alone. Beside him was also Zhong Xiao. What are they here to do? Listen to the story? Luo Shiwu coming to listen to the story can still be said to be young. They lived more than several hundred years. Still listening to the story is also a bit unbelievable. Moreover, Luo Huang just now is still in a rage. The eagerness to shine all changed. So how long? Already thought of listening to the story? However, looking at Luo Huang's anxious and impatient appearance, it seemed like he really came to listen to the story. Luo Huang came relatively late. The row in front of the wine house already had no position. He also did not squeeze, but stood very politely behind several rows, his expression focused and respectful. He similarly noticed Luo Shiyu and Qin Mannion, directly transmitted sound and said, Shiyu, you are too unkind. Rise early also, do not know to help your father occupy a position. Luo Shi rolled her eyes, did not respond to him. Qin Mannion then widened her eyes, looking at this kind of situation. They are this place's regular customers. What story even Luo Huang can attract? She realized it was not normal. Her expression gradually became solemn, prepared to listen seriously. Meng Junliang sat in the winehouse position, slowly flipped open a book, calmly said, I received the will of the saint. Take Luo Xian City as the starting point, all the way to the west, preaching in the mortal world. Those with fate can enter our pavilion, become my accompanying disciple. Following the reply letter, Sun Wukong went to the Jade Emperor's order, in charge of the Peach Blossom Garden. The great sage looked at it for a long time and asked the local god, How many roots does this tree have? The local god said, There are 3,600 roots, the front 1,200 roots. The flowers are slightly small. It takes 3,000 years to ripen. People who eat it will become immortal, and their bodies will be strong and light. The middle 1,200 roots, the flower layer is sweet. It takes 6,000 years to ripen. People who eat it will rise and become immortal. Behind 1,200 roots, the purple text is similar to the nucleus. It takes 9,000 years to ripen. People who eat it will live together with heaven and earth. The sun and moon will be the same age. The great sage heard this and was extremely happy. In the wine house, everyone was looking forward to it and did not know what this peach tree looked like in the end. Qin Mannion originally only wanted to try it once, but did not think that just the prelude had completely attracted her. The small mouth slightly raised, revealing an unimaginable expression. Peach? How is it possible in the world to have this kind of immortal fruit? Isn't this eating one can become an immortal? What's the point of cultivating immortality? Such an immortal fruit, she heard for the first time, previously didn't dare to think about it. Shiwu, is this scholar's explanation true? She couldn't help but ask. Luo Shiwu listened until she was fascinated. Being suddenly interrupted was a little unhappy. You are at least the saintess of Lin Xiandao Palace. Why are you so surprised? However, she still explained in a low voice. Of course it's true. The above story is absolutely an immortal world matter, and it's extremely possible that that great figure experienced the matter. Tsh. Qin Mannion took a breath of cold air, only felt her scalp numb, her whole body covered in goosebumps. Isn't this saying, this great figure has come into contact with Peach? It's really terrifying, too hard to believe. Meng Junliang did not stop and continued to explain. The Jade Emperor was greatly upset. He was even worse than the 4 great heavenly kings, and in coordination with the heavenly king Li and Crown Prince Na Jia, he pointed out the 28 constellations, the 9 stars, the 12 primordial gods, the 5 directions of the Yi Emperor, the 4 governing officials, the east and west stars, the 2 gods of the south and north, the 5 mountains and 4 poisons, the universal heavenly star generals, along with 100,000 heavenly soldiers, arranged 18 sets of heavenly nets to descend to the mortal world, and went to Huagua Mountain to besiege them, intending to capture that person and punish him. Mortals listen to be fascinated. Luo Huang waits for immortal cultivators, then listen to be extremely shocked, in the brain buzzing. This in the story, every kind of thing, is in brushing their worldview. The peach table is enough to defy the heavens, cannot imagine there is also the supreme elder immortal pill. Also the heavenly court drinks those Gwen Tuong Jadu. Each kind can let people live forever. Their expressions are complicated. Who can think? Everyone painfully pursues the path of immortality. For the heavenly palace people to say, is actually such a comfortable thing, a peach can do. Hearing Sun Wukong clearly alone eats the entire peach forest peach table time, Qin Man Yun cannot help but come to rapid breathing. In the heart shouts, "Give me one, even if it is born as good." Immediately after, Sun Wukong stole all the Supreme Elder Immortal Pills, drank all the immortal wine, making Qin Man Yun and the others' eyes red. It could be said that they were both angry with humans and gods. Waste the heavens' treasure, waste the heavens' treasure, ah. At this time, even if Sun Wukong was the main character, they couldn't help but feel resentment. Woo woo woo, envy and jealousy, ah. However, when they heard that Heavenly Court was summoning the team to advance towards Flower Fruit Mountain, they couldn't help but hold their breath, making Sun Wukong wipe a trace of sweat. The doubts in Qin Man Yun's heart had long since disappeared without a trace, replaced by a deep shock. Shi said one point correctly, this is not just telling a story, but spreading the Tao. Qin Man Yun took a deep breath, only feeling that a new world painting scroll slowly unfolded in front of her. She even dare not breathe heavily, staring unblinkingly at Meng Junliang, not wanting to say a word. 100,000 heavenly soldiers surrounded Huagua Mountain. Just thinking about it, let the blood boil at the same time, but can't help but make the heart beat faster. The whole body feels cold. This is exactly 100,000 heavenly soldiers, also exactly 100,000 immortals, the meaning of immortals to the immortal cultivation world everyone naturally knows without saying. Too shocking, thinking about it doesn't dare to think about it. The entire wine house, even the breathing sound is very much like it's gone. The following battle really didn't let everyone down. The various immortals displayed their immortal methods, moving mountains and filling seas, changing things and stars, controlling thunder, easily turning the world around. 72 kinds of transformations, fighting for intelligence and courage. Thousand Mile Eye, Wind Swimming Year, Fire Eye, Golden Star, one after another divine ability appeared before everyone's eyes. Too strong. As expected of an immortal, the methods of an immortal cultivator compared together, then just like a brat, hard to reach the elegant place. Is this the immortal world? Qin Man Yun previously was still proud of herself as the saintess of the Lin Xian Dao Palace, but now is deeply feeling her insignificance. She suddenly rose a little understanding. No wonder this scholar wants to establish a preaching place in the world. This is clearly to train my temperament. When I first arrived, I was still annoyed because of being stared at by mortals, calling myself a great person, but in the eyes of those immortals, how could I not be a worm? Regardless of whether it is the scholar or the Luo Shiwu in the mouth of that great figure, their cultivation reached the heavens. In the end, didn't they return to the mortal body to seclude themselves? Knowledge through the rolling heaven and earth can take a calm heart to treat all things. If oneself cannot change the high and mighty attitude, only fear this life will have no fate with immortals. Qin Man Yun, at this moment, suddenly understood. On one side, Luo Shiwu, slightly stunned, surprisingly looked at Qin Man Yun a bit. She felt that Qin Man Yun and before were a bit different. Before, although they were good sisters, but the status gap will definitely have a kind of vaguely distant feeling at this moment. This distant feeling clearly no longer. She suddenly felt that Qin Man Yun compared to before was much more pleasing to the eye. Unconsciously, the sunset of the West Mountain. But the entire wine house people all seem to feel that time has not passed, still as before is concentrating on the eyes, listening attentively. Meng Junliang's tone has not changed a bit, neither fast nor slow said. Buddha flipped his hand and pounced forward, pushed this monkey king out of the West Heaven Gate, turned his 5 fingers into gold, wood, water, fire, earth. 5 mountains called 5 Elements Mountain, gently stopped him. The thunder gods and Anna, Jia Yi, each clapped their hands and said, "Good, good." The current year warms and transforms into a person, determined to cultivate the fruit of the true path. 10,000 lifetimes without migrating to the beautiful scenery, one dynasty has scattered spirit. When the heaven net on the high position, the holy Ling gathers and mixes the great wheel. Evil is full of the camp now has retribution, do not know when we'll get the body. Knowing the future how, listen to the next chapter to explain. Then, and, according to Meng Junliang slapped the table, everyone just woke up as if in a dream. Although very extraordinary thought to know the next matter, but clearly there was no one urging but stood up together, took the scholarly etiquette to Meng Junliang to bow one. Qin Man Yun similarly stood up, took the disciple etiquette. She looked at that scholar walking barefoot out of the wine house, eyes complicated. Luo Shiwu then sighed in relief, longingly said, "If only can go to a mortal world to take a look, then good." Qin Manyun then smiled bitterly, shook her head. Shiwu, you went to a mortal world, but did not see the things narrated in the story.
Ah?
Elder Sister Manyun feels that the story is fake. Luo Shiwu frowned, looking at Qin Manyun. Naturally not fake. Qin Manyun continued to shake her head. Luo Shiwu did not understand what she meant. But at this time, Luo Huang walked over, smiling and said, Miss Qin is right. This place is talking about Heavenly Palace, not immortal world. Shiwu, your comprehension is not enough yet. Luo Shiwu then suddenly understood. Heavenly Palace compared to immortal world, the level is much higher. No wonder can command 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals, have peach table and immortal pill, this kind of divine object. Qin Manyun sighed and said, My Lin Xian Dao Palace ancestors have ancestors becoming immortals history, have Dao tradition inheritance, still have some understanding towards immortal world, but compared with the content in the story, that is small witch meets big witch. Immortal world is also not everywhere good, equally has competition, equally has barren and rich places divided. Sister Manyun, then Lin Xian Dao Palace has relation to Heavenly Palace records? Luo Shiwu asked curiously.
No.
Qin Manyun shook her head. This kind of level of things is not something we can imagine. Even if the ancestors become immortals, they probably cannot compare to that 100,000 heavenly soldiers inside a small soldier. It's not that she is secretly small, but it's the truth. The terrifying level of Luo Shiwu in the mouth of this great character is so great that it's earth-shattering. Zhong Xiu suddenly sighed and said, It's unimaginable that the great sage equaling heaven that is immortal and indestructible cultivation, in the end was clearly easily suppressed by Buddha. That must be what kind of terrifying cultivation level. Don't say any more. This kind of character is not something we can casually discuss. Luo Huang hurriedly stopped her, and at the same time used a voice filled with respect. Only young Masterly, that kind of extraordinary and otherworldly character, would dare to use the story method to tell these great characters. Don't say Buddha Tathagata, this kind of big boss, even if it's Neza, Erling Shen, this kind of heavenly general, it's not like they dare to gossip casually. Can only keep it in mind, silently kneeling to pay respect. Father, you said that young Masterly there will have peach table? Luo Shiwu suddenly asked curiously.
Huh?
Luo Huang didn't need to think about it and shook his head, but after that he suddenly stopped, his pupils contracted into needles. It's really possible. Young Masterly is how kind of person, compared to the old story of Tathagata, all wannable people, has peach table extremely rare? Qin Manyun is stunned, almost trembling, and asked, Don't you think that big character has peach table? Luo Huang didn't speak. Luo Shiwu also nodded lightly, said in a low voice, Very possible. Sister Manyun, you don't know what we've been through before. Luo Shiwu brought back memories. The first time I met young Masterly, he invited me to eat a watermelon, an extremely ordinary kind, but it actually made me directly break through to the foundation establishment stage. Do you think it's an elephant? That watermelon clearly contained Luck. Beside young Masterly, there is a mortal artifact named Air Purifier, sucking in air, spitting out spiritual energy. Continuously, non-stop spiritual energy. There is also another immortal artifact named Water Purifier. Ordinary water goes in, spiritual water goes out. I gave him an ordinary body protection jade pendant. He casually added a few strokes, directly giving the jade pendant to the phoenix true spirit. He wrote a set of couplets, in which clearly contained the path to immortality. He invited us to eat hot pot. The pot contained the path of yin and yang. Even the vegetables contained the path of virtue. Also, we just drank tea today. Luo Shiwu said, even more shocked himself. Before did not have order. Now imagine, Li Gongzi whole body high-low, not one place extraordinary. Tisich. Each said the same. Qin Manyun immediately inhaled a breath of cold air, until the end, almost directly fainted. Too scary, let people numb scalp. Li Gongzi from breathing air start are all immortal things, such noble big character, have peach table also, just follow the natural order. This is peach table, a peach table, can directly let people live forever, ascend to become immortal, same life with heaven and earth. This is countless immortal cultivators' day and night longing for the ultimate goal, Cough cough. Luo Huang coughed lightly, open mouth to say, Peach table to Li Gongzi may just be ordinary things, but also not we can covet, hastily bring unrealistic ideas, think about letting go, don't anger young Masterly. Luo Shiwu and Qin Manyan simultaneously nodded. Towards the peach table did not dare to ask too much. Only hope, young master, Li can casually from between the fingers spread out little by little sand. That is enough for oneself to enjoy for a lifetime. Qin Manyan's emotions for a long time are hard to return to calm. Today everything that happened is really too shocking. There is no moment that does not impact her brain. This trip to Qianlong Immortal Dynasty, in the end, met a how much great and earth-shattering opportunity. She slowly walked out of the wine house, seeing again, not far away a river bank, that scholar sat cross-legged under a willow tree, facing the lake, eyes half closed. At this time the sky was dark. Dim moonlight poured down from the sky, covering the scholar's body, as if giving him a layer of silver coat. The scholar looked up as before, still an insignificant weak scholar, but the more Qin Manyan looked closely, the more she felt his figure become hazy and illusory, vaguely feeling that he had merged with the surrounding scenery. She hesitated a bit, also lifted her foot and walked towards the scholar. Qin Manyan respectfully said, "Little girl Qin Manyan, please greet senior." Meng Junliang slowly opened her eyes, calmly said, "I am just a mortal scholar, and you are a cultivator, calling me senior, not good. Achievers are teachers. This is the iron law." Qin Manyan lowered her posture extremely low. "There is a problem that has been bothering this little girl for a long time. I beg senior to resolve it." Meng Junliang looked at her. "What problem?" Qin Manyan took a deep breath, bit her lip and said, "Little girl is bold. May I ask? A mortal and mortal path. Why is it cut off? P.S. Everyone wild book words can go look at my old book Occupy a Mountain Peak to be the King. The style is close. Strongly recommend. Regarding the update, now is the new book time. Every day set the basis is 2 shifts. According to the number of words increase, my update will be faster and faster. Thank you everyone for your support." Meng Junliang looked at Qin Manyan. The eyes were old and not surprised. There was a kind of seeing through all the cleverness. Indifferently said, "You look at those mortals. The sun rises, then works, the sun sets, then rests. Just because in the world toils for 100 years, the high and mighty immortal cultivator can actually live for thousands of years, 10,000 years. They also want to know why they can't cultivate. Will you go tell them?" Qin Manyan's soft body trembled, as if being awakened by someone, stunned on the spot. In her heart, she already had the answer. That is, qualification. There is a bit of an answer problem. Need to obtain qualifications to know. Just like this group of mortals, if they go to seek the Tao, the superior aptitude people can still join the sect, but the inferior aptitude people, everywhere a single unlucky sentence will be consumed. They will definitely ask, based on what is it that they are unlucky? But no one will tell him the answer. Qin Manyan admitted, also will not go to react to such a boring mortal problem. She gritted her teeth, once again bowed to the scholar, opened her mouth and said, "Please ask senior to tell me the answer." The scholar was silent for a moment, then said, "Between heaven and earth operates naturally, has his rules. I can only peek in 1 or 2, but the specific reason, scary only that group of rule-making talents understand." He raised his head. His gaze looked straight at the sky. His eyes were calm as before. Also did not know which direction to look. Rule-making person? Qin Manyan's pupils fiercely contracted. On her body blood flowed backwards. A stream of cold air rushed straight to the top of her head, involuntarily shivered. Combined with the story, the so-called rule-making person should be the heavenly palace. Her mind was blank, no longer dared to think further. Meng Junliang opened his mouth and said, "If you want to know the reason, don't mind listening to a little bit of Journey to the West later story. Comprehension is full of words, perhaps can comprehend. Receive teachings." Qin Manyan deeply bowed, no longer dared to disturb, bid farewell, and left. At this time, under the darkness of the 4-way courtyard appeared to be particularly quiet. The entire 4-way courtyard, only one room existed light. Li Nianfan was drawing on a piece of white paper, showing a focused expression, designing something. And in front of him on the table, neatly displayed a carving knife, a bamboo branch, a pair of buffalo horns, and several buffalo tendons. He was preparing to make a bow and arrow. This thought was when he saw the Luo Huang they sent that buffalo when it sprouted. This buffalo also does not know what kind, strong physique, far superior to the same buffalo. Buffalo horns are big enough, buffalo tendons are tough enough, really cannot have much material. Li Nianfan suddenly itched, in the mind immediately gave birth to the idea of making a handle of ox horn bow. using bamboo branches, then from the backyard biggest bamboo on the body cut down. Also cannot have much good material. Oxhorn bow is Li Nianfan's previous life bow and arrow pinnacle work from buffalo horn, bamboo wood fetus, buffalo tendon, animal resin, and other materials through over 100 words self-processing to form, for the technique test is extremely high. However, with the difficulty for Li Nianfan to say naturally not considered a problem. Before I went hunting, not only want to rely on Big Black, sometimes also want to rely on luck, only close-up struggle to have a chance. How come now just remembered to make bow and arrow, really has a chance? Li Nianfan couldn't help but shake his head and think secretly. Then there is bow and arrow, thinking of eating wild meat, but is easier. Li Nianfan stopped writing, looked at the design in front of him, nodded with satisfaction. The design has been resolved, today only until here. Tomorrow start officially manufacturing. He said to the room, Sword He Xinyu. Light bulb, destroy. Immediately, Sword He Xinyu around the body that holy light rapidly disappeared. The room fell into darkness. Immortal cultivation world is good. This immortal jade not only can take on the role of light bulb, can also control sound, convenient. Li Nianfan stretched his back, lying on the bed. Not far from the four-way courtyard on a big tree, a six-tailed spirit fox moved its limbs lightly crawling to the highest tree. Its eyes were agile looking at the four-way courtyard. Its mouth occasionally emitted squeak-squeak sounds. Jumping and dodging on top, it seemed a little worried, but extremely adorable. Its pure white feathers under the moonlight showed a white light.
Keek.
The large door of the courtyard slowly opened. Deji stealthily revealed her head from inside, then lightly walked out. Sister. The six-tailed spirit fox saw Deji. The fox's face revealed a thick joy. It small but perked up and ran towards Deji. Sister, did that human bully you? She couldn't wait to ask, her eyes filled with fierce light. Once her sister accepted the bullying, it could rightfully go and destroy that mortal. Deji held the six-tailed spirit fox in her arms, stroking. Master is very good to me. You absolutely should not have bad thoughts towards him. It is very dangerous. Young Master Li's cultivation is extraordinary and otherworldly. The six-tailed spirit fox's actions in front of him are estimated to be the same as a child's. Master? The six-tailed spirit fox widened its eyes. Its small eyes widened and said in disbelief, Sister, you actually called him master? Older sister herself is arrogant and proud, and actually accepted that mortal as her master? Didn't she say she would repay the favor? Even if she married him, it would be better than accepting a master? Too disrespectful. Deji also nodded seriously. On the contrary, she was happy. Young Master Li is a person of the upper immortal, has great kindness towards me. Accepting him as my master is my greatest blessing in this life. Sister you. The six-tailed spirit fox's mind was blank, filled with doubts. It used its small feet to hug its head, no matter what it could not figure out why. Quickly look, sister brought you the same good thing. Daji secretly took out an apple from its bosom. The six-tailed spirit fox was initially a little expectant, but when it saw the apple, its eyes completely widened. Just an apple? This is considered a good thing? It used its nostrils to sniff. The taste was indeed very fragrant, but its scent was just an apple. Sister, what happened, taking the apple as a treasure? This series of operations itself basically did not understand. After the transformation did it become stupid? Could it be that the heavenly thunder injury had affected its intelligence? Six-tailed spirit fox in the eye sockets have appeared tears, sobbing said. Sister, I also let you bring good things. You hurry up and eat some. The white demon power from its body emerged. In front of it appeared 3 different spiritual medicine immortal grass. Bang. Deji immediately saw through six-tailed spirit fox's little thoughts. To six-tailed spirit fox's small head flicked the ice head. Don't think nonsense. Taste this apple for a moment, and you will know. The pitiful six-tailed spirit fox stroked its head, suspiciously evaluating the apple in front. Bright red, seemed to be emitting red light. The shape was neat and round. The appearance was very good. Could this thing have some mystery? It opened its mouth wide, tentatively biting into it. Crack. The crunchy sound in the dark night was especially clear. Apple juice also followed and spurted out. More and more of it poured into the six-tailed spirit fox's mouth.
Huh.
The six-tailed spirit fox was first stunned, then its small mouth moved a little, and it rapidly began to chew and swallow. Crack, crack, crack. Apple juice along with a six-tailed spirit fox mouth corner overflowed. Let this crisp chewing sound more and more craved people. What kind of apple is this? Clearly so delicious. The six-tailed spirit fox, both ears were erected. Basically no time to ask. Hug the apple mouthful by mouthful, gnawing up. The apple was spongy and crispy. Moreover, the amount of water was very enough. Biting one below, let the person pass by enough mouthful addicted. The sour taste inside carried endless sweetness. Let the originally empty mouth instantly filled. Especially when swallowing a large amount of apple juice, that kind of feeling of satisfaction almost made the six-tailed spirit fox shiver.
Too happy.
It had never thought of. An apple was clearly so delicious. This is not an apple. This is a fairy fruit. I should have guessed long ago. How could elder sister possibly treat an apple as a treasure? Crack, crack, crack. Just a few breaths. The six-tailed spirit fox had already gnawed the apple clean. Even the apple seed was directly swallowed. Happily stroking its small belly, contentedly sticking out its tongue to lick a circle of its lips. Delicious. This is the most delicious thing I've ever tasted. Digi couldn't help but remind. Don't rest yet. The six-tailed spirit fox was slightly stunned, suddenly feeling a burst of heat in its stomach, as if swallowing a spiritual medicine. In addition, in its brain, suddenly emerged waves of mysterious and incomprehensible transmission sounds. Its entire body shook, and it stood up with a rumble. Its brain couldn't help but run empty, immersed in that great path sound. A moment later, it opened its eyes in a daze. Just feel that his mind cannot speak out relaxed, like the potential achieve the same development, previously feel cannot think of the problem directly solve easily. Six-tailed spirit fox was shocked to the point that the hair stood up, surprised said, "Sister, this apple inside clearly contains Daoluk. You still do not count too clumsy, did not waste this apple." Digi laughed and said, "This apple is still her when eating dinner time secretly saved up." Six-tailed spirit fox has a lot of doubts, curiously asked, "Sister, this matter in the end is how? How will you have this apple?" She brought 3 spiritual herbs together, all cannot support this apple 1/10. Sister is still sister, awesome. This apple was planted by the master. The master's cultivation is heaven-reaching, but he only likes to use the mortal body to walk in the world. Therefore, after that you see him but absolutely cannot have any intention of offending him.
Diary-minded.
He is actually a hidden world big shot. The six-tailed spirit fox covered its mouth, scaring it until its 6 tails were all straight up. It's really scary. I have many times had the thought of wanting to teach him a lesson. It's good that I didn't do it. Otherwise this body might not exist. The six-tailed spirit fox hurriedly asked expectantly, "Sister, can he help you heal your injury?" "Master has already started treating me. My injury has improved a lot." Digi nodded lightly. "That's great." The six-tailed spirit fox was so happy that he cried. He threw himself into Digi's arms, his tail happily dancing. Digi affectionately touched it. "I should go back. You have to take good care of yourself. Thinking of elder sister, then come and see." Lu Weiling, who nodded repeatedly. "Elder sister, you quickly go back. Don't provoke the high-ranking person to be unhappy." Saying goodbye to Lu Weiling, who, Digi returned to the courtyard. Seeing a figure standing at the door of the courtyard, looking at herself doubtfully. Young Masterly. Digi was slightly startled, nervously biting her lips. She was too naive. How could she hide her mediocre virtue from young Masterly? If he was angry with her, what should she do? Li Nianfan asked, "So late? What are you doing out?" Daiji lowered her head, weakly saying, "I'm sorry. I used an apple to feed my younger sister." "You still have a younger sister?" Li Nianfan looked at Digi in surprise. Digi nodded slightly. "Yes, it is a little fox." "No wonder, I just heard the fox cry coming from outside." Li Nianfan was startled and nodded slightly. At the same time, he felt a little funny. Female students are interesting. They like to recognize small animals as brothers and sisters. As for male students, they're even more interesting. They like to recognize small animals as sons and daughters. "Young Masterly, aren't you angry?" Digi looked at Li Nianfan uneasily. "This has what good vitality? Just an apple. You are so nervous to do what?" Li Nianfan can't help but to bitterly laugh and shake his head. "Ancient women are careful, futile to make people's hearts ache." "That's right, that is a what kind of fox won't give birth to 6 tails?" Li Nianfan casually asked. Speaking of fox, he can't help but to remember 3 years ago saved that 6-tailed fox. At that time saw it clearly give birth to 6 tails, but itself was seriously injured, couldn't help but have compassion, immediately took action to save. Still remember, save well after. That fox used 6 tails desperately rub on itself, soft incomparable, extremely comfortable. Behind carefully every step, so reluctant to leave. In Li Nianfan's eyes can't help but to reveal memories. 6 tails, 8 parts as a fox spirit, also do not know how it is now. That year I saved it for good or bad, also do not know to return the favor. Who? Did Ji is then in the heart startled. Indeed nothing can be hidden from young Master Li, nodded and said, Young Master Li, my younger sister is indeed the 6-tailed spirit fox.
Ah, really it?
Li Nianfan looked at Ji in surprise, then could not help but laugh. Cannot imagine that I and it still have a lot of fate, then it comes again. You give it some food. This fox is considered a terrifying spirit. Its strength is not strong. Last time saw it when it itself was seriously injured. This time clearly still wants to come to ask for food, rolling around miserably. Really? Did Ji's face was moved. This place a random thing to the outside world is all fate. Young Master Li is clearly willing to let me take it away. Originally, she secretly hid the apple and had already finished being scolded by young Master Li, who could not have imagined that there was still an unexpected joy. Young Master Li said, what does fate mean? Could it be that he was hinting at something about himself? Could it be that he wants us sisters to come together to serve him? If it is really like this, my sister is truly blessed. So late, quickly go rest. Li Nianfan then yawned, slowly turned around and returned to the room. Coming to the immortal cultivation world, he had long cultivated the habit of going to bed early and getting up early. Moreover, the quality of sleep was exceptionally good, really did not want to be too fragrant. Waking up after a night of sleep was full of vitality and spirit. During the day was really a good-spirited boy. The next day, the sky was slightly bright. Qin Manyun had appeared in that wine house. Her expression was solemn, tense, and expectant. Because of Meng Junliang's words, she did not sleep all night and was waiting for the next day to come. That scholar said, let me come listen to today's story. If my comprehension is sufficient, I will be able to comprehend some of the mysteries. What will it be about? Could it be to test my comprehension? At Qin Manyun's side, Luo Shiwu hung up dark circles under her eyes and kept yawning. Yesterday she also did not sleep all night, and was indeed dragged by Qin Manyun to tell her the story of journey to the west before. Her whole body was tired. Finally, at Qin Manyun's eager and expectant look, Meng Junliang slowly came. The entire wine house immediately quieted down. Only Meng Junliang's voice slowly transmitted out. Jade Emperor's decree immediately took the Cloud Ministry's subordinates, divided to invite the 3 pure, for Imperial, 5 elders, 6 4, 7 origin, 8 extreme, 9 light, 10 dew, 1,000 true and 10,000 saints, to come here to meet and thank Buddha's grace. Also ordered the 4 great heavenly masters, 9 heavenly fairies, to open the Jade Capital's front door, Taishian Treasure Palace, Dongyang Jade Pavilion, to invite Tathagata to sit on the high 7 treasures spirit platform. Each layer of seats was set up, arranged dragon liver, phoenix marrow, jade and peach table. An extremely luxurious banquet in front of everyone slowly spread out, although it was only in the story, but they did not dare to breathe loudly. Attending the banquet, each of the immortals' names and positions immediately heard them dizzy, almost lost the ability to think. As for the dragon liver and phoenix marrow on the table, that is even more dare not think. This is the dragon and phoenix, the ancient divine beast, just came out originally as the immortal realm. In the eyes of the cultivator cannot interfere, met only the kneeling part, where still dare to think about eating. However, in this heavenly palace, the dragon liver and phoenix marrow clearly became a table of food. Terrifying, really terrifying. Qin Manyun at the shock at the same time, also did not forget to show the association, thinking hidden in it profound meaning. If the scholar said that this place needs to test his own comprehension, then I definitely want to pay attention. She frowned, holding her breath and concentrating. Heavenly Palace is in congratulating Sun Wukong was suppressed. This with our cultivator world defeating the powerful enemy behind the celebration is too similar. The loser is pressed down at the lowest level, unable to escape. The winner is high above, raising a cup to celebrate. As for the dragon and phoenix, these in the eyes of the immortals and the ordinary goblins are different in what way? It turns out that immortals, excluding the powerful strength outside, are actually no different from the immortal cultivators. What is this implying? Qin Manyun continued to listen down. The scholar's tone was steady. The plot was gradually pushed forward. Many people only considered it a story, but there were already people who gradually frowned, carrying a bit of deep thought. Always felt that behind this was hidden a shocking secret. Sun Wukong was suppressed. The story began to surround the Buddhist gate. The bodhisattvas heard this, clapped their hands and took refuge, and asked the Buddha in front, "Which Tripitaka true scripture does Tathagata have?" Tathagata replied, "I have the Dharma one storehouse, scattered, discussing the one treasury," said, "Through a hidden, cross the ghost, Tripitaka total 35 sets, should be 15,144 volumes, is the mirror of cultivation, the gate of goodness. I am wanting to send to the eastern land. Find a good believer. Teach him to suffer through the Tian Shan mountains, far through 10,000 waters, come to me to seek the true scriptures, forever pass on to the eastern land. Advise him to all living beings, is also a great mountain of good fortune, a deep sea of good fortune, who is willing to go on a trip to come." This. Qin Manyun widened her eyes, staring at Meng Junliang. Journey to the west began to suddenly appear. Qin Manyun's brain simultaneously also roared. Buddhism east, find people to go west to seek the true scriptures, and Meng Junliang received the expert's guidance. Similarly is a path to the west. The difference is, one is to go west to seek the true scriptures, one is to go west to spread the Dharma. Buddhism is to pass the Buddha Dharma to future generations in the middle. That expert, why must go west to spread the Dharma? In the end, what is the deep meaning? And when the scholar lectured to subdue Sun Wukong, let him protect Tang Sanzang to go to the west to seek the scriptures time, Qin Manyun was even more heavy-breathing. Sun Wukong is arrogant and unyielding, powerful ability, moreover was suppressed by Buddhism for 500 years. How can he understand the sweet meaning and willingly protect Tang Sanzang to go to the west to seek the scriptures? Meng Junliang looked at Qin Manyun a bit. Today is also lectured to more than usual. Always lectured to Sun Wukong brought up the tight grip, just stopped. The pilgrim said very reasonable, exactly did not dare to move, had to return to the heart, knelt down and begged. "Master, this is what he can do to me, just tell me to follow you to the west. I also do not go to provoke him, you also do not do the usual talk, just chant. I am willing to guarantee you, and do not retreat regretful intention." Tam Tang said, "If so, serve me on the horse." That pilgrim just insisted, spirit excited, tied a bunch of silk cloth cassock, covered the horse, collected luggage, ran west and entered. Finally, this trip, behind again, has a lot of talk. Again, listen to the next episode to resolve. The scholar stood up and left. Qin Manyun again, face full of complex, sitting in place. Her face constantly changed, sometimes angry, sometimes despair. Face a piece of white. She understood. The expert in the story hinted at her to understand. Only, knowing the truth made her feel even more powerless. It is said that the elders like to use heaven and earth as chess pieces, toying with the fate of all living beings, and it is indeed so. Tathagata let the Western heavenly people request the scriptures. Isn't it because of the layout? The so-called Tang Sanzang and Sun Wukong are just chess pieces arranged by him. Even if Sun Wukong cultivates a body of divine ability, then what? In the end, he will still be disciplined to be obedient, like a dog whose fate is arranged by someone. As for the golden uncle, now the path of the immortal world of the cultivation world is cut off. Isn't it equivalent to the alchemist uncle of the cultivation world? Could it be because there is a great power in this place's layout? The heavens and earth are inhumane, taking all things as dogs. Which path should we take? Luo Shiru saw her body was trembling slightly and couldn't help but say, "Sister Manyun, how are you?" Qin Manyun gritted her teeth. Her expression had an unspeakable bitterness. She smiled bitterly and said, "I think I know the reason why the immortal path is cut off." Immortal path is cut off. Luo Shiru was slightly stunned. That's right. Qin Manyun nodded slightly. We immortal cultivators pursue the immortal path, but when you cultivate to the end, you will discover that the immortal route is an illusion. This past several thousand years, there has never been an example of ascension. Luo Shiru could hardly believe it and said, "What? Why could it be like this? Didn't there really be many legends of becoming an immortal before?" There were indeed before, but there were none after. Qin Manyun said in a deep voice, We Lin Xiandao Palace therefore also deliberately contacted the immortal world's ascension ancestor, only to obtain the immortal path cut-off news. As for the reason, no one knows. Tay. Luo Xiu sucked in a breath of cold air. This news was really too violent, making her head temporarily lose the ability to think. It could absolutely be listed as the biggest secret of the immortal cultivation world. No wonder. It had been a long time since she heard the news of someone becoming an immortal. Moreover, it had also been a long time since she saw an immortal descending to the mortal world. The path of immortality. Cut off.
Swoosh.
Qin Mannion stood up, quickly walked out of the wine house's main door, and walked towards Meng Junliang. Meng Junliang was still sitting under the willow tree from last night, seeing Qin Mannion walking over, then slowly opened her eyes. Do you understand? Qin Mannion bowed. Junior understands. Meng Junliang smiled and said, Tell me a little. The heaven and earth are the chessboard, the common people are the chess pieces. The junior is incompetent, willing to become a master in the hands of a chess piece. Qin Mannion solemnly said. On Meng Junliang's face revealed a childish, docile expression. Looking at your comprehension, it's not too bad. However, not everyone is qualified to become a master's chess piece. Meng Junliang opened his mouth. The heaven and earth rules were changed by someone. Young Master Li right now appears in the world. Obviously is in the same existence, playing chess. His every step of course has a different meaning, although I don't enter young Master Li's eyes, but also willing to become a pawn in his chessboard. Let him charge into battle. Saying goodbye to the scholar, Qin Mannion's face was filled with awe. The more she thought deeply, the more she felt frightened. Perhaps Sun Wukong's outcome had long been decided. This journey to the west from the beginning was a plot. It could also be seen as many great powers playing chess. According to the story's beginning, Sun Wukong appeared looking like a roaring ox. 5-colored river light filled his head. Heaven and earth both wanted to celebrate for that. Was completely worthy of heaven and earth protagonist. But the truth proved, the so-called heaven and earth protagonist was basically a joke. In this world there had never been a protagonist. There were only those hidden behind the scenes pushing hands. Regardless of whether it was the scholar or Luo Shiwu, they all called that expert as young Master Li. Obviously, this young Master Li was one of the great masters on the chessboard. But the immortal cultivation world is probably just a small, insignificant corner on the chessboard. Qin Mannion's 2 eyebrows gradually revealed a determined look. It is rare to have such a great elder willing to descend to the mortal world. If this still cannot seize the opportunity, then it is worthy of having no fate with the immortal path. If provokes young Master Li's dislike, at most a death us cultivators, isn't fighting for a chance to survive. Shiwu, I will prepare to visit young Master Li tomorrow. Qin Mannion solemnly opened her mouth. To Luo Shiwu saluted and said, also invites a recommendation. Young Master Li, this kind of immortal person, if oneself rashly goes to disturb, will definitely meet people who don't like. Having someone recommend can at least increase a little impression. This.
Good.
Luo Shiwu hesitated a little, nodded lightly. Oneself also has a period of time, has not visited young Master Li. At this moment of breaking through Golden Core, she did not know why. The most hopeful person to tell was young Master Li, just afraid of disturbing the other party, so endured until now. The next day, Luo Xiu brought Qin Mannion to the foot of the mountain, followed by walking up the mountain. This mountain although did not have any taboos, but in order to show respect to young Master Li, no matter if it was by Wuchen or Luo Huang and the others, all would feel very strongly to climb up the mountain step by step. Prevent any kind of possibility of provoking the dislike of the expert. For this, Qin Mannion was very much in agreement. Sister Mannion, you must remember, the expert completely took the identity of a mortal to live in seclusion here, must absolutely maintain calm. Young Master Li dislikes the most is other people in front of him being shocked and scared, especially related to the aspect of cultivating immortals. On the way, Luo Xiu has been paying a little more attention. Qin Mannion solemnly nodded. I know. Not long after, an ancient-style quadrangle courtyard appeared in front of her eyes. Qin Mannion's beautiful eyes immediately contracted into needles, her soft body trembled, as if stopping in place. She stared intently at the couplets hanging at the entrance, as if witnessing a mortal standing in front of her eyes. A hazy sense of vision pressed down on her, making her suffocate. Yeah, elder sister Mannion, you wake up. Luo Xiu immediately hurriedly woke Qin Mannion up. You like this, can't do it. Definitely want to pretend to be calm as if nothing happened. No or not. Consider going to a mortal's house. Qin Mannion concentrated her will, with difficulty nodded. Is this calligraphy written by young Master Li? She asked with a trembling voice. Not bad. Luo Shiyu's eyes carried a bit of reminiscence, remembering that time. Young Master Li said that recently the guests are coming more and more, so he wrote this couplet, taking on the appearance. Taking on the appearance? Qin Manyun's scalp exploded a bit. This couplet was placed anywhere. It was also a treasure to protect the sect, but in young Master Li's eyes it took on the appearance. This is the world's big boss? Not right. Young Master Li's purpose definitely isn't just that simple. The expert's actions certainly have other deep meanings. Qin Manyun's heart moved slightly, falling into deep thought. Young Master Li said that recently the guests are coming more and more, so it's very possible that he had already calculated that in the future there would be some people coming to visit. Why deliberately write down this couplet to take on the appearance? Is because he wants to intimidate the price of clothes and rice bags. Once to a certain guest is a fool, speaks rudely, then definitely will affect Li Gongzi's mood. Therefore, he deliberately wrote this couplet, put on this visiting person does not dare to have disrespectful thoughts. As expected of a big boss. Qin Manyun is more respectful. Toward that couplet gently bowed his head. At this time, Li Nianfan is playing chess with Did Ji. To be more precise, Li Nianfan is teaching her to play chess. Can't help but say, Did Ji's chess skill is really bad. Almost every time she takes a step, she needs to get Li Nianfan's reminder, otherwise, the chess game may end as soon as it starts. Did Ji secretly glanced at Li Nianfan, holding the white Z in her hand, closed her eyes and said, That? I take the step?
I.
Li Nianfan shook his head, angrily said, Then I hold this side down. This game is not over? Dai Ji bit her lip, and embarrassedly lowered her head. Young Master Li's heart must be extremely disappointed with herself. She has taught herself for several days, but she is in the chess game, still very quickly lost her direction. Her heart was filled with panic. Young Master Li, could it be, because her comprehension is too poor that she doesn't need her anymore? Li Nianfan held the chess piece in her hand and took it back, pondering. Dai Ji then didn't dare to breathe heavily, like a child who did something wrong, waiting for her parents to judge. Her own chess skill and Did Ji's difference is too much. Playing chess is beneficial to improve chess skill, but that is under the situation where the chess skill is not much different. If the difference in strength is too far, then it won't work. Li Nianfan thought of a solution, smiled and said, Like this? Then I will let you bring up a few chess boards, let you practice the solution. Perhaps it will be of some help. Young Master Li, I will definitely try my best. Daji was like being pardoned, continuously nodding. Her eyes were red. As long as she did not chase herself away, then she would definitely want to work harder. If her comprehension was not enough, she would sweat a lot. She could not let young Master Li be disappointed. Li Nianfan looked at her carefully and looked a little heartbroken. He also did not want to give Daji such pressure, but this place was just him and Daji living alone, a man and a woman. Not finding something to do was really boring. He could only wrong this little girl. At this moment, a respectful voice came from outside the door. May I ask if young Master Li is at home? Li Nianfan was slightly stunned, immediately said, Xiao Bai, go open the door. Xiao Bai immediately, hurriedly went. Keek keek. The door opened. Xiao Bai was exceptionally gentlemanly and said, Welcome, two beautiful ladies. Xiao Bai, you are good. Luo Shiwu smiled and greeted Xiao Bai. Qin Manyun then forced herself to control her expression, letting her smile show as naturally as possible. A spirit weapon. It was clearly a spirit weapon. Moreover, it lived on the humanoid weapon above. If it was covered with a layer of human skin, that would probably be no different from a true person. This kind of spirit weapon was absolutely the most pinnacle kind of existence. Although she had heard Luo Shiwu mention it before, but seeing it with her own eyes, she still couldn't control her inner feelings. Luo Shiyu brought Qin Manyun over, introduced and said, Young Master Li, Miss Daji, this is my friend, Qin Manyun. Manyun has met young Master Li, met Miss Daji. Qin Manyun immediately respectfully bowed to Li Nianfan. The corner of her eyes involuntarily swept over to that chessboard. Her mind shook violently. She had just finished discussing the matter of heaven and earth with that scholar yesterday, and then met young Master Li here playing chess. Is there such a coincidence in the world? Obviously not. Young Master Li had already guessed everything 8/10 of the time. Even his own arrival was under his control. This was clearly just hitting himself. Again looked at that chessboard, unexpectedly pressed the two words heaven and earth. Whoosh whoosh. Qin Manyun's head was empty in that place, feeling cold all over rushed straight to the top of her head. Indeed, Young Master Lai is indeed using heaven and earth as a chessboard. Qin Manyun respected Li Nianfan to the extreme, standing in place extremely respectfully. Even her breathing began to control its frequency. This young lady, her politeness was a bit excessive. 80% of them were from a great sect. Her education was good. Don't stand here anymore, sit down. Li Nianfan smiled and said, Xiao Bai, go pour the two young ladies a cup of water. Qin Manyun finally calmed down her mind, opened her mouth and said, Young Master Li, this young lady came uninvited, disturbing. Not to mention disturbing. In fact, I'm actually looking forward to you guys coming. Li Nianfan smiled and said,
Huh?
Luo Xiu and Qin Manyun's faces suddenly tensed. They naturally heard Li Nianfan's insinuation. Just sat down, but couldn't help but stand up again. Luo Xiu respectfully said, Young Master Li, if you have anything to say, just tell me. Their hearts were tense and expectant, not knowing what happened to young Master Li. Could they help? If they could help, wouldn't it be like forming a good relationship with young Master Li? This kind of opportunity is very difficult to come by. I ordered but haven't said yet, you don't need to be so nervous. The two girls' reactions made Li Nianfan feel a little embarrassed, enthusiastic, too enthusiastic. Recently, there are always immortal cultivators flying around, making me have no way to go out. Going to the mountains to hunt is even more impossible. Can you guys help to inquire a little about what happened? Li Nianfan opened his mouth and said. Although these immortal cultivators didn't come to the Sihiyuan, but they made Li Nianfan have no way to go out. He is immortal. In this environment is still very afraid. If not because of this kind of situation, he would have brought Daji out to play Qingming, go out during Qingming festival. Also not to the extent of always being depressed at home playing chess. Implied, the expert hinted. Luo Xiu and Qin Manyun glanced at each other. Both eyebrows were a little moved. They also did not think that Li Nianfan did not know the reason behind it, just that, the expert facing a group of ants, would not personally take action, so tactfully reminded them. This is giving us a chance to show off. Ah. At the same time, Luo Xiu was a little guilty. In the Qianlong Immortal Dynasty area, how could he not pay attention to this matter? Still wanted young Master Li to personally say it. Too unreasonable. Young Master Li, before is our lack of consideration. This matter I will follow and handle later. Qin Manyun also immediately guaranteed, saying, I am also willing to give Li Gongzi some worries. Luo Xiu eyes lit up, hurriedly said, Right with Manyun elder sister's help, this group of people will definitely leave soon. Qin Manyun smiled. Her heart also stirred up a storm. That's right. The expert really had long calculated that he would come. Nine-tailed celestial fox's influence was really too great. This area gathered so many cultivators and the same forces. Relying on Qianlong Immortal Dynasty was definitely not capable of driving this group of people away completely. Only their Linxian Dao Palace could do it. The expert said, looking forward to our coming. In fact, he said I came. Qin Manyun only felt her head expression awe. Her whole body was covered with a layer of goosebumps, bitterly thinking. Myself 80% had long been in the expert chessboard. Seeing them agree, Li Nianfan immediately revealed a smile. Then thank you. Hurry up and sit down. At this time, Qin Manyun dared to use her remaining gaze to secretly glance at Li Nianfan. As expected of a master, hiding to the point of not letting a drop of water in, on the surface looking completely like a mortal, without a single flaw, she secretly looked towards Daji again. Is this the transformed nine-tailed celestial fox? She was originally just curious, but as soon as she looked up, it made her whole body tremble. How is this possible? In her eyes, Daji's entire body seemed to be covered with a layer of hazy mist. These mists were different from the mists that people normally saw. Only those with profound cultivation could detect them, because these mists represented the manifestation of Dao fate. Similarly, only in a short period of time when one is exposed to too much Dao rhythm and one has difficulty digesting it, will this kind of situation appear. It's just that it's too little, too little. Many people feel that this kind of saying is a joke. Dao rhythm is inherently hard to come by, yet how could there be so much that one can't digest it? What are you doing? But today, she clearly saw. Qin Manyun only felt her mouth bitter and dry. Even saliva wanted to be excreted, craving to the point of being unable to think. This came to how much chance to be able to accumulate so much Dao luck. This is also good compared to a poor person encountering thousands of tycoons. Without comparison, there is no injury. Besides that, Qin Mannion also noticed Did Ji's cultivation already reached golden core period. The time between nine-tailed heavenly fox transforming into form was only a few days. Moreover, Luo Xiu clearly said nine-tailed heavenly fox was also injured by the heavenly tribulation. If there was no expert to save it would have died. How could this have reached golden core? This is hacked? Qin Mannion still has no way to solve 100 questions. With her current worldview, she basically can't think of why. However, she can affirm that all of these are related to Li Nianfan. What kind of person is Li Gongzi? As long as you follow him, then everywhere is fate. In Qin Manyun's eyes revealed a look of admiration. If she can follow beside Li Gongzi, then good. Even if it is to serve tea and pour water, then it is stronger than being a saintess anywhere. At this moment, a special fragrance flew into her nostrils, making her spirit fiercely lifted. Lifting her eyes to look again, she couldn't help but inhale a breath of cold air, completely dumbfounded. The yard was full of spirit medicine and immortal herbs. Moreover, they were clearly all top grade. Without a doubt, in here, a random root was enough to stir up a bloody storm outside. Even if Qin Mannion, as the saintess of Linxiandao Palace, was also stunned by this kind of big stroke. Too beautiful, too shocking, too tyrannical. Don't want to scream. Calm down, maintain calm. The expert doesn't like people who are shocked. Qin Mannion didn't inwardly hint at herself, continuously relying on deep breaths to suppress the shock in her heart. She glanced at Luo Xiu, discovered her eyes were empty, had fallen into a daze. Still said to let me not want to be surprised, you yourself can't bear it. Qin Mannion hurriedly shook Luo Xiu to let her sober up. Luo Xiu felt her throat was dry, unable to make any sound. She personally witnessed Li Nianfan obtaining spirit medicine, but no matter what, never thought that Li Nianfan would actually plant these spirit medicines. The most crucial thing was these spirit medicines were not only successfully planted, moreover grew extremely well, the quality even surpassed the time when they were just brought over. This kind of shock was simply the same as a dream. This. Luo Xiu stammered for a long time and had difficulty saying the words, Young Masterly, you planted these spirit medicines. And losing a bit of means growing up to still be considered possible. Li Nianfan smiled slightly and said. He took in Luo Xiu and Qin Manyun's expressions and couldn't help but feel a little proud. His own choice to plant spirit medicines to increase the level was indeed not bad. Looking at it, even cultivators were shocked. Although he was a mortal, he also didn't want to be looked down upon by others. Being able to make cultivators worship him, this kind of feeling was still extremely comfortable. Losing a bit of means? Growing up to still be considered possible? Qin Mannion and Luo Xiu were teased by Li Nianfan until their scalps went numb, dumbfounded. So many elixirs and immortal herbs planted in their own surroundings, this kind of shock can be thought of. However, Luo Xiu, two people think not only these, they can't help but think of the problem they discussed in the wine house. Does young Master Li have a peach blossom? This problem now obviously has an answer. Inside Journey to the West, in the Heavenly Palace there is a peach blossom garden. Young Master Li wouldn't have a peach blossom garden himself? Too terrifying. Their soft bodies trembled, couldn't help but shiver. At this time, Xiao Bai brought 2 cups of water and walked over. 2 ladies, please drink water. Thank you. Luo Xiu and Qin Mannion respectfully received from Xiao Bai's hands, feeling flattered. Being served by this kind of top-grade spirit artifact, even immortals would envy it. Qin Mannion looked towards the water in the cup, extremely pure. From the mouth of the cup overflowed waves of spiritual energy. It really is spiritual water. Qin Mannion was frightened and admired in her heart. On the surface, she tried to pretend to be calm. In fact, she couldn't wait to pick up the cup and take a sip. The hot sun in the sky was shining, but this water was clearly not affected at all. On the contrary, it was cold in the mouth, like silk sliding down. First it soothed her lips, then along the touch of the tongue. A body's heat seemed to be instantly cleared. The brain was also a burst of clarity. A drop of water flowed from the corner of her mouth into the snow-white neck. The cold touch made her mind move slightly. Boom. The water flowed down from the throat. Qin Manyun's mouth corner couldn't help but reveal a smile. The originally dry body felt comfortable. Easy to drink. As expected of spiritual water. This is the real Big Boss. Drinking water is normal. People do not dare to ask for extravagant treasures. The Big Boss is happy you can't imagine. Her heart is satisfied. Gurgling, one breath to drink a cup of water completely, still not satisfied. Li Nianfan can't help but open mouth to say, Xiao Bai, give two young ladies more water. These two girls, how important matter. Family background must be very good. Drinking to such haste is not considered. How still not understand drinking laughing. Could it be that I am seeing things? Or are they thirsty crazy? Qin Manyun and Luo Xiu also realized their own rudeness. Both are a little embarrassed, blushing and softly said, Thank you, Li Gongzi. Li Nianfan smiled. No need to be polite. Do you guys come to find me for something? It's because I heard many stories of Li Gongzi. That's why I begged Xiu to bring me to visit Li Gongzi. Qin Manyun opened her mouth to speak. At the same time, she took out a transparent jade bottle and respectfully handed it to Li Nianfan. This is my sex special item. Also invites Li Gongzi not to dislike. She first came to the door. Naturally empty-handed is not good to come. It's just that she racked her brains, also did not think of what item can be brought out. Such a tall person, even if the cultivation immortal world's most precious item is placed in front of the eyes, will not look much awe. However, no matter how, sincerity must want to be appropriate, therefore, she directly took out her most precious item. Li Nianfan smiled. Too polite, come then come. Still bring what specialty? He immediately gave Qin Manyun a good girl label. How much has the rank of a little girl? 8 out of 10 is also an intellectual, according to Luo Xiu there heard of herself, so came to admire her reputation. Li Nianfan took the jade bottle from Qin Manyun's hand, and only then did he discover that there were about 10 drops of liquid in the jade bottle. Why drop by drop? Because each drop was an independent body. This is a kind of extraordinary special liquid, like glass same, compared to normal water drops are not less big, looks like flowing, but divided into blocks situation, extremely strange. Luo Xiu witnessed in the jade bottle the thing, cannot help but to beautiful eyes widen, heart pounding. 1,000 years profound ice liquid. Damn. A full 10 drops of 1,000 years profound ice liquid is also too generous and rude. Even if Qin Manyun, as the saintess of Lin Xiandao Palace, wants to take out this much 1,000 years profound ice liquid, then also wastes not small time. Li Nianfan from the jade bottle poured out a drop placed on the palm of hand to observe, then used mouth to suck lightly, directly sucked into the mouth. The taste is not bad, icy cold. Also a bit delicious. Qin Manyun and Luo Shi watched as Li Nianfan casually swallowed the 1,000-year profound ice liquid. Their expressions immediately changed, and they nervously said, Young Master Liu, this... Is there a problem? Li Nianfan looked at the two people suspiciously. Qin Manyun saw Li Nianfan as if nothing was wrong, and immediately put away what she wanted to say. No, there's no problem. Her heart had already stirred up a storm. This was the 1,000-year profound ice liquid, which contained the 1,000-year profound ice marrow, although it was a good thing, but if the person whose strength had not yet reached it directly came into contact with it, they would definitely be injured by the cold, and even if the person whose strength was sufficient, they would have to prepare carefully before using it to ensure that it would be fine. However, it was just like this that someone casually swallowed it. Qin Manyun couldn't help but laugh bitterly in her heart. Is like Li Gongzi this kind of expert? 1,000 years Xianbing, that cold air is worth nothing. Terrifying with ordinary water, has no difference. Seeing Li Nianfan smack his lips for a moment, on the face revealed memories. Can't imagine in this place can still eat fruit jelly. Really nostalgic. Fruit jelly? Luo Shi was stunned. What is this thing? Li Nianfan laughed and said, is a kind of snack before often eat for fun. Just came to this place after that no longer have tasted. A snack? Eat for fun? Qin Manyun and Luo Xiu's had almost exploded. Before often eat, then definitely is only in a mortal world time, and since descending to mortal after also long not eat. Sure enough, own extremely precious thing, in the expert's eyes is only used to relieve boredom's snack. However, what is worth celebrating is that this snack is extremely popular with a high-ranking person. Li Nianfan handed the jade bottle to Daji, smiling and saying, Daji, this fruit jelly taste is not bad, you also try it. Daiji carefully received the jade bottle. Young Masterly, you like to eat, then I will help you collect it well. You are so polite, although the things are not much, but also cannot like me to eat one. Li Nianfan shook his head helplessly and said, Hidden. Qin Manyun almost blurted out. Young Masterly, if you like it, next time I will bring a little more. She hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth. Her heart was angry, and her voice trembled as she said, Manage. Eat until you are full. God knows how much effort these two words cost her. This is the 1,000-year profound ice liquid. Lin Xiandao Palace can only condense 1 drop every 10 years. It is so precious. What kind of concept is a full meal? Lin Xiandao Palace is not far from bankruptcy. She showed off this boast. She didn't even go to ask for permission from the sect. Just because the expert hinted, it passed in a flash. There was no way to have the slightest hesitation. Good person. Lin Yanfan's favorability towards Qin Manyan increased a lot. This girl clearly had heartache written on her face, but she could still offer it without asking for anything. This must be a lot of will. Then thank you, Miss Qin. Lin Yanfan didn't refuse. He really liked to eat fruit jelly. It was rare to encounter it and really didn't want to refuse. A full meal is not needed. Just letting me satisfy my cravings is good. Lin Yanfan's mind moved slightly. Qin Manyan looked at it was a young lady from a noble family. This kind of intellectual family background, definitely proficient in chess. Maybe she could let herself enjoy it. Daji's chess skill was too stinky, really had no way to get down. In this deep forest and mountains, opponents were hard to find. He couldn't help but ask, Miss Qin, do you know how to play chess? Qin Manyan was first stunned, then nodded and said, No, a little. Lin Yanfan's eyes lit up, hearing the modest meaning in her tone, immediately said, Then it's really good. Come play a game. Then invite young Master Li to teach. Qin Manyan naturally wouldn't refuse. This was a good opportunity to shorten the gap with the expert. In her heart there was a little nervousness. Her face flushed red. Couldn't help but start to think randomly. If one's chess skills are too high to put the expert at a disadvantage, should one let him play? She actually heard the elders gossiping about quite a few legends. Some hidden experts clearly have very bad chess skills. Time and time again they still like to find people to play chess. Once they lose, they will raise their beards and glare. Truly difficult to serve. How should one do to make young Master Li happy? How should one be vague to let young Master Li play? At this time, the chess game has already begun. Lin Yanfan holds the black chess, smiling and saying, You first. Qin Manyan hastily concentrates her will, her expression solemn. She definitely wants to display her own strength, to let young Master Li's eyes shine. She first picks up a white chess piece, then looks towards the chessboard. As soon as she looks up, she is completely stunned. The chessboard looked up, usually nothing strange, but inside the background position, pressed the same with the blurred object, is heaven and earth, 2 words. Just a little bit. Qin Manyan also felt her eyes blurred. Woke up then had put her body into a piece of white in the world. In this world, a piece of nothingness, only black and white, 2 energies roaming, both safe and sound. This chessboard clearly formed another world. Qin Manyan stood alone in this piece of world in the middle, only felt herself extremely small, like the dust of the universe. At the same time, a rolling pressure of the world pressed down towards her. This kind of feeling, just like an ant looking up at the sky, mortal meta fairy, weak, pitiful, and helpless. She gritted her teeth, used up more than half of her strength to reach out her hand inside the white child to fall. Whoosh! Following that, this piece of heaven and earth in the middle of the original black and white 2-chi balance was suddenly broken, falling into extremely chaos. Qin Manyan's mind was shaken. Lin Yanfan then did not have any feeling at all, holding the black purple in his hand. Following that fell down. Boom! Qin Manyan's soft body trembled violently. Following the black and white chessboard contrast, the black and white 2-chi also began to clash. She mixed in between the 2 sides, like in the vast sea a small boat, at any time would be destroyed. Too terrifying. This chessboard in the end is what level treasure. Within it clearly contains the way of heaven and earth. The Tao is thick, really creepy to hear. How is this playing chess? This is clearly testing the understanding of the way of heaven and earth. Yes, young Master Li actually takes the world as a chessboard. He should have thought of it long ago. The so-called playing chess will be simple. Qin Manyan finally understood why on Daji's body the Tao luck would be so thick, even leaving traces. If as often with young Master Li playing chess, even a pig head will attain the Tao and ascend awe. This is the way of heaven and earth awe. The entire cultivation world is terrifying, can't find a second one who knows the way of heaven and earth exists. Chance. Young Master Li, this is giving me the great chance awe. It must be that he himself gave the 1,000-year profound ice liquid. His sincerity moved young Master Li. He was then willing to give himself this fortune. The expert's work, Indeed, everything is at will, as long as one is happy. That casual gift in the middle is all huge benefit. Qin Mannion firmly wants to please Li Nianfan's thoughts. She placed herself in this world's principle, raised her head to look at the black and white two energies competing for wind. Just in a blink of an eye, countless endless changes would occur, making her brain buzz nonstop. These days the place said, obscure and profound. Some changes Qin Mannion could still barely comprehend, but the vast majority, she only looked at a little, then her brain would swell, her head would be dizzy. This is also good for a primary school student. Go to look at differential and integral calculus. Not only can't understand anything, moreover will be dizzy. Qin Mannion gritted her teeth and persisted. Young Master Li bestowed me this kind of opportunity. She herself definitely wants to endure. Only, the ants and worms that permeate the sky can last long. Just half a small cup of tea time, Qin Mannion couldn't even hold a chess piece. Li Nianfan in the heart sighed. He did not have good intentions to show. Actually had to find Qin Mannion as a big brush. Her chess skill compared to De Ji is still 108,000 miles behind. If to take De Ji as an example of kindergarten standard, then she is the mother fetus stupid self-music level. Losing oneself still thought that she is modest, originally not modest, but is arrogant. Qin Mannion to his chess skill understanding is wrong. This is not knowing a little, this is basically a point of not knowing. AI, too weak. Tai still not counted. Li Nianfan looked at Qin Mannion, that head full of sweat, even more silent. Playing chess just as for you? That sweat like rain equally quickly rolled down, whole body limp panting, not knowing clearly still thought that doing what's super strong exercise here. Young Master Li, I can't. Qin Mannion said weakly. She looked at the chessboard, immediately extremely embarrassed to the point of not daring to see people. Totally only went 11 hands, really extremely miserable. This achievement was witnessed by anyone would laugh until teeth fell off. Losing oneself before was still thinking how to let young Master Li several hands. Originally was oneself too worried. Li Nianfan shook his head, helplessly said, look out. One side Luo Shiwu looked at the chessboard, also eyes shining brightly. Can't imagine that older sister Mannion as the saintess of Lin Xiandao Palace is actually a bad chess player. This defeat is also too miserable. Looking at the next one to see me perform. She is the Qianlong Immortal Dynasty princess. Playing chess is her interest since childhood. Self-proclaimed also a little expert. At least will not lose like Qin Mannion to such a miserable defeat. Wait a moment. She only needs to show excellent chess skills. Absolutely can let Li Gongzi's eyes shine. Like Li Gongzi's chess skills are not good, she at the crucial moment to put above a few hands, naturally can win his favor. From now on to reach the peak of life. Thinking back, still has a little bit of emotion. Immediately volunteered to take the job and said, Li Gongzi, how about let me try a little? Oh, you'll also play chess? Li Nianfan looked at her. Luo Shiwu smiled and said, that is of course, the entire Qianlong Immortal Dynasty. I actually recognize experts, then no one is my opponent. Then okay, you come. Li Nianfan has no problem saying, anyway is killing time. If Luo Shiwu is really a master, then it can't be better. Luo Shiwu excitedly made to Li Nianfan opposite, just looked towards the chessboard then was dumbfounded. What kind of situation? This is playing chess? Her mind is blank, like a kindergarten classmate at the college entrance exam. Two eyes are black, can't understand anything. Luo Shiwu towards the great path comprehension compared to Qin Mannion is still much worse. When putting herself in the chess game, the Dao heart almost directly collapsed. Too terrifying. Even, she just picked up the chess piece, also wanted to use up all the strength of the whole body. There is unspeakable suffering. She herself is too stupid. Playing chess with Li Gongzi how can have ordinary ability. No wonder even Mannion elder sister can only play 11 hands. In the chess game hidden Dao fate is really creepy to hear. Such a rich path of heaven and earth. If it were to spread out, the entire cultivation world would be terrified and unable to bear it. Luo Shiwu and Qin Mannion both know, with their realm to peek at the path of heaven and earth, this is completely seeking death. Heavenly Dao casually a little backlash are enough to make them never recover. Also, only Li Gongzi, this kind of great character, can let oneself avoid heavenly Dao backlash. Such a chance is enough to make the entire cultivation immortal world covet awe. It's just a pity. The strength is not enough. The bigger the chance, the more unfortunate to enjoy. Luo Shiwu's face is red, her soft body constantly rising and falling, seems to be enduring great pressure. Under the principles of heaven and earth, She is just like a speck of dust, inferior to the extreme. At any time will be buried. Wait until she can't resist again. Her head is dizzy, then retreat from the chessboard. She focused on looking, only then discovered on the chessboard, herself in total only played 6 hands, losing to that is a thorough. Saying it out probably no one would believe. Li Nianfan also did not believe, but the truth was laid out before her eyes. In a world there really exists such a person. Qin Mannion although is a pervert, but people playing chess well or bad can still have such a little layout. Luo Xiu is purely groping below, closing her eyes, that kind, lowering the chess position really makes people doubt her intelligence. He could hardly believe looking at Luo Xiu. In the end is what kind of delusional confidence can support her self-proclaimed as her chess skill is very good? AI, oneself should not hold hope for her. She is Qianlong former dynasty princess. The reason can win others, 80% is others all to take her, give her face over time, naturally is expanding to self-proclaimed as a master. I'm sorry, Luo Xiu was so angry that tears were about to come out, not knowing what to do. She was filled with confusion in her heart. Young Master Li would definitely feel that she didn't know her own limits and was full of disappointment towards her. And would she be disgusted with her? Li Nianfan was a little reluctant and hurriedly spoke up to comfort her. Don't say any more, I understand. This little girl was probably scared. Thinking back, she had always thought of herself as a master of chess, but suddenly discovered that she was actually a bird and that everyone around her had deceived her. Anyone else wouldn't be able to bear this blow. She was also a pitiful person. Li Nianfan advised, now that you understand the reality, it's not a bad thing, it's fine to practice well in the future. Young Master Li here is to let me cultivate well, increase my understanding of the Tao, don't want to be resigned. Then there is still a chance. As long as young Master Li doesn't hate himself, it's good. Luo Xiu let out a long sigh of relief, hurriedly said, thank you, young Master Li. I will definitely work hard in the future. Li Nianfan nodded slightly. His eyebrows twitched. If Luo Xiu and Qin Mannion were both amateurs in chess, then he could send the guests off. It's just that he wanted to use something in return. If Qin Mannion was so polite and even deliberately gave him fruit jelly, then he couldn't fall into the ordinary. Qin Mannion and Luo Xiu also stood up and prepared to say goodbye. Unintentionally, Qin Manyun's gaze swept over a corner of the courtyard. Immediately her whole body shook, as if struck by lightning. She stared, staring intently at that corner of the wall. Even her breathing couldn't help but quicken. That was. It wouldn't be wrong. It was definitely enlightenment bamboo. If it was an ordinary person, it was very possible to not recognize it, but she was the saintess of the Linxian Dao Palace. Towards enlightenment bamboo was really too familiar, just a little bit she recognized it. Before, her inner heart was tense. Plus, she was attracted by the surrounding planting of the top-grade spirit medicine and immortal grass, didn't pay attention to the other corners of the courtyard. Only now did she discover, this place, every place was extraordinary. On the courtyard pile of firewood, the fallen demon's sword was quietly stuck on a wooden stake. Not far away on the stone bench, a fiery red ball was displayed there. It was actually a dragon fire pearl, and the chessboard just played was far beyond the immortal chi existence. Now, oneself at the corner of the wall is discovered enlightenment bamboo. Wait a moment. She turned her head, once again looked towards that pile of firewood. TSK. Spirit wood. Clearly all are spirit wood. Only the cultivation level of the tree demon can give birth to spirit wood. This. Where did young Master Li find so much spirit wood and clearly use it to make fire? It is truly luxurious to make people scalp numb. If this is known by the outside world's immortal cultivators, it is terrifying to not know how many people want to commit suicide in grief. As expected of the immortal's residence, everywhere is mysterious, everywhere is treasure. She continuously took a deep breath, using this to scare the below herself in the heart to shock. Calm down. Oneself must definitely want to calm down, cannot provoke the expert who does not like it. Qin Mannion looked at Luo Xiu beside her for a bit, not allowing herself to have a bit of desire. Sometimes ignorance is also a happiness, no need to be like herself, trying to pretend to be calm. Young Master Li, may I ask what that is? Qin Mannion pointed to the corner of the wall that enlightenment bamboo, couldn't help but open her mouth to ask. Li Nianfan looked for a bit, indifferently said, that is the material I made the bow and arrow, just trash, preparing to use it to make fire. Trash? Make fire? Qin Mannion almost suffocated, at the same time was overjoyed. Fortunately, she asked herself, otherwise such an enlightenment bamboo would be taken away to burn. Good luck. Good luck, ah. She took a deep breath, trying her best to keep her tone steady. That. Can you give this bamboo to me? You want? Li Nianfan looked at Qin Manyun in surprise for a moment. It's not something valuable, just take it. Thank you, Li Gongzi. Qin Manyun was overjoyed. Really don't dare to hide it. This bamboo can be used as material, just like my suitable item. It's extremely important to me. Li Nianfan was startled and nodded. It turned out to be the same as himself, was used to take it as material. The practical value of bamboo was extremely high. Seeing Qin Manyun so satisfied, Li Nianfan also smiled. He was still pondering what to give. She clearly chose well. This saved a lot of work. Qin Manyun immediately walked over, carefully picked up that bamboo. Even around those scrap powders hadn't been put away, used a good cloth bag behind, then stood up. Li Gongzi, today there's been a lot of trouble. Little girl said goodbye. Qin Manyun opened her mouth to speak. Luo Xiu also said, Young Master Li, I also go. Li Nianfan lightly nodded. Yes, bye. Luo Xiu and Qin Manyun just walked out of the courtyard. Their footsteps did not allow them to increase, heading towards the foot of the mountain. They needed to balance the fastest speed to handle the matter that young Master Li ordered. On the way, occasionally there would be light flying through the sky, making their brows slightly furrow. Will this group of people still be at peace? Once they disturb young Master Li, 1,000 knives and 10,000 fruits would not be enough. Not allowing it, their hearts became even more anxious, secretly gritting their teeth. Absolutely cannot let people disturb young Master Li's cultivation. Qin Manyun followed Luo Xiu back to Qianlong Immortal Dynasty, just hurriedly greeted Luo Huang, then rode a flying boat to leave Qianlong Immortal Dynasty, straight to Linxian Dao Palace and went. She needed to tell this great news to her master, and at the same time, she asked her master to take action and complete the matter of the expert handing over. Quickly. In Qin Manyun's path, she didn't dare to delay a bit, and quickly ran to Linxian Dao Palace. The huge flying boat set down Linxian Dao Palace on the square. Qin Manyun walked quickly out, and walked towards her master's closed-door training place. Senior Sister Qin. Senior Sister Qin is back. Greetings, Senior Sister Qin. Along the way, Linxian Dao Palace disciples rushed towards Qin Manyun to greet her. Qin Manyun also only nodded in response, and hurried her steps. Walked to a place of the main hall. Her feet walked like that for a while, towards the main hall beside a stone wall. Bang, 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 knocked 3 times. A moment later, a rustling sound. The stone door opened. Qin Manyun walked in. The stone room was divided into 2 floors, and the inside was separated by a piece of quartz. Through the quartz, one could vaguely see a long-robed Taoist sitting cross-legged on the other side, with a hairpin on his head and a whisk in his hand. Qin Manyun respectfully said, Manyun has seen the master. The other side of the quartz transmitted an old voice, so quickly returned. Did you bring back the 9-tailed heavenly fox? Reporting to the master, no. Qin Manyun took a deep breath, solemnly said, However, disciple already knows where the 9-tailed heavenly fox is now, and even more so, saw a great person comparable to the heavens. The old voice carried a hint of doubt. A great person comparable to the heavens? What kind of person is he? Is he worth your evaluation? Qin Manyun's voice was filled with respect. Is a hidden expert, hiding in the Qianlong Immortal Dynasty's area. His strength is unfathomable. It is he who rescued the 9-tailed heavenly fox under the heavenly tribulation. The old man's figure shook slightly and said in surprise, Within the heavenly thunder, there is the path of destruction, and it can actually save people from the heavenly tribulation. It is absolutely impossible. If the 9-tailed heavenly fox was taken in by this person, then let's calculate. Master said last time that the heavenly heart Qin received damage. Is it true or not? Qin Manyun suddenly asked. AI, of course it is true. The old voice sighed and said in a low voice, The axis of the Qin received wear and tear, and in this life, it is unknown whether it can be repaired or restored. If the disciple finds the enlightenment bamboo, is there any possibility of repair or restoration? Qin Manyun asked. Then, of course there is. Master Qin Manyun is extremely certain, and after receiving it, he can't help but shake his head. Just that enlightenment bamboo is how hard to get things. The heavenly heart Qin body is formed by an enlightenment bamboo as the basic mechanism. This is also the heavenly heart Qin foundation. It is still the ancestor's fortuitous coincidence that he achieved it. Difficult, too difficult. Enlightenment bamboo is not specifically a certain kind of bamboo, but is heavy on enlightenment. But, time and time again, these two words are also difficult to ascend to heaven. Ancient times have legends. There are people under the Bodhi tree who suddenly enlightened. Once after ascending, that Bodhi tree also follows the fruit of enlightenment, becoming a holy tree. Enlightenment bamboo's existence, although it is not comparable to this kind of Bodhi tree, but it is also extremely difficult to obtain, creating the same conditions as this Bodhi tree. Need to have achieved a master often at the side of the bamboo tree enlightenment, the Tao flow in the middle, influence the bamboo tree can create. Just in the world to achieve a master can be counted on the fingers and considered to have achieved a master. How is it possible to often at a bamboo tree enlightenment? Too unrealistic. This completely depends on fate, can exist or not, all are unknown. Thinking here, Master Qin Manyun is again a Sai. The Tian Xian Qin inherited until now is the only one of the pseudo-immortal artifact-level treasures of Lin Xian Dao Palace. Now it is damaged. If I die, what face do I have to face, Master? Hearing Master's introduction, Master Qin Manyun's heart is also a little uncertain, suddenly a little unconfident. Did I really bring back the enlightenment bamboo? She took out the bamboo from the space ring and asked weakly, Master, is this bamboo the enlightenment bamboo? His master shook his head without thinking. How could that be? Little girl is naive. How can enlightenment bamboo be so easy to meet? However, after a moment, his whole person is shaken. His eyes are staring at that bamboo tree, wishing he could not make his eyes pop out. Sitting cross-legged, he stood up like a spring, towards the front of the quartz wall, fiercely hit. That quartz wall is actually liquid form, like a bubble swelling out a human figure.
Bah! A sound.
A white beard, white hair, dirty old man immediately appeared in front of Qin Manyun. He directly grabbed that bamboo tree, his voice trembling said, let me take a look. His two hands continuously caressed this bamboo tree, and his eyes flashed with emotional tears, sobbing said, it's enlightenment bamboo. Can't imagine that in life clearly can still see enlightenment bamboo, Dao bamboo. Indeed the same as dreaming. Moreover, this enlightenment bamboo although seems to be a bit short, but the quality is absolutely better than the one the ancestor brought back, and much better. The ancestor, brought back after was severely damaged, seems to have been struck by lightning, is burnt black, otherwise the current Tianqin Qin would not be damaged. The value of this enlightenment bamboo to their Lin Xian Dao Palace is too great. Such a treasure. Could it be a gift from heaven? Master Qin Manyun excitedly said, Manyun, where did you get this bamboo from? I got it from that expert. Qin Manyun opened her mouth to say. Her master could hardly believe it and said, that expert is willing to give this kind of treasure to you? Qin Manyun was a little embarrassed. She was really embarrassed to attack her master, but still opened her mouth and said, Master, that expert originally prepared to use this enlightenment bamboo to light a fire. I was afraid of wasting the heaven's gift, so I shamelessly opened my mouth to ask.
What?
The old man directly jumped up. His beard and mustache stood straight. Burn. Light a fire. Qin Manyun bitterly nodded. She took out that bag of scrap. That expert seems to be making something. These are all redundant materials. In his eyes, they are trash. Trash? The thing that she considered a treasure in the eyes of others is trash? The old man stood there, dumbfounded. Master, are you okay? Qin Manyun was worried that her master would be self-conscious. For a long time, the old man shook his head in a daze and fearfully sighed. No, it's nothing. To be able to have this kind of spirit, of course, is a great person. You haven't offended me? Master, how dare I? I can't flatter you. Qin Manyun paused for a moment and said in a low voice, Master, I personally gave all the 1,000 years of mysterious ice liquid on my body to this expert. So good. The old man let out a long sigh of relief and smiled with satisfaction. As expected of my disciple, doing things deeply to my heart, it's estimated that the expert just saw that you are sensible, so he was willing to give you the enlightenment bamboo. Otherwise, even if it's trash, it's impossible to let people take it away so easily. You can encounter such a great opportunity. It's my Lin Xian Dao's blessing. Quickly tell me the details. Immediately, Qin Manyun did not dare to conceal the slightest bit, told the whole story once. The more he listened, the old man's eyes widened, and finally heaved a breath of cold air. Master, Peerless master. I, the old man, have lived for 3,000 years, 30 generations. This is absolutely the most awesome master I have met since birth. Being able to meet this kind of person is a chance, and if I can make friends, that is a great blessing. Prosper, I, the old man, want to prosper. His face was red, and he was so excited that he could not control himself. That's right. You just said that the master has something to say? The old man looked towards Qin Manyun. Qin Manyun nodded slightly. Master, because of the nine-tailed celestial fox, the place where the master lives in seclusion often has immortal cultivators appearing and disappearing. This creates disturbance for the master. Boom. The old man directly crushed the stone beside him into fine powder and shouted angrily. How bold, how bold. This group of people are seeking death. He looked towards Qin Manyun, hurriedly said, How come you only now tell me this matter? Such an important order. Definitely need to want to complete it right away. Hurry up and dispatch all the forces of Lin Xiandao Palace. Must help the expert to solve this disturbance. Expert but still have any orders? The old man opened his mouth to ask, and the voice did not allow for a bit of expectation. What is the expert's order? This is not a matter, but a chance, is the opportunity to flatter the expert. Qin Manyun bit her lip, then embarrassedly said, Master, the expert likes to drink 1,000 years of profound ice liquid. Disciple then promised with the expert, We'll give him enough 1,000 years of profound ice liquid. Manage. Eat well. Bah. Who knows? The old man not only did not feel heartache, but instead raised his head to the sky and laughed loudly. It was a joy. Good news, a great good thing, ah. The old man's face was full of red. This 1,000 years of profound ice liquid can make the expert recall the taste of his hometown. This kind of affection is not an ordinary treasure that can be compared. In that kind of expert's eyes, even if it is given to the immortal artifact, he probably won't even look at it. On the contrary, our 1,000 years of profound ice liquid entered his eyes. This is heaven blessing my Lin Xiandao Palace, ah. Following, he had deep feelings towards Qin Manyun and said, Disciple, your cultivation is not deep enough, cannot completely comprehend the expert's hint. This kind of thing is enough to eat well? Definitely need to want to bring the entire 1,000 years of profound ice to pass. Don't say 1,000 years of Xianbing. The entire Lin Xiandao Palace given to him is not a problem. But can the expert care? Master, I understand. Qin Manyun has a learned expression. The old man nodded in satisfaction. His body swayed slightly, and then teleported out of the stone room. This matter should not be delayed. Quickly go and make the expert resolve the confusion. The sky of Qianlong Immortal Dynasty. Countless immortal cultivators flew past with light. They looked at each other in the middle, all frowning. What important matter? So many people searched for so long. Even the nine-tailed heavenly fox's feathers could not be found? No, the nine-tailed heavenly fox crossed the heavenly tribulation. Even if it could survive, it would definitely be seriously injured. Where could it escape to? At this moment, a sword light rushed over from afar. The speed was extremely fast. So, it's Sect Master Bai. Sect Master Bai, have you seen the whereabouts of the nine-tailed heavenly fox? Bai Wuchen's expression was cold, flying on his sword. His immortal aura was floating. Sword light was all around. Like a swordsman, extremely free and easy. The news of his breakthrough to the aperture stage had spread quickly, and he had been wandering around in this vicinity since the beginning, following everyone to search for the nine-tailed heavenly fox together. His enthusiasm was unstoppable. He already had a bit of fame. Many people knew. Everyone rushed to Bai Wuchen to reveal a friendly smile, secretly thinking, Sect Master Bai is a good person. He not only enthusiastically searched around, he would also intentionally share the news with everyone. Where has been searched, there is no nine-tailed heavenly fox. Where has appeared the whereabouts of the nine-tailed heavenly fox? Everyone quickly come and look and wait. It is truly extremely enthusiastic. Sword cultivator speed is originally compared to normal immortal cultivator much faster. Bai Wuchen like that enthusiasm, not only enthusiastic attitude, moreover willing to share news, is really for everyone provide extremely great convenience. Like taking helping people as joy. Really is immortal cultivation world a clear stream, eh? Early this year, related to nine-tailed heavenly fox news, who is not hiding, think of the frustration of making a fortune, can like that without seeking profit sparsely, not much, eh? Excluding sect master by outside, there is also a sword cultivator is also like that, named Zhao Shanha, although the junior level is a bit older, but still as usual fighting vigorously at the front line is really hard to come by. The two of them are praised as a twin sword combination, being talked about passionately by people. Bai Wuchen coldly nodded to everyone, then opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, in the southwest direction 100 miles nearby, appeared nine-tailed celestial fox's whereabouts. This time is absolutely reliable news. No need to say much nonsense. Everyone hurry up and go. Nine-tailed celestial fox finally wants to be found? Thank you, Sect Master Bai, for providing this news. Then remember to often come to Baiyu Palace as a guest. Such precious news Sect Master Bai is willing to share really is to make us ashamed. This situation will be engraved in the heart." Bai Wuchen's face was expressionless, clearly displaying the demeanor of a sect's grandmaster. Fellow Taoists are polite. Hurry up and go. In a moment, countless light rays headed towards that location. On the other side, Zhao Shanha similarly rode his sword and went, while flying and shouting loudly, "The nine-tailed heavenly fox has appeared. The opportunity has come. Hurry up and follow me to take a look." Immediately, another large wave of immortal cultivators were attracted over. The Qianlong immortal dynasty also secretly helped. In a moment, countless people gathered at that location without prior arrangement. However, they hadn't even waited for them to arrive. Then an old, extremely majestic voice was heard from there. "The nine-tailed heavenly fox, where are you running? Why don't you quickly show your true form?"
Whoosh.
Immediately, a large amount of spiritual power covered this piece of heaven and earth. The wind stopped, the clouds stopped. Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky, only to see an old phantom slowly condensing in the void, the immortal energy floating, observing all living beings. It's the palace lord of the Linxian Dao Palace, Yao Mingji. Master Mengji personally came? Finished. Who can compete with him? Squeak squeak. A flustered fox cry rang out, only to see a cloud pulling a white fox slowly rising. That fox seemed to be imprisoned by some kind of unknown force. Its 9 tails were shaking crazily, but it basically did nothing. Very quickly, the 9-tailed heavenly fox was pulled to midair, along with Master Mengji's phantom image disappeared together. Heaven and earth once again restored to silence. Everyone watched helplessly as the 9-tailed heavenly fox was taken away by Master Mengji, yet no one dared to take action to snatch it away. AI, strength is not as good as people. No matter how big the opportunity is, it is not good. Bai Wuchen looked up at the sky, immediately angrily complaining. Damn it. 9-tailed heavenly fox was taken away just like that, wasting so much of my time in vain. He surrounded the body, sword energy all around, destroyed all the trees around, obviously extremely angry. The surrounding cultivators hurriedly opened their mouths to comfort. Sect Master Bai, take a look. Linxian Dao Palace is not something we can offend. That's right, a 9-tailed heavenly fox. That's it, that's it. Sect Master Bai has been busy for such a long time. Everyone will remember you well. Bai Wuchen searched for the 9-tailed heavenly fox so enthusiastically and also helped everyone a lot, but in the end it was in vain and trembled, everyone naturally filled with sympathy for him. Bai Wuchen shook his head, groaned, and said, "This place doesn't wait, I'll go." Immediately rode the sword up and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zhao Shanha also let out a sigh, waved his hand. AI, everyone disperse, disperse. Following closely behind, he similarly rode the sword and left. The remaining immortal cultivators also looked at each other. They originally came for the 9-tailed celestial fox. Now that they had no more expectations, they did not hesitate to control their escape lights and leave. Everyone here, after leaving not long, 2 clear streaks of light circled back. It was Bai Wuchen and Zhao Shanha, 2 people. Following behind, there were several streaks of light rapidly coming. Bai Wuchen and Zhao Shanha immediately had a calm face. "I have met Senior Yao." Yao Mingji stroked his beard, smiling, and said, "Everyone is young Master Li's distinguished guest. No need to be polite." He also held a white fox in his hand, casually threw it away, releasing it freely. Just now the 9-tailed heavenly fox was naturally fake. In fact, it was just this ordinary white fox. It was just that Yao Mingji used a trick to deceive the eyes, making outsiders think it had 9 tails. This plan was thought up by several people together. The coordination was flawless. They also thought of many kinds of methods. If it is directly chased away, at that time it will lead to many immortal cultivators' dissatisfaction. Once hung up to affect the expert definitely won't work. If it is good words to advise, then it is relatively meaningless. It is estimated that not many people will listen. Eliminate many kinds of selections behind. They finally thought of this plan. The one who sings and the one who responds in the middle will let many immortal cultivators leave. Moreover, absolutely will not disturb the expert. Perfect. Luo Huang clasped his hands and said, Senior Yao's method is heaven-shattering. Fortunately, there is you that can let everyone know the difficulty and retreat. This is everyone working together to have the result. Can for young Masterly to give up the trouble is our blessing. Yao Mingji laughed and said, his mood is good. He has solved the problem of disturbing the expert. Perhaps has formed a good relationship. Going to pay respect will not provoke the expert's dislike. Ha ha ha, Senior Yao here wants to go pay a visit to young Masterly? Bai Wuchen laughed and said, really have this intention but not now. Yao Mengji nodded then said, young Masterly here just recovered his calm. Should not be rash to disturb. I prepare to come back after a short while. Zhao Shan he opened his mouth and said, Senior Yao is indeed thoughtful. It should be like this. If young Master Li likes quiet, then their visit before definitely must consider a little bit of wait. Following, everyone chatted behind each other and said goodbye before leaving one after another. Qin Manyun followed the old man also did not return, but at a wine house in Luo Xian City stopped. The mountain is not high, there are immortals and spirits. This place is the closest to the expert. Any cave, heaven-blessed land cannot compare. Master, when are you planning to visit the expert? Qin Manyun opened his mouth to ask. Yao Mingji's expression was steady, and he said in a low voice, waiting for the right time. Although he was helping the expert to resolve the disturbance, but in his heart he was still a little reluctant, always feeling that what he did was not suitable enough. It was not the right time to visit the expert. If it was just to disperse the surrounding cultivators, the expert's request was too simple, so easily it could be done. It was definitely unrealistic. At his level, he felt that he would never make a mistake. There was definitely a hidden mystery in it. Yao Mingji pondered and finally turned his gaze to Qin Manyun and solemnly said, Manyun, you carefully recall and tell the expert what he told you again. I want you to repeat it without changing a single word. Qin Manyun also has a condensed expression, not daring to be careless, trying to recall that moment every hour and minute. After a full hour, she then firmly believes that she has completed her memories and immediately learns Lin Yanfan's tone, opens her mouth and says, recently there are always immortal cultivators flying around, making me have no way to go out. Going to the mountain to hunt is even more impossible. Can you guys help to inquire a little about why this is? Yao Mengji's whole body shook, in his mind a flash of inspiration, as if he caught something. He strokes his beard, continuously thinking about these words over and over again, even using a pen to write in front of himself. His brain rapidly operates, opens his mouth and weakly says, I must definitely need to understand all the experts' hints before I can go pay a visit, otherwise it will only provoke the experts' dislike. This thought lasted for 3 days, and Qin Manyun also tried to comprehend the mystery of these words, but it was like looking at flowers in the mist, without any clue. This day, pitch-black darkness has covered down. All over the mountain hills and peaks all turned into huge black shadows, and at a mountain peak inside, the mountainside torches were brightly lit, transmitting noisy and bustling sounds. This place is the Silver Moon Demon Emperor's territory. Its subordinates big and small goblins are countless, in this area making waves, extremely domineering. A group of hanging-up animal head goblins are talking to each other, occasionally emitting evil laughter. In the eyes, fierce light will appear. Their eyes look at the direction, put a huge iron cage, in which clearly imprison hundreds of human beings. These people looked around in fear, being surrounded by so many goblins, had fainted more than once. Ha ha ha, you guys look over there, little lady is so beautiful, with skin so white. You don't want to live. These are all prepared by the king. We can only eat old man meat. Have old man meat is not bad. I'm most afraid of giving me old man. The demons talking to each other sound transmitted into the mortals' ears, making their faces pale, whole body tremble. At this moment, a hot demon wind swept down. In the middle of the air, a huge black shadow ran quickly. This black shadow behind deployed a pair of more than 2 meters long big wings, each time agitated a moment, then raised a black color big whirlwind. The body accordingly moved several zhang away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The big wings agitated 3 times, This black shadow immediately put down the mountainside on a big rock. Behind grew full of black feathers, the big wings fiercely spread out, followed by retracting to the back. It turned out to be a hanging on the mountain head eagle demon. The demons immediately hurriedly performed a salute and bowed in a hurry. Greetings to the great king. This sculpted demon stood on the very high big rock. In the pair of eyes flashed a sharp light, cold to the bone. The gaze swept over. All the demons also did not dare to breathe loudly. The noisy scene also followed that fell into silence. Great king, this is the food we prepared for you. A head-hanging pig-head demon pointed at the other side of the prison, flatteringly said. Silver Moon Demon Emperor only vaguely glanced at the prison. His face was gloomy like water, and said in a low voice, I let you go, fine nine-tailed celestial fox, but is there any trace? This pig demon shrank his head and said anxiously, currently still haven't found it. A group of trash. Silver Moon Demon Emperor shouted loudly. To that pig demon head was a palm, and sent it flying, tyrannical and abnormal. All are a group of trash. Its eyes revealed a fierce light, as if wanting to devour people alive. Half a month ago, he deliberately sent out 2 demon kings to search for the 9-tailed heavenly fox. He couldn't imagine that the 2 beasts clearly left without returning, and didn't know where they ran to die. At that time, the 9-tailed heavenly fox had just transformed, and the demonic energy still remained on her body, which was the most convenient time to search. Now, the demonic energy on her body had already dissipated. Unless one possessed divine ability eyesight, one could see through her original form, and the difficulty of searching was more than 100 times greater. That 2-headed big pit was truly a pig, and the Demon Emperor had missed the best opportunity and missed the big event. 9-tailed heavenly fox crossing tribulation itself was of course heavily injured. Under this kind of situation, you guys clearly couldn't even find a shadow. What do I want you guys to do? Thinking of this, the Silver Moon Demon Emperor's complexion became even more unsightly. At this moment, a bold demon persistently stepped forward and said, Great King, 9-tailed heavenly fox seems to have been taken away by the Lin Xian Dao Palace people. What? The Silver Moon Demon Emperor's eyes fiercely sank. His mentality exploded on the spot, anger to the point his whole body trembled. Murderous intent penetrated his body and came out. The thick murderous intent scared many little demons to the point of losing their gall, lying prone on the ground, shivering. However, Great King, we discovered a 6-tailed spirit fox. The bull demon hurriedly added. Oh, the Silver Moon Demon Emperor's eyes flashed cleanly. Ox Demon continued to say, moreover, this 6-tailed spirit fox seems to be 9-tailed heavenly fox younger sister. Younger sister? Silver Moon Demon Emperor in the clean eyes flared up. The corner of the mouth did not allow to reveal a smile. It's reason to want to capture 9-tailed heavenly fox, except because it transformed outside. There is also an extremely important reason, that is it must know 9-tailed heavenly fox secret. Can in a short period of time cultivate into 9-tailed heavenly fox. In there naturally exists mystery. 3 years ago captured, clearly 9-tailed heavenly fox itself was seriously injured, not far from death. How would not understand well. Moreover, bloodline also obtained upgrade. In their 100% is because of encountering a heaven-shaking great chance. It has a kind of feeling, once itself obtains this chance, then is not far from becoming an immortal. Now, if the 9-tailed celestial fox was taken away by the Lin Xian Dao Palace, it would only be temporarily hindered. First go and capture her younger sister. Who knows, there might be unexpected gains. The Silver Moon Demon Emperor's eyes flashed rapidly. Looking closely at the bull demon, he stopped and said, Where is the 6-tailed celestial fox? Reporting to the Great King, it's right in the dense forest, not far from here. The bull demon hurriedly said, Well done. The Silver Moon Demon Emperor shouted loudly, coldly saying, This time, I will do it myself. After finishing speaking, his 2 wings spread out behind him, and he quickly flew away into the void. Behind him, countless monsters followed, and in an instant, the demonic aura soared to the sky, terrifying and terrifying. In that place in the wine house of the fallen immortal city, there was only one room that still had light. The oil lamp in the wind was a bit flickering. Yao Mingji used his hand to support his head, still staring at Li Nianfan's words, still deep in thought. 3 days and 3 nights, he did not sleep or rest, vowing to understand the expert's hint. The expert valued fate. Only by understanding his hint that the talented person was considered a fated person could he gain his favor. He vaguely felt that he had touched the border, but was still only one step away from entering the door. At this moment, he had a feeling in his heart, raising his head to look at the dark mountain forest below.
Ah,
What a heavy demonic aura. With such a demonic aura, it was certain that a great demon had moved out. Could it be that the Silver Moon Demon Emperor had some big move? Wait a minute. Silver Moon Demon Emperor? Yao Mingji's pupils contracted fiercely. When fortune came, his heart also brightened. A flash of inspiration flashed, and excitement appeared on his face. I understand. So the expert's deep meaning was here. His eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Ha ha ha, so that's it. Yao Mingji suddenly raised his head to the sky and laughed loudly. His eyes revealed all-seeing intelligence, profound and unpredictable, saying, I understand. At Qin Manyun's side, he opened his eyes in a cultivation state and hurriedly ran over. Master, you really comprehended the profound mystery of the expert? Qin Manyun asked expectantly. Manyun, so it can be seen, your realm is still rising high. Yao Mingji lightly nodded, with deep affection. After that, but definitely remember, at uncertain whether or not there is comprehension of the profound hint at the time, definitely don't want to be rash enough to disturb the profound. The profound person takes the world as a chessboard. To be chosen by him as a chess piece is a great stroke of luck, a great fortune. But the chess pieces will also turn into bastards. Therefore, we must definitely want to comprehend every hint from the expert and show the expert our own value. That scholar only wants to be a small pawn, but we cannot be like that. We consider ourselves as chess pieces and also want to be the most important chess pieces in the expert's hands. On his face was really proud. Using himself as an example of a chess piece did not feel wronged at all. On the contrary, was full of enthusiasm. At this step, he had already seen through too many things, also understood too many things, could become a great chess piece of the side. Is this a bad thing?
no.
But it is a great good thing. Qin Manyun humbly asked for advice, still asking Master to instruct me. You look carefully at the words of the expert. Yao Mingji opened his mouth and said, the expert's words can be divided into two parts. One is the first half. Recently, there are immortal cultivators flying back and forth in the sky. This is the first test. We have also helped the expert solve this disturbance, but the most crucial is the second half. This is an extremely important hidden test. The expert's second half is going on the mountain to hunt is even more impossible. Can you guys help to inquire a little bit? This is for what? Going on the mountain to hunt. Inquiring a little bit for what? TCH. Qin Manyun is like a fox installation same. The whole body has a layer of goosebumps. Understand. I also understand. Inquiring a little bit for what? Isn't it because Silver Moon Demon Emperor spread the nine-tailed heavenly fox news to outside, leading to? The expert naturally knows the reason he's so-called inquiring a little bit actually is to seek only Silver Moon Demon Emperor. As for going on the mountain to hunt, the expert hunting can only kill ordinary prey. The prey is naturally Silver Moon Demon Emperor. Silver Moon Demon Emperor doesn't know how to live or die offending the expert. How can the expert let it go? How come I didn't think of it? Almost missed such an important expert hint. Qin Manyun was overjoyed. It turns out that killing the Silver Moon Demon Emperor is the greatest test that the expert arranged. If it is missed, that opportunity is afraid that it will also come to an end. It is really dangerous. I have said it, the expert arranged the mission. How can it be so simple? It turns out the key is here. Yao Mingji let out a long sigh of relief. If he understood the expert hint, then the next matter will be simple. The Silver Moon Demon Emperor in this region has been a king for more than 4,000 years. His cultivation is overwhelming. In the demon realm, his status is equivalent to Yao Mingji's status among the immortal cultivators. Such a great demon. In the demon realm, calling the wind and summoning the rain. No one has ever dared to provoke him. But if it offends an expert, then it definitely cannot survive. The expert disdained to personally take action to kill it, but I, as the expert, the most important chess piece, is the expert who is the best to solve the problem. In Yao Mingji's eyes flashed a bit of tears. Haha, offended the expert and still dare to go around like this, really is not dead. It is precisely because there is this kind of fool-seeking death existence that gives me the opportunity to show off in front of the expert. I must definitely grasp it and handle the Silver Moon Demon Emperor cleanly. Go. Follow me to eliminate that Silver Moon Demon Emperor. At present, Yao Mingji also did not care about resting, directly brought Qin Manyans straight to the mountains and forests, embarked on the path to destroy the Silver Moon Demon Emperor. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the mountain forest, the demonic aura is everywhere. Big and small demons completely surround the inside of a mountain, bit by bit shrinking towards the inside. Besides that, in the sky there are also quite a few flying demons, hovering nonstop, eyes scanning the ground. The highest place, a huge shadow covers the sky, covering the moonlight. In the mountain forest spreads out a huge shadow. The Silver Moon Demon Emperor's eyes are like electricity. The corner of his mouth carries a bloodthirsty smile. His gaze suddenly stops. He screams loudly, emitting a sinister laugh. Find you. Immediately his two wings tremble. His body immediately rapidly lands. His target is clearly a dry tree. This tree was struck by lightning. All of them were withered and dead. The inside was hollow. Six-tailed spirit fox is hiding inside, curled into a ball. Six tails wrap itself extremely tightly, like white fluffy fur, is hiding inside, cold, shivering. It is already frightened and also confused. What kind of situation is that? Who am I teasing? Weak, pitiful, and helpless. At this moment, a huge figure descends from the sky, accompanied by a deep laughter, placing it not far away. Six-tailed spirit fox whole body trembles. On its body for all begin to stand up. It is clearly really six-tailed spirit fox. Silver Moon Demon Emperor excitedly looks closely at six-tailed spirit fox. Eyebrows also fiercely jump up. Not right. Not just six tails. In the middle of that six tails, a pale yellow phantom image has appeared. This is about to condense out the seventh head and tail sign. How is this possible? This kind of little fox clearly all quickly condensed out seven tails?
Chance.
Must have obtained a heaven-shaking great chance. Its elder sisters like this. It is also like this. On the face of the Silver Moon Demon Emperor revealed madness, moved to tremble, as if witnessing a treasure trove displayed in front of oneself. In the end, is what kind of chance? Clearly can let fox bloodline continuously evolve. Short time immediately formed Nine Tails Heavenly Fox. I am a demon for thousands of years. Never heard of such a heaven-defying chance. Terrifying, unimaginable. He walked step by step toward the Six Tails Spirit Fox. Many demons are also quickly rushed over. Great King Mighty, Six Tails Spirit Fox is just your thing in the bag. Six Tails Spirit Fox, still not surrendering to being tied up? Little fox, you should not resist, save eating more suffering. Silver Moon Demon Emperor said coldly, the corner of his lips curled up into a humorous smile. He personally went out. Six-tailed spirit fox absolutely has the ability to run to the sky. Heavenly great opportunity, I come. At this moment, far away 2 streaks of light rapidly came, like a red field, connecting the heavens and the earth, piercing the night sky. Silver Moon Demon Emperor, quickly roll over here and die. The domineering voice, let all the demons were slightly stunned. On the face revealed an unimaginable expression. Who dares to use this kind of tone to talk to Silver Moon Demon Emperor? Wanna die right? Silver Moon Demon Emperor's complexion sank. 2 wings opened, flew to the middle of the air. Killing intent had already overflowed from his eyes. As a demon emperor, building influence for 1,000 years, the most concerned thing is to force his face, especially in front of his own subordinates. Humiliating me. Must kill. See again, the person who came is an old man and a young woman. The young woman's cultivation is only at the nascent soul stage, and the old man's cultivation is a bit unfathomable. However, it is not afraid at all, coldly saying, Who are you two? Dare to come to my territory to show off. Yao Mingji looked at the Silver Moon Demon Emperor, long robe fluttering, immortal-like demeanor. I, Lin Xian Dao Palace, Yao Mingji. Great Master Mingji. All the demons immediately panicked and widened their eyes, in chaos. Lin Xiandao Palace in the immortal cultivation world's name is absolutely famous, regardless of whether it is a cultivator or a demon. All give him 3 parts of courtesy. And Yao Mingji is the palace master of Lin Xiandao Palace, an old immortal similar to the existence, secluded all year round. Clearly out of seclusion? The Silver Moon Demon Emperor's complexion is gloomy. What is this old immortal up to? Nine-tailed celestial fox was taken away by Lin Xiandao Palace. He already had a stomach full of resentment, for the sake of peace, so he didn't go looking for trouble in the right direction. Couldn't have imagined that on the contrary the other party would kill to the door. This is on the same stake as me. Silver Moon Demon Emperor. Really think Silver Moon Demon Emperor. Easy to provoke? Silver Moon Demon Emperor's face was embarrassed, indifferently said, Master Mengji, we have always been like water in the well. What do you mean by this? You really didn't offend me, but you shouldn't offend people. I'm just a great expert who took action. Yao Mengji calmly said. Generation took action? Who exactly is it can actually let Master Mengji take action for him? The face is also too big. Silver Moon Demon Emperor frowned in thought. How could he not think that he had offended such a great person? Master Mengji, there must be some misunderstanding in there. Haha, there is no misunderstanding. This time I came here to take your fate, to a master to hand over. Yao Mengji coldly laughed. Both hands opened. An old zither immediately appeared in front of him. Silver Moon Demon Emperor's expression also completely darkened, growled softly. You want to fish to death with me? Fish to death with me? Just with you? Yao Mengji disdainfully laughed. Both hands played the zither, followed by fierce shooting.
Whoosh.
In the void it seemed to create layer upon layer of ripples. The sound of the zither was like a kind of rippling water coming out.
Who?
Silver Moon Demon Emperor loudly shouted. Behind the two wings spread out, toward Yao Mengji fiercely waved. Immediately, waves of black demon wind formed a tornado shape, surrounding Yao Mengji. The sound of the zither and the demon wind collided with each other. Both at each other were magic. As for the other demons, had already been scared to run away in all directions, afraid of disaster. Six-tailed spirit fox small eyes blinked. Six tails stealthily in midair swayed, then stomped on four small legs to rapidly burrow into the dark forest inside. Big boss fight, really scary. Silver Moon Demon Emperor saw six-tailed spirit fox run, even more furious. Recently what's wrong? Things are not going well? It angrily shouted. Yao Mengji, you are determined to be an enemy with me? Haha, being an enemy with you is not mentioned. I just want to take your life. Yao Mengji smiled, both hands playing the zither even faster. The sound of the zither also changed to be able to compare urgently. The black demon wind immediately scattered. The sound of the zither was like a magic spell, covering the Silver Moon Demon Emperor inside.
Clink.
On the Silver Moon Demon Emperor's body the clothes immediately turned into fine powder. His body began to continuously expand. The black feathers with the naked eye could see the growth speed. In a flash appeared its original form. It was a mountain zither that was 3 times larger than the normal zither. The sharp and clever mouth flashed with a frightened cold light. The eyes were like a sharp blade, tightly staring at Yao Mengji. This is you forcing me. He opened his mouth and spat out. A golden light flickering golden core immediately spun and flew out, in the dark night, like a small golden sun. The pitch-black demon wind rose again, clearly in the sky condensed into a black eagle phantom image, flying towards Yao Mengji. Yao Mengji's expression did not change. Her long robe danced in the wind. Her white hair fluttered in the wind, like a proud old man, playing wild music. The sound of the zither was like a tidal wave, blocking the black eagle outside, fighting each other. Time slowly passed. The sky gradually turned bright. The Silver Moon Demon Emperor's complexion became more and more unsightly. It and Yao Mengji's realm were not much different, but in Yao Mengji's hand there was the fake immortal Qi Heavenly Heart Qin. This increase in fortune was too obvious. It could not bear it quickly. It looked at Yao Mengji, unwillingly asked, Yao Mengji, exactly which great person did I offend? Yao Mengji coldly laughed. Haha, a worldly person. You have no right to know. You. The Silver Moon Demon Emperor's face was as calm as water. His lungs were about to explode with anger. However, it did not dare to act out, could only suppress its anger and say, Yao Mengji, as long as you let me go, I will tell you a great opportunity. Oh. Yao Mengji looked at him. Silver Moon Demon Emperor opened his mouth and said, I know you brought away 9-tailed celestial fox, but you also know that this 9-tailed celestial fox at 3 years ago was still just a 6-tailed spirit fox, just a short period of 3 years. It followed the 6 tails to transform into 9 tails, at the same time successfully crossed the tribulation. In there definitely encountered a great opportunity. Yao Mengji and Qin Manyun's expressions suddenly changed. They glanced at each other. Both witnessed shock from each other's eyes. No need to think. The great opportunity in Silver Moon Demon Emperor's mouth was undoubtedly young Master Li. Originally, They only thought that young Master Li only saved the nine-tailed celestial fox under the tribulation, could not imagine that this nine-tailed celestial fox was originally created by young Master Li. This kind of method is really terrifying, as expected of a big boss. Just this? Yao Mingji looked towards the Silver Moon Demon Emperor with eyes filled with sympathy. Until now it still didn't know. The reason it offended the expert was because of the nine-tailed celestial fox, and that so-called chance was a reward given by the expert casually. Fearsome, this is the sorrow of being an ant. In the heart of the Silver Moon Demon Emperor sank. This kind of chance is absolutely related to becoming an immortal. Isn't that enough? Don't resist. Your life expert definitely wants to take it. There are some things I won't tell you, afraid that saying it will directly scare you to death. Yao Mingji said leisurely. The Silver Moon Demon Emperor's face was full of humiliation, angrily shouting, Yao Mingji, you and I have no grudge. Why do you want to tease me? I have been invincible for more than 4,000 years. Am I being greatly frightened? The Silver Moon Demon Emperor's heart sank to the bottom of the abyss. It had already determined. This old man was crazy. This is not killing himself, swearing not to let go. What 80% expert is he fabricated to make an excuse? In this world, how can there be such an expert? Gritting his teeth, a mouthful of fresh blood immediately spewed out. The demon power suddenly surged. One swallowed the demon core back into the stomach. Two wings spread out, immediately turned into a stream of light, and shot out towards the distance. Where did the demon run to? Pursue. Yao Mingji hurriedly withdrew the heavenly heart chain, controlling the light to chase. It's just that the Silver Moon Demon Emperor was originally using the speed to grow. Yao Mingji was in the middle for a while, clearly hard to catch up. At the same time, Li Nianfan brought Daji very early to leave the courtyard of the Four Directions, right in the mountains and forests to walk in the green, playing during the Qingming festival. That group of cultivators finally left. All day long in this place, coming and going, not bothering me, causing me to be depressed all day long at home. Too hard to accept. Li Nianfan let out a long sigh of relief, only feeling refreshed. He deliberately investigated for 3 days, discovered that group of cultivators had indeed all left, only then dared to go out. On his shoulder, he carried the newly made oxhorn bow. Behind him he also carried a specially made bow and arrow, prepared to use a butcher knife to cut the chicken's throat, and headed out to hunt. However, very quickly he discovered the problem. Because the cultivators were sweeping, this piece of mountain forest wild meat clearly became much less. Walked for half a day. Not even a small rabbit had been encountered. Damn cultivators are really just Christian carp crossing the river. Li Nianfan was helpless. He could only go further to the mountain peak. Daji accompanied him on the left and right, and Ahei was in front, in charge of clearing the way. Daji's performance, on the contrary, made Li Nianfan's eyes shine. She was a weak woman. Not only was she not afraid, but she was also a bit calm following him, not like the same young girl, delicate and easily tired. Himself is in the mountain picked her up, 80% since Young has lived in the mountain forest. Not only appearance beautiful, moreover endure hardship, really taste cannot be much good girl. Vwif vwif vwif. At this moment, walking in front, Big Black suddenly turned around. Toward Li Nianfan, called out a few sounds, then quickly walked forward to run fast and go. Li Nianfan eyes lit up, not allowing to walk fast to follow. There is prey ahead. Big Black, you slow down a bit. Don't hit the grass to scare the snake. However, Big Black is also running faster and faster. This stupid dog. Silver Moon Demon Emperor is desperately running away. Its gaze looks forward. Also is fiercely stopped. In front of the cliff, clearly standing there, a black, that again looking is a usually nothing strange black garden dog, is using a kind of contemptuous gaze to look at oneself. Where comes stupid dog? Actually dare to block the original Demon Emperor Hall. Silver Moon Demon Emperor raised his eyebrows, coldly laughed and said, Get lost, I can still spare you a dog life. Big Black was unmoved. Jet black dog fur fluttered with the wind. Dog mouth slowly opened. You crippled demon core yourself. Don't want to force me to take action. Silver Moon Demon Emperor was so angry that he laughed. In his heart he did not allow a sorrowful expression to appear. Sure enough is the fallen plains being bullied by dogs. Can't imagine that I Silver Moon Demon Emperor, who has been roaming the demon world for more than 4,000 years, now is provoked by just a dog demon. If in normal times, it would have already conveniently captured the dog demon to death, but now anxious to escape, naturally did not have time to react. Wait for this great king to escape from this calamity. I must definitely make a whole dog's feast. He spread his two wings and prepared to fly over. Seeing again, that black dog slowly raised its dog claw. Rumble. In the sky, in the void condensed out a shadowy dog claw phantom image that covered the sky, accompanied by overwhelming pressure toward the Silver Moon Demon Emperor pressing down. Ugh, see? The Silver Moon Demon Emperor was frightened out of his wits. His entire body's hair stood up one by one, like a porcupine, fearfully looking at that dog claw, in his eyes filled with despair. He basically couldn't move, could only tremble and say, "Dog Master, spare my life." Rumble. The dog claw accidentally hit him, didn't directly capture him to death, but let his mouth open. From inside flew out a golden demon pill. The big black dog's mouth sucked a little. That demon pill was sucked into his stomach, like eating bean curd, clacking chewed down. Yao Mingji and Qin Manyun were not far away. The two of them widened their eyes together. Their mouths opened into an O shape. Seeing all these things with their own eyes, they were scared to death. Their minds were blank. They very much wanted to turn around and run away, but because of fear, their whole bodies stiffened, unable to move. Originally, they were still biting the Silver Moon Demon Emperor and rapidly pursuing. Even in their dreams, they couldn't think that they would actually rush over to such a heaven-defying dog demon. The Silver Moon Demon Emperor in front of it was indeed a child. It was really terrifying, too horrifying. That kind of dog demon, it was really creepy. Could it be a fairy dog? At this moment, the black dog turned its head, its eyes silently looking at the two of them.
Boom.
Qin Manyun and Yao Mingji only felt their scalps were about to explode. Their entire body's blood vessels were like flowing backwards, unable to help but swallow mouthfuls of water. Yao Mingji brushed away a smile that was even uglier than crying, tremblingly saying, "Dog. Dog family, I like dog people, everyone is family." Dahei did not go to manage Yao Mingji, but looked at Qin Manyun calmly saying, "I know you are the host and guest. Do you understand the host's rules?" Qin Manyun was first stunned. She originally felt that Dahei looked familiar. At this moment, she finally thought of it. Didn't young Masterly raise a black dog? It seemed to be just this one. Her inspiration flashed, immediately comprehending Dahei's meaning, hurriedly saying, "Understood. I understand the rules." Big Black nodded lightly. "Remember, my master is using mortal body to experience worldly life. Don't want to ruin his excitement. I'm just an ordinary dog. As for that sculpture is also just an ordinary mountain sculpture. Know what I mean?" "Understood. Dog family, just rest assured. We guarantee won't reveal a single flaw."
Qin Manyun nodded repeatedly.
Big Black's entire body aura suddenly disappeared without a trace, just like the same dog family, no different, turned around and left coldly. Qin Manyun and Yao Mingji immediately breathed a sigh of relief. In such a short time, their clothes were already soaked with cold sweat. The two glanced at each other. Both had the joy of surviving the disaster. Yao Mingji asked with difficulty, "Manyun, you know that dog family?" Qin Manyun lightly nodded, solemnly said, "Dog family should be the expert beside that garden dog I've seen before. Originally thought is just an ordinary black dog. Cannot imagine." She bitterly smiled, shook her head. Herself is really too stupid. Can follow beside Li Gongzi dog, how can be ordinary?
"No wonder."
Yao Mingji immediately startled, followed impatiently said, "If expert likes to take mortal identity to experience life, we but definitely cannot violate expert taboo. But if just like that leave also not polite, might as well hide first, various kinds pretend like accidentally met good." Big Black. Where's the prey? Li Nianfan really hard to catch up with Big Black, following Big Black's gaze, only saw a huge black shadow in the sky flying, huge two wings in the middle panting excitedly. Ouch! What a big bird! Li Nianfan's eyes suddenly lit up, looking at the luck is not bad, finally found the prey. Hit down this eagle, then today's hunting activity can be perfectly closed. He took down the ox horn bow, turned around, loaded the arrow, the eyes in the calm revealed sharpness, aiming straight at that big eagle. His heart was slightly moved, remembering in the previous life's TV drama, whenever he drew the bow and shot the big eagle, it was absolutely a masterpiece scene. Today it was my turn, Li. The posture was more handsome, the strike was right. Swoosh. The arrow shot out, without any profound thought pierced the mountain eagle's body. Puff puff. Following by a storm of blood flowers flew out.
Go.
Did Ji looked at that fell-down mountain sculpture. On the face appeared a look of doubt. This mountain sculpture, how is it like that Silver Moon Demon Emperor? Wait until near. On her face doubt also is changed into shock. Obviously is really Silver Moon Demon Emperor. TSK. What kind of situation is this? Silver Moon Demon Emperor's demon power here? Suddenly, beside her ear transmitted a sound transmission. Don't be surprised. It's me. You should be able to understand what I mean. Did Ji looked at Dahe in horror, followed but revealed a thoughtful expression. I understand. Master likes to use mortal identity to live in the world, but in this world most are shameless villains. Demons and ghosts are rampant fearlessly. It is hard to avoid will bring trouble to Master, affecting Master as mortal interest. This kind of trivial matter, if all bother Master personally take action, then we are also to failure. Appears this kind of situation, then need us to be Master clean path paving, not let any existence influence Master. Let Master can carefree take mortal identity experience life. She immediately find her own target, eyes burst out firm. Yao Mingji and Qin Manyan then are carefully step by step approaching. They try their best to let themselves show natural. Two people walk and talk. Just right passing by this place time, Qin Manyan surprised said, Young Masterly Miss Daji?
Ah?
Miss Qin, what a coincidence. Li Nianfan hunted successfully, mood is not bad, Smile said. Qin Manyan hurriedly said, That's right, I and Master just happened to pass by this place. I didn't expect that I could run into young Masterly here. Ha ha ha, I went out hunting, and I still had some gains. Li Nianfan smiled, and didn't forget to touch the big black dog's head and praised. Big Black, your performance is not bad. Woof woof. Qin Manyan looked at Big Black's gentle and docile appearance, and immediately felt her mouth and tongue dry, almost thinking that what she had seen before was an illusion. This is a fairy dog. It's absolutely a top-notch big boss existence, clearly learning how to bark from a dog, and even wagging its tail? Damn, this world is too crazy. She hurriedly turned her head away, afraid that she wouldn't be able to bear revealing her flaws. Yao Mingji then is back to quiet good own in her heart, respectfully said, Li Gongzi, I am Manyan Master, Yao Mingji, have long heard her mention you. Today can be considered to be able to see the real person. Old Yao is polite. I am just a mortal. What is good to meet? Li Nianfan cannot help but come to say. Indeed, Li Gongzi likes to take mortal self-proclaimed. Oneself must pay attention, cannot be penetrated. Things provoke experts do not like. He absolutely does not feel strange. Any expert will have all kinds of strange passions. Li Nianfan passion is considered very normal. He immediately said, Young Masterly does not need to be modest. Your journey to the West can absolutely be said to be a masterpiece. Moreover, I also heard that you wrote a set of couplets. Everyone was startled. This old man has always been itching and can't bear, has long observed. Intellectual, peerless intellectual. Li Nianfan immediately laughed. It seems that he in the immortal cultivation world's cultural circle is also considered to have some reputation. Even this kind of old man wants to come to observe. Like that, Yao Lao doesn't mind going to my place once? If you can't, then this old man will trouble you. Yao Mingji's face smiled, hurriedly said. Li Nianfan lightly nodded, preparing to carry the big sculpture away. Who knows? Yao Mingji's enthusiasm is not enough. Need to help him carry the big sculpture. Let a white-hair old man do this kind of thing. Li Nianfan's still really not good intention. How the other party is really too enthusiastic, he also not convenient to refuse. Also fine. This old man at least is a cultivator immortal. Perhaps carrying the big sculpture is not difficult. Having this kind of master personally teach, no wonder can educate Qin Manyan's such polite-faced disciple. Li Nianfan conveniently put in the big sculpture on the body arrow pulled out, retrieved to the arrow tower inside. Yao Mingji then is completely stunned, his eyes straight look at the arrow, hate not to stick his eyes on it. Enlightenment bamboo? Really enlightenment bamboo? Just now he still did not pay attention, only now discovered, Li Nianfan and the arrow basket arrows are clearly all made from enlightenment bamboo. How will there be someone willing to let enlightenment bamboo be made into arrows? This is the enlightenment bamboo. Making an arrow, isn't it shot out one, and then one less? How much of a loser is this? Yao Mingji's heart ached to the point that her face was trembling. Looking at Li Nianfan's Niu Jiao Bao in his hand, he also used quite a few enlightenment bamboo materials. All kinds. Yao Mingji turned her head to carefully look at that basket. TSK. Obviously, it's also woven from enlightenment bamboo. My mother, how much enlightenment bamboo is this? He remembered Qin Manyan said before, the enlightenment bamboo she brought to him was only young Master Li's made thing with a bit of scrap left. This, he was completely convinced. He himself obtained was only the most trashy part of enlightenment bamboo. Young Master Li was completely displeased. Just thinking about oneself obtaining such a discarded enlightenment bamboo immediately excited to the point of being unable to restrain. Yao Mingji's eyes immediately turned to be particularly complicated. This is the world's big boss? Really want to follow beside young Master Li to collect trash? He looked at the Silver Moon Demon Emperor's corpse, couldn't help but to sigh. Old brother, like you this kind of old luxury death to not be unjust. Li Nianfan led Yao Mingji and Qin Manyan back to the courtyard. At the entrance, Yao Mingji stood still for a long time, not looking at that couplet, as if infatuated. Her mouth suddenly let out a fearful and admiring tsk sound, on the contrary greatly satisfying Li Nianfan's vanity. This old man looked sloppy, a look of unrestrained debauchery, unimaginable and very knowledgeable. At this time, Xiaobai had already opened the door. Master, welcome home. Yao Mingji was startled, tried to pretend to be calm, and stroked his beard, opened his mouth and said, Young Master Li, I heard Manyan say before, this spirit is called Xiaobai. Come, you say spirit is spirit. Li Nianfan, also lazy to explain, nodded said, exactly call Xiaobai, actually can only help open the door, do some housework. Do housework? Yao Mingji corner of eyes slightly trembled. If you give it to me, believe me, or not consider it as a so-and-so similar worship. Li Nianfan lifted his foot to step into the courtyard, smiled and said, Go in and sit for a bit. Yao Lao took a deep breath, fully prepared his mind behind, then stepped inside. Even so, at this moment of stepping into the courtyard, he was still breathing heavily, his eyes shining. Sure enough, just like his disciple described, this place everywhere has treasures. The most crucial is, these treasures that are regarded as treasures by countless people are just so casually displayed in various places, such visual impact, who can bear it? However, his eyebrows are also fiercely jump, inexplicably appear a kind of panic feeling. Originally in his space ring, quiet Tian Xianqin seems to sense something extremely terrifying existence same. The sound of the zither trembles, the strings clearly start to shake crazily, this kind of feeling, just like the person is shivering. Fake immortal qi, although there is no spirit qi, but also gave birth to a little bit of mind, obviously is afraid of this place something. Yao Mingji hurriedly calmed Tian Xianqin, his gaze in the courtyard swept, the pupil also is fiercely shrink. In the small courtyard on the left arranged a very long stone bench. On it, displayed a guqin. Guqin body seems to be made of an unknown type of dry tree, also not straight, on the contrary like a winding snake. On it can clearly witness the traces of years. On it there are 7 strings. Each color is clearly different, looking up extremely magical. Yao Mingji can't help but swallow mouthfuls of water. He has been immersed in the way of the zither for thousands of years. At a glance he can see, this zither is extremely extraordinary. This is full of the yard. Even trash can't be much of a treasure. How can a guqin be a common item? Saying it is an immortal artifact is probably an understatement. No wonder Taiyang Sinkin will have such a big reaction. Between the two sides the gap is too big, just like a mortal meeting an immortal, naturally will be respectful. The more one looks closely, the more one can feel a vicissitude's aura blowing in one's face, like a primordial giant beast, wanting to devour oneself. Immortal artifact must not be offended. Yao Mingji hurriedly withdrew his gaze, not daring to look anymore. On his face revealed a humble smile, towards Li Nianfan said, Young Master Li, the disciple said you like to eat a kind of fruit jelly snack. I today intentionally brought it for you. He timed to awaken to the etiquette of the expert, therefore did not say the name of the 1,000-year profound ice liquid. Moreover, perhaps saying it as fruit jelly on the contrary can increase the expert's sense of intimacy, eh? Oh. Li Nianfan, slightly stunned, could not help but open his mouth to say, You guys are too polite. Easy to say, Taishang Dao. Last time he also just casually said a little, could not think that the person would really remember it in his heart. Moreover, in a few short days he intentionally brought it, too good at being a person. Perhaps this old man in the immortal cultivation world must be a clever person, eh? Yao Mingji looked at Li Nianfan's joy. Immediately in the heart excited, the hand waved, a small-sized artificial mountain appeared in the yard, coordinated with the side flowing and passing the small stream. On the contrary, there was a bit like that poetic meaning. The artificial mountain appeared emerald color, under the sunlight shining brightly, extremely beautiful. Li Nianfan doubtfully said, "This is?" Yao Mingji explained, "Young Master Li, fruit jelly is such a product. So that's how it is." Li Nianfan suddenly understood, in a heartfelt surprise, could not imagine that people clearly even produce fruit jelly machinery all delivered. This part of the intention was really touching. He looked closely at that artificial mountain and saw that its highest peak appeared inverted hammer situation. On it, already carried half a drop of fruit jelly, but had not yet dripped. Things in the cultivation world are really interesting. I don't know what the artificial mountain is based on, but it can continuously produce fruit jelly. Li Nianfan strangely assessed a while behind, smiled and said, "On the contrary is an interesting toy, then I will accept." Last time he had tasted fruit jelly, discovered except for the taste not bad outside, on the body also did not have any change, therefore felt this fruit jelly to the immortal cultivator perhaps not considered a treasure. Finally, himself immortal, if it is really a natural treasure, should not have any reaction. Thinking back is also, himself fundamentally does not have the way to cultivate. Immortal cultivator is not able to be stupid to give himself natural treasure. Giving is also useless. Also because of that, Li Nianfan did not refuse then accepted. In the end, good or bad is the person's part of the heart. Diao Mingji and Qin Manyan then revealed a really is that kind of expression. This kind of treasure in young Master Li's mouth is just an interesting toy, if not because young Master Li just happens to like to eat fruit jelly. It is estimated that they are all eyesores. Yao Mingji's face is full of joy and says, "Young Master Li likes it. That's good." Li Nianfan lightly nods, surprisedly says, "How come this fruit jelly has not fallen down? I still want to taste it." Yao Mingji hurriedly opens his mouth to explain. Young Master Li has something he doesn't know. It needs 10 years. However, he still doesn't say anything, only sees that fake mountain drizzle falling down 10 drops of fruit jelly. Yao Mingji and Qin Manyan's eyes are both staring blankly, slightly curling their mouths, their minds buzzing. What's the situation? 1,000 years of profound ice. You changed. You were not like this before. Li Nianfan then, as the eyes light up, laugh, haha, said, "Interesting, originally also needs sound control. Not bad, not bad." He thought of the light bulb and the lighter. These two toys are also sound control, extremely convenient. He to the fake mountain continued to say, "Another 10 drops.
Drip.
Another 10 drops rapid fall. No need for a bit of hesitation." Yao Mingji felt his skull, a little painful, his eyes red rim, like receiving great grievance. Same, there is a kind of tearful emotion. 1,000 years profound ice. Really have you? I licked you more than 1,000 years. You every 10 years just take a picture to find me a drop of 1,000 years profound ice liquid. This is good. Meet a master, then hastily let people do licking dog go. You that awesome strength here? Li Nianfan looked towards Yao Mingji. That's right. What did you just want to say? Yao Mingji smiled awkwardly and said, "No, nothing. I just wanted to tell young Master Li that this toy relies on sound control.